I am an Popov, the 15-year-old son of a baron and the 8th child in my family. While my siblings are busy being brave warriors and hard workers, I have a different dream. I want to be a wealthy landowner. After much persuasion, my father finally gave me my own estate. It is a large, abandoned manor that has seen better days due to recent wars, but to me, it is the start of my future as the richest man in the territory. I arrived at my new home with a kind old coachman and my loyal knight, Alec. The manor is old and worn out, but the land is vast, featuring mountains, plains, and a massive lake. I plan to call it Golden Manor because I love gold and intend to fill my life with it. The moment I stepped onto my land, I unlocked something special, the Divine Farmer System. For my first sign-in reward, I received an adult red dragon. It cannot leave the estate, but that suits me perfectly since I never plan to leave either. Right now, I am focused on my finances. Although I have 200 gold coins, I realize that starting a farm is expensive. I need to hire workers to clear the wild grass and buy seeds, pigs, chickens, and fish. Since human farmers are expensive, I decided to hire half-orcs to do the heavy lifting. My plan is simple: work the land, have a massive harvest next year, and become financially free. Even though the house is full of holes and annoying mice, I am happy. My mother sent a cat-eared girl named Lily to help me with my daily chores, which makes my new life even more comfortable. I only practice my sword for 30 minutes a day because I don't want to go to war or be a hero. I just want to relax, enjoy the sun, and eventually build a giant golden castle. I might be seen as the useless one in my talented family, but with my new system and my dragon, I am going to live the best life possible. I did the math for my new life, and it is going to be expensive. To get the farm running, I need to spend 90 gold coins on 20 half-orcs for the heavy lifting and 5 farming families to manage the crops. After buying seeds and animals, I plan to clear 600 acres. If everything goes well, the wheat harvest will make me financially free in just 1 year. Even though the kingdom is still recovering from war, I am determined to become the richest man in the territory. I decided to name my estate Golden Manor. I love gold. There is never enough of it. My father gave me this old, broken-down place to teach me about hardship, hoping I would give up and come back to his castle. He even gave me a personal knight, Alec, to keep me safe. But looking at these vast fields, I don't see hardship. I see a golden future. Living here is simple for now. After a dinner of roasted wild pig, I sat on the roof of my shabby wooden house to dream. My father's castle is okay, but I want something much bigger. A castle 100 meters tall, covered in gold and gems. While I was daydreaming, a bold mouse started squeaking at me. It felt like the little creature was making fun of me in my own home. I got so annoyed that I drew my sword to scare it off, but the old roof was too weak. I fell right through the rotten wood and landed on the floor below. Even as I sat there in the dust with a sore back, that mouse stayed at the edge of the hole, laughing at me. I'll show that mouse, and everyone else, exactly what I can build here. After my embarrassing fall through the rotten roof while chasing a mouse, I tried to keep my dignity in front of my knight, Alec. I told him I was simply teaching the mice a lesson. I sent him off to rest because he had a big job the next day, traveling to the city to buy the workers and seeds I need to turn this place into a gold mine. When I woke up the next morning, a wonderful surprise was waiting for me. My mother had sent a new helper, a 14-year-old cat-eared girl named Lily. She seemed very nervous, but she brought me a nice breakfast. I also took a moment to use my Divine Farmer System to sign in for the day. To my shock, I received another adult red dragon. It's a bit strange that a farming system keeps giving me legendary monsters instead of magical plants, but I'm not complaining. A dragon is a great protector for my land. My first morning with Lily was a bit chaotic. She was so shy and confused that when I asked her to help me get dressed, she started taking off her own clothes by mistake. I had to explain that I just needed help with my outfit. She felt terrible and her ears drooped, which made me feel bad for being a bit sharp with her. To cheer her up, I patted her head. Touching actual cat ears was amazing. I'm really happy with Lily. My mother chose well. Beast-eared girls are rare and expensive, often costing as much as 50 or 100 gold coins. She will handle the cooking and cleaning for now, and I promised her she could be the head maid once I hire more staff. Being a noble with my own land is definitely the way to go. While most people struggle just to survive, I can focus on my comfortable life and my big plans for the manor. I feel lucky that I wasn't born a commoner in this world. I feel truly lucky that I wasn't reborn as a commoner. In this world, magicians and swordsmen hold all the power, while common folk are treated like weeds. My plan for a better life is simple. I will help my father reach a higher noble rank so I can stay comfortable. I have no interest in working hard or risking my life in the royal army. I would much rather let Lily feed me sweet porridge while I relax in the sun. Life at my manor is peaceful. While Lily cleans the house with her surprising catfolk strength, I spend my mornings napping. I sent Alec to town to buy workers and seeds, so I have the whole place to myself. I do practice my sword skills, but only for 30 minutes a day. That is more than enough for me. My siblings are all battle-hungry geniuses who work incredibly hard, but I accepted long ago that I am the useless one of the family. By the time I was 12, I realized I couldn't keep up with them, so I stopped trying so hard. Even though I am only a one-star apprentice, being the least talented member of a powerful family actually makes me very safe. No kidnapper or assassin would bother with me when my siblings are legendary fighters. I am perfectly happy being a lazy landowner. However, everything has changed now that I have the divine farmer system. It keeps giving me incredible rewards, like actual red dragons. With this kind of power, I might even become a sword saint without even trying. I don't want to fight in any wars, but I do want to protect my beautiful, golden manor. Since I have some free time and no one is watching, I've decided to head to the back mountain. I really want to see what an adult red dragon actually looks like. The two mountain peaks hadn't been maintained for years, and weeds and bushes had grown everywhere. The old paths were completely overgrown. To Anyi's surprise, the mountains were covered with fruit trees, golden peach trees. These golden peaches were delicious, their golden color shining beautifully. They were a favorite on noble tables and sold for a very high price. After a closer look, Anyi noticed that although the trees hadn't been cared for in years and looked a bit messy, they were strong and healthy. Since the nutrients hadn't been drained by fruit production, the trees had grown thick and sturdy. With a few skilled farmers to tend them, they could easily produce large, sweet golden peaches again. Thinking of the peaches, Anyi couldn't help wiping his mouth. The best thing about coming to this world, he thought, was the food. So many rare and delicious fruits that dazzled the eyes and delighted the taste buds. Experienced golden peach farmers are hard to find and expensive, he muttered. I can't afford them now, but once the wheat harvest comes in, I'll hire some. It won't be too late. After all, golden peaches only ripened in autumn. And he looked toward the small mountain opposite him, wondering what kind of fruit trees grew there. A thin mist still covered the slopes, making it hard to see clearly. The mountain wasn't tall, just over 300 meters. And he made his way around to the back and opened his system panel. All right, let's do this. Summon the dragon. He reached out and tapped the screen. The next moment, a huge shadow covered him. Roar. Whoa. Stop yelling already. Ani jumped in surprise. Even though the area around him was empty, the roar of an adult dragon could travel very far. This could be a problem. Someone might come to check it out, he muttered, a bit regretful. Looking at the massive dragon before him, he swallowed hard. Still, it's not too bad. Even if someone comes, they'll probably just think a dragon passed by. The red dragon in front of him was as tall as his family's castle. Compared to this adult dragon, his castle looked no bigger than a cat's bed. Ani reached out to touch it. Not very pleasant to the touch. Definitely not as soft as his little Lily. It was hot, so hot that an egg could probably cook on it. The dragon lowered its head obediently. Ani nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a gift from the system, it was already tamed and completely loyal. If I get one dragon every day, that's 360 in a year. In 10 years, that's 3,600. Wow, that's even more than Dragon Island. Ani gasped. But since this is a divine-level farm system, it probably won't always give me dragons. These dragons are likely meant to protect the farm. He lowered his head in thought, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I'm overthinking again. Feeling mentally overloaded, he shut the system down. All right, you can go back now. With a wave of his hand, the dragon vanished without a trace. Ani nodded in satisfaction. Only 2 large footprints remained on the mountain, which was a bit troublesome. Still, it wasn't all bad. With those tracks left behind, Most monsters would stay far away. Even a brief visit from a dragon would keep the area safe for at least half a year. In fact, his father's territory, especially this side, would be the safest place around for months to come. After seeing the dragon, Ani thought that aside from its size, there wasn't much else to note. He was relieved that the dragon had returned to the system's space and didn't need to eat. Otherwise, his dream of being a wealthy landowner would have ended right there. Even his father couldn't afford to feed an adult dragon. Gurgle, gurgle. A panicked figure rolled down the mountain, and he looked up and gasped. There really was a monster. He grabbed his sword and rushed forward. Evil creature. I can tell at a glance you're not human. It was an adult goblin. Its whole body was green, short, with long, thin limbs, and its red eyes were filled with fear. A goblin was the kind of monster that even a beginner swordsman could handle. This was Yi's first time seeing one. To ordinary people, goblins were terrifying, cunning creatures. Grr, grr, grr all you want. How dare you invade my golden farm? Take this. And Yi was confident he could deal with a single goblin. His sword glowed with energy, slicing through the goblin's body in one clean strike. The creature fell in two. The next moment, Yi froze. Yellow-green blood splattered all over him. Ugh, gross. The pampered young master had never experienced anything like this. He had been excited while chasing and fighting, but now, covered in strange, sticky liquid, he completely lost his composure. It felt as if he had fallen into a pit of filth. For a moment, he even regretted everything. Next time I fight a goblin, I swear I won't touch my cat-eared pet for a whole day, he muttered, stumbling back toward the cabin. Inside, Lily looked toward the back mountain in fear. That sound. It's a dragon. How can there be a dragon here? Gritting her teeth, she ran toward the mountain. Young master is still there. I have to go. I can't let the dragon take him. If she lost her master, she would be sold again, and she might not be so lucky next time. Lily couldn't understand why a dragon would appear here. Was it after the young master? Why not go after the princess instead? Maybe it's because the young master is too handsome, she thought as she hurried up the path. Just then, she ran into Yi coming down the mountain. Lily, young master. Oh no, ugh. Yi's face darkened. Quick, boil some water. I need a bath. Yes, young master. Lily turned and left without looking back. Good. How dare you treat your master like this? I'll punish you. No fish for 3 days. Half an hour later, bang. Yi threw off his clothes and happily jumped into the wooden tub. Lily, throw those clothes far away. Toss them outside the manor. I don't want to see them again. Yes, young master, ugh. Lily used a stick to pick up the clothes, dropped them into a basket, and quickly ran toward the manor gate, holding her nose. The catfolk had much sharper senses than humans, and the smell she caught was truly unbearable. Among all the beast folk, the catfolk were known for being the cleanest, sometimes even more so than human nobles. After washing several times, Yi still felt a faint smell on his body. The goblin's blood had really soaked into him. Lily, come smell. Do I still stink? Yi raised his arm toward her. No way. I'm not smelling that. Young master, I still have to clean the attic. Lily ran off as fast as she could. Is it really that bad? Yi sniffed himself. Doesn't seem too bad now. Maybe it's just in my head. He swore he would never fight monsters again, especially goblins. As the sunset painted the sky, Yi sat in front of the wooden cabin, eating dried fruits. Behind him, Lily had almost finished tidying up. The cabin still looked old and patched up, but at least it was clean and free of dust. Watching Lily repair the roof, Yi nodded in satisfaction. Mother really has good taste. This cat-eared girl is hard-working, eats little, looks nice, and can cook too. Young master, catch. Something dropped from above, and Yi instinctively caught it. Squeak, squeak. Ah, Lily, you naughty cat. Get down here. I'll teach you a lesson today. Haha. Lily stuck out her tongue playfully. Ever since she got used to her young master, she had become much more relaxed. All right, you dare tease me? Don't you know who I am? I'm the terror of Popov Town, the one they call the Fearless Butcher. 99 lives have fallen to me. Just then, he spotted a cockroach crawling by his foot. He stomped on it fiercely. There, now it's 100. Young master, I'm back. He was about to scold Lily when he suddenly heard Alec's voice. Alec, you're finally back. Alec had returned with 20 half-orc farmhands and 5 peasant families. The life of a true farm owner was about to begin. Behind Alec, who was riding a horned horse, came a line of flat carts. These carts weren't pulled by animals, but by half-orcs. This time, Alec had bought many things: daily necessities, farming tools, seeds, and young animals like chicks, ducklings, piglets, and fish. He also brought food supplies for the 20 half-orcs and the 5 peasant families. All of Yi's 200 gold coins were gone. He was now completely broke. Land was all he had left. Looking at the strong-horned half-orcs pulling the carts, Yi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Not bad at all. These half-orcs looked mostly human, with only small animal features like horns or ears. Only pure-blooded beast folk kept more animal traits, like the bull-headed ones, who were true beast folk, not half-orcs. The ones before him were all half-orcs, with bull horns, ears, and tails. Lily was the same. She had cat ears and a tail. Half-orcs were more popular than beast folk because they were calmer, easier to manage, and not as strong or wild. They were less likely to lose control and cause harm. The 20 half-orcs Alec brought were all bull-horned men, strong and perfect for farming. Alec, have these bull-horned men settle on the wasteland about 300 meters west. Let them cut wood and build their own houses. Have the peasant families build wooden houses to the east. Give them 3 days. After that, they'll start clearing the land. The half-orcs will be fed well, and each peasant family will get 300 copper coins a month. Alec stood straight and replied, "Yes, young master." The half-orcs and peasants, who had looked nervous and uneasy before, were stunned when they heard this. Nyoda said, "Oh my, did I hear that right? We'll be fed well? This must be a dream." Nyochi added, "Fed well? Really? I can't even remember what that feels like." Nyoshi murmured, "I must be dreaming." Truly, Nyo Lu. Praise be to the Almighty. I've met a kind farm owner. Nyo-san, I'm willing to give everything for this kind farm owner, even my life. Oh, my handsome master. Adashi, copper coins? I must have heard wrong. Wife, give me a couple of slaps. I don't want to be abandoned by the noble lord because of my ears. Slap. A shausher. Father, does it hurt? Adashi, you little rascal, you're getting bold. A Sanshu build houses? This handsome noble lord just said we can cut down trees to build houses. A Sanshu's wife, really? Unbelievable. We've met such a kind noble lord. Dear, you must serve him faithfully and never go against him. A Sanshu, of course. We are blessed by the Almighty. I swear in his name that I will always stand by our Lord. Hope and excitement suddenly filled the eyes of the half-orcs and farmers, and E nodded with satisfaction. In this era, even giving away a little could make people deeply grateful and loyal. For the half-orcs, being full was something that only happened in dreams. For the serfs, working for their master and even getting paid each month felt like living in paradise. Alec, go and organize them. From now on, they'll be under your management. Yes, young master. Alec turned and began arranging the half-orcs and serfs. And he walked to a wagon filled with baskets of chicks and ducklings. Release these in the mountains and let them roam freely. In 2 months, they'll grow up, and before the wheat harvest, we can earn some money from them. Having no money made him feel uneasy. He then went to another cart loaded with small piglets kept in woven cages, over 100 of them. Lolo pig meat was a common choice for wealthy commoners and lower-ranking nobles. To an E, it wasn't particularly delicious, but for ordinary sword-wielding nobles, it was already a luxury. Even apprentice nobles couldn't afford to eat it every day. Because the meat of the Lolo pig contains a faint energy, eating it over time can strengthen the body and nourish the meridians. It is very helpful for those who want to become swordsmen. Even the children of ordinary noble families who train as swordsmen can only receive a small amount each month. For common families hoping to raise a swordsman, this meat is extremely precious. Many ordinary people dream that one day their family might produce a swordsman. Even becoming a swordsman apprentice is enough to earn the kingdom's apprentice medal, granting noble status and freeing one from being a commoner. So, many families, even if it means great sacrifice, will buy Lolo pig meat for their children, hoping they can sense battle energy and become apprentices. In short, Lolo pigs are always in demand, but raising them takes a lot of effort and at least a year or 2 to mature. And he patted the plump little piglet. Be good and grow up quickly. The bigger and stronger you get, the better price you'll bring. Oink oink finally, he came to the Mayfu fish. A large pile of straw covered the cart, and in the middle, a fish tank was tied down with rope. Inside the tank were only 100 Mayfu fish fry. Just these few cost 10 gold coins. And E winced at the price. This stuff is really expensive. I just hope they can survive in that small lake. Well, I wasn't really counting on them anyway. Let's just release them and see what happens. Whether they live or not depends on luck. Of course, he still hoped the Mayfu fish would survive and breed in the lake. After all, a single adult Mayfu fish was worth 1 gold coin. They were very helpful for swordsmen in refining their battle energy, even for official swordsmen. That's why they were so expensive and hard to find, often worth more than their weight in gold. After checking everything, an E inspected the seeds as well and was very satisfied. He told the Minotaur workers to move everything into the warehouse. As a farm, the previous owner had already built a large warehouse, made with better materials than his own house. It was still in good condition and could be used after a bit of cleaning. With everything ready, and he rubbed his hands together, eager to start building his own farm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the estate, several new wooden cabins had been built. They weren't large, but compared to the barns where ordinary farmhands lived, they were 100 times better. The Minotaur's small hut covered only 10 square meters and stood 3 meters tall. Inside, there was barely enough space for a large bed and little else. There were 4 rows of huts, 5 in each row, giving the place a rough and simple look. The farmers' houses were a bit larger. Each had a main room, a small kitchen, and a fenced yard made of wooden planks. 5 farmhouses stood in a line, making the farm look somewhat complete. When Ani woke up in the morning, he saw that the Minotaurs and the farmers had already started working the land. The Minotaurs were plowing with great energy, while the farmers cut down the weeds, set them on fire, and let the ashes mix into the soil turned by the Minotaurs. "Master, a royal inspector has arrived," Alec reported. "An inspector? What are they doing here?" And he asked in surprise. Then he suddenly remembered. He had summoned a dragon in the back mountain not long ago. "Well, let them in," and he said calmly. After all, who would ever think a dragon had anything to do with a 1-star apprentice swordsman? "So, you are an E. Popov, the youngest son of Baron Popov?" The man who spoke had a sharp, assessing look in his eyes. "Yes, that's me. My father is a 9-star great swordsman. My mother is a 9-star apprentice mage. My eldest sister is the captain of the 13th unit of the Royal Golden Eagle Knights. My second brother is a student of the Royal Sword Academy under the 9-star great swordsman Flandra, and my second sister is a top student of the Royal Mage Academy under the 7-star mage Diana. All right, I'm done. Now it's your turn to speak." The blonde man and the red-haired woman twitched at his words. It was the first time they had heard someone introduce themselves like that. Still, Ani's words had an immediate effect. The blonde man's tone softened at once. "Hello, I'm Jessica, and this is my partner, Linda. We're here to investigate something and would like your cooperation, Mr. Ani," the blonde man said with a polite bow. "Oh, sure. You're here to investigate the dragon, right?" Ani nodded, putting on a look of mock fear. "You must find out why that dragon came here. 3 days ago, a huge red dragon flew across the sky and landed on the back mountain. Its size was terrifying, bigger than the hills near my estate. I was so scared I haven't slept well for 3 days. Please, you must get to the bottom of this." Jessica and Linda looked at each other, speechless because of the young man in front of them. A dragon bigger than a mountain? Even a fully grown dragon is just over 100 meters long, and that mountain is more than 300. Come on, not even the Dragon King is that huge. "Don't worry, Mr. Ani. We'll investigate this carefully," Jessica said with a nod. Linda asked, "Young Mr. Ani, do you know where the dragon stayed?" "Of course. After it left, I thought there might be some treasure on that mountain, but all it left were 2 footprints, and it crushed many of my golden peach trees. Those trees have been growing for at least 50 years. Do you know how valuable they are?" And he clutched his chest dramatically, pretending to be heartbroken. Linda was speechless. Treasure? On this shabby mountain? Even goblins wouldn't bother hiding their loot here. Still, she had her orders. "Mr. Ani, could you take us there?" "No problem," Ani agreed, rubbing his hands together. "Hee, Sister Linda, about those damaged golden peach trees. Can I apply for compensation from the kingdom?" Jessica and Linda. Jessica sighed. I'll report it for you. And he nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Brother Jessica, Sister Linda. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Linda saw the golden peach trees, none thicker than her calf, and was speechless again. 50 years old. More like 20, at best. As they climbed halfway up the mountain, Jessica and Linda suddenly froze when they saw two enormous footprints on the ground. This really looks like an adult dragon's tracks. Linda gasped, her chest rising and falling in shock. Jessica's eyes grew serious. Look, the ground is scorched. It's an adult red dragon. What is an adult red dragon doing near our kingdom's border? Could it be planning to destroy towns again, demand treasure, or even threaten the royal family? Linda asked worriedly. Their kingdom had the power to slay an adult dragon, but dragons were not without allies. Most came from Dragon Island, and killing one would surely bring terrible revenge. Jessica's expression darkened. Now that we've confirmed a dragon appeared at the border, the rest is beyond our duty. Let's return and report this immediately. Linda nodded. Other than that, she had no other solution. After all, she was only a 5-star official swordsman. The two of them took some soil samples and followed Ani down the mountain. Leaving already? Why not stay for a meal? Ani waved his hand. No, we need to report this matter quickly. We won't trouble you, Mr. Ani. All right then, but don't forget to report the losses. 50-year-old golden peach trees, 100 of them damaged. Jessica stumbled. Robbery. This was definitely robbery. 100 golden peach trees? If even 10 were damaged, she'd be shocked. As expected, these farm owners are always so greedy, Jessica thought to herself. Ani turned back. In truth, he hadn't really meant to invite them for a meal, and the compensation, he had just said it casually. Although the kingdom had laws about compensating for losses caused by monsters or beasts, those laws hadn't been enforced for hundreds of years. It had been 5 days since Ani arrived at the farm. He looked at the item he had just received from the daily sign-in. It was still a dragon. Am I really going to keep getting dragons for a whole year? If this went on for a lifetime, he'd be doomed. Ani knew his own limits. With hard work, he might reach the level of a great swordsman, but that was it. Even great swordsmen couldn't escape the limits of lifespan. After 100 years, everyone returned to dust. Even a sword saint only lived a little over 200 years. What good was that? It's supposed to be a divine-level farm system. You can't be this useless, right? If you won't give me cultivation power, at least give me some rare treasures to improve my talent. What's the point of giving me dragons that can't even leave the estate? I can't send them out to find treasures for me. Ani sighed. Forget it. He'd just enjoy a few decades of comfort. At least he was a landowner with many workers. Well, not that many yet. In a month, it'll be planting season. By then, we can open up 600 acres of land. Let the half-beasts rest for 3 days, then continue expanding. When the wheat ripens, we'll have at least 1,500 acres ready. If we plant wheat again for the second season, that'll be over 2,000 acres. We'll keep repeating this until the entire Golden Manor is cultivated. Clap. And he slapped his forehead and complained. Other people make big promises to their employees, but I'm here making promises to myself. I need to think of a way to make some quick money. Life without money was really tough. In just 3 days, his quality of life had dropped sharply. He was already down to eating plain bread made from coarse flour. If he waited for his first batch of income from his Bobo chicken and Giada duck projects, it would take another 2 months. No, I want fine flour. I want pearl rice. I must make money. No way I'm going back to the castle in defeat. I'm going to be the richest man. And he stood up, his eyes shining as he looked around the manor. Weeds, weeds, and more weeds. Oh no. And he collapsed helplessly. There was nothing but weeds. He couldn't possibly sell the golden peach trees behind the mountain. Wait. And he suddenly jumped up from the lounge chair. That little lake, no one's taken care of it for years. There must be some big fish in there. If I catch them, maybe I can make some money. He got excited at once. Lily, stop cooking. Let's go catch some fish. Huh. Young master, do you want to eat fish today? But we don't have money to buy any. Lily came out of the kitchen. Nonsense. And Yi's face turned red. Who said we're out of money? I have more than I can spend. Yes, yes, young master is very rich. So very rich, Lily said, rolling her eyes. If her master could pull out even 1 copper coin right now, she'd eat fish while standing on her head. Come on, let's go catch fish in the lake. And he grabbed Lily and ran toward the small lake. Oh, that's right. There's a lake in the manor. We can catch fish ourselves. Lily's eyes lit up at the thought of fresh fish, and she couldn't help but drool a little as she hurried after him. The manor's lake lay between two small hills, about 200 meters wide. It was formed by rainwater from the mountains, and the water wasn't deep. Since this used to be part of the old estate, there were still some broken wooden docks and even a small boat by the shore. And he had been here 3 days ago when he released some fish, so he was familiar with the place. Nearby stood a shabby wooden hut that once housed a fisherman's servant. He rummaged inside, found a fishing net, and jumped onto the small boat with excitement. Lily, come on. Let's catch some fish and make money. Humph. I have plenty of money, just no copper coins. So I want to sell some fish to get change and pay the farmers. Yes, that's it. Lily covered her mouth and giggled. All right, our handsome and wealthy young master. Hurry up and catch some fish. Don't end up with nothing. Humph, just watch me. And he looked at the fishing net in his hands and fell silent. So, can someone tell him how to use this thing? Ha, my noble young master. Maybe you should let your maid do the fishing, Lily said, as if she had expected this. Fine. You naughty little cat. You just want to see your master make a fool of himself, don't you? That's so disrespectful. I'll punish you. No small fish for 3 days. Then I'll eat big fish, Lily said, her mouth almost watering as she stared at the lake, eyes gleaming. Come on, throw the net. Why aren't you throwing it? And he urged, my dear young master, could you please be quiet? You've scared all the fish away. If I throw the net now, we won't catch anything. Lily sighed. Oh, all right. Then hurry up. And he sat quietly in the boat, trying to look calm and elegant. Lily held the fishing net and waited patiently. The fish that had been scared off by the boat slowly began to return. Suddenly, Lily swung the net. It opened like a fan, then spread out like a blooming flower, covering a wide area of the water. The net spread perfectly, leaving an speechless. Who knew casting a net could look so graceful and beautiful? Truly, his amazing cat-eared maid. So capable. Little did he know, this was a basic skill for the catfolk. They were trained from childhood, and even a 12-year-old catfolk could fish as well as an old fisherman with decades of experience. After all, their senses for fish were far sharper than any humans. Watching the net slowly sink, and Yi's eyes filled with excitement as he stood up. This catch should bring in a lot of big fish. Of course, I waited a long time for this moment. With this one net, everyone in the manor can eat for 5 days, Lily said proudly. As the fishing net slowly rose from the water, the fish inside were still leaping with all their strength. Their white bellies curved as their rosy red scales reflected layers of golden light. They thrashed against the net and the water with great energy. It's rose ice fish. And he exclaimed with joy. This fish was a favorite among noble ladies. The rose ice fish had incredibly tender meat with no fishy smell. Its body carried a light floral fragrance, and after eating it, one's body would also carry that scent for a short time. It was said that it even made the skin fairer and smoother, cool and soft to the touch. Because of this, noble ladies adored it and were willing to spend large sums to buy it. Never underestimate their spending power. We're rich. We're really rich. Haha, so much money. And he rubbed his hands excitedly, counting the rose ice fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, I can't even count them all. What he saw were not fish, but lively, jumping gold coins. Young master, these beautiful fish must be very valuable, Lily said, her eyes fixed on them. The rosy scales and white bellies looked so lovely. She had never seen such beautiful fish before. She imagined cleaning and slicing them, then adding her favorite cherry sauce. Her throat made a soft gulping sound. Valuable? Of course. For noble ladies, this fish is as precious as rare medicine is to old gentlemen. The older the buyer, the higher the price. And he said excitedly, looking at the fish being pulled onto the small boat. Then, well, Lily hesitated. She thought it would be a waste for her to eat such a rare fish. Ordinary ones were good enough for her. And he picked the biggest, fattest rose ice fish. Here, this will be our dinner tonight. The head is yours. Really? Lily hugged the fish, which was longer than her arm, and quickly gave the young master a light peck on the cheek. Thank you, young master. Her cheeks turned redder than the fish's scales. And he froze for a moment, then laughed and said, Oh, so you dare take advantage of me? Then tonight, you'll only get fish soup. Thank you, young master. Lily replied happily. Rose-ice fish are usually sold by the piece, not by weight, since their properties are quite similar once they reach maturity. The way to eat them is simple. After cleaning the fish, you don't need to add anything. Just boil it in clear water until the meat completely melts into the soup. When you drink it, your body quickly absorbs the nutrients, and within an hour, you'll feel refreshed and look years younger. Of course, and he wouldn't actually turn into a child after drinking it. He didn't plan to drink it that way anyway. He wasn't some noble lady worried about wrinkles. He wanted to enjoy the fish in a more refined way. Lily, this fish is big enough to make several dishes. For example, use the head to make soup. Don't add salt or spicy seasonings. Use sweet flour brew instead, so the rose fragrance of the fish can fully come out. As for the skin, we'll make a cold dish. First, boil it briefly, then dip it in cold water, then back into hot water again. When the skin changes from light pink to a deep rose color like its scales, mix it with chilled apple vinegar. For the belly part, we'll make sashimi and serve it with fruit sauces. Remember to slice it very thin, almost transparent. You can spread a little fruit sauce on some slices and roll them up. It tastes even better that way. As for the rest, do whatever you think works. Steam it, braise it, or boil it. With such a big fish, we can make plenty of dishes. Lily carefully wrote everything down, smiling with bright eyes. Yes, young master, leave it to me. Good. I'll see how you do tonight. If you do well, I'll reward you with. And he paused, unsure what to offer. What will you reward your little maid with, young master? Lily asked playfully, bowing slightly with her hands behind her back. Humph, you haven't finished cooking yet. Make the rose-ice fish first, then come for your reward. Anise said, walking out of the kitchen with his hands behind his back. Then I'll be waiting. Lily giggled. Anise left the kitchen and found Alec, who was supervising the beastmen workers. Young master, is there something you need from me? Alec asked politely, as always. I just caught quite a few rose-ice fish from the small lake. Rose-ice fish. Alec's usually calm face showed a hint of surprise. Yes, I plan to ask you to come with me to the castle and bring the goods to my mother. Then she can help me sell them to the noble ladies, Anise said. The rose-ice fish was valuable not only because older noble ladies paid more for it, but also because the higher their status, the higher the price. Ordinary noble ladies, even if they wanted it badly, could never compete with the wealth of the grand ladies. As for how to make the deal, of course, he would rely on his noble mother, Lady Sylvia Mitchell, the most respected lady in the Bobofo territory. The best way to promote it was simple. His mother only needed to host a banquet and serve a few plates of rose-ice fish slices. Naturally, the noble ladies would start asking about it eagerly. Yes, young master, I will set out right away. Good. I've also prepared 6 boxes with the finest rose-ice fish, each engraved with my mother's and sister's names. Please deliver them as well. Thinking of his mother and sisters, and he couldn't help but feel a bit homesick. Humph, it was all that stingy father's fault. He only wanted to move to the manor, but not only did his father refuse to help, he even forbade his siblings and mother from visiting him. How unfair. Yes, young master, Alec replied, bowing politely before leaving for the cabin. With nothing else to do, Anise sat on the swing under the old tree by the field, watching his half-beast workers and farmers at work. So this is what it feels like to watch others work for you. How relaxing. Perhaps because of his presence, the half-beasts and farmers seemed tense and worked even harder. And he could even imagine that if he told them to stop and rest, they would probably kneel down in fear, thinking he no longer wanted them and planned to sell them back to the market. After all, before selling slaves, most masters would let them rest and eat well for a few days so they would look healthier and fetch a better price. So, letting them rest wouldn't make them happy, it would only make them afraid. For these people, meeting a kind master was the greatest of luck in their lives. After sitting for a while, Annie grew bored of the dust and noise around him and decided to head back. After the master left, the group of half-beasts and farmers finally relaxed, though their faces still showed worry. Do you think the young master didn't say anything because he's unhappy with us? The way he stayed silent was scary. I'm afraid he might sell us. I've only just started eating full meals. Even before, when I was sold, the other masters only let me eat half enough. I don't think so. The young master is kind. As long as we work hard, he won't sell us. I'm still worried. If I get sold again, I might never meet someone as good as the young master. Stop overthinking. Let's just do our work. The young master said we can stop working at 6, but that feels too early. How about we work until 10 instead? 7 hours of sleep a day is already plenty. You're right. If we work harder, the young master will surely keep us. Yes, we must work harder. If we get sold again, we'll go hungry. My last master was like that. Even though I ate very little, he still said I ate too much and sold me. The young master is already my 5th master. Enough talking, let's get to work. Today I'll clear 2 acres of land in one go. I won't let the young master think I'm wasting food. Moo, let's work. And as a trainee swordsman, his hearing was sharp. He really hadn't said anything just now. He wasn't forcing them to work. As for stopping at 10, well, if that's what they wanted, so be it. If they didn't have work to do, they'd probably just worry all day about being sold again. Ah, poor little bulls. After returning from the fields, and lay down, excited to see how many gold coins he would get this time. He couldn't wait to check his pocket. 1,000, 3,000, or even more. Thinking about it, he drifted off to sleep. He was woken by Alec. But after hearing what Alec said, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Young master, the Lord has taken all your rose ice fish. Only your mother secretly gave me 100 gold coins. I hid them in my boot and brought them back for you, Alec said respectfully. And he lay quietly on the rocking chair, staring blankly at the sky. A soul lacking the nourishment of wealth was slowly fading away. Old man. And he suddenly jumped up. I'll never forgive you. If I don't take revenge, I'll call myself your son. Alec. And angrily grabbed the bag filled with gold coins. Humph. Do you think this will make me give up? I still have the rose ice fish. This time, Alec will secretly sell it. He poured the gold coins into a wooden basin filled with clean water. Alec, come wash the coins. And don't forget to add some jasmine essence. Alec was speechless. He really wanted to say that his feet didn't smell at all. In the end, he helplessly walked to the basin and carefully cleaned the coins. He knew his young master liked to sleep with them at night. He truly couldn't understand why his master loved gold so much. This is so delicious. After 3 days of hardship, I finally feel alive again. And he was so moved by the taste of the rose ice fish that he almost cried. Such fine food hadn't appeared on his table since he left the castle. 5 whole days. It had been 5 days. How many sets of 5 days does one have in a lifetime? As a trainee swordsman, he had quite an appetite. He ate nearly half of the rose ice fish by himself. All right, if you can't finish the rest, mix it with some water and cook it into a stew. Send it to the half-beasts and the farmers. Yes, young master. You're the kindest noble I've ever met. I just don't eat leftovers, especially not overnight ones. It just feels wasteful to throw them away, and he said proudly. Yes, then I'll go cook the rest, Lily said with a playful smile. She, too, had eaten well today. Go on, and he waved his hand. After eating, he went out for his usual walk. Enjoying the night sky and scenery was one of his favorite things. The stars in this world were breathtaking. Several uneven rivers of light crossed the heavens, surrounded by countless clusters of stars in all shapes and sizes, shining brilliantly. The sky did not have just one moon, but 3, shining together. Because of that, even at night, the cool moonlight made everything bright. And he walked along the small path. In some of the unharvested fields, fireflies glowed among the tall grass. He suddenly thought, these lands don't all need to be used for growing wheat and other crops. We could also turn some of them into flower fields, windmill daisies, roses, golden sunflowers, silver moon orchids, and more. After all, a manor should look beautiful. And he began to picture where the flower fields would be. He thought the area at the foot of the mountains would be perfect. A lawn of land could be cleared between the farmland and the mountain base, forming a long flower field. This long field could be divided into sections, each planted with different flowers. The flowers would not only be for viewing, but could also be used to make flower tea, floral wine, and other products. A large farm manor should have many sources of income. When the farmers start working the land, I'll have them leave about 500 meters wide for the future flower fields. And he looked into the distance and estimated that the flower field, curving around the 2 mountains, could stretch 8 or 9 kilometers. With 500 meters for each type, More than a dozen kinds of flowers could be planted. Outside the flower fields, we can leave another 200 meters for grassland. The manor guards can practice riding, training, and sparring there. We can even build some stone platforms for that. In his mind, he could already see the picture of his future manor. He was sure this would become the most beautiful and prosperous land in the Popov territory. Between the flower fields and the grassland, I'll make a small river about 10 meters wide. The paths leading to each garden can have different kinds of bridges, stone arches, covered bridges, vine bridges, and even tree bridges. TSK, since I'll be living here for the rest of my life, it has to be beautiful. But when he thought about how big the project was, his smile faded. Even just building a 10-meter-high stone wall around the manor would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. My manor. There's still a long way to go. 10 days passed quickly. During that time, he played with Lily, went fishing, caught shrimp and crickets, chased chickens and rabbits in the back mountain, and even found bird nests. Except for the food and lodging, which were not as good as in the castle, everything else was quite enjoyable. Of course, he also practiced his battle energy a little. At this moment, he was squatting in front of the wooden house beside a newly dug pond. The pond was not large, about 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The water was clear, and the bottom was covered with pebbles and water plants. Inside the pond were many rare rose ice fish. Most of the mature rose ice fish from the back mountain lake had been moved here. There might still be a few left in the lake, but not many. In front of him, there were more than 100 rose ice fish swimming in the pond. He planned to have Alex sell them in batches, only 10 at a time. Even if he sold just 10, each fish could easily fetch 10 gold coins. He had also gathered information about the banquets of noble ladies in town. He planned to sell the fish the day before those events, ensuring they would sell out quickly. As for the risk of greedy nobles trying to take them by force, he wasn't worried. Alec was a certified swordsman. No one would dare to cross him. In town, aside from his mother, the most powerful noble ladies were the wives of other swordsmen. None of them would dare to seize goods from a swordsman. Actually, sending Alec to sell fish was a bit beneath his status. A trainee swordsman would have been enough, but unfortunately, he had no one else to send. So Alec, loyal and disciplined as always, had to take on the humble task of selling fish. Once the rose ice fish are sold, he thought, Alec shouldn't bring the gold coins back. He should exchange them directly for farmers and half-beasts. The next few batches of fish can be traded for orchard workers and fishermen to take care of the golden peach trees and the small lake. As for the other mountain, he had already inspected it. It didn't grow fruit trees, but a type of building timber, red iron pine. These trees took 20 years to mature. Judging by their age, they were already about 18 years old. In just over a year, they would be ready for harvest, and the money from selling the wood would be enough to build the surrounding walls. He then called for Alec again. Loyal, hardworking, and disciplined as always, Alec came at once. Alec, last time I asked you to find out about the banquets held by the noble ladies in town. Tomorrow, the lady of a formal knight's family is hosting one. Get the guest list, take 10 rose ice fish into town, visit the ladies on the list, and tell them about the fish. Then wait at the arranged place. When the time comes and the fish are sold, go to the market. This time, exchange the gold coins for goods brought back by the farmers. Besides that, go to old Koro's house and bring back his third son. Little Koro is already a 5-star apprentice swordsman, so he can help you manage the servants and handle the fish sales. You can focus on your training and protecting the estate. Oh, and buy 2 more maids. They don't need to be young or beautiful, just able to cook, wash, and keep the house tidy. That's all. Be quick about it. Yes, my young master. Alec left the estate, taking the 10 rose ice fish with him. As he turned around, he saw Lily, his cat-eared maid, looking upset, her eyes filled with tears. My little cat-eared maid, what's wrong? Did someone upset you? Tell me, and I'll make sure they're taught a lesson. He said gently, Master, are you going to abandon me? Lily looked up, her big eyes shimmering with tears. How could I ever abandon my little cat-eared maid? He smiled, immediately understanding what was going on. Then why is Master buying new maids? Am I not doing well enough? Lily asked stubbornly. Silly girl, didn't I say I'd make you the head maid? I don't want to be the head maid. I just want to take good care of you, Master. You're always so busy cooking, cleaning, and doing laundry. When would you even have time to look after me, And he lightly tapped her head. All right, no more crying. If you keep crying, I won't take you out to play. Really? Of course. Hee. Thank you, master. Now is dinner ready? How dare you leave the kitchen before finishing? Go make dinner for your master. All right, I'm going. And he watched the busy cat-eared girl and shook his head. She really was a handful, so young, yet already learning to be jealous. It seemed he couldn't spoil his little maid too much. She would need proper guidance in the future. When he arrived at the fields, a large area of wasteland had already been cultivated. Originally, the plan was to clear only 200 acres in 10 days, but now 400 acres had been opened up. At this rate, by the time planting season arrived in a month, they would have 1,200 acres ready. And he thought for a moment. 1,200 acres would be far too much for just 5 farming families to handle. But how many more would be needed? He wasn't sure. Never mind, he said to himself. Alec will know. I'll let him handle the hiring. After all, his job was simply to enjoy life. The servants managed the estate's work. Once he brought young Kolo here, he would have a proper steward. Kolo had been personally trained by old Kolo, the chief steward of the entire Popov territory. With that kind of experience, managing a single estate would be no problem at all. And he looked forward to Kolo's arrival. With him around, there would be much less to worry about. He gazed at the newly cultivated land. As long as the land was cleared, there would always be crops to plant. The only real concern was not having enough land, never a lack of people to work it. Walking leisurely along the small path left by the farmers, and he admired his fields and the hard-working beast folk and farmers who toiled for his comfortable life. Just looking at them every day lifted his spirits. It even made his meals taste better. In the fields, not only the farmers, but also their children were busy. They gathered fresh grass, tied it into bundles, and carried it to the pig pens built with wooden fences. These were for the Lolo pigs. The pig pens were not close to the fields. To keep things quiet for an E, the farmers had thoughtfully built them 500 meters east of the wooden house. The farmers' homes were also to the east, about 300 meters away. Most of the newly cultivated land was in that direction too. Every time an E came to visit, he had to walk about 300 meters to reach the fields. The reason an E hadn't cultivated the land near the gate was that he planned to plant rich mulberry trees there in the future. They would block the dust and noise during harvest time, provide shade in the summer, and also bring in extra income. The rich mulberry tree stayed green all year round and was a high-quality variety. Silkworms fed with its leaves produced excellent silk. The area planned for these trees was quite large, 600 meters wide and 3 kilometers long from the small wooden house to the manor gate. Such a big area could already be called a mulberry forest. Once the wheat is planted, the half-orcs can keep clearing land, and the farmers can help plant the mulberry trees, and he thought. But when he imagined such a large forest, he couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. The saplings alone would cost a lot. Suddenly, he realized how poor he still was. The money from selling the rose-ice fish wasn't even enough to make a difference. All the wonderful plans in his mind could only stay as daydreams without gold coins. My little Bobo chickens and Giada ducks, please grow up quickly. Your masters are counting on you. As he strolled along, and he arrived at the pig pen. Good day, young master. A small boy carrying fresh grass stammered nervously. And he tried to remember the boy's name, but couldn't. He rarely bothered to think about such things. Haha, little one, are you tired? Not at all. I eat well every day, and I'm strong. The boy, little Ashu, said proudly, straightening his back to show off his muscles. And he smiled and shook his head. The bundle of grass on the boy's back was taller than him and twice as thick as his waist. If you get tired, take a rest. Working too hard at your age might stop you from growing tall. No, young master. As long as I eat well, I'll grow tall and strong. The more I work, the stronger I'll get. Then I can plant even more land for you. What a hard-working boy, and he said with a smile. Here, take some candy as a reward. Little Ashu swallowed hard. Mother said I can't take anything from the young master. Everything here belongs to you, and without your permission, I can't take anything. You clever little one, and he said, flicking his forehead gently. Take it. This candy is a reward from your young master. Thank you, young master. Little Ashu is very happy. She puts down the fresh grass and runs excitedly. Mother, look, The young master rewarded me with lots of candies. He even praised me as a hard-working little Ashu. Outside the small yard, Ashu's mother, who was washing vegetables, had already noticed her child interacting with the young master. She was so nervous, she almost lost her breath. When she saw everything was fine, she felt relieved. "You're such a fool. The young master gives you something, and you want it? Such fancy candies are not for you to eat. If I sold you, I couldn't even buy this handful of candies. You little brat. You're so annoying. But, mother, you said I can't take things without the young master's permission. But this is from the young master. Why can't I take it?" Little Ashu asked, confused. Ashu's mother suddenly choked on her words and angrily pinched her daughter's ear. "Take out the candies. I'll hold on to them for you. When you grow up, I'll find you a wife." "Oh, mother, I don't want a wife. I want to eat candies. The young master gave me these. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat." Ashu's mother looked at the candies wrapped in gold paper, her heart trembling. Such things, she thought, she wouldn't even see in her lifetime. She really wanted to run over and return them to the young master. But seeing the water-stained and vegetable leaf-covered paper, she suddenly felt guilty. She thought, this is something the young master already gave away. If she took it back, it would be disrespectful to him. So, Ashu's mother had no choice but to swallow her feelings and accept it. Looking at her son with a disappointed expression, she muttered, "I really don't know how I gave birth to such a foolish boy." She carefully wiped her hands, then took the candies back to the house. She wrapped them in the cleanest cloth she had. She had said before that these candies could help her find a wife, and she wasn't joking. These high-quality candies, only noble lords could taste such expensive treats. Not just one, but even 2 pieces could be exchanged for a strong, broad-hipped wife from the slums for her son. In others' eyes, this not only showed wealth, but also meant their family had caught the attention of the noble lord. Thinking of this, Ashu's mother felt much better. She looked at the 13 candies, each as big as an apricot, and sighed with admiration for the young master's kindness and generosity. After some thought, she took 1 candy out. The remaining 12 candies were paired up, wrapped carefully, and stored in a small wooden box. Inside this box were the family's most precious items. Over 100 copper coins, a tiny pair of ancestral silver earrings, and a dull-colored small pearl. Now, there are 12 candies wrapped in gold paper. Ashu's mother unwrapped one of the candies. A wonderful smell of fruit and milk filled the air. She promised herself she had never smelled anything so nice in her life. She put the gold paper she just unwrapped into a small wooden box, locked it, then placed the box into a basket and hung it on the ceiling beam. When she opened the door, she saw little Ashu peeking inside from the. "Mom, where are my candies? I want to eat them," little Ashu pouted. "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat," Ashu's mother scolded. She went to the kitchen, took a knife, and cut the candies into 3 pieces. "Here, eat it. You little greedy kid." She gave the smallest piece to Ashu, then wrapped the other 2 in small cloths. "This big piece is for your dad. The small one is for your sister." "Why is mine the smallest?" Little Ashu immediately looked unhappy. "Because I am your mother. If you want to eat, eat. If not, give it back to me." She reached out to take it. Little Ashu quickly put the candy in his mouth and ran away with the 2 cloth-wrapped pieces. "Don't lose the cloth. If you lose it, don't come back for dinner tonight," Ashu's mother shouted from the door. "Got it, got it." Little Ashu squinted, feeling the candy melting in his mouth, with a strong milk flavor and a mysterious fruit scent. "Hee hee, so tasty." He ran to his father. Little Ashu quickly handed over the small cloth bundle. "Dad, here, have a look." Ashu was surprised. "It's so small and wrapped in such nice cloth. Is there something good inside?" "Hee hee, just open it and see," Little Ashu said with a mysterious smile. "All right, I want to see what's inside," Ashu said, wiping his hands. He opened the bundle and immediately looked shocked. His face darkened instantly. He grabbed a stick and was about to scold. "Where did this come from? Did you steal it from the young master? I've told you many times, you're not allowed to take the young master's things. Why are you so disobedient?" He was so angry his face turned red, and he raised the stick. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much." Little Ashu covered his bottom and jumped around, crying out in pain. But he still had candy in his mouth, so he could only make muffled sounds. Seeing his father still raising the stick, he hurriedly said, "I didn't steal it. The young master gave it to me as a reward." Arshan immediately stopped, looking suspicious. "Really? Young master will give you this thing?" "Of course. You can ask the young master. Mother saw it too. He gave me lots of candies." Arshan was surprised. He quickly covered little Arshan's mouth and warned seriously, "Remember, you can't tell anyone outside about this, and don't tell your friends, understand?" "Why?" Little Arshan asked, confused. "There's no need for so many reasons. Just remember, okay? Okay, I understand. I won't tell anyone." Seeing his father's stern face, little Arshan nodded and shrank back. "Is the other cloth bag in your hand for your sister?" "Yes. Mother asked me to give her a piece. Take both pieces home. Let your mother soak them in water and make some sweet tea. Don't let your sister know about the candies." "Huh? Okay. I'll go tell mother." Watching little Arshan leave, Arshan felt both worried and happy. He finally shook his head and went back to work. At this moment, an outside the low pig pen didn't know that a handful of candies had caused such a fuss. "Eat more, little pig. Grow bigger and stronger, so you can help the farm in the future. Eat up," an said as he carried 2 bundles of fresh grass and threw them in, happily watching the piglets scramble to eat. On his way back from the pig pen, passing through the newly plowed fields, the faint smell of earth mixed with spring flowers created a natural, unique scent. Suddenly, a hurried cowherd ran over. "Young master, young master, 2 adults are looking for you." "Looking for me?" And he wondered, could it be family coming to visit? But probably not. His lazy father was still arguing with him, waiting for him to leave quickly. His older siblings wouldn't come to such a remote place. Who would come here? "Okay, I understand." And he wasn't in a rush to go back. He strolled leisurely back to the wooden house and was surprised to find that it wasn't his older brother or sister, but it was someone he knew. "Hello, young master and we meet again. Why are you here again? Have you finished your investigation?" That's still in progress. Haha. By the way, we've brought you some gold coins this time." The 2 visitors were Jessica and Linda, and he didn't expect to find some extra money. Even if it wasn't much, there were 100 gold coins. "Haha. Thank you, Mr. Jessica and Miss Linda. Tonight, I will have my servants prepare a hearty dinner to entertain you," and he said without hesitation, accepting a bag of gold coins. Free money is not to be refused. "All right, then thank you for your hospitality, Mr. and Linda said kindly, smiling like a caring older sister. And he was surprised. He thought it was just politeness. Why did they really want to stay for dinner? In the end, he could only ask Lily to prepare some simple food. It wouldn't be a luxurious meal. He also asked Lily to prepare a meal that was a few levels below their usual standards. Dinner was at 6 o'clock because an was worried they might stay overnight. He wasn't used to sleeping with the kingdom's inspector. Of course, probably only a few people in the entire island kingdom liked sleeping with inspectors. "Haha, sorry. There's not much in the manor right now, so I can only offer these," and said, sitting at the main seat and starting to eat gracefully. The 3 sat at a long table. Although 2 more people were eating today, and didn't prepare anything special, the meal was quite simple. In the past, at the castle, dinner was served on an 8-meter-long table with 2 rows of dishes. Since moving to the manor, Lily cooked less, only about 1/10 of the previous amount. Still, it was more luxurious than tonight's meal. Usually, he would serve such dishes to guests he didn't know well. Otherwise, some unimportant people might be shameless enough to ask for food repeatedly, since his ingredients contained gentle fighting energy. Now, although Jessica and Linda weren't the type to ask for free food, and he still used simple ingredients to make a simple meal. There wasn't much normal meat available, so he reluctantly brought out 2 pieces of beef infused with fighting energy. In front of each person, there was a large plate with simple dishes. 1 piece of white bread, a bowl of sweet flour wine diluted with water, a few slices of fresh tomato and fruit, a small pan-fried beef steak about half a palm in size, and some vegetables with sweet sauce. Linda and Jessica, their mouths twitching, had never met the young son of Baron Popov before. However, they had heard rumors that he was extremely wealthy, obsessed with money, and loved good food. Even a simple meal for ordinary people would not be as lavish as the tables he set with all kinds of delicacies. How is that possible? These fresh fruits and vegetables, and this steak from the fragrant cow. Ordinary folks can't enjoy such good food even during the new year, Linda said as she tasted the delicious meal and praised, Mr. Ani's chef is really talented. Although Ani didn't like to think too much, he knew that their sudden decision to stay for dinner meant they had no good intentions. Anyway, if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't ask. Humph. Oh, Carrot, oh, I'm glad you don't mind. Hurry up and eat. After finishing, you can go back in time. It's better not to stay out after dark, in case you encounter monsters, Ani said straightforwardly, with a tone of urging. His father was a 9-star great swordsman, his mother a 9-star apprentice mage, his older sister a sword master, and he. Well, forget it. His family was very powerful. Humph. Oh, Carrot. Oh. He wasn't afraid to offend the 2 district-level inspectors, even if they were official swordsmen. Anyway, this is his farm. Even if his parents come, he won't give them face. Humph. Oh, Carrot. Oh, Linda and Jessica suddenly felt a bit awkward. They looked at each other and gave up on their original plan to stay here. After exchanging glances, Jessica finally gave in and cleared her throat. Mr. Ani, are you interested in becoming a royal inspector? No interest, Ani replied decisively. He finally understood their purpose. He was just joking. He was full and a bit silly. Why would a big landowner want to be a patrol officer running around like a mule, being bossed around? Actually, joining the royal inspection team has many benefits. Mr. Ani, you might want to consider it, Jessica said confidently, thinking he might be interested. What's so good about it? Jessica thought the other person was tempted and confidently explained. There are many benefits, such as receiving direct guidance from a great swordsman for training, access to the royal secret vault, where you can choose various energy techniques, and dazzling sword skills. You can even enter the energy tower to train, where a day's training inside equals 10 days outside. If Mr. Ani works hard, he will surely become a respected great swordsman in the future. Oh, but I don't want to become a great swordsman, Ani said calmly. Jessica immediately stiffened. She wondered if she had heard wrong. There are people who don't want to become great swordsmen? Suddenly, Jessica felt a bit angry. The things she had spent her life pursuing were being ignored. She felt this was a disrespect to her and to everyone who followed the sword path. She wanted to scold this naive young man. But then, her jaw dropped. She had never heard such absurd and foolish words before. Are there any other benefits? For example, a monthly living allowance of 10,000 gold coins? Linda and Jessica widened their eyes in shock. Or, for example, having at least 8 dishes and 2 soups every day, made from ingredients rich in energy? Linda and Jessica looked at him as if they saw a ghost. Or, having top-quality cat-eared maids to serve, dress, eat, warm the bed, and wash your feet? Their eyes were blank and dull. Oh, none of that? Then I might as well become a royal inspector. What is there for me to stay for? Teach that's. Jessica blushed, then suddenly brightened her eyes. She looked serious and even scolded him. Dear Mr. Ani, I strongly disagree with your words. If everyone lived like you, indulging in luxury, how could the kingdom be peaceful? How could the common people be safe? Becoming a royal inspector is a noble thing. We should contribute to the kingdom, not hold it back. Clap. Well said. Ani clapped enthusiastically. Then, may I ask, Mr. Jessica, is it that my father, Victor Popov, the Baron, hasn't contributed enough to expand the kingdom? Or my mother, Sylvia Mitchell, who once served as a mentor at the Magic Academy and taught hundreds of magicians, hasn't contributed enough? Or my 2 brothers, who fought for 5 years to defend against orcs? Or my eldest sister, who led the Golden Eagle Knights' 13th Regiment to kill a great swordsman orc leader and recaptured 3 towns? Are these contributions not enough to protect me, their beloved little brother, the most favored son, so I can live without worries for life? Jessica suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, looking terrified at the calm young man sitting confidently in the main seat, slowly eating a tomato. No, that's not what I mean. Oh, then, Mr. Jessica, what do you think your passionate speech just now was about? Jessica's forehead was covered in sweat. I was just. Linda also broke out in a cold sweat and quickly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Ani, actually Jessica was just impressed by your excellence and wanted to help the kingdom find talented people. If you're not interested, that's fine. Yes, exactly. Jessica hurriedly nodded. Oh, that's a pity. Mr. Jessica might not have good judgment. I am only 15 years old and just a one-star trainee swordsman. Haha. Jessica awkwardly cut a large piece of steak and shoved it into his mouth. Linda stood up. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Mr. Ani. I suddenly remember I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Since the inspector has other matters, I won't keep you too. Linda and Jessica hurriedly left. Until they left the estate, Linda turned around, angry. Jessica, you were too hasty just now. We were just casually asking if the other person was interested or not. But how could you say such things? It's blatant coercion. Do you know, if those words get out, the noble families who just recently settled the beast men will cause a big stir. Jessica was speechless, recalling what just happened, and felt a deep sense of fear. All right, I will report everything truthfully. Let's go. Linda left coldly. She couldn't imagine that the achievements of 2 generations, expanding territory, reclaiming lost land, nurturing talent, killing enemies, would still not be enough to ensure a worry-free life for a 15-year-old child, especially if forced into dangerous roles like inspector. If this got out, it would cause chaos among the nobles. At this moment, she suddenly felt relieved that Ani hadn't become an inspector. Looking at Jessica beside her, she thought it was necessary to find a new partner. Ani watched the two leave, but his mind was stirred with many thoughts. Could it be that someone is watching our family? Otherwise, why would I let myself join the kingdom inspection team? No matter what, someone is definitely watching them unfavorably. I must find a way to help my father break through to become a 9-star great swordsman quickly. Only then can he live a more stable life. But what method can I use to help my father reach the swordsman level? Right now, my divine farm system still rewards me with dragons when I sign in. I've already signed in for 15 adult red dragons, but I haven't received any rare treasures or magical medicines to improve my strength. Wait a minute. Ian slams the table. A dragon itself is a treasure. Ian's eyes suddenly brighten. If I take a few drops of dragon blood to help my father break through, it should be fine. Maybe he could even become a dragon blood swordsman. As for where the dragon blood comes from, that big dragon was passing by my estate, got injured, and dropped a few drops of blood here. I picked it up, so it's very reasonable. Just a few drops of dragon blood are not enough to attract others' suspicion of a swordsman. In the swordsman realm, many hereditary counts in the kingdom are only at this level. Ian asks Lily to tidy things up. Remember to prepare a hearty supper tonight. Yes, young master. Back in his upstairs room, Ian suddenly disappears. This is a new ability he discovered. He can enter a white space where his dragons exist. Only he can access this white space. Inside, there's nothing but dragons, most of which are sleeping. He wakes a dragon. Red one, give me a few drops of dragon blood. Just a few. That's enough? Ian is too lazy to name these dragons that increase in number every day, so he simply names them in order of appearance. Of course, he can't tell which dragon is which, since they all look similar to him. But inside the white space, these red dragons are lined up in a row. 100-meter-long red dragon opens its eyes, claws at its belly, making a small cut. Blood flows out instantly, gathering into 3 drops about the size of a chicken egg. Master, is this enough? Yes, that's enough. You can go back to sleep now. Easily took out a silver steel bottle, filled it with 3 drops of dragon blood, and sealed the bottle securely. In a flash, he returned to his room. Tomorrow, I will go back to the castle and give these 3 drops of dragon blood to my father. I hope he can break through to the swordmaster level, so I can peacefully run my farm. Easily stored the silver steel bottle in a copper box. Tomorrow, he would take this box and head back to the castle. Young master, Lord Alec has returned, Lily announced at the door. Yes, I know, Easily said with a happy look in his eyes. He didn't know how many gold coins Alec had earned this time, or how many farmers and his 2 new maids he had gained. As for the maids, he didn't have high expectations, just ordinary girls under 20. Coming down from upstairs, on the flat ground outside the wooden building, a group of nervous people was already gathered. Greetings, young master. Wishing you good health. Your servants are ready to serve you at any time. The group lowered their heads, nervously facing their new master. Easily walked around a bit, feeling somewhat satisfied. These servants had clearly been dressed in clean cloth robes by Alec and bathed at the hot spring mountain villa. There were 15 farming families here, most with wives and at least 2 children. Two human maids, around 17 or 18 years old, looked decent. Nothing special, but at least they were pleasing to look at. Besides them, there was little Koro. Seeing the young master look over, little Koro quickly smiled and bowed. "Good evening, young master." "Not bad, little Koro. From now on, you will follow me." "That's my honor, young master." Easily, little Koro said with a somewhat sly smile. "How many stars does your apprentice swordsman level have now, young master?" "I am now a 6-star apprentice swordsman." "Good. It seems you've broken through again. Did Alec tell you about the rose ice fish?" "Young master, Lord Alec already explained everything to your servant on the way here," little Koro replied humbly, calling him young master repeatedly. Easily thought to himself, it's a shame he didn't become a. "All right, from now on, the management of the estate's daily affairs will be up to you. First, take these farmers away and let them stay in other farmers with sheds. Young master, your servant will definitely complete your task beautifully." Easy. He was a bit annoyed and wanted to give this overly flattering guy a couple of punches. He quickly waved his hand. "Go now, don't disturb my peace." Little Kororo bowed politely and backed away. "Young master, your servant will leave now," finally free from the annoying voice, and he looked at the two maids. "Lily, from now on, you will take care of these two. Help them learn how to do chores and cook. Start by teaching them how to boil water and cut vegetables." "Yes, young master." "Lily will train them well," Lily said playfully, imitating little Kororo's tone. "Go quickly, don't come back and bother me." Okay. Lily led the two nervous maids back to the kitchen, and turned to Alec. "Alec, tomorrow come with me to the castle." "Yes, young master," Alec replied calmly. Back in his room, he usually went to bed late, around 10 o'clock. So at 9, he would eat some delicious food to satisfy his stomach. Tonight's late-night snack wasn't just simple snacks, but a variety of tasty dishes. After all, the small meal at 6 couldn't fill the stomach of a novice swordsman. After eating for a while, suddenly there was a burst of fire outside. There were chaotic shouts, and he frowned. What was happening outside? Suddenly, the main door was thrown open. "Young master, a beastman has entered the estate," Alex said seriously. "Beastman?" And he put down his utensils. "Did any farmers or half-beasts get hurt?" "Yes, young master. Several farmers were injured, and a young girl from one family was kidnapped. She might already be food for that beast," Alex said with cold, killing intent in his eyes. "All right, I understand. How strong is that beast?" "Only at the level of an ordinary novice swordsman. Little Kororo has already taken some farmers and a minotaur to chase after it," and he simply nodded. He had no intention of going out for such a dangerous situation. Although he cared for his servants, he wouldn't risk his life for them. That kind of story only appeared in anime or manga from his previous life. "Lily, go and comfort those people, and check who is injured. Give them 300 copper coins, and allow them to rest for a day. As for the child who was lost, give 10 silver coins and bring 2 pounds of pork over." "Young master, 10 silver coins and 2 pounds of pork are too much. The children of these farmers are not worth that much," Lily said. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" Seeing the cold look in the young master's eyes, Lily suddenly knelt in fear. "Young master, I was wrong." And he looked away and patted Lily's head. "All right, just listen to me in the future, okay?" Yes, Lily will do that. Go ahead, and remember to give it to them privately." Lily remembered and assured, "Young master, don't worry, I will deliver it." She wiped her eyes, stood up, saluted, and stepped back. And he leaned on the chair. "Alec, remember to ask Xiao Koro to check that beastman. Was it a stray, or was someone deliberately bringing it in?" "Yes, young master." And he didn't interfere much with what was happening in the manor. Alex stayed at the door of the bedroom, while he lay in bed, sleeping soundly. When he woke up, he heard that Xiao Koro had killed a beastman, a rogue tiger beastman. His head was hung at the gate of the manor. Alec had already prepared the carriage, and he took the copper box and headed back to the castle. The Golden Mountain Manor was not far from the castle, only about 30 kilometers. In front of the castle was a town. This town was now the only town in the Babo territory. Thanks to effective governance over the past year, it had regained some of its prosperity before the war. Because the Babo territory had just experienced war, a large area of land was vacant. Many poor people from other places moved here, becoming commoners with houses and land. Everything was developing prosperously. 2 hours later, E arrived at the town. The surrounding civilians saw the badge on the carriage and immediately bowed and stepped back. Look, isn't that the family crest of the Baron? Inside, sitting there, must be the Baron's family. But how did this carriage come from that direction? I remember that the family of Lord Baron all live in the castle. You forgot, half a month ago, the little Demon King and Lord Baron had a disagreement and moved to an abandoned estate. Is that true? I didn't know about this. You, a commoner, only know how to farm every day. What do you know? Never mind, I won't tell you anymore. I will lower my wisdom, which the goddess of wisdom granted me. Is the young master back? I knew it. I said the young master is as noble as gold and as precious as a gem. How could he tolerate living in that estate? Now Lord Baron must be very happy. That estate is his most treasured possession. Yes, because he has only one child. Rumor has it that when the little Demon King was born, a dragon flew to the mountain top and roared loudly, scaring away the orc army. Lord Baron then escaped danger and broke through to become a great swordsman. Oh, who believes such rumors? That noble lord was born without any auspicious signs. I even heard about divine blessings. Do you believe that? Hee, I don't believe it at all, unless it's the royal family or the 8 founding dukes, who truly have noble blood. The others were just commoners before. My goodness, how dare you say such things? Don't you want to live? How dare you criticize the noble elders? Humph, what's so great about that? I will also be a noble lord someday. My son has the talent to become a great swordsman. On both sides of the street, people were talking loudly, some respectful, some admiring, some hopeful, some fearful, some jealous, some dismissive. And he didn't care at all. He just enjoyed watching those jealous of him, but unable to defeat him. There's a saying, these commoners are not mistaken. The little Demon King. He truly is the little Demon King of the Bobo family. That's why he's very cunning. Alik, and Yi's lazy voice sounded. Subordinate here. Those people, I think they're living quite freely. Life needs some hardships. Otherwise, how can they become superior? If they don't fall into dust, how can they shine like stars? Let's give them some setbacks, let them train a bit. First, let them go hungry for a while. There is also that son who has the potential to become a great swordsman. I think he shouldn't pursue being a swordsman right now. Recently, our territory needs many workers. These workers don't need to risk their lives or burn their youth. They just need to contribute to building the land. Life is incomplete without effort. The brick kiln factory is really short of people. I also think his father isn't very wealthy, so I plan to arrange for him to work an 18-hour night shift. Alec's mouth twitched. Yes, young master, and he smirked. His little Demon King is definitely not called that for nothing. A few boastful commoners didn't realize they were being noticed by important people. They wanted to be thrown into the alchemy furnace to see what would happen. Who knows if gold would be produced from the sand? The carriage stopped in front of the castle gate, and he got out of the carriage. Young master and E. Young master and E. 2 guards saluted at the gate. Is my father at home? Young master, the Baron went to visit Baron Weber. Okay, I understand. And he entered the castle. His father wasn't there, and his mother was probably not home either. His mother always wanted to open her own magic school. Although they now had a territory and the magic school was under construction, there were no teachers yet. This was a big problem. So, his mother was looking for some old friends she used to know, hoping to invite them to be teachers. But the Popov territory was a remote place, and it was a small magic school run by a 9-star apprentice mage. How could any mage come here to teach? Those mages were even more proud than noble lords. To them, Popov territory was no different from a poor, remote village. And he shook his head helplessly. His parents worked so hard. Inside the castle, most family members were not home. Those attending school or working in official positions were usually away. Usually, only he and his parents stayed in the territory. His mother was only at the castle for about 2 months a year. Young master, you're back? Old Kalu was pleased. His young master had finally returned. Lately, the old master hasn't been sleeping well and keeps talking about you. And he curled his lips. Old Deng isn't eating well. He probably eats a whole cow a day. And he took dozens of his rose-ice fish. I remember. If I couldn't beat him, I would definitely fight him in a bloody battle to regain face. Uncle Korob, this is the box I brought back from my father. After delivering it, I will leave. Alex hugs a box. This box must be opened by my father himself. It contains very important things, and he says seriously. Old Korob also looks serious and takes the box. Young master and I will make sure it gets into the old master's hands. Yes, that's all. I'm leaving now. By the way, tell my father that I want the money for my rose ice fish. One rose ice fish costs 100 gold coins. Young master, won't you stay for the night? The old master will be back tonight. No, I can't stand old dumb. I'll leave first. Before leaving, an searches the castle and takes many valuable ingredients. Then he happily departs. After the carriage leaves the castle, a tall, imposing man comes downstairs. His face looks unhappy. This is Yi's father, Viktor Popov, 39 years old. Although he's 39, he looks only in his early 30s. His strong and tall body makes people feel like facing a lion. This brat, I think he's just itching for trouble. Baron Popov glares angrily. Master, the young master is just playing around. He'll be back soon, old Korob says with a smile, handing over the box. Master, this is what the young master asked me to give you. Humph. I want to see what's so important inside. Baron Popov snorts coldly. A young boy talking so seriously. He knows he's probably hiding something strange inside. But he still takes the box and opens it. Silver bottle? Haha. Using such a precious bottle, that brat really went all out. There's a note on the bottle. Baron Popov flips it over to read. Remember to return the silver bottle after use. Baron Popov. I won't return it, he says, opening the bottle to see what's inside. Suddenly, a blazing hot energy erupts like a tidal wave. Roar. A dragon's cry echoes loudly in Baron Popov's soul. The feeling of breaking through was long overdue, and the sense of progress made Baron Bobo feel eager to retreat and focus. He suppressed his excitement and looked with shock at the silver bottle, inside which were 3 small, bright red, gem-like drops of dragon blood, about the size of chicken eggs. This is dragon blood. Where did this brat get it? Baron Bobo sealed the silver bottle tightly. Koro, don't tell anyone about this today, not even the lady or the children, before I finish my breakthrough. Old Koro looked serious. Master, don't worry. I will guard this secret with my life. Baron Bobo nodded. He trusted old Koro very much. Tell me, how do you think this kid got hold of the dragon blood? Bobo asked, pondering. 13 days ago, wasn't there a giant dragon passing through the estate? According to the scouts, it was an adult red dragon. I think it's likely that this adult red dragon was injured, and some of its blood fell on the mountain, old Koro analyzed. Baron Bobo took a deep breath. You think this brat has some connection to the dragon race? Old Koro's memories, long sealed, were stirred up. The truth was even more unbelievable than rumors. He had personally seen it, when the master was only 24, fleeing with his pregnant wife while a beast army attacked from below. It was a nearly hopeless situation. But in that moment of despair, the young master was born, and then a terrifying giant dragon appeared, more fearsome than an adult dragon. It tore through space and descended on the mountain peak. With a roar, it shook the beast army, killing most of them instantly. 15 years had passed since then. The young master had grown up peacefully, with no signs of abnormality. Only he and the master's wife remembered that time, and they gradually sealed away those memories. But now, with that adult dragon passing by the estate, was it just a coincidence? And those 3 drops of blood, were they really just from a wounded red dragon? Baron Bobo and old Koro both fell into deep thought. Remember, no matter what the truth is, we will believe it to be so, Bobo said with a serious look. Below, I will retreat into seclusion. If outsiders ask, just say I went beyond Baron Popov's territory to clear out remaining orcs. Then, Baron Popov began his retreat. The castle once again fell silent. At this time, he had left the town with a cart full of food supplies, heading back to the manor. Based on his father's level as a 9-star great swordsman, who had stayed at that level for at least 3 years, and with the help of dragon blood, he believed it would be easy to break through to a swordsman. After digesting 3 drops of dragon blood, he might even surpass the 1-star swordsman level. Leaning comfortably inside the cart with his legs crossed, he was very confident about his father's talent. Once his father broke through, he would have a swordsman-level expert as a father. Even counts would have to treat him politely. After all, those hereditary counts, at 40 or 50, only just reached the swordsman level before inheriting their titles. His father was only 39 this year. A swordsman is still too low a level. When will his father break through to a grand swordsman and earn a noble title like Earl or Marquis? That would be ideal, and he thought, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. By the way, his mother had been a trainee mage at the 9-star level for several years now, and he felt a headache coming on. Unfortunately, the system didn't offer any treasures for check-ins. Even if she could transform into another adult dragon, that would be good. His mother was an ice attribute mage, so obtaining blood from a blue or ice dragon could help her break through. A formal mage's status is even more respected than that of a swordsman. Before noon, he returned to the mountain villa. The wasteland was being cultivated in small plots, with tiny ridges dividing the land. The freshly turned soil made the ground soft. 10 days passed quickly, and he appeared on the small farm road. Now, the number of farmers in his manor had increased to 40 households. The half-orc horn men remained unchanged, still 20 in total. Now, we've cultivated 800 acres. These horn half-orcs are even more useful than cattle. As long as they're well-fed, they wake up full of energy. They don't even want a day off for rest, and he marveled, watching the horned orcs swing their arms and dig large clumps of earth with their hoes. He was amazed at their strong physiques. With this strength and endurance, even ordinary apprentice swordsmen can't compare. Yet, such an excellent half-orc only costs 2 gold coins. Who would have thought? Of course, the main reason why horned people are so cheap is because they eat too much. One horned person can eat as much as 20 or 30 healthy adult humans. The landowner said, "Our family can't afford to keep such gluttons. There's only 10 days left until we can plant wheat. If I count on my fingers, in 3 or 4 months, I can build a small estate with a surrounding wall." And he thought for a moment. During that time, he could build a flour mill to grind the wheat into flour, which would immediately increase the value 2 or 3 times. But his own land can't handle over 1,000 acres of wheat and the flour produced. To sell it at a good price, he needs to sell within the kingdom's territory. That means he has to set up his own trading caravan and a guard team. The caravan isn't too expensive to maintain, but the guard team costs a lot. Transporting so much flour, at least the guards should all be advanced apprentice swordsmen. The team leader and deputy need to be apprentice swordsmen to protect the cargo. He could send Alec, but that trip would take at least a month. How could he ensure Alec's safety? He can't keep the dragon at his estate all the time. Ugh, this is so frustrating. I haven't even made any money yet, and there's already a huge expense, and Yi's head hurt. He finally understood why old Dang was so sure he would obediently go back. Money is everywhere, and he still has to build a guard team. As for hiring mercenaries or trading guilds, forget it. And he isn't sure about those people's reliability. He estimates that once the flour is halfway to its destination, it will be stolen by those people. This is goods worth thousands of gold coins, enough to tempt many to risk everything. Having my own guard team is necessary, but training one quickly is impossible. The only way is to recruit. The market doesn't have such high-quality goods, at least not in Boboff territory. So, the only solution he can think of is recruitment. And he must recruit those with families, people with elders and children, otherwise it's unsafe. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Oh no, I have no money. How am I supposed to recruit anyone? He is now completely a poor man. Is recruiting a guard team something he can consider? Nana's money for building a mill hasn't even been secured yet. And he clenched his teeth. At worst, he would sell the first batch of flour directly to those greedy merchants. Earn some quick money first. Next, sell Rose-Ice fish. We can't use it to buy from farmers anymore. For now, 40 households are enough. First, gather enough gold coins to build the flour mill. Once the mill is built, it will be fully equipped, and it needs to grind over 1,000 acres of wheat within a month. That won't be cheap. Relying on manual labor for the mill is not feasible. The labor costs are too high. Using water magic runes or wind magic runes to build the mill will be more affordable. Although these cost more upfront, the ongoing costs are much lower after the initial investment. He plans to build such a magic rune-powered mill. A wind magic rune mill, once built, can grind wheat from 10 acres each day, and the flour will be finer and higher quality than manual grinding. To complete over 1,000 acres in a month, he needs to build 4 wind magic rune mills. Each mill costs about 200 gold coins, covering roughly 3 expenses. First, hiring a mage to carve the magic runes and set up the magic array, costing 100 gold coins. Second, since mages don't always succeed on the first try, there will be material loss, costing about 50 gold coins. Third, the materials, labor, auxiliary equipment, and tools for building the mill will also total around 50 gold coins. And E ignores the first expense. He can ask his second or fourth sister to do it, saving half the money. For 4 mills, he only needs to gather 400 gold coins. He can handle that, and selling the remaining rose-eyes fish for another 600 gold coins is not a problem. Now I can start preparing the materials. The month is almost over, and when my second and fourth sisters return, I'll have them carve the magic runes for me. They probably won't refuse their brother's request. Humph. My mind has been so busy lately that I've lost a few strands of hair. But for the dream of being a farm owner, I must persist. Hey, is it raining? And he just sat on the swing, looking up at the light rain starting to fall. As a result, and he gave the orcs and farmers a day off. Back at the wooden house, and he was changing clothes under Lily's care. He looked up at the slightly leaky roof and shook his head. It's always money when something needs fixing. Lily, go tell Xiao Keluo to ask someone in town to hire a few carpenters to renovate our wooden house. Use the red ironwood from the mountains. We're building a new house. Young master, Lily was very happy. What are you thinking? I have money, but I'm not the type to spend it carelessly. The wooden house is still usable, just need to renovate it. All right, renovation is fine, but Lily wants to paint my bedroom's wooden walls pink. Okay. You can do whatever you want with your bedroom. If it turns into a pigsty, no one will care. Humph, my bedroom is not a pigsty. It will be as delicate as a forest elf's treehouse, Lily fantasized, her eyes full of anticipation. The red cedar from the mountains isn't fully grown yet, but it's almost ready. After renovating the wooden house, they'll make some furniture, like sofas and beds, and replace the old ones. He's still sleeping on the bed from the previous estate owner. It's time to make a new one. He often feels a musty smell when he sleeps. The spring rain was very fast. Just after noon, the sky cleared. As the rain stopped, 2 simple ox carts appeared outside, carrying about 14 or 15 carpenters. The older carpenters were in their 50s or 60s, looking like little old men. The younger ones were only 17 or 18. These carpenters didn't seem afraid like the servants, but they were still very careful and respectful. Young master, your servant Keluo has found the most experienced carpenters from Bobo province, said Xiao Keluo, always flattering. Good. Tell them to go cut red ironwood from the mountains and renovate the wooden house, including the floors. The exterior paint should keep the natural color of the red ironwood. Inside walls should be painted warm yellow, and the floor a lighter color. The ceiling and walls can be the same color. For these, NE has no strict requirements. The wooden building frame is not old. It is made of high-quality red cedar, which won't rot for 50 or 60 years without external damage, so there's no need to replace it. These days, let's temporarily move the carpenters to the small wooden houses on the farmer's side. There are still some empty houses there. Currently, there are 40 households, with 5 rows of houses, 10 in each row, so 10 wooden houses are vacant. Once all the wooden planks are refurbished and some furniture is made, just follow the castle style. Young master, your servant Koro will definitely fulfill your request. NE. All right, get them settled, and then go cut the wooden planks. He doesn't need to move out of the wooden house for now. The 3-story house with an attic requires quite a lot of wood, and it will take at least a few days to finish. Oh, by the way, little Koro, I plan to build 4 wind magic rune mills. Take all the remaining rose-eyes fish to sell in the town and exchange for materials to bring back. Young master, the gold coins from selling these rose-eyes fish might not be enough to hire a mage. What are your plans? Of course, I want my sister to come. Young master, your servant is amazed by your wisdom. Humph. Oh, Carrot. Oh, I am naturally the most intelligent. No need to say it. Hurry up and get ready. Young master, your servant will go now. Lily ran over at this moment, excited. Young master, there are lots of mushrooms growing in the mountains. How about we eat mushrooms tonight? Hearing mushrooms, and Yi's eyes lit up. Thinking of all the delicious mushrooms, he became excited. Great. Let's go pick mushrooms. The whole mountain belongs to him. He doesn't need to worry about others competing for mushrooms. Humph. Oh, carrot, oh. The two, wearing small hats and cloaks, happily rushed into the cedar mountain. The mushrooms growing beneath the red cedar are especially tasty. And with the little maid, plunged into a forest 20 or 30 meters deep. The mountain had been untouched for years, making walking difficult. But with one being an apprentice swordsman and the other a cat-eared girl, they easily navigated the forest. Young master, what about this purple one? Pick it. Young master, what about this colorful one? Pick them all. And he sees mushrooms and picks them without hesitation. As for whether they are poisonous, as long as they don't contain fighting energy or elemental energy, they won't harm him. In short, deliciousness comes first. Young master, this mushroom looks strange, Lily said, picking up a yellow lump from the ground. And he turned his head. What's so strange about a mushroom? Suddenly, two big eyes opened wide. Well, it's a monster. Young master, is this thing a monster? It looks completely harmless. Lily looked curious and squeezed it hard, having fun. Of course, it's a monster. But it's just a young slime. Don't be fooled by its soft, cute appearance. When it grows up, it can be half a person tall. This yellow slime is a soil type, and when it matures, it can jump and crush you. And he examined it in his hand. Honestly, this little thing is quite unique. Wow. Young master, will this little thing really grow that big? Lily covered her mouth, surprised. A fist-sized creature growing that large? I could fool you, but this isn't very dangerous. If you like it, take it home and raise it. Really, young master? Really? My words are more trustworthy than gold. Thank you, young master. Lily happily held the creature up to look at it. All right, let's quickly pick mushrooms. Tonight, we'll have grilled mushrooms, stir-fried mushrooms, fried mushrooms, mushroom sauce, mushroom stew with chicken, mushroom fish soup, mushroom jam cookies. I'm hungry again just thinking about it, and he said, quickly gathering mushrooms. Young master, wait for me. After the spring rain, many mushrooms secretly sprouted from the new soil. Red, green, blue, purple, white, black, 3-colored, 5-colored, dazzling to look at. Two small figures played and fought among the trees, using mushrooms as weapons, throwing and sword fighting. As the sunset cast a golden glow, the sky was filled with red clouds. Young master, we've picked too many. We can't finish them all. Let's go back now. Got it. Wait until I climb this tree and take the bird eggs. And Yee's head gradually rose above the bird's nest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What a pity, the eggs have already hatched, and Yee said regretfully. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping came from behind. An angry little bird landed directly on Yee's head and pecked at him fiercely. Ouch! You little bird! How dare you peck me? Do you know who I am? Ouch! You're pecking. I will punish you severely. Ouch! My ear! Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just wait and see. I will come back. And he quickly slid down from the tree, which was over 20 meters high. Lily saw her young master looking so clumsy and burst out laughing. Why are you laughing? It's really funny. Silly little cat, I want to smear mushroom juice on your face and turn you into a little flower cat. Don't move. No, young master. I don't want to become a little flower cat. Lily hurriedly ran away. Good. Dare to disobey my orders. Watch this mushroom bomb. Lily carried a basket of mushrooms, jumped nimbly, and even made a funny face as she turned around. Hee, you can't hit me. Look over there. There's a slime. Where? 3 mushrooms were thrown, with loud thuds. Haha, I hit you. Oomph, young master, you're cheating. The two of them returned down the mountain and finally calmed down. After returning to the wooden house, Lily and the two maids started handling the mushrooms. When they first saw the mushrooms, the maids' faces turned green with fear, but after Lily explained, they began cleaning them. The carpenters also settled in a small wooden house to the east. They spent the whole afternoon cutting and cleaning the necessary wood, but it hadn't been transported down the mountain yet. And he looked at the neat little wooden house to the east, and it already looked like a small village. There were 40 farming families, each with strong young men and 2 or 3 children, more than many other rural children. These farmers' children are also considered the heirs of the landowners. They have been raised on the farm since childhood and are the most reliable. In the future, They will settle down and build their lives here. When it comes to training swordsmen, it is best to choose from these people. And he thought for a moment. It is still too early now. At least a year should pass before starting. By then, Xiao Kalua will be very familiar with these people. At that time, selecting some calm, loyal children for training is not too late. Training each swordsman costs a lot. The food containing energy from fighting spirit is a significant expense. Of course, an E does not want to train impulsive, disloyal people as swordsmen. Even if they settle down, they might not care for their families. So, he is in no rush to train his own swordsmen. At 7 p.m., night has fallen. The sky is full of stars, and 3 silver moons shine brightly. While an E is having dinner, Xiao Kaluo is bringing carts of materials back to the estate. He also hands over 270 gold coins to an E, and he puts the coins away. He has saved nearly 400 gold coins now, but whether it's a lot or a little, it's not enough for estate development. It's like a drop in the ocean. 3 days from now, my second sister might not come back, but my fourth sister definitely will. In 3 days, it will be February 28th. In this world, every month has 30 days. The fourth sister studies at the Intermediate Magic Academy in the Royal City. From the 28th to the beginning of the next month, she has a holiday and can return home. Although Baron Bobo's territory is over 1,000 kilometers from the Royal City, she can come back in less than half a day by riding a griffin. While my fourth sister is back, I need to think carefully about what magic runes I still need, and he said, staring blankly at the mushrooms he was eating. First, I need to set up a basic defensive magic array in my room. This is essential. Also, the kitchen stove should have a basic fire magic array to make cooking high-level ingredients easier. Using a regular earth stove to cook fighting spirit-infused ingredients is too troublesome. It's best to have several stoves. Although he eats a variety of dishes, the portions are small. Having more stoves would make cooking more convenient. And for those magical beast ingredients, earth stoves are impossible to use. Only magic stoves engraved with magic runes can cook them. I easily think of magical creature ingredients and immediately start to salivate. I haven't eaten any for over 20 days. For example, a small magical beast called the wind spirit bird, raised on vanilla milk, grows for 3 months, which is like a teenager in human years. At this stage, the wind spirit bird's meat is tender yet firm and not old. Then, I stew it with magical milk from a milk cow, adding a sweet and sour magic fruit jam, cooking it overnight. Whether it's the milk soup or the meat, it's absolutely delicious. This delicacy is so rare that I can only eat one every 3 days, showing how precious it is. There are also elf fish from the elven forest. They are colorful and first kept in morning dew flower nectar made by elven girls. Every night, the fish absorb moonlight, blending moon magic with morning dew magic. After half a month of care, I take them out to cut fresh, dip in snowberry jam, and eat. It feels like ascending to heaven. Unfortunately, both the elf fish and the morning dew nectar are extremely expensive. Even my cheap father can't buy them anywhere, and only my mother can get them. I can only enjoy this once a month. And I quickly shake my head. No, I can't think about it anymore. If I do, I might really have to go back. I look at the mushroom feast in front of me and suddenly feel incredibly poor. Boo-hoo, degree. When did I end up like this? Degree. The mushrooms I used to eat were magical ingredients from the kingdom of Novaris, starry mushrooms. Boo-hoo, don't cry, little one. There will be bread, and there will be milk. I grit my teeth and chew on the red umbrella mushroom. But just thinking about my father eating delicious food in the castle, using chefs I trained myself, makes me angry. One day, I will return to the castle and rescue Sister Karina. Sister Karina is an excellent chef I personally trained. She is very skilled at cooking all kinds of magical ingredients. I used to come up with various ideas, but her taste is superb, and her hands-on skills are still at a child's level. So, with her high talent for cooking, we created many dazzling dishes together. Moreover, Sister Karina is the only apprentice magician's servant in the Bopov family. I was the one who discovered her magical talent. When she was 5, I found her in the slums. She was called a demon-cursed girl because of her different-colored eyes, and her life was very sad. At just 5 years old, he was overjoyed when he saw a girl with different-colored eyes and immediately took her home. Now, Karina is 19 years old and a 2-star apprentice mage. Her talent is no worse than her older sisters, but because her bloodline is somewhat special, she cannot be accepted into the Magic Academy. So, she has been staying close to him. Thinking of her, and he secretly vows that one day he will take back his chef from old Deng. Umph. Old Deng, just wait. I will come back for my chef. And he angrily eats mushrooms when suddenly he feels dizzy and falls backward. Young master, what's wrong? And he reaches out his small hand. Delicious food. I want food. Eat. Eat. Cause of illness. Excessive intake of poisonous mushrooms. Symptoms. Eyes rolling white. Mouth foaming. Diagnosed as poisoning causing unconsciousness. An old wizard in a white robe examines him and speaks helplessly. Don't worry. Young master and E is an apprentice swordsman. He just ate too many ordinary poisonous mushrooms. Nothing serious. It's only a short coma. Just sleep it off. Thank you, Dr. Hoke. Little Koro thanks him and is about to take out the medical fee. Suddenly, an E opens his eyes. Sits upright. Remember, record it in the castle's account. Bang. An E collapses again. The room falls silent. Finally, little Koro breaks the silence. Ahem, Dr. Hoke. I'll write you a certificate. How about settling the bill at the castle? Of course, no problem. Dr. Hoke smiles while stroking his beard. The young lord of the Baron's family really is just as the rumors say. Money is everything. Then little Koro writes a note and hands it to Dr. Hoke. Dr. Hoke leaves and rides a carriage back to town. Character card. Dr. Hoke, 59 years old, 9-star apprentice mage, head of the largest medical clinic in Bobo City. Specializes in natural element magic. After the estate's people had a scare, except for Lily who stayed to care for him overnight, everyone else went to rest. When Annie wakes up, he feels refreshed. He stretches lazily and jumps out of bed. He woke up early today, didn't linger in bed, and since he was too lazy to call Lily, he simply dressed quickly, put on his boots, and jumped out of the window. It is now just 5 in the morning, and the sky is still faintly light. The thick fog has not yet cleared, and the cool spring morning still feels a bit chilly. However, Annie notices that the half-orcs and farmers have already woken up early. Through the mist, he sees busy figures coming and going. There are also carpenters near the small wooden houses where the farmers live, starting to saw wood. The entire estate, once covered with wild grass, is beginning to show signs of lively life. This is the first time an E has woken up so early. With nothing else to do, he goes to the back mountain to check on the Bobo chickens and Gada ducks raised in the forest at the foot of the mountain. The trees at the mountain's base are ordinary, maple, pine, cypress, and parasol trees, growing freely, along with some wild fruit trees. Originally, the estate owner had built a place for beekeeping and honey collection, as evidenced by the various flowers on the ground. Now, it has become a place for raising chickens and ducks. 20 days have passed, and it looks like these little chickens and ducks are growing well. And he catches a small chicken, which now weighs over half a kilogram. This creature doesn't contain energy for fighting, so its price isn't comparable to the pork of the low pig, but it is meat, and it grows quickly, ready to sell in 2 months, making it a fast way to earn money. He has bought about 20,000 chicks and 20,000 ducklings. The forest is large, and with spring, many insects are around. They eat tender shoots and grass, so raising them is very easy. The forest belongs to him, so there's no cost. He earns money from whatever he sells. If all grow up, they could be sold for a total of 400 gold coins. That's about 1 coin per chicken or duck, which is roughly the price of a pound of chicken meat, 50 copper coins. 400 gold coins is quite a lot. This will likely be the only source of income for the estate over the next 2 months. And he throws the small chicken into the air, watching it fly away. This chicken will take half a year to lay eggs. If I weren't in a hurry for money, I'd raise more and keep some for eggs. That's not a bad idea. But clearly, raising chickens for eggs would be complicated in such a large forest. Collecting eggs would require many people, so building a chicken farm would be more convenient. However, chicken farms and dairy farms are things for the future. Over the past 20 days, an E has been wandering around his large estate, discovering many abandoned buildings, including a chicken farm and a dairy farm. But they are mostly unusable now. He plans to rebuild them in the future. These two don't cost much, mainly because the biggest issue is the land. I lack everything else, but I have plenty of space. and he holds his head and strolls through the woods at the foot of the mountain. Many chickens and ducks under the bushes are startled awake, causing a commotion, birds flying, ducks quacking. Well, no dogs, only ducks. Suddenly, a wolf howls from the distant woods. Wow! My goodness, I've been robbed of my chickens. If I don't peel your skin and use it as a mat, I won't eat well tonight. And he draws his sword and heads toward the sound of the wolf's howl. The sound doesn't seem very intimidating, just a regular wolf. And he kills one with each strike, like hitting a small child. He finds the wolf, a blind, lone wolf, eating his chicken. Smells good. You little thief. Dare to steal my chicken? Take this. This old blind wolf is pretty quick, managing to dodge his sword. And he feels annoyed and yells at the wolf, "You old blind wolf, pay your debts and return my chicken. It's only right. I'll kill you. And you dare to hide? Watch me use my wild sword style." He swings his sword wildly, hacking at the wolf. But although the wolf is blind, it has sharp ears and dodges skillfully each time. It seems to realize an E is not easy to deal with and doesn't attack, but keeps dodging around the trees. An E gets angry, very angry. He reaches into a small leather pouch hanging from his belt and pulls out a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a thumb. Old blind wolf, you've successfully caught my attention. Now, I will give you a funeral you'll never forget in your life. Behold, the ice magic stone of my mother. He throws the icy blue magic stone, engraved with a basic ice attribute magic rune that glows with a cold blue light. The blind wolf thinks it's just a small stone, eyes filled with cunning and a hint of mockery. But in the next moment, a lifelike ice sculpture appears before an E. Easy patted his hands lightly and hummed, "Humph, old blind wolf, having strength is impressive, but if you're just a troublemaker, you need to have a good background." This ice sculpture looked pretty good, so Easy decided to take his prize home and place it at the door. He looked around and saw that he had already reached the edge of the estate. About 30 meters ahead, there was a wall built by the former estate owner. However, most of the wall had collapsed, leaving only ruins with no defense capability. Otherwise, an ordinary wolf, even if blind, wouldn't be able to enter the estate. Through the broken wall, Easy could see the distant mountain ranges shrouded in thick fog. That place is called the Manga Mountains. It's where the orcs live. The kingdom once tried to conquer and completely eliminate the orcs, but the area was filled with poisonous mists, complex terrain, and various magical beasts. The orcs were scattered and hard to control, so conquest was impossible. Even if they spent all their resources to fight the orcs, in less than 10 years, the orcs would recover. Later, the Kingdom of Airland stopped investing heavily and withdrew its armies. However, because the area hadn't been cleared for 100 years, the orc population exploded and a new orc king emerged. This orc king led a large army and fought a war against the kingdom that lasted over 100 years. There was a peace period of 20 years in between, but 5 years ago, the orc king launched a full attack, which lasted 5 years. In the end, the orc king was killed, and the orc tribe suffered heavy losses, retreating back into the Manga Mountains. This war caused great damage to the Airland Kingdom. As a result, the kingdom reinstated a centuries-old policy. Every 15 years, troops would be sent to clear out the orcs in the Manga Mountains. At that time, his family's territory would be on the front line. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered there, but it was hard to control, or even impossible. It could easily ruin the land's development over 15 years. The noble families following the kingdom's orders gathered a ragtag army, which was no different from bandits. His older sister joined the Golden Eagle Knights to avoid having her territory destroyed in the future. Easy looked away. 15 years had only passed for 1 year. When that time comes, he would sit here at the Golden Mountain Manor and see if anyone would still dare to cause trouble. I built a simple wooden cart, humming happily to myself, singing a song about being a great landowner. I pulled my loot back home. I placed the ice sculpture at the door and nodded with satisfaction. Then I went to the carpenter to have them make a batch of wooden planks to replace the floor in my room, so my sister could set up a basic magic defense circle. Soon, it was time for Sister 4's holiday. Character card: Sophie Bopov, 18 years old, 9-star apprentice mage, daughter of Baron Bopov, a senior student at the Royal City Intermediate Magic Academy, skilled in water magic, loves researching magic runes. At this moment, in the royal city, goodbye, dear classmates, Mua goodbye, dear teachers, Mua, I will miss you all. The girl sat on a griffin, blowing kisses one after another. She looked down at her best friend and stretched out her arm. Marion, come visit me at my house. My little brother can do somersaults. Uft. Sophie, if your brother finds out you're saying that about him outside, he'll definitely want to fight you. Oh, he can't beat me anyway. Come on. Sophie grabbed Marion's arm and pulled her up. Marion was not polite either. Then let's go to your house and see if your brother can do somersaults. If he can't, I'll give you a hard time. Hee, don't worry. Let's go. The huge griffin took off, soaring into the sky. Wow. Sophie, this is my first time riding a griffin. It's so exciting. There's even more excitement ahead, dear. You'd better hold on tight. The griffin spun in a spiral and ascended rapidly. Ha ha ha, this is so thrilling. Faster, faster. Oh yeah. Now we're heading back home. Small towns and castles flashed below, along with beautiful flower fields, clear rivers, and cherry blossoms blooming along the riverbank. The two girls giggled and marveled, enjoying the spring scenery. Soon, at noon, Sophie's griffin arrived over the estate where the castle was located. Sophie guided the griffin to land on the lawn. Wow, Sophie, I thought your family was just rich, but I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Such a big estate. Such a huge castle. Humph. The entire Bopov territory belongs to my family. Sophie proudly lifted her white neck. Marion covered her mouth and said, Oh my. Sophie, does your family have a noble title? Then she pretended to be angry. Wow. You only told me now. That's so mean. You have so much money, yet you still steal my milk-flavored cookies. You even sneak my chicken drumstick during meals. Just wait and see how I get back at you. Marion immediately reached out to tickle her. Ha ha ha, stop. I was just taking your cookies and chicken drumstick. Today, I'll treat you to a big meal. Humph. I hope it's a real feast. If you try to trick me with bread labeled big meal, I'll show you. Marion stopped her teasing. Before they reached the castle, a figure suddenly rushed over. Big sister, you're finally back. I missed you so much I couldn't sleep or eat well. I've lost weight. Eagerly waiting, Annie threw herself at her. Humph. You're not eating or sleeping badly. Tell me, did you finish all the elf fish and wind spirit birds? Sophie reached into Annie's mouth as if to pull out the food. Wow, that's not fair. I haven't eaten well for a month. Boo-hoo, it's so sad. I was kicked out by my father and now live on the estate at the edge of the territory. Annie started to complain. Huh? You haven't come back yet? Ha ha. That's great. Sophie laughed with her arms crossed. Annie looked up. May I ask, what is this beautiful young lady's name? Hello, I'm Marion. Do you know how to do a somersault? Your sister said she has a brother who can do somersaults. Marion blinked. All right, sister, you're introducing me like this to your good friend. Oof, you're finished. I, the young master, will judge you. Sword, draw. Little brother, you can't do it. Sophie easily dodged in Yi's sword and then started to sing. Sister, do you think I'll give you time to sing? Sorry, dear brother, I've finished singing. Countless small streams gathered on her magic staff. In the next moment, the streams turned into a rope like a spirit snake, tying an E into a dumpling. I don't want to play anymore. I won't play anymore. And he rolled on the ground, acting spoiled. Hee. Okay, I'll let you go for today. But that elf fish is not for you. Marion, let's go. Let's go eat a big meal. 2 hours later, on a black golden dining table, a variety of rare dishes were laid out. There were sparkling silver moonlight and golden morning light shining on the delicate fish sashimi, fragrant magic milk with a small bird inside, about the size of a palm, and various dishes made from magical beast meat. And he didn't care and ate everything quickly. After filling his stomach, Sophie and Marianne were still happily tasting the fish sashimi, debating whether the snowberry jam or the fiery berry jam tasted better. Dear Sister Sophie, I need your help with something, Annie said as he got off his chair and ran over to interrupt the two girls' laughter, patting Sophie's shoulder. Tell me. Today I'm in a good mood, Sophie said happily, enjoying her brother's shoulder massage. Well, I want to build a wind magic mill on my estate. I was hoping you could help me inscribe the wind magic rune array, Annie said with a mischievous smile. Sophie was surprised. Really? My dear brother, are you serious about living in that old estate? Yes, sister. I'm tired of living in the castle and want to change. I want to create my own dream estate. And he quickly took out a scroll and unrolled it. Look, sister, this is my future estate. I plan to build a flower field here, shaped like a ring around the two mountains of the estate. You know how you like windmill daisies, right? I'll plant those in this flower field. And over here, I'll plant roses of various colors. And here, I'll plant lily of the valley. Besides these flower fields, there's also a meadow, a small river, and I plan to build a secret garden here. I want to plant giant trees and build wooden houses on them. Here, I also want to build a crystal palace under the small lake. I'll raise all kinds of colorful fish in the lake. At the foot of the mountain, there's a forest. You love butterflies, right? I'll raise butterflies of all colors there. Look at this mountain. It's full of golden peach trees that are about to bloom. When the time comes, you can come back and visit during your holidays. Next to it is a red cedar, which turns the whole mountain red in autumn. It's also very beautiful. Here, I plan to plant a rich grove of mulberry trees. Outside the mulberry orchard, I will grow wheat on one side and rapeseed flowers on the other. Also, I want to build a ranch to raise fragrant cows and magical cows. I will also raise elf fish and wind spirit birds. When the time comes, my sister can eat as much as she wants. There are many more plans. My sister can help me in the future, and every holiday, she can come here to relax. And he looked at her with hope. Sophie looked a bit confused and asked a critical question about her brother's vague plans. Do you have enough money? Sister, there will be milk, and there will be bread too. Then he said, come find me when you have enough money. Hey, sister, I will give you all my elf fish for the next 3 months. Deal. Hey, it looks like I won't have any fun during this holiday. Hee, Marianne, come help me. You're better at controlling wind magic runes than I am. Really? I wish I hadn't come to your house. I see your brother doing flips and pulling me into work. Marianne glared but said reluctantly, while already starting to carve wind magic runes. And he heard this and got excited immediately. He started his show. Want to see me do a flip? That's easy. Watch this. And he flipped over more than 10 times in a row. Big sister Marianne, is that enough? If not, I can do more. I can do double-handed flips, one-handed flips, and backflips. Watch my new unbeatable wind fire wheel. Huh? Brother, you're so funny. Sophie laughed loudly, not acting like a noble girl at all. 2 days passed, and 4 magic mills were built. The big windmill slowly turned, and gusts of wind blew down from above, making the surrounding wild grass dance. Farmers nearby looked on in surprise. How is this windmill moving? It doesn't seem windy today. It's not just moving, it's blowing strong wind. The wind underneath is so powerful, people can hardly stand there. You don't understand. I saw this kind of thing before on a farm. It's called a wind magic mill. Magic. Wow. So those 2 girls drawing around the windmill these days are actually magicians. Young master is so impressive. He managed to bring 2 magicians here. Thank the Lord. Praise the young master. I never thought I'd see such noble magicians in my life. That's enough to brag about forever. Such a pity, I didn't remember what the 2 magicians looked like. Honestly, the young master is even more impressive. Not only did he bring magicians, but they're so young. What do you think the young master's identity is? I don't know for sure, but it must be very important. You guys are just talking nonsense. Of course we know the young master is very powerful. You just said this mill is a magic mill. What's the difference between this magic mill and a normal one? The difference is huge. The grinding stones inside this mill don't need to be pushed by hand. No way. A mill that doesn't need to be pushed? That can't be real. It's pushed with magic. Magic is truly amazing. And along with his sister and Marianne, exchanged 3 months' worth of wind spirit birds to carve other magic arrays. Soon, Sophie and Marianne's holiday ended. After seeing them off, and happily hummed a tune as he returned. This time, he not only built 4 magic mills, but also set up a defensive magic array in his room. He crafted 6 magic stoves and chose a small wooden house from the farmers, decorating it with a basic concealment magic array and a basic defense magic array. Today, my wooden house is finally finished. The wooden house was ready for move-in. The red cedar wood was still fresh, and the paint had dried. Only some furniture remained to be set up, but living there was no problem at all. In front of the wooden house, the natural wood color of the red cedar was quite nice. And he nodded in satisfaction. Inside the house, The walls had been painted a warm yellow using a special flower brew that wouldn't harm the body. Most of the furniture was finished, except for a sofa and some tables, all styled with a strong Western fantasy theme. Lily, the cat-eared girl, lived on the first floor. She was happily working on her room, moving various flower pots and oddly shaped stools, tables, and bookshelves. An E went up to the third floor and looked out at the land, which had already been cultivated for 1,000 acres. Some farmers had started planting crops. In 3 months, he could sell wheat. Lots of gold coins were already calling out to him. Suddenly, a sound came from the stairs. Lily hurried up. Young master, there's an injured magical beast by the small lake in the back mountain. Magical beast? And he was surprised. Quick, call Alec. Let's go see. 20 horned men were summoned. And he, along with Alec, Xiao Koro, and Lily, quickly arrived at the small lake. They immediately saw a huge magical beast lying there, barely breathing. When Ani saw the beast, he relaxed a little. This is just an adult earth bear. Its strength is probably only at the intermediate novice swordsman level, so no need to worry. Ani stepped forward to check. He immediately saw the earth bear's pleading eyes. He frowned. What did this mean? Could a magical beast show such an expression to humans? The ground bear seemed a bit clever, recognizing that an E was the owner here. It awkwardly stretched its clumsy paws into its belly. The others thought the ground bear was about to attack and quickly stepped forward to protect him. But the ground bear only took out 2 small, fluffy things from its arms. Young beastlings. And he looked at them and then at the reluctant ground bear, which was struggling to swallow its last breath. He asked, "Do you want me to raise them?" The ground bear nodded. And he never expected that one day he would be entrusted with caring for a ground bear. Okay, if they are loyal, I will keep them. And he was not worried. He gently picked up 2 small ground bear cubs, about the size of cats. The ground bear looked a little sad, then lowered its head. Young master, what should we do with this ground bear? Alex stepped forward to ask. It's not worth much, and it's not good to eat. Just dig a hole here and bury it. Yes, young master. And he carried the 2 little creatures away. Maybe it was because their mother had told them to be good, but these 2 little bears were very obedient, not crying or making trouble. From now on, you'll be called Bear Big, he said, pointing to the darker one. And you'll be called Bear Second, he said, pointing to the lighter one. Lily ran up from behind, curious. Young master, are we going to raise 2 magical beasts? Yes, let's see how they grow first. And he thought that if he could raise 2 adult ground bears, they could also guard the estate. Adult ground bears usually have strength comparable to mid-level apprentice swordsmen. With good training, they could even reach the strength of formal swordsmen. Some nobles also kept magical beasts, like oryxes and hawk eagles, which were domesticated by humans. Lily, we still have plenty of herbal milk and magic milk from the cows at home. Don't drink these for now. Save them for the 2 little ones. Understood, young master. So, the 2 little ground bears lived on the estate. Time passed quickly. It had already been a month since he arrived at the estate. And he looked at the divine farm system panel in front of him and muttered to himself. He still got the dragon as his daily check-in reward. No, he thought, does the dragon count as a cabbage? He already owned 30 adult red dragons. If this kept up, he might even be able to build his own dragon island. By then, he might even become a dragon king. He might be the first human to achieve this title. Hey, can I get a drop of dragon blood to raise a little ground bear? And he thought for a moment and decided to give up. First, he wasn't sure if the little ground bear would be burned alive by the dragon blood. Even if it succeeded, the dragon aura on the bear would be too obvious. It would be like telling everyone, look, a dragon blood has fallen here after the big dragon passed by. As for his father, the kingdom is now stable, and there probably won't be any wars for at least 10 years. As long as his father doesn't intentionally reveal his dragon blood aura, others won't be able to sense it. Moreover, his father is already a sword master, and no one can forcefully check his spiritual energy. Besides, his father has the talent to be a sword master and has been at the 9-star great swordsman level for over 3 years. Breaking through is just a matter of time. So, he wasn't worried about his father. But using dragon blood on 2 ground bears was a different story. It would be like openly telling others, I not only have dragon blood, but I have enough to give to a ground bear. If he had more dragon blood, Even if his father advanced to the sword master level, it wouldn't be enough to keep it hidden. So, and he gave up on that idea. However, even without dragon blood, his family still had many treasures that could be used to raise the ground bears. Adult ground bears are quite powerful, comparable to horned eagles. When they grow up, they will be very useful. Moreover, his manor is near the Manga Mountains, and in the future, low-level magical beasts might invade. Having 2 adult ground bears would reduce a lot of trouble. And he held 2 bottles, filled with magical milk infused with dawnflower dew, rich in elemental energy. He usually only drank 1 cup a day, but for the 2 ground bears, he had to save the rest for them. The juvenile stage of magical beasts is the best time to improve their talent. Usually, adult magical beasts or even their offspring are protected by a rare treasure from birth, and when the cubs are born, they are given to enhance their talent. Come on, drink more quickly. Drinking milk helps you grow, and when you grow up, you'll be able to contribute to my manor. Humph humph, the 2 little ground bears were very obedient, holding their bottles and making nasal sounds, clearly very hungry. Puff, puff. A yellow slime jumped over. He stared with big eyes, seeming to want to drink as well. Go away, eat your sweet potato. No milk for you. And he moved his foot, pushing the slime outside. The slime immediately looked upset, tears welling in its big eyes. All right, I'll give you some to drink. Happy now? And he suddenly became a caregiver, still taking care of 3 little ones. After feeding the milk, he was exhausted. Next time, you can hold the bottle and drink by yourselves. The yellow slime's eyes widened, as if trying to confirm if the other was speaking human language. If you can't hold the bottle, how can you drink milk? Puff puff. And he moved away from the angry slime and went outside. The 3 little ones followed closely. Bear 2 found a corner and peed on a flower, then happily ran after him. And he arrived at the farm gate to check the fields. The wheat had already started planting, covering several acres. To avoid delaying farming work, all the farmers were working together, 40 households, over 170 people. The scene was very lively. This season, we'll plant 1,500 acres of wheat for now. Although the land cleared so far isn't 1,500 acres, once the wheat is grown, the horned half-orcs can clear more land. Looking at the fields, and he saw a large area already cultivated. Many parts still needed clearing, but in 2 or 3 years, it would all be done. He plans to cultivate 30,000 acres in the manor. It sounds like a lot, but it's only about 50 square kilometers of his land, about 2/5 of his estate. With 20 half-orcs working, clearing 1,000 acres each month, it would take less than 3 years to finish. But he wants to do it faster. After selling Bobo chicken and Gada duck, he plans to buy 40 more horned half-orcs. By next year, he expects to have all 30,000 acres cleared. Then, the horned half-orcs won't need to be sold at the market like other farmers. Since he can support them, he'll turn them into guards for the estate. The Minotaur horns give the half-orcs great strength and endurance. Their patrols are as routine as eating and drinking. If they wear full armor, even advanced apprentice swordsmen wouldn't dare attack them. The only problem is that half-orcs are a bit slow and heavy, but that's not a big issue since they are mainly used to guard the estate, not for fighting. As for the farmers, Shao Koro will handle how many are needed. He estimates there will be no fewer than 500 households, meaning he needs to prepare at least 5,000 gold coins in the next year. Otherwise, they can't farm so much land. And he isn't worried. Whether it's the wheat harvest from 2 seasons or the golden peaches and red ironwood from the mountain, he can gather 5,000 gold coins from any of these. Although the red ironwood trees haven't fully matured yet, selling them when needed is no problem. Another month has passed. All 1,500 acres of wheat have sprouted. The golden peach trees on the mountain are in full bloom. Various flowers in the forest at the mountain's base are also blooming brightly, attracting many bees. Because of this, he had some beehives made. These were gifts left by the previous estate owner. In addition, the Bobo chickens and Gada ducks have fully grown and are ready to be sold. They are quite fat, each weighing about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. Many are being transported out of the estate by cart. Some are sold in the town, but with only about 80,000 to 90,000 people in Bobo province, they can't eat all these chickens and ducks. So, many carts leave Bobo province and go to other towns to sell. It took 10 days to sell all the chickens and ducks, and he finally earned his first real income from his estate. He made a total of 700 gold coins, much more than expected. The chickens and ducks grew very well. He initially thought they would only reach 2 jin in 2 months, but they all grew over 3 jin. Now I have over 1,000 gold coins. It turns out that big landowners really do make money. Xiao Koro, go buy 40 half-orcs, and also buy 10 farming households, 10 fishermen, 10 beekeepers, and 10 people who can manage the golden peach trees. If Bobo province doesn't have enough, go to other towns. If these people don't have families, buy a female to be their wife. These slaves mostly come from nearby kingdoms. Whenever there are small or large conflicts, people are often captured and turned into slaves. In short, if you take from me, I won't lose out, and I will take from you. Towns captured in battles often end up being sold into slavery. Besides that, within the kingdoms, many poor people can't support their children. They sell their children, wives, brothers, and sisters. So, slaves come from many different sources. There are also many human traffickers who specifically raid and sell people. Most skilled people are captured through raids. Little Koro writes down all the tasks carefully, flattering. Young master, your servant will definitely buy high-quality slaves for you. This time, little Koro is going on a long trip. He takes along 1,000 gold coins, and E is left with only 100 gold coins. Again, no money. Easy nodded casually. As for clearing out the remaining orcs, that was definitely false. His father was probably in seclusion. Thinking about his father secretly breaking through in seclusion, Easy sighed and called him the Old Six. This time, Easy guessed his father would likely send troops. His father and the other 7 barons are now united, sharing risks and rewards. No one could be sure that orcs wouldn't suddenly appear. But his father, the Old Six, would definitely try to gain big benefits for the small alliance formed by the 7 barons. He would try to take a piece of the pie from Count Andre and, in doing so, naturally become the main voice among the 7 baron territories. Easy remembered that Andre was already in his 60s and only a 1-star sword master. He had only broken through with the help of treasures and lots of resources. His father was definitely no match for him. What a pity I can't see my father's face when he proves everyone wrong. That would be a great life moment, Easy sighed. As for leaving the manor and the Babo of Baron territory, that was impossible. Never in this lifetime. It was too dangerous outside. Easy wasn't like his older siblings, who were either talented magic students or military leaders. He was just a beginner 1-star swordsman, a rookie. Once he left Babo of territory, who would he be? Easy had a clear understanding of himself. Oh, has my mother not come back yet? Mrs. Mitchell seems to have gone to the Elven Forest to visit an old friend. To visit an old friend in the Elven Forest? Easy thought for a moment. He knew his mother had a good relationship with the elves there. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get elf fish and dawnflower dew. But wasn't she busy building her own beginner magic academy and recruiting teachers everywhere? Is it possible she went to the Elven Forest to invite an elf as a magic teacher? Easy looked strange. In the Kingdom of Airland, the Magic Academy wouldn't even accept elves if they had a trace of human blood that wasn't pure. His mother wanting to invite an elf to be a magic teacher was like a young girl sitting in a bridal sedan chair for the first time. But it wasn't a big deal. The kingdom only cares about collecting money from those noble territories. The rest, they can do as they please. I've never seen an elf in my life. I don't even know how my mom is connected to elves. By the way, how are elven girls? Easy casually touched his chin. He wasn't sure how the girl was doing, but Easy knew he had encountered a great event. Young master, a child from a farmer's family has sensed aura and become an apprentice swordsman. What? Easy was very happy. He knew that the farmers he bought from, those greedy traders, wouldn't sell children over 10 years old. Children over 10 are sold separately. So, this child who sensed aura and became an apprentice swordsman is under 10 years old. He has no sword skills or aura-breathing techniques. Relying only on himself, sensing aura before age 10 is definitely a sign of a genius. Come on, take me to see this genius. Lily quickly led Easy to the farm. Alec was also very surprised. For the young master to meet such a genius was a big happy event. They arrived at the farmer's house. The farmer was waiting nervously at the door. Easy strode forward and immediately recognized the child. He was one of the few children he remembered. It's you. Looks like we're quite fated. Ha ha. Hello, young master. The farmer, his wife, and the child hurriedly bowed. What is your name? Easy asked as he helped the boy up. Young master, my name is Little Ah Shu, the boy replied nervously, looking up at the young master nearby. His parents also held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They didn't really understand aura. Everyone knew awakening aura could make someone superior, but many didn't understand what aura actually was. Even little Ashu's parents didn't know about his aura awakening. They only noticed that recently, his strength had increased a lot. He could split firewood as well as an adult. Based on rumors and after observing for a few days, they felt nervous and went to Lily to talk. But Ashu's parents weren't sure either. Little Ashu, don't be afraid. I heard you sensed aura, right? Easy patted the boy's head. Young master, little Ashu doesn't know either. He just feels like there's a little fish in his belly, the boy answered honestly. Haha, a little fish is good, Easy said happily. He crouched slightly and asked, can you make the little fish come out? Show it to me. Little Ashu nodded quickly. Yes, young master. Then little Ashu reached out his hand. A faint, colorless energy quickly covered his palm because it had no specific attribute. People without aura cannot sense it. Wow, 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 and he exclaimed happily. He could really sense the aura now. With proper training, becoming a formal swordsman before age 20 is definitely possible. His future goal is to become at least a top-tier formal swordsman, with a strong chance of reaching the level of a grand swordsman. A grand swordsman is a powerful person who can stand equal to a baron. Even barons need to seek their favor. Little Ashu, do you want to follow me? Young master, little Ashu already belongs to you, doesn't he? Little Ashu asked confused. Haha, little Ashu, you're still young and don't understand now. But I'll give you two choices. The first choice is that I will help you and your family escape from being slaves. Since you can sense aura now, you can register with the Swordsmanship Association and become a minor noble. Every month, you won't have to do anything and will receive 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins. No work at all, little Ashu exclaimed. Young master, how can I get 10 silver coins without doing anything? Are you joking with me? I'm serious. Are you willing? Not only can you escape slavery, but you can also become a noble. At this moment, little Ashu's parents nearby were sweating all over. They wanted to say they would follow the young master to the end, but Alec, standing next to them, radiated a terrifying aura that made them too scared to move. Little Ashu shook his head. Little Ashu is the young master's person. If it weren't for the young master, little Ashu and my sister might have already starved. My parents would also go hungry every day. Now little Ashu and my sister can eat enough and have a house. Little Ashu looked firmly at Ani. Little Ashu said before that when he grows up, he wants to repay the young master. So, little Ashu wants to follow the young master. Little Ashu has always been the young master's person. Ashu's parents immediately felt a weight lift from their shoulders. Haha, alright. Then I won't mention the second choice, because little Ashu has already chosen. From now on, you will stay by my side, okay? No, little Ashu still has to work. Chop firewood, cut grass, feed pigs, plant seeds, dig the ground. So many things to do. Little Ashu counted on his fingers. From now on, you, your parents, and your sister don't need to do these things anymore. Your parents won't have to farm. Instead, they can help me manage the Lolo pigs. Every day, just check if the pigs have escaped or fallen ill. I will also give your family 20 silver coins each month. Just focus on following me. Thank you, young master. Your servants will do their best to take good care of each Lolo pig. Ashu's parents were very happy and immediately knelt on the ground. At this moment, Alec's pressure had already disappeared. So, Ashu's family quickly became part of the estate management team. Ani waved his hand and rewarded them with a set of fine furniture with silver inlay, 5 bolts of printed cotton cloth, a set of silver jewelry and sky blue dresses for the young lady, a tailcoat for the young master, and a silk embroidered dress. Little Ashu stayed close to Alec, learning swordsmanship and energy-breathing techniques. It was now the 3rd month since arriving at the estate. Ani was feeding Bear Big and Bear 2. After 2 months of growth, plus training with treasures and monster meat, Bear Big and Bear 2 had grown to about 1 meter long and were now as strong as 6 or 7-star apprentice swordsmen. As for the yellow slime, It was the same size as a watermelon. But this yellow slime, which had no limbs and was round and smooth, strangely liked watching little Ashu practice swordsmanship. Young master, Manager Koro has returned. Lily ran into the house. Finally back. It took 10 days to buy the slaves this time, and he came out of his room and saw the carriage outside and the people just getting off. 40 half-orcs, 45 farmers, 42 fishermen, 43 beekeepers, and 41 people managing the golden peach trees. The estate now had an additional 211 people. Little Koro, arrange all these people in Makin village. I've already had people build wooden houses for them. Young master, your servant Koro has already gathered information on these slaves, and here are their contracts, Koro said with a smile, handing over the documents. Easy nodded and said, yes, just settle them first. The monthly wages for farmers are 300 copper coins. Fishermen get 450 coins per household. Beekeepers 500 coins, and those who manage the golden peaches 600 coins. Payments are made at the end of each month. There are 10 days left this month, so we can settle 1/3 today. Starting tomorrow, work officially begins. Young master, I believe these slaves will feel truly grateful to have such a kind master like you, Xiao Keluo said with flattery before leading a group away. Makin village has grown as more residents moved in, forming a small community. The village stands in the middle of the wheat fields and is part of the Golden Mountain Estate staff. Easy simply named it Makin Village. There is also a village of horned half-beasts called Horn Village. This time, 40 half-beasts were bought, 30 of whom are females, forming 30 pairs. He only ensured an equal number of males and females. Whether these simple-minded horned people find partners is not his concern. Now, Makin Village has added 40 more households. With the previous 40, there are now 80 households. When Golden Mountain Estate is fully developed, there will probably be about 1,000 servants in total, he thought. Meanwhile, at Makin Village, the new arrivals, after receiving their houses, finally came to their senses from the estate owner's words. Wow, we actually have houses to live in. Wife, I think we must be dead. Maybe because we've worked hard all our lives. The Lord has brought us to heaven. You idiot, if you want to die, don't drag me and the kids with you. Hurry and gather firewood and dry grass. I'll boil water and cook. Praise the brave and kind estate owner. This is definitely the most merciful master I've ever met. I never thought we'd still get paid every month. These are real houses. Haha, I'm not dreaming. Wah, wife, our decision to hold on was right. Quick, let's tidy up the house today. We must not delay work tomorrow. Old Stone, if you dare to slack off and get us sold again, I won't forgive you. Erdan, hurry up, go get some water. Today, we're going to eat our fill. The 80 households' houses were neat, and people started coming and going. Meanwhile, after 40 households moved in completely, Easy continued with his plans, simply jumping up in place and taking off. Wow, the system is acting up. Congratulations, the host has achieved the milestone of 1,000 prosperity points in the manor. You have received a reward, the God's Eye panel. God's Eye panel? Eagerly, and he opened it. Immediately, a view of the entire manor appeared from above. Wow, amazing. This is really impressive. I can't believe there's such a feature. It's like installing a satellite over my manor. He studied the new feature with great interest. In the God's Eye view, only the manor area is visible. Outside the manor, everything is covered in fog. Although the entire manor is shrunk to a 0.25-meter panel, he could still see the figures of the farmers clearly. However, these people looked like tiny figures smaller than ants. He found that the God's Eye view could zoom in and out. He could even control the view to reach any corner of the manor. He kept zooming out and then moved the view into a farmer's house. The scene inside the room appeared clearly on the panel. If he looked at it at night, he wondered if he could see them making tiny figures. Anis shook his head quickly, dismissing this inappropriate thought, and raised the view back to the highest point. From the panel, he could see farmers pulling weeds in the wheat fields, tiny figures working with horns on the wasteland, little pigs, and tiny people carrying fresh grass. He also saw tiny figures gathering firewood in the woods, and even some tiny figures imitating dogs, lifting a leg to urinate on trees. With this, he thought, he could monitor his manor in real time whenever he was free. If monsters or beasts appeared, He could discover them immediately, and he was very satisfied. Although the reward wasn't a tangible treasure, this tool was clearly very useful to him. He also wondered what exactly the prosperity points in the manor were. They hadn't explained it before. If 1,000 points could earn a reward, maybe 10,000 points would too? He looked forward to it. In the manor, farmers finished planting and most of them became free. They started doing other tasks. Some gathered wild grass. Some went to the forest at the foot of the mountain to cut wood and build houses, and others dug the ground with half-orcs. Anyway, they needed to find work. These people were most afraid of having nothing to do. Staying in the manor meant they could at least have food. If they left, they would be illegal residents, worse off than commoners, and outside without homes or land, they would starve. Even in the woods or mountains, a single goblin could kill them. And he didn't need to assign work. These people wouldn't let themselves stop. Like NPCs in a farm game, once their houses were built, they had people, and with people, they kept working. At this moment, 10 fishermen settled in a row of houses. They had packed their things and were now gathering at the door. The head steward said that from now on, that small lake will be managed by us. Today, we'll go see the situation and plan tomorrow's work. Yes, we can't delay the young master's affairs. I just went to look. That small lake is really big, about 200 meters across. From here, we have to go through the forest at the foot of the mountain and walk 4 or 5 miles to get there. One fisherman exclaimed, "The young master's manor is so big. My previous lord's estate was at most 2 miles, and I could finish the work at that pond alone. Everyone work hard. In a month, we can earn 450 copper coins. Save for 10 years, and we'll be rich. Maybe we'll even raise a swordsman, just like Lord A. Shu." Next to him, another fisherman looked enviously. "Lord A. Shu, I heard he's now managing the low pigs. He just counts them every day, walks around them, and doesn't have to do anything else. He earns 20 silver coins a month. Wow, that much. I remember my former master's eldest son, after becoming a swordsman, got a name at the Swordsman's Guild. He only earned 10 silver coins a month. That's nothing. Our young master's extra allowance means he doesn't have to pay for food or drink. Every day, he eats low pig meat and takes various treasures. I just passed by other houses and heard that the lord he follows is a real swordsman. A real swordsman. Our manor even has a real swordsman. Do you remember? It's the one standing next to the young master. Wow. I hope I didn't offend the young master before. You're just like a little chick, too scared to lift your head. What's there to be offended about? Hurry up and go. Stop chatting. Work hard. Maybe our family can produce a swordsman too. Let's go and check out the small lake." 10 fishermen walked through the wheat fields, wild grass, and woods to reach the lake. One fisherman sat down and sighed. "It's so big. The wooden walkway is broken. We need to fix it tomorrow." I just looked around. There are definitely big fish in this lake. Very big fish. You might not know, but my wife heard from others that there are rose-ice fish in this lake. What's a rose-ice fish? You're a fisherman and you don't know? I'll tell you, but you probably won't understand. Just know that one of these fish can be exchanged for 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. For one fish. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Let's go. There's a boat over there. We can take it to the lake and look around. Young master, something's wrong. There's trouble at the small lake again. Lily ran in, panting. What happened? And he immediately became serious. Could it be another monster? He opened the overview panel, checked the small lake's location, and saw 10 frightened little people and the serious Alec. "I don't know. I heard there's a big water monster in the lake." The fishermen wanted to check the fish, but their boat was overturned. Lily described, her mind automatically imagining the scene, and she turned pale with fear. "Let's go and see." And he guessed it's probably some kind of monster. He knows a lot about monsters. After all, he loves to eat. Since he's interested in food, he studies various ingredients, and monsters are his main focus. Just one look is enough for him to recognize any monster, whether common or rare. He can identify almost all monsters that have appeared in the Kingdom of Airland. When they arrived at the lake, they saw Alec with a serious face. "Alec, do you know what's in the lake?" And he asked. "Young master, when I arrived, I only saw a broken fishing boat," Alec replied. And he looked over. Not far on the lake's surface, the broken boat was still floating. "Are you hurt?" And he approached the fisherman. "Young master, "It's just a small scratch, nothing serious," said a fisherman, quickly shaking his head. The others also said they were fine. The fisherman who just encountered the monster will go to housekeeper Koro later to get some ointment and 200 copper coins. Although their injuries were minor, they had many small cuts all over their bodies. And he was generous and didn't hold back. "Did you see what that monster looked like?" "Describe it to me," a fisherman who was rowing earlier recalled. "That water monster was very big. I'm sure its body was at least as large as our boat. We didn't see it clearly at the time, but when its tail hit and broke the boat, I saw that its tail was blue and very long, like a swallowtail fish's tail." Another fisherman quickly spoke up. "I saw its head. It had something like seaweed growing on it, very long. But this seaweed was blue, and near its gills, it also had these things. Its head was very narrow, and he suddenly had a guess in his mind. All right, I understand. You can go back now. Besides the people who were rowing earlier, everyone else can go to receive 100 copper coins. Thank you, young master." Their fear of the water monster instantly faded. The 100 copper coins, enough to buy black bread, were enough for a family of 4 to eat for a month. "Young master, do you know what kind of monster this is?" Alec, though a formal swordsman, knew a little about common monsters, but not much about rare ones. And Yi's eyes lit up with joy. "I said before, the water quality in this wild lake isn't high. How could it support rose-ice fish? It turns out there's a spirit of water element here." "Spirit of water element?" Alec was a bit confused, clearly not knowing what kind of monster that was. The spirit of water element is just a general term. For example, this one born in the lake is called the lake spirit. Ones born in streams are called stream spirits. Water sources with water element spirits have very high water quality. They also contain abundant water elements. No wonder the rose-ice fish can survive. Hearing about the lake spirit and stream spirit, Alec finally understood. He was excited. "Young master, I heard that the magic talent of lake spirits is very high. If we can tame one, it would be a great help for our estate." He shook his head and pointed at the small lake in front of him. "This is a fairly large lake, but the lake spirit that appears here probably formed because, during the battle with the orcs, magicians kept falling nearby over the past 100 years. It's a lucky coincidence. However, a lake spirit born from such a small lake usually has limited growth potential, reaching only the level of a trainee mage. Even that is a big achievement." Alecton felt a bit disappointed. He had heard of lake spirits before, but those were from large lakes. He didn't expect the lake spirit from this small lake to have such limited potential. Still, since it's a lake spirit, it's completely fine to raise some high-quality fish in this lake in the future, he said happily. With the lake spirit here, the fish he released earlier would definitely survive. But these fish seem a bit timid and easily scared. I'll try using Snowberry to see if I can attract it. Lily, go back and bring all the remaining snowberries. Yes, young master. Soon, Lily returned with a jar that was still cold to the touch. Young master, snowberries. He took the jar, opened it, and saw there was about half left. Taming a lake spirit clearly couldn't be done in one go, but he had plenty of time. He could feed it little by little. Feelings are built gradually. Come on, I'll treat you to snowberries. These are fruits cultivated by water spirits in the elven forest. Try some. He threw a few berries far away. At first, there was no movement on the water surface. He wasn't in a hurry. Soon, a blue grass-like thing quickly swept away several snowberries. A smile appeared on his face. Once it ate, it meant he had taken a crucial step. Whether it's a beast or a person, feeding is a good way to build trust. From then on, every morning, he had a new task, to come and feed the lake spirit. As spring gradually deepened into early summer, then suddenly into the hot peak of summer, 3 months had passed. Early in the morning, by the small lake, a long, elegant, light blue fish was eagerly watching in one direction. When a figure appeared, it happily made a clear, musical sound. Then, the lake spirit flicked its tail, causing a plump, beautiful fish to fall onto the wooden walkway, where it opened its mouth, waiting to be fed. Today, it's only a beautiful fish. 1 fish can be exchanged for 3 snowberry treats. Huh? After eating, the lake spirit spat out a stream of water. You're getting a 3-day salary deduction. The estate had its first big harvest. The wheat was ripe, and the golden peaches were ready too. Golden peaches and golden wheat, both shining brightly. The Golden Mountain Villa was starting to live up to its name. At this moment, on the Golden Peach Mountain, women were everywhere picking peaches. In the wheat fields, men were busy harvesting. Because of the threat of rain, everyone was rushing to harvest, as there were about 1,500 acres of wheat. Children used a wooden magic device, a wind-powered threshing machine, to separate the wheat from the chaff. They put the wheat in, and it automatically separated the grains and stalks. Wheat stacks were piling up. A large amount of wheat was spread out on a hardened magic ground to dry, waiting to be stored in the granaries. 3 months had passed, and the Golden Estate had changed quite a bit. Much land had been cultivated, up to 10,000 acres. As for new facilities, there weren't many. Besides an E and her sister making the wind magic threshing machines, there was a hardened area for drying wheat, some new granaries, and various new farming tools like sickles and small carts. The estate hadn't changed much overall. They hadn't planted many new crops or raised many animals, but it finally looked like a proper estate. Under high-quality magical beast meat feed, Big Bear and Second Bear had grown as big as calves, strong and sturdy. Their strength was comparable to 9-star apprentice swordsmen, and he couldn't help but marvel. These magical beasts, in some ways, truly had advantages over humans. As long as they grow up, their strength will naturally increase, and there is no need to practice like humans do. Right now, Bear Big and Bear Second are just over half a year old, but they already have this level of strength. When they become adults, reaching the level of a formal swordsman will be easy. The age of a land bear is quite short. Usually, they become adults in 5 or 6 years. Since land bears are common magical beasts, their wild lifespan is about 20 to 30 years. After domestication, they can live up to 50 or 60 years. As for slimes, Ian's mouth twitched. The slime spends all day holding a stick and waving it around, making marks like a child's drawing. It really thinks it is a swordsman. Ian secretly mocked himself. He simply can't understand how a slime could like swords. Ian isn't thinking about the slime right now. He is trying to calculate how many gold coins he can get from his first harvest on the manor. According to standard calculations, 1 acre of wheat yields about 500 gene. Selling the wheat directly can get 2 gold coins, but that's too little. If I grind it into flour using my magic mill, the high-quality flour can sell for at least 3 gold coins. The white flour made from white wheat is much more valuable than ordinary meat in the Kingdom of Airland. This is not only because the yield is low, but also because this world's white wheat is said to be blessed by the sun god. It contains a faint trace of solar energy, which helps strengthen muscles and internal organs. Eating this food reduces impurities in the body, which is very beneficial for swordsmen and mages. Everyone knows that swordsmen eat more than cows. Since there are very few places that can grow white wheat, most of it is grown on large estates. All these factors make the price extremely high. In the history of the Kingdom of Airland, the retail price has never fallen below 100 copper coins per gene. As for black wheat, it does not contain solar energy. It is said to be cursed by the god of darkness and is considered a filthy crop. However, filth has its advantages. Black wheat can grow anywhere and has a stronger vitality than weeds. Black wheat also has a high yield, often reaching 800 to 900 gene. Better land can produce over 1,000 gene. Of course, this doesn't stop most people from going hungry. Land is a precious asset only commoners can own, and beneath commoners are the poor, homeless, and slaves. Most land is occupied by monsters, magical beasts, or nobles. Easy to sigh, he truly is a blessed child of Blue Star. He didn't reincarnate into an ordinary person in this world, but among the large group of transmigrators, he is not doing very well. He has talent, strength, and background, but his family only holds the lowest noble title of Baron. Still, he has some status. As for changing the world, like other transmigrators, creating ideas of liberation, challenging fate, or fighting for freedom and human rights, forget it. He doesn't want to be burned alive. It's better to happily be a landlord. His mind drifted away again. What was he about to do just now? He thought for a moment. Oh, he forgot. Forget it. It probably isn't that important. Anyway, it definitely has nothing to do with gold coins. July is the busy farming season in the Kingdom of Airland, as well as in several nearby kingdoms. The long war between Airland and the Kingdom of Novalis has finally stopped. When an E heard that the war had ended, the soldiers from Baron Bobo's territory had already returned. There were 300 apprentice swordsmen and 3 experienced swordsmen, with over 120 casualties among the apprentices and even 1 experienced swordsman killed. For a territory like Bobo, which was only established a little over a year ago, the losses were very heavy. Bobo Castle soldiers, this campaign against Novalis has finally ended. I deeply mourn the fallen soldiers. They were all excellent talents of Bobo's territory. As for their children, I will do everything I can to train a swordsman to carry on their family's glory. And you all, I promise that in the next 10 years, no one will dare to bully us again. Even if they are counts, I will make them pay the price. This time, Count Andrei shamelessly tried to shift the royal decree to us. Those brothers didn't have to die. They should be at their estates with their wives and children, watching the golden wheat and enjoying the harvest. But they left us instead. Soldiers, remember this shame. Besides, although we had to humbly follow Count Andrei's orders this time because they were reported to the royal court, I also managed to tear a piece of fat meat from him. To the south of the territory, bordering Count Andrei's land, I have acquired a fertile piece of land. All apprentice swordsmen will be granted a 50-acre estate, including at least 3 acres suitable for planting the sun god's blessed white wheat. Additionally, full-fledged swordsmen will receive a 200-acre estate, with at least 30 acres for growing white wheat. In front of the castle, a wave of cheers erupted like a flood or a tidal wave. No one could resist the temptation of land, especially land suitable for growing white wheat. Everyone left the castle, their war fatigue gone, excited as they headed toward their small farms. Congratulations, Lord Baron. This time, you've secured a 200-square-kilometer piece of land from Count Andrei, Old Caro said with a smile. Baron Bobo shook his head and sighed. Old Caro, take some men and pick 1 child from the children of fallen soldiers to train under Andas. Make sure they become swordsmen to protect the legacy of those soldiers. If they already have children who are swordsmen, according to the previous rules, grant them some resources. These resources will be given out monthly until they are used up. Yes, my lord. The castle fell silent. Victor Bobo's eyes suddenly burned like flames. Dragon-blooded fighting spirit is truly extraordinary. That Count Andrei, who broke through as a swordsman after more than 20 years, couldn't last 10 rounds against me. I really should thank my son. Humph, Victor Bobo? Is this how you thank my precious one? A woman in a light blue dress appeared at the castle gate, glaring angrily at the man in front. Oh, dear wife, you've finally come back. It's been so hard waiting for you at home. Baron Bobo hurriedly stepped down from his high seat, trying to look charming. Come, wife, give me a kiss. Mrs. Mitchell's face immediately turned red with anger. You shameless man. There are others here. Hee hee. Mitchell's sister, just pretend I don't exist. Next to them, a woman dressed in green appeared. She had pointed ears, carried a bow and arrow on her back, and her emerald eyes sparkled playfully. Wow, wife, you really managed to invite a forest spirit, Baron Bobo exclaimed in surprise. Humph. Oh, Carrot. Oh, from now on, this person will be the vice dean of our Silver Basic Magic School. Mrs. Mitchell raised her beautiful white neck. Baron Bopov stared blankly. Wife, we haven't seen each other for 4 months. Don't you notice anything different about my return this time? You're more beautiful, Baron Bopov confidently replied. Mrs. Mitchell clenched her teeth and cast a quick magic spell. Freeze her. Immediately, Baron Bopov turned into an ice sculpture. Humph. Grace, let's go. A few minutes later, the ice shattered, and Baron Bopov shivered. My wife has advanced to a full magician. No. Does this mean I can never be above her? Golden Manor Ani didn't realize his mother had returned. She was busy at the magic school and had already forgotten her youngest son. Right now, Ani was worried about selling the golden peaches. Ugh, so many golden peaches. The Bopov territory has less than 10,000 people, so they can't eat them all. If I send them to other towns, with this heat, they'll spoil in just a few days. And they can't stay on the trees forever. What should I do? Ani worried, trying to think of a way to sell all the peaches. What Ani didn't know was that even the previous estate owner, 5 years ago, would have been happy for the peaches from the peach trees to sell for just 30% of their value, making him sleep well for 3 days. And that was just for the peaches from 5 years ago. Golden peaches, oh golden peaches, Why can't you just turn into gold coins and hang on the trees peacefully? Ani was holding a jar of homemade icy berry jam, eating it bite by bite, quickly finishing it. He couldn't think of a good idea. Looking at the jar in his hand, Ani suddenly shivered. Wait, did I just remember something? Golden peaches? Jar? Peach preserves. Special wooden houses were built, each containing steaming baskets, and the entire area was filled with billowing white smoke. At the entrance, many women sat around a wooden basin, peeling golden peaches. The jars Ani chose were also made of glass. In this world, glass was still expensive, but that was only for ordinary people. This world is not lacking in glass-making techniques because magic exists here. For wizards who master magical rune technology, making glass is not difficult. For an a glass jar costs only 5 copper coins, which is very cheap. Colored glass is much cheaper than clear glass. And Yi's ordinary golden peach cans are made with colored glass. There are also clear glass jars. A clear glass jar costs 20 copper coins. These are sold as high-end products, filled with top-quality golden peaches. There are also jars made with 7 colored glass. Just one jar costs 1 silver coin and contains premium golden peaches. The 3 types of golden peach cans naturally earn money from 3 different social classes. An called Xiao Kaluo over to ask about a good selling price. Xiao Kaluo, for these 3 levels of golden peach cans, what do you think is a good price? Xiao Kaluo thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Master, your idea is quite new. An ordinary golden peach is worth only 5 copper coins, but making it into a can allows it to be stored longer and sold for a higher price. However, the regular golden peaches from the estate are too many, so the main target is wealthier commoners. The price shouldn't be too high, around 30 copper coins. The high-quality golden peach cans, with a 20 copper coin jar, 10 copper coin peaches, and 2 copper coin sugar, are mainly sold to young nobles. These people are quite wealthy, so we can set the price at 2 silver coins. As for the top-quality golden peach cans, the jar alone is worth 1 silver coin. The top-grade peaches come from a single tree, with only a few peaches per tree, worth over 5 silver coins each on the market. The master also adds some rare berries worth 1 silver coin, and even a drop of dawnflower dew. This is something even the wealthy cannot buy. It's very beneficial for children, and there are rumors it can increase the chances of becoming a wizard. Although the effect is small and rare, because it contains dawnflower dew, the price can be set very high. Compared to middle-level nobles who are above regular knights, the price can be directly set at 10 gold coins. Nobles who buy for their children won't mind spending just 10 gold coins. Although this canned food method is simple and will quickly be copied once it hits the market, the young master uses water from the lake spirit, and the premium golden peach cans contain morning dew flower dew, so there is no need to worry about market competition. The young master can even add morning dew flower due to both the high-quality and regular golden peach cans. Xiao Keluo shows a sly smile. Just a drop in 10,000 bottles is enough. Even a little makes a difference. It's a completely different thing to have it or not. Moreover, our regular and premium golden peach cans don't have much extra value. Even if someone copies them, ordinary people would rather spend 10 more copper coins to buy peaches made with lake spirit water and morning dew flower dew for their children. The young nobleman wouldn't be stingy with a silver coin to buy our high-quality golden peach cans. And the wealthier nobles? They are not short of money. They might buy a bottle with 1 drop, or even the young master could exchange 10 bottles with 1 drop of morning dew flower dew. They would all rush to buy. Ha! Well done, Xiao Keluo. You truly inherited your father's cleverness and shrewdness. Just do as you say. These canned peaches are now yours. Rest assured, young master. Your servant will surely complete this task perfectly and bring you great wealth. After 7 days, the first batch of golden peach cans was ready for sale. Xiao Keluo began leading carts away. As for how Xiao Keluo plans to sell them, and he has no worries. Xiao Keluo may lack strength, but old Keluo has it. And Xiao Keluo is only the 3rd son. He has an older brother and second brother, both over 10 years older, managing the shops of Baron Bobo in various towns across the kingdom. So, and he has no concerns. The transportation and preservation of the golden peaches are solved. Everything else is easy. Even if they can't sell all the peaches, storing the cans for a year or 2 is fine. Probably, These golden peach cans won't last a year anyway. I wonder how many gold coins we can sell for this time. On this mountain, there are about 2,000 golden peach trees. The harvest isn't large. Each tree yields 200 to 300 peaches, totaling roughly 600,000 to 700,000 peaches. 90% are regular golden peaches, 10% are high quality, and the top-tier golden peaches are only found at the very top of the main branches, considered the best. Thinking about a large amount of gold coins, and he immediately became very excited. His mind finally started working. He rarely took out paper and a pen to do calculations. Let's calculate based on 600,000 golden peaches. Ordinary golden peach canned fruit, small bottles, usually 1 peach per bottle. 90% of the peaches are in 640,000 cans. Material cost is 11. Human labor cost is almost nothing, and transportation costs are covered by my dad, using his car. All expenses are on my dad, so there are no costs there. As for the store's selling price, it will definitely be a bit inflated, and my dad will deduct some. This isn't included in the 30 copper coins. After various deductions, each can earn at least 18 copper coins. 640,018 divided by 100 is equal to 1,152 gold coins. All right, it seems a bit different from what I thought, and he muttered. After doing this calculation, he realized that hundreds of thousands of cans only amount to just over 1,000 gold coins, which is less than what he makes from catching and selling fish. Forget it, 1,000 gold coins is 1,000 gold coins. At least the trees aren't mine. It's like getting them for free, and he continued to calculate with his pen. 4 high-quality golden peach canned fruit. Material cost is 32 copper coins. And he didn't understand much, so he just used 35. 1 bottle can earn 165 copper coins. 10,000 bottles can earn 60,165 divided by 100 is equal to 990 gold coins. And Yi's eyes were blank. No, this doesn't match what he thought. He thought he would earn at least tens of thousands. With this amount of gold coins, he wouldn't be able to finish building the wall puzzle anytime soon. No, wait, there's also top-quality golden peach canned fruit. And he suddenly remembered the price of top-quality golden peach canned fruit, and his eyes lit up. 10 gold coins per bottle. He quickly recalculated. Morning dew flower dew is free, human labor is free, transportation costs are covered by his dad, with a cost of 7 silver coins, maybe 10 silver coins. Even compared to 10 gold coins, it's almost nothing. He has at least 3,000 top-quality golden peaches. Finally, and he let out a satisfied sigh, feeling great. Indeed, it's still the money from the big nobles, easy to earn. Young master, madam has arrived, Lily came in. Mom is here, and he exclaimed happily. Mom, this is already the 38th top-quality golden peach canned fruit you've eaten, and he said, lying in the yard, and he let out a lament in his heart. Mom, please, just leave already. If I don't leave soon, even my 3,000 top-quality golden peach cans won't last. In just 3 days, I've already finished over 30 cans. Actually, it's more than 80 cans, plus 1 extra, my forest elf aunt. Suddenly, I start missing my mom. Every day, I see 2 gold-eating beasts devouring 200 or 300 gold coins each time. It makes my heart almost stop. Oh, Mom, just go. I don't love you anymore. Mrs. Mitchell glared and said, You little brat, it's just some golden peach cans. Honestly, I should get a share of the money inside those cans. And he quickly forced a smile and said, No way, son wouldn't dislike Mom eating more. I'm just worried you might eat too much and gain weight. These are very sweet, and eating too much isn't good for health. Humph, all lies. Forget it, I won't eat your cans anymore. I was even planning to give you a gift. Sigh, I'm so disappointed. Mom is leaving today. Mrs. Mitchell clutched her chest and got up from the lounge, pretending to be hurt. Next to her, the forest elf Grace showed no intention of leaving. She kept leisurely eating her can, thinking to herself how delicious it was. When Annie heard about a gift, his eyes lit up. Mom, oh look at you. As your son, how could I dislike you eating? Really, remember, whatever Mom wants to eat is also my stuff. Mom can eat as much as she wants. Annie hurriedly pressed his mom down and called Lily. Lily, bring out some of my treasured top-quality ice snowberry golden peach cans. top-quality fiery berry golden peach cans, and top-quality golden peach magic milk cow yogurt. Mrs. Mitchell's eyes widened at the names, and she swallowed nervously. She knew her son's eating skills well. Things he treasures are definitely delicious. Oomph, sneaky little rabbit. I forgive you this time for hiding things. Hurry up and bring some for Mom to try, Mrs. Mitchell said with a queenly attitude. Young master, the cans are here. Lily came out of the cellar, carrying a box. And Ye's face turned green. I only asked you to bring a little, not to carry all my belongings. He looked at his mom and saw her eyes fixed on the box. His heart sank. It's over. I can't even bear to eat it. Mrs. Mitchell used a small spell to bring the box over, then opened a large, colorful glass jar about a hand high. The smell of peach and yogurt made Mrs. Mitchell drool. She used a delicate silver spoon to take a bite, which contained plenty of icy berries. It was cold, soft, sweet, and fragrant. Just one bite in the summer, and it feels so good. Grace was curious. Is it really that delicious? She sniffed and thought it smelled quite nice. Mrs. Mitchell put a whole box into her space ring and happily shared with Grace. Here, Grace, try my son's cooking. I told you before, my son must have been blessed by the food god. Grace rolled her eyes at her stingy sister, then reached in with her spoon and took a small bite. Her ears immediately perked up. How is it? Delicious, right? Mrs. Mitchell quickly waved her silver spoon, making it look like it moved on its own. Seeing this, Grace didn't bother to praise. She hurried to eat more before it was gone. She swung her spoon too, and he watched the jar slowly empty. That empty jar was like his heart. Wah, 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 my canned food. My yellow peach yogurt. Finally finished. Son, Mom needs to go to the elf forest now. I'm leaving. Work hard. Mom believes in you. Mrs. Mitchell patted her son's shoulder heavily, and he forced a small smile. Haha, yes, Mom. I will. And, about the gift you mentioned earlier, Mrs. Mitchell, who had already stood up, suddenly slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. I almost forgot. Then she waved her hand, and various bottles, jars, and boxes appeared on the ground. This time I brought back snow berries, fiery berries, dawnflower dew, elf fish, magic milk, wind spirit bird, and more. See? Mom didn't come back empty-handed, right? Mrs. Mitchell said proudly, hands on her hips. Mom, I love you. Ha ha ha, silly boy. Next time, make more of that golden peach yogurt. Little nephew and I want some too. Next time, prepare a box for me. I'll bring you a big barrel of moon spring water. Grace winked. And was surprised. Moon spring water. He quickly put on a friendly smile. Auntie, I will definitely use the best ingredients. Better than my mom's. Little Auntie, you need to come earlier. I'll save some for you. By the way, little Auntie, don't leave yet. Lily, send a few half-orcs quickly to help little Annie carry a box of top-quality golden peach canned fruit. Get 20 more boxes of the best kind. During the break, and Grace suddenly acted out a scene of loving nephew and aunt, making Mom roll her eyes. The golden peach canned fruit was soon delivered. Little Auntie, come earlier next time. Hee, goodbye. Dear little Annie, Mom and the newly met forest elf Annie left. No one knew what they went to do in the elf forest, but I heard they were digging trees. But Annie didn't care about that. He was very excited now. The water from the moon spring. That water is the most precious sacred item in every forest elf tribe. If this elf auntie really brought him water from the moon spring, he was confident he could help the lake spirit break through. Right now, the lake spirit was at the level of a 9-star apprentice mage. After breaking through, it would become a trainee mage, and it could use even greater power in his lake, like a natural guardian of the back mountain. And he looked at the pile of things on the ground, all gifts brought by Mom. He tilted his head back, crossed his arms, and said, Hee, a big harvest. The wheat on Golden Manor had been harvested. In the field, the golden wheat was drying under the hot sun, filling the air with a wheat scent. A hot breeze stirred under the windmill. The wheat aroma mixed with the sweet smell of golden peaches, which in turn blended with floral and honey scents. All these smells combined into one, representing a bountiful harvest. The yellow wheat stalks were stacked in rows. These wheat stalks weren't just good feed. They could also be used as firewood. After burning, the ashes could be used to fertilize the land. Young master, the manor is so beautiful. If only I could live here every day, how happy that would be. Silly little cat. You don't want to live here every day. You still want to run away? Hee hee, no way. Lily will guard the young master's farm for his whole life. Humph, that's more like it. Let's go see the wheat field. And he took his personal maid outside. The summer heat was very intense. He was only wearing a short jacket and shorts made from ice magic mouse fur, with little sandals on his feet. A gentle breeze blew through her sky-blue hair, causing it to sway softly. A few strands of her red-golden hair, inherited from her father, stubbornly reached out to touch other blue strands. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young master. Farmers on the field greeted each other happily, their faces full of joy. This happiness was real, because this month, each family received some white wheat based on their number of people. Adults got 5 gene, children got 2 gene. Together, each family had over 10 gene. This was something they had never even dared to dream of before. And the golden peaches were the same. Adults received 5 jars of peach preserves, children got 2 jars. Everyone could get some. The joy of harvest made an E distribute the food to everyone. Even the pig, Lolo, ate the peach skin, and his belly was round and full every day. An E went to the pig pen where Lolo was kept. There were 100 Lolo pigs. After half a year of growth, they weighed over 80 gene, which was very good for their age. Lolo pigs are special because their meat contains energy from fighting spirit, making it hard for them to gain weight. An adult Lolo pig weighs about 150 gene. This breed was specially cultivated. In the past, some could grow to 200 gene, 300 gene, or even 500 gene, but those weren't pigs anymore. They were magical beasts. A 200 gene Lolo pig was as strong as a 1-star apprentice swordsman. Imagine 100 apprentice swordsmen kept together. What a sight that would be, even at just 1 star. So, they gradually bred these weaker Lolo pigs by crossbreeding with ordinary dwarf white pigs. Even when fully grown, they wouldn't reach the strength of an apprentice swordsman. This way, ordinary people could raise them, and estate owners wouldn't need to assign a group of swordsmen to guard the pigs. Currently, there were only 3 swordsmen in Yi's estate, including himself. One was Xiao A Shu, who had just become a swordsman. They didn't have the strength to raise more ferocious Lolo pigs. These Lolo pigs are growing well. They might be ready for slaughter a month or 2 early. The usual selling price for a Lolo pig is 150 copper coins, but that's the shop price. Outside the estate, they probably wouldn't sell for that much, maybe around 100 copper coins. How much gold could these pigs sell for? And he thought about small money. But then he sighed and said, forget it. I don't have enough fingers to count that high. Never mind. Hee hee, young master, I think I can sell it for about 150 gold coins. Lily stuck out her tongue. Wow, that's so little. And he was a bit disappointed. Young master, it's not that little. That's 1.5 million copper coins. We cat-eared people are good fishermen, but we only earn a few gold coins a year. Lily stuck out her tongue again. All right, that's quite a lot. But now we have enough feed, straw, fresh grass, peach peels, and wheat bran from grinding flour. I plan to buy another 1,000 piglets. Lily's ears suddenly perked up, excited. Wow. Raising these piglets to sell could bring in 1,500 gold coins. Exactly. Let's go find Alec. Oh, and call Ashu's parents too. Let Alec bring them along. Next time we buy piglets, they can handle it, and he said after thinking. Yes, young master. Soon, Ashu's parents, excited but nervous, followed Alec into town to shop, with little Ashu tagging along. A piglet costs 1,000 to 1,200 copper coins. 1,000 piglets cost 100 to 120 gold coins. In the past few months, the rose ice fish and methu fish bought from the lake spirit were sold to buy jars and sugar, so there was no money left. Now, there are hardly any big fish. Wow, we're broke again. Little Koro, when will you come back? The young master is about to cry from poverty. Note. Change to family-friendly language. Money is coming in. The golden peach cans are sold out. From early July to late July, in just 1 month, little Koro sold all the golden peach cans. Young master, your loyal servant Koro has brought you 31,943 gold coins. Ha ha ha. Well done, little Koro. Here, keep these 143 gold coins and spend them as you like. Young master, it's my honor to serve you. Being by your side is the greatest wealth of my life. and he felt pleased and waved his hand. Take the coins and go ahead. Also, take a 7-day break. Young master, serving you is the best time. I don't need a holiday, Koro replied. Go on, have fun by yourself. You're blocking my sunlight. Easily driving away little Koro, I looked at the chest full of gold coins and closed my eyes while lying on the lounge chair. It felt great. Really satisfying. There's nothing more enjoyable than having money. 31,800 gold coins. Exactly 31,800 gold coins. Build a wall. I want to build a wall around my estate, 10 meters high and 2 meters thick. Such a tall and thick wall is rare in many towns. But I want to build a high and thick city wall because outside is the Manga Mountain Range. A year ago, this place was a battlefield between the kingdom and the half-beasts. So I plan to spend 30,000 gold coins to build the wall. Alex, go to the town and post a job notice. I want a 10-meter high, 2-meter thick wall. Recruit some workers and aim to finish in a month. Alex was surprised. Young master, we're just building a fence around the estate, not a city wall. It doesn't need to be that tall or thick. I patted the chest beside me. Money. Alex's mouth twitched. All right, young master. Use the best bricks for the construction. No problem, young master. Alex quickly calculated and felt reassured. Over 30,000 gold coins is enough to build a wall comparable to a city wall. The entire estate will be enclosed in less than 3,000 meters. Using 1 cubic meter of bricks costs 5 silver coins, and I can choose the best blue gemstone bricks. And labor? Labor isn't expensive. Workers, including poor and homeless people, are eager to work, earning 5 to 10 copper coins a day. But my young master probably pays more, though compared to 4 silver coins per cubic meter of blue gemstone bricks, it's not much. After calculating, Alex felt there might be some leftover funds. He was excited to see what a mansion with a wall taller and thicker than a city wall would look like. The recruitment notice for the Golden Manor quickly caused a sensation in Bobo Town. Hundreds of people gathered in front of each job posting. Is this real? The young lord is actually hiring so many workers. Hurry up, I want to sign up. Even though there are many people, Bobo Town has 10,000 residents. If I'm late, I might miss out. Quickly. Building a 1 cubic meter wall costs 15 copper coins. With my strength, I can easily build 3 cubic meters a day. In a month, I could earn over 1,000 coins. Then I can buy pork for my son. Hey, everyone outside, move aside. Make way. It's so frustrating. What does it say up there? Can someone read it for me? Never mind. Let's hurry and follow those who are running out. Wherever they go, we go too. Who the heck is raising goblin-like creatures? Touching my backside. Someone stepped on my foot. They stepped on my foot, outside the town gate. On a simple platform nearby, 10 half-beast men with horns stood blocking the rushing crowd. All slots are full. My master has already filled all the spots. Everyone move on. What? Filled so quickly. Look at me. I have lots of meat on me and great strength. Please, take me in. I don't want 15 coins, just 10 coins. I want 5 coins. Just 5 coins. Let me work. Please, sorry, we're closed now. Alec, the formal swordsman, said firmly. The crowd immediately quieted down. The crowded people could only watch as Alec and his group left. Those who were successfully recruited cheered happily. Many of them were common folk. It's understandable. Commoners are more literate and the first to see the recruitment notice. In early August, the wall of the Golden Manor had already begun construction. Meanwhile, new piglets had been brought back and had been raised for over 10 days. By Shammai was almost finished grinding. Farmers started preparing the land for the next wheat planting season. In the Kingdom of Airland, because winters are cold, wheat takes 5 to 6 months to grow and ripen, usually by February. That's when the warmth of the sun god returns to the land. And he was feeding the lake spirit by the lake. Now, the lake spirit no longer attacks fishermen, and the lake is beginning to prepare for aquaculture. Fisherman Ali thought this was a test from the young master. He immediately straightened his chest and answered seriously, Young master, this lake is said to have the legendary spirit of the lake. There's no need to raise common carp or bass. Instead, we should replace them with high-quality fish like mephu fish and rose-ice fish. Based on my experience, raising gemstone mussels for pearls is the most profitable. These mussels require very clean water. And since your lake is blessed with the lake spirit, there's no problem raising them. In fact, the water contains more water elements than ordinary lakes, which makes the pearls even better. Gemstone mussels live a long time, and with good harvesting skills, they can be collected repeatedly. We can even grow some large pearls. Since they live at the bottom of the lake, it won't interfere with raising other fish. After 3 years, we can start collecting pearls, and every year after that, we can harvest again. After speaking, Ali nervously waited for a reply. Annie naturally knew about gemstone pearls, but the water source needed to raise them was 1,000 times rarer than land suitable for growing wheat. The only place he knew of was a small lake in Count Andre's territory, about 3 kilometers wide, which could support gemstone mussels because it contained a tiny, basic water stone vein, making the water very clean. His mother and sisters also loved buying gemstone pearls. His third sister even had a room decorated with them. "Did you raise gemstone pearls before?" Annie asked, feeling that Ali seemed quite familiar with them. "Fisherman," Ali answered nervously. "Young master, my grandfather did raise gemstone pearls. Our family has some inherited experience, but I assure you, I have no personal interest. Raising gemstone mussels is very suitable for your lake. Don't worry. If you have the ability, the next family to be taken care of is the Ashu family, your family. I'll have someone buy a batch of gemstone mussels for you to manage in the future," Annie said, patting Ali's shoulder. Hearing about the Ashu family, Ali was instantly very excited. Ali will take good care of every gemstone mussel. "Well, you can go ahead first. Besides these, take the 2 horn people and go buy some ordinary fish fry. They won't sell for much, but in the future, giving them out as benefits to everyone is a good idea. The young master is truly the kindest noble I have ever seen." And he also instructed Xiao Keluo to find some reliable people to bring a batch of small gemstone clams from Count Andre's territory. These small gemstone clams are not easy to get, but with such a large territory, even with good management, there are plenty of resources. It's not hard to gather some small gemstone clams. After Xiao Keluo's holiday ended, he set out again to sell white wheat flour. Covering 1,500 acres, this batch would bring in a lot of profit. 7 days had passed, and Xiao Keluo had also managed to get the small gemstone clams through various connections. Fisherman A. Li and the other fishermen placed some colorful glass pieces into the gemstone clams, then released them into the lake. Soon, Xiao Keluo finished selling the white wheat flour and returned. Although it was the harvest season for white wheat, it still sold quickly. Many sword fighters and wealthy merchants bought large amounts, and common people bought white wheat for their children, hoping they would become sword fighters. When Xiao Keluo returned, half of the walls of the Golden Manor had already been built, and he gained more than 4,500 gold coins. "Sigh, I can't spend it all. I just can't spend it all. So much gold. Young master, something's wrong." Outside the manor, a group of magical beasts has appeared. It's wind wolves. "What?" Annie was startled and quickly took Alec to check. The wall was already 5 meters high, and Yi's expression grew serious. Over 20 wind wolves charged toward them. Alec held his sword at his waist. "Young master, it's probably because there are many people at the edge of the territory that these wind wolves have come. They're here to hunt these people and store them as food for winter." "Humph, some wind wolves dare to come here to hunt. Let them become food themselves. Alec, let's deal with these wolves. Leave it to me, young master. Just some 1st and 2nd star wind wolves. I am a 2nd star apprentice swordsman myself. All right, be careful, young master." And he leapt down from the wall with his sword. If the magical beasts were 8th or 9th star, he might just watch from the wall. If it were a 2nd-tier magical beast, it might be on the wooden tower roof, watching the show with a telescope. If it were a 3rd-tier magical beast, it would probably run straight back to the castle to find its father. But some 1st and 2nd star, 3rd star magical beasts. "It's my turn to show off my swordsman skills," a shout came from the wall. "Look, it's the young lord. Wow, it's the young master. He personally went to fight the magical beasts. Unbelievable. Over 20 magical beasts. Our young lord is such an excellent swordsman. That's amazing." The young lord cut off one beast's head with a single sword strike. "I am already a big fan of the great young lord, and humph, small magical beasts. I can handle them easily. There are 23 wind wolves. For an Killing them is as easy as chopping vegetables. For Alec, it's even simpler. With one sword energy slash, he can take down several wind wolves. After all, Alec is a 3rd-star formal swordsman, equivalent to 3rd-tier magical beast strength. After dealing with the wind wolves, he has someone bring back the meat. They stew it in a big pot, making it soft and tender with magic stove cooking. He gives each servant in his golden estate a bowl, making the outsiders outside the wall envy them. Mealtime. At the corner of the wall, a group of people with dry, blackened bread are crouched, groaning. I saw it, young lord. He actually gave magical beast meat to those servants. The slaves here eat so well. I saw that the kid was holding a white bread, canned food. It's a golden peach canned food that costs 30 copper coins outside. That kid is eating golden peach canned food. No, this must be a hallucination. No, who are the real slaves? I, a commoner, work myself to death building walls. But these estate slaves are so relaxed. Aren't estate slaves supposed to be miserable? From these servants, you can see that the young lord is definitely a kind person. Yeah, the young lord is nothing like the rumors say. Anyone who dares call him a little devil, I will fight them. Of course, the young lord is just punishing some thugs and ungrateful people. These people refuse to change, which damages his reputation. Is there a way for me to work on Lord Little's estate? I would even be willing to become a servant. Guess what I just found out? The servants here work for their master and even get paid every month. The minimum is 300 copper coins. What? That can't be true. Servants don't usually get paid. You should ask around. If you don't believe it, just look at what they eat and wear, better than most common people. I heard they even pick fruit from the mountain's edge whenever they want. Can you imagine a lord allowing you to pick fruit from his estate? Even wild fruit trees. Haha, just picking fruit. If this was another estate owner, they'd cut off your hand if you tried to steal. It's more than that. They can dig up wild vegetables and mushrooms in the woods, catch rabbits and groundhogs. That's meat. The only rule is they can't sell it outside. But even so, they live better than most common folks. I just heard from a kid who works as a fisherman that at the end of each month, they get fish from the lake as a kind of benefit. Little kid, beast meat is hard to digest and can give you a stomach ache. Here, have some, uncle. Good heavens. Is this heaven? Every family can feed their children white flour bread each month. My own child only gets to eat it once a year. Sigh, I won't talk about it anymore. Wah, I'm so jealous. A kid just told me they buy white flour from the young master's estate for only 30 copper coins a jean. Oh my god, 30. The bakery where my older brother works pays 70 for the same amount. Master, I am your lost servant. Wah, I don't need the young master to spend a single coin. I am willing to become his servant along with my family. Young master, please accept this old servant. I never expected that building a wall would earn me titles like Great Benefactor, Most Merciful Estate Owner, Most Handsome Young Man in History, Son of the Lord, Dream Lover, Future Dragon Slayer, or Future Husband of the Princess. The once little demon king is gone forever, and the servants of the Golden Estate have suddenly become more noble than ordinary common people. Every time I leave the manor, as long as I wear the badge of the Golden Manor on my chest, I am sure to be surrounded by a large group of people. They are not interested in anything else, but just hope to find some connections so they can also become members of the Golden Manor. Because of the entire Babofo territory's landowners and nobles suddenly improved their attitude towards slaves. They even started paying wages, although only about 20 or 30 copper coins a month, or sometimes just 10 coins. This caused a steady flow of refugees into Babofo territory, all eager to become slaves voluntarily. The reason is simple. After Yi's influence, slaves' lives gained some protection. Plus, the landowners provided free food, and the wages paid for black bread, enough for them to get by each day. With wages, some slaves could earn money and support their wives and children outside. Even if they still didn't eat enough every day, they felt more secure than wandering in the wild, constantly risking encounters with monsters. The Golden Manor has truly become the shining hope in Babofo territory for slaves, refugees, and the poor. In the future, it might even become the real shining hope for all common people and nobles alike. At this moment, Yi just finished lunch and is sunbathing in the yard. By the end of August, after a month of work, the walls of the Golden Manor were finally completed. Not only did they have walls, but also watchtowers. Because there was still a lot of money left, and he added railings on top of the 2-meter-wide walls and built watchtowers within the walls. The entire perimeter, nearly 30,000 meters long, includes 30 watchtowers. Each tower is 20 meters high and 5 meters wide, connected to the walls. Just by placing people in the watchtowers, they could easily observe activity up to 10 kilometers outside the walls. To strengthen security, he also bought 60 keen-eared, sharp-nosed half-beasts with dog ears to take turns on duty. Dog-eared half-beasts are much more valuable than horned half-beasts. One costs about 9 gold coins and is used by many landowners for guarding and patrol. They are also very loyal. Although their strength is average, lacking the power of horned half-beasts and the agility of cat-eared half-beasts, they are physically stronger than normal humans by 1 or 2 times. Because of their loyalty and excellent scouting ability, the price of dog-eared half-beasts is almost comparable to that of a peasant family. Walls, bunkers, and half-orcs. After all this, he once again became a broke, penniless person. He no longer had enough money to buy slaves and had to delay his plans. Because of the wolf attack, he was worried that monsters might come from the Manga mountain range again in winter. So, he spent all his gold on building walls and decided to build the bunkers for protection. Because of this, he had no more gold left to buy slaves, which delayed the planting of winter wheat. Now, the time for planting winter wheat has passed. Even if he plants now, it probably won't grow tall enough before winter, and the roots won't be deep enough in the soil, so most of it will likely freeze. However, thanks to the hard work of many farmers, along with help from fishermen, peach farmers, beekeepers, and horned half-orcs, they still managed to plant 4,000 acres of white wheat. By February next year, they can still sell a good amount of gold. There is also good news. Honey can finally be harvested, and it's a good harvest. The honeycombs inside the beehives were taken out, revealing golden honey. The honey was packed into glass jars about the size of an adult fist. 1 jar of honey is worth 300 copper coins. It's considered a luxury item. This harvest produced over 10,000 jars, which sold for nearly 700 gold coins. Quite a lot. And he kept this 700 gold coins to buy enough food for the servants to survive the winter. He stored it in the warehouse. He already has quite a few servants. 50 farming households, 219 people, 10 fishing households, 42 people, 10 peach-growing households, 41 people, 10 beekeeping households, 43 people, 60 horned half-orcs, 60 dog-eared half-orcs, 3 maids, Lily, Coco, and Kiki, 1 butler, Xiao Keilu, 2 guards, Alec and Little Eshu of course, and Yi's father pays the wages for Alec and Xiao Keilu. The wages for Xiao Keilu and Alec are not high for him now. Xiao Keilu earns 18 gold coins a month, and Alec earns 90 gold coins a month. And he can pay them easily, but he prefers his father to pay. He even plans to hire a formal swordsman, since after the last fight between his father and Count Andre, there probably won't be any more wars in the next 10 years. Coming to the wall. No, more accurately, the city wall. Although in reality, this is just the fence around a manor. I looked out toward the distant Bangkok mountain range. Actually, he was still over 100 kilometers away from the Bangkok mountains. Between them was a forest about 70 kilometers wide at the foot of the mountains. There was also a grassland about 30 kilometers wide in front of him. Originally, this grassland was part of the forest, but it was cut down by a former lord. Otherwise, it would be hard to notice the magical creatures coming through. Now, with a flat area over 30 kilometers wide, it's easy to spot monsters, beasts, orcs, and other creatures. Especially now, the manor has built a 20-meter-high fortress, giving a clear view of the surroundings. Alex, will there be magical creatures coming this winter? Young master, based on past experience, probably yes. But don't worry, most of the monsters that come are first level, and very few are second level. I nodded. Although not many monsters might come, he felt that relying on Alex alone wouldn't be enough. Alex, go to the town and recruit some apprentice swordsmen. Not many needed, just 10. The task lasts 5 months. 1-star apprentices earn 2 gold coins a month, 2-star apprentices earn 4 gold coins, and so on. Understood, young master. Alex went to the town and recruited 10 apprentice swordsmen. This was quite simple. I.E. knew that his father's men alone had over 200 apprentice swordsmen. Hiring these for a winter task was no problem. Besides his father's men, there were also more than 100 other apprentice swordsmen in the town. Most of them were minor nobles. For them, earning a few gold coins a month was a good income, and they mostly faced first-level monsters or none at all, making the task very safe. So, IE's recruitment was easy. By the afternoon, all 10 had arrived. Among the 10, there were no 1-star apprentices. There were 3 2-star swordsmen, 4 3-star, 2 4-star, and 1 5-star. IE arranged for these swordsmen to stay with local farmers. There were many empty houses already built nearby. Usually, these swordsmen didn't have much to do. They would only be called upon if the manor had some work. The meadow was already lush and green. The little fairy Anne I had been thinking about finally arrived. Dear little Annie, did you miss your aunt? Annie, I missed you so much. Every day, just like the golden autumn harvest I look forward to, I was waiting for you to come. You promised it would be a month, but it's almost 2 months now, and you're only just arriving. Your little mouth is as sweet as honey, Grace teased, pinching Annie's nose. Annie looked up at his fairy aunt, who was half a head taller than him. He felt a bit upset. Maybe because of the fantasy world he was in. He was almost 16, but only about 1.6 meters tall. In his previous ordinary world, at this age, he was nearly 1.8 meters. But here, despite eating well, he was still so short. It was really frustrating. The fairy Anne in front of him was much taller than him, more than half a head taller. Oh well, Annie sighed internally. Auntie, has my mom not come yet? He asked, looking around. Your mom is busy planting trees at her magic academy, Grace replied, turning to lie back in a rocking chair. The chair was so comfortable. She had forgotten to bring one last time, so this time she planned to ask Annie for one. Planting trees? What kind of trees would my mom plant herself? Annie was curious. They're special magic trees unique to our fairy race. They can release various elements, making the surrounding magic more intense and lively. It's very helpful for mages to meditate, Grace explained, casually picking up some walnut and date snacks from the table beside her. Her eyes lit up. These snacks were pretty good. She decided to take some with her later. Magic trees? And Yi's eyes widened. No way. His mom and the fairies had such a close connection that they could even dig up magic trees? Amazing. And it was all led by a fairy, with the approval of a fairy tribe. Last time, Annie had guessed that his fairy aunt's identity was probably not simple. He hadn't expected it to be so extraordinary. She could even bring back a magic tree with his mom. Oh, by the way, little Annie, this is the moon spring water I brought you. Although your mom said your magic talent is almost 0, this moon spring water is quite good to drink. I brought a barrel for you to try. And he looked at the large wooden barrel suddenly appearing in front of him. It was about 1.2 meters tall and wide. He twitched his eye. Was she really draining her family's moon spring? Although he didn't know much about moon spring, he understood that it was very difficult for moon spring to produce water naturally. When he was a child, he remembered going to a banquet hosted by a count at the age of 6. The count held a small jar of moon spring water, showing it off proudly. Now, looking at the springs in front of him, he thought they might even be enough to overwhelm the spirit of the lake. Thank you, little aunt. You're so kind to me. Little aunt, look. I prepared all kinds of top-quality golden peach cans for you. I also made some with floral honey flavors. And this one, I just made it recently, malt candy sticks. They taste really good. He used white wheat seedlings to make the malt candy. This was probably a first for him. No noble family would usually do such a thing. But Annie was willing to try anything for food. Still, he had to admit, the malt candy made from white wheat in this world was incredibly delicious. Grace immediately smelled the sweet floral honey aroma from the cans, her face lighting up with joy. Her eyes sparkled like a true foodie. But Grace was still curious. She picked up one of the small silver-wrapped sticks. How do I eat this? She asked. The stick smelled strongly of wheat and sugar, a flavor she hadn't tasted before. Annie picked up a malt candy stick. Little aunt, just peel off the silver paper and hold it in your mouth. The candy will slowly soften. When it's soft enough, you can swallow it or rinse your mouth. You can also break it into pieces and slowly enjoy it. Or roll it with your tongue. Just don't bite, or it'll stick to your teeth. I usually like to hold it in my mouth. That way, it looks cooler. And he showed her how to do it. Grace quickly learned to taste it faster. She broke the stick into pieces and put them in her mouth. The sweet, wheat-flavored candy softened gradually, and she closed her eyes happily, enjoying the flavor. It was her first time experiencing candy that could melt slowly in her mouth. Nice, nice. Delicious. Grace immediately waved her hand and stored all the items into her space ring. And he looked at the space ring with envy. Swordmasters couldn't release their spiritual power outward, so they couldn't use space rings unless they reached the Swordmaster level. Only then could their spiritual power change and allow them to use space rings. However, magicians are different. They are born with the ability to project their spirits outward. Apprentice magicians have weaker spirits, but they can still use space rings without any problem. As for him, being a 2-star trainee swordsman, he obviously cannot use a space ring. Cough, cough. Xiaoani, bring out all the delicious food you have. Everything for Auntie. Yes, my dear little aunt. So, Ani brought out all his belongings. Candies, dried fruits, various juices, and different flavors of yogurt. The next morning, Xiaoani, Auntie is leaving now. Goodbye, little aunt. Remember to come play again next time. Right after breakfast, Ani carried a large bucket of moon spring water to the small lake in the back mountain. Lake Spirit, evolve. Ani arrived at the lake. He watched as the lake spirit was evolving. A large amount of moon spring water was absorbed by the lake spirit. Originally, the lake spirit was slender and about 4 meters tall, but it grew to 7 meters. Its water element energy reached a peak and suddenly broke through. Its strength also officially reached the level of a trainee magician. Moreover, the effects of moon spring water were not limited to this. With so much moon spring water, Ani guessed that the lake spirit's potential had been further enhanced. Perhaps in the future, it might even break through to the level of a formal magician. Since arriving in this world not long ago, Ani learned that the magic system was far more powerful than the swordsman system. In terms of hierarchy, apprentice magicians are equivalent to apprentice and trainee swordsmen. Trainee magicians are comparable to formal swordsmen and great swordsmen. Formal magicians possess strength comparable to sword masters and are often much stronger than swordsmen of the same level. Great magicians correspond to the great swordsman level. When swordsmen reach this level, they can communicate with the heavens and the earth, and their aura can be replenished at any time. Their strength is slightly above that of great magicians, but not by much. The demon master is at the same level as the sword saint. The sword saint has understood a certain domain and possesses the strength to crush peers at the same level. However, when facing a grand demon master, they are likely to lose unless their domain is extremely powerful, which might give the sword saint a chance to fight a grand demon master. As for the highest level in the magic system, the holy mage is the strongest among ordinary people in this world, with terrifying power enough to dominate a country. Whether there are gods in this world, an E is not sure, but there are many legends about gods, involving many aspects of life, similar to how white wheat and black wheat are different. And he guesses that gods probably exist in this world. Of course, this has little to do with him, a small waste. His system only checks in with dragons every day. Why would he need so many dragons? And he feels a bit frustrated but quickly becomes happy again. He decides to enjoy each day happily. The water in the lake seems to have become purer because the lake's spirit has advanced. The entire lake also seems a bit larger. After careful observation, it appears to have grown about 50 meters. Not much, and it doesn't affect his estate. And E reminds the lake spirit that if it wants to expand the lake, it can do so outward. Beyond the back mountain is the Bangkok mountain range, with a grassland over 30 kilometers wide. It can expand as much as it wants. The lake spirit nods repeatedly and then happily plays in the lake. The water in the lake has become cleaner and the element concentration has increased again. And he looks at the lake spirit with a very good mood. The newly advanced, apprentice-level lake spirit now has strength comparable to a third-tier magical beast. With the lake spirit's protection, this place will become the strongest barrier of the estate. The main gate of the Golden Estate faces the town, which is southward. At the back of the estate, there are 2 small hills over 300 meters tall, like gates separating the estate from the grassland. These 2 small hills are about 500 meters wide at the bottom. On the east and west sides, they are not really mountains but gentle highlands, about 20 to 30 meters high. forming a natural barrier. However, the boundary between these highlands and the grassland is not a cliff but a gentle. That has no trees, only grass. This is outside the estate. Apart from these two small hills, the rest of the boundary between the estate and the grassland is a forest, stretching about 6 or 7 kilometers along the border. The wall is built on a gentle, enclosing the forest within the estate. Therefore, the view from the wall is higher than just 10 meters. As for the walls on the east and west sides, outside them are wild woods and land that cannot be used to grow wheat. Inside the walls, there is a large area suitable for planting wheat. If it weren't for the large fields of land suitable for wheat, the previous lord probably wouldn't have set the boundary here. After all, to the south of the Golden Estate, about 7 or 8 kilometers away, there is a natural border, a small mountain range about 200 to 300 meters high. The nearby barren territories also use this mountain range as a natural barrier. The former baron of the Bopov territory expanded outward over 10 kilometers because of the large wheat fields here. However, because of this, defending this position is very difficult. Without the mountain range as a barrier, people moving around here are easily noticed by monsters in the forests at the foot of the Bangkok Mountains, making defense hard. The former baron was mostly a powerful swordsman, with 2 or 3 official swordsmen under him, which was quite good. Still, they struggled against low-level monsters that often attacked. But now, the Bopov territory is clearly stronger. Holding this estate is no problem at all. But Ani feels that he already has enough strength himself. A novice lake spirit, a guard who is a formal swordsman, strong walls, and of course, plenty of gold coins. The biggest shield is wealth itself. At this time, the manor, although covering 30,000 acres of land, still has many areas not yet cultivated. However, the wild grass has disappeared. On the exposed land, groups of colorful birds land, picking up grass seeds and digging for insects in the soil. Now, although the reputation of the Golden Manor has spread throughout the Bobo province, even nearby barren territories, few people still come here. After all, beyond the small Gulen Mountains, which are not very tall and rarely have monsters, there are still many fierce beasts and goblin-like creatures. Occasionally, servants from the Golden Manor go out to the town to buy supplies. Inside the manor, after the busy planting season, farmers have started building houses. Rows of small houses are rising from Makin village. Each small community has 50 households. Ani plans to first build 300 small wooden houses, which makes 6 small communities. In the middle, he will build 3 wider roads forming 2 crossroads. The roads will be wide enough for 2 wagons to pass side by side. Additionally, Ani has built some small 2-story wooden buildings. They are not tall, only about 7 meters including the roof, but to farmers, they are like mansions. 3 small communities are already built, and the 4th has 10 small wooden houses. As the weather gets colder, the progress of building these small houses will slow down. When winter comes with heavy snow, construction will have to stop. Therefore, Ani plans to finish all 6 small communities before the snow falls. Next year, he hopes to increase Makin village's population to 300 households. With more people, they can farm more land. Selling white wheat flour is quite profitable, but can we process the flour further to make even more money? Ani lies in the yard, enjoying the breeze. The first thing he thinks of for processing flour is bread. After all, when people buy white wheat flour, they usually make bread, mostly hard-baked bread. It tastes good, but it relies heavily on the quality of the ingredients. Can we open a steamed bun shop in this world? He wonders. Soft, fluffy steamed buns. He's curious if there's a market for them. Why not just build a bakery and a bun shop? We can bake large 1-pound bread and steam small buns at the same time. Oh, and the wooden house used for steaming the golden peach cans. It's perfect for steaming buns, and Yi's eyes lit up. The wooden house built earlier for steaming the golden peach cans was still there, with many 20-layer steamers inside. Next year, after harvesting wheat, we can sell some flour and keep some for making bread and buns. It would be best to prepare our own shop too. We can sell coins and buy some shops in town. But thinking about the money spent on shops going into his dad's pocket made An feel annoyed. He was sure that old Deng would never give him anything for free. Old Deng, just wait. When you're old, An suddenly felt weak. Forget it. He couldn't beat old Deng when he was old anyway. Once old Deng dies, I'll go to his grave every day and burn some fake goblin figures for him, and he said fiercely. He had already planned to buy shops, bakeries and bun shops, to run them himself. It would earn more than just selling flour. He also planned to open a cake shop and a cookie shop. As for the cake shop, it would need a big, fancy store, because in the future, his target customers would be wealthy commoners and nobles. Ordinary people could still buy plain bread and buns with some effort, but his cakes, priced as he imagined, would be too expensive for most. That means the cost of shops will be a huge expense, and he felt headache coming on. A shop wasn't cheap. A small shop with just one storefront, if rented, would cost at least 10 gold coins a year. Buying one would cost at least 200 gold coins. This time, he planned to buy several shops. Since all his products were made from white wheat, he needed at least 3 shops. They wouldn't need to be luxurious, but they should look high quality. That would cost at least 600 gold coins per shop, if he opened 10 or 8 shops. Thinking about all those gold coins slipping away made his eyes go dark. One day I will build a small town right outside the Golden Manor. I want to sell shops myself. No matter what world he's in, real estate is always super profitable. A piece of land on which building a house that costs less than 10 or 20 gold coins is easy, yet they dare to sell it for hundreds or thousands. Just wait, old dang. One day I will build my own town at the gate and count money until my hands cramp. Regarding the shop matters, there's no need to rush. Of course, rushing won't help. He currently has no gold coins. And now he has a new urgent matter. Young master, look. What's wrong with Bear Big and Bear Second? They haven't appeared since this morning. I thought they went out to play, so I didn't worry, but they didn't come back at noon either. Usually, Bear Big and Bear Second come home every day for meals. I went to look for them and found 2 huge egg-shaped stones by the lake, and it seems to be their aura inside. Lily looked anxious. Young master, what happened? Could something have happened to Bear Big and Bear Second? And he stared at the objects in front of him. 2 giant stones shaped like eggs, each about 2 meters tall. He fell into silence. Clearly, he had never heard of such a situation before. He had never heard of a magical beast giving birth through eggs twice within half a year. From their appearance, they probably aren't hurt. Let's observe first. We can't open the stones recklessly. Maybe this is their chance. Hearing this, and he also pondered deeply. It might really be possible. But what if we accidentally smother Bear Big and Bear Second? Lily touched the stone eggs, looking a bit helpless. After half a year of living together, she had developed a very good relationship with the 2 bears. And he placed his hand on the stone egg and carefully sensed it. His heart relaxed. Don't worry. Try sensing inside the egg. See if you can hear a heartbeat. Lily quickly calmed her anxious mind, carefully listening to the sounds inside the egg. Her pupils suddenly dilated. What's going on? The sound. It's stronger than Bear Big and Bear Second's usual heartbeat. Lily often played with the 2 earth bears, so she knew their physical condition very well. So, this is very likely because in the past half year, Bear Big and Bear Second have eaten a lot of good things. The accumulation has caused a change in quality, and they are undergoing some kind of transformation we don't understand. Lily finally relaxed and felt a bit happy. That's great. Maybe Bear Big and Bear Second can advance to the 2nd level. Then they can help the young master fight monsters. I think, once Bear Big and Bear Second hatch, they will probably advance to the 2nd level. Their potential might also change, and he said. He touched the warm stone egg and looked at the small lake nearby. Suddenly, he had a guess. This spot seemed to be where he fed the moon spring water to the lake spirit this morning. There was quite a bit of spring water spilled into the water then. Maybe Bear Big and Bear Second also drank some moon spring water, which caused this change, and he knew a little about monster evolution. If Bear Big and Bear Second are truly undergoing some kind of transformation, he was 90% sure that their bloodlines would become stronger after the change. He didn't expect them to become extremely powerful, but their bloodlines would at least reach the 3rd level. This means that even if they do nothing as normal adults, they could reach the 3rd level in the future. Go tell Alec to come over. For the next few days, let him stay in the fisherman's hut nearby to watch over Bear Big and Bear Second. Having 2 young monsters that are already at the 3rd level of strength is very rare. In Count Andre's territory, within the Count's city, last year, a monster of this level was auctioned for a sky-high price of 80,000 gold coins. And E remembered it was a golden split tiger, an adult with strength comparable to a 3 or 5-star official swordsman. That's roughly the level of Alec, but he might be a bit stronger. A golden split tiger takes 7 years to reach adulthood, and in the wild, they can live for 70 or 80 years. In captivity, they might live over 100 years. So, paying 80,000 gold coins was actually quite a good deal, especially since Alec's monthly salary is only 90 gold coins. And he thought about the auction. It seemed that this year's auction was about to start. Every autumn after the harvest, the nobles would have some extra money. The auction is very good at choosing the right time. In mid-September, there will be the grand annual auction, and he felt a bit excited. He also wanted to go and see. But as soon as he thought of gold coins, his face fell. He used to have over 35,000 gold coins, but after building the city wall and paying for other expenses, he had less than 1,000 coins left. Forget it. I should stay here honestly. It's not too late to join next year. By next year, when the white wheat harvest covers 30,000 acres, he will be a noble with a worth of over 100,000 gold coins. 3 days passed quickly, and there was still no sign of the stone egg. If it weren't for the heartbeat, and he would really worry that Bear Big and Bear Second had suffocated. Young master, a carriage is coming from the east side of the estate. From the east? A carriage? And he was confused. The east side wasn't Baron Kazako's territory. To the east of the Golden Estate lies the border with Baron Kazako's land. Although Baron Kazako's territory doesn't include the forest on the east, the forest that extends from the small Garan Mountains, about 10 kilometers wide, is still considered part of the Baron's land. However, because this part of Kazako's land isn't as large as Baron Bopov's, which has plenty of land suitable for growing white wheat, it's mostly deserted and filled with wild animals and monsters. The boundary between Bopov's land and Kazako's land is just a river flowing down from the small Garan Mountains. As for Baron Kazako, and he knew he was like his father, originally a 9-star swordsman. But his father was one of the strongest among the 7 great barons, and now that his father has advanced to swordsman, he is undoubtedly the top. That's why he owns this territory. Even though the Golden Estate often faces attacks from monsters and beasts, the fertile land suitable for planting white wheat, once cultivated, still brings a good income every year. This income can offset much of the losses, even though a few apprentice swordsmen are lost to monsters each year. And he didn't know what the carriage coming from Baron Kazako's territory was for. Let's go and take a look. The wind was strong, and the cute cat-eared girl Lily thoughtfully took her cloak and draped it over her young master. The Golden Estate has gates on all 4 directions, east, west, north, and south. Because the wall is 10 meters high, there are also corner towers built on both sides of the gate. The 2 corner towers are 15 meters tall, taller than the wall by a section. Inside the corner towers, guards are human men selected from farmers. The 2 corner towers look like door frames. From below the main gate, they appear very grand. Especially the lapis lazuli, which sparkles with a blue-green metallic shine, making people feel awe. A tall black iron gate is tightly closed, shining with a cold gleam. A blonde, blue-eyed human girl steps down from a carriage. She wears a short, puff-sleeve dress made of mint green silk, with a pinkish butterfly bow at her waist. The ribbon trails down to her ankles, occasionally swayed by the breeze, brushing her small white shoes decorated with gemstones and pearls. Heidi, with eyes like emeralds, looks up at the big gate with curiosity and surprise. Oh my, Baron Bobo's estate has built such a tall wall. It's even more magnificent than the walls of our Kazako town. Next to her, an older female swordsman with a sword at her waist scoffs. Baron Bobo's young son is really foolish. Building such a wall outside the little Garan Mountains, facing the monsters of the Mangu Forest, will probably collapse in less than 3 years. The repair costs each year would be huge. With that many gold coins, you could train a real swordsman or 100 9-star apprentice knights. Heidi blinks and naively says, but I heard that Baron Bobo isn't short of real swordsmen. 4 of his 8 brothers and sisters are real swordsmen. The female swordsman chokes and snorts, and there's still that useless little son. The 15-year-old 2-star apprentice swordsman is also useless. Heidi, at 14, is only a 9-star apprentice swordsman, Heidi says, pouting. The female swordsman purses her lips and stops talking. but her gaze on the wall is clearly unfriendly. Huh, you dare call me useless? Look at yourself, almost 40 years old, older than the town's old ladies, and you haven't even touched the frame of a real swordsman. You probably won't break through to become a real swordsman in this lifetime. I really don't know what you are, old lady, probably goblin dung, she sneers. 3 figures appear on the wall, a young boy, a cat-eared girl, and a sword-wielding person who looks paralyzed. You. The female swordsman's face flushed red, but when she saw the expressionless swordsman on the city wall, her eyes immediately filled with panic. She pursed her lips and dared not speak. Alex's gaze was cold as he watched the female swordsman. If the young master ordered, he would not hesitate to kill her, and he was too lazy to bother. For a minor character, damaging his relationship with his father and neighbors would be unwise. A Baron Kazako, who favored his young wife's older sister, was easy to deal with. Dear Miss Heidi, how about having dinner here tonight? Yes, brother and Heidi said with a sweet smile, playing with her fingers. The gate opened, and Heidi entered the Golden Manor. Seeing the female swordsman trying to come in again, and calmly said, "Goblins and dogs are not allowed inside." The female swordsman's face turned red with anger. She clenched her fists around her sword at her waist, but when she saw Alex's cold gaze, she quickly calmed down. The large black iron gate slowly closed, fitting perfectly with the onyx stones on the ground, leaving no space for even a fly to sneak in. Humph, just a waste created from resources. If I had so many resources, I would have become a proper swordsman long ago. The female swordsman's eyes were red with jealousy. She spat out foul words and turned to drive her carriage away. Remember, she was only a guard. No guard would abandon their master and leave alone. But the female swordsman simply left without fuss. Nighttime. Brother and your food is so delicious. I haven't had such tasty food here in a long time. Haha, you can come anytime you want. I just worry you might be too busy, and said, placing the elf fish in front of Heidi. Auntie, is your health okay now? Heidi, eating her food, paused and suddenly looked at an with wide eyes. Tears rolled quietly down her cheeks, splashing onto the silver plate and creating little flower-shaped splashes. My mom has passed away, and was stunned. The fork with meat slices paused in midair. He was silent for a long time, unsure how to comfort her. Heidi looked up and suddenly stared directly at an My father held a banquet for me and invited many talented young nobles. Can you come? The girl's thoughts were clear, and the boy opposite her could not possibly be unaware. His easy gaze fell on the 14-year-old girl. At that age, in his world, she would normally be a carefree middle school student, but now she had become a victim of arranged marriage. He knew that Heidi's father wanted to strengthen their land by forming alliances through marriage with barons and even counts. Although his father was allied with Baron Kazako, who was a powerful neighbor, no one could ignore that. Baron Kazako would likely sacrifice his daughter to establish connections with the barons and counts, gaining more influence and bargaining power. His childhood friend, a swordsman with no special talent, had no ability to control his own fate. Like Heidi's 3 older sisters, who all married the sons of southern barons, Heidi was now 14 and of marriageable age. Although a banquet was being planned, the main guest, probably, had already been booked, mainly the children of the barons. He didn't make any promises, only agreed to attend the banquet to support his childhood friend. As for Heidi, he was only 15 and had no plans to marry. Besides, he and Heidi were just childhood friends. He couldn't just rush into marriage with her. It was too sudden. As a friend, I will attend your banquet. As a friend. As a friend, Heidi kept muttering, her eyes dimming instantly. She knew he had already refused her. Thank you, brother and They finished dinner in silence. The night passed, and in the morning, Heidi returned to her lively self. Brother and wake up quickly. Today, come to my house. Okay, I'll be right there. At this moment, and was dressing in front of a mirror. He wore a long, narrow blue jacket with silver shoulder guards. Underneath, he had a black, tight-fitting shirt with a high collar that highlighted his long neck and tall posture. He paired it with matching long pants, slightly tight, but with a looser fit at the cuffs. Wearing such close-fitting clothes made him look taller. He draped a red cloak over his shoulders, put on leather gloves with gold patterns, and finished with tall, silver-gray boots. He casually threw a matching scarf over his shoulders, wearing a blue gemstone badge on his chest, with the family crest of the Bopov family at its center. Hanging from his left ear is a water stone earring, engraved with a protective water magic rune by his mother. In the middle of his golden belt, there is an embedded ice magic stone, which also stores a defensive ice spell. Even the seemingly casual red scarf is woven with dense emerald green magic runes, enough to instantly clear any negative body states, such as poisoning, drunkenness, paralysis, or unconsciousness. Of course, the badge is not just a simple ornament. When removed and touched with a finger, it transforms into a sharp, long sword. And he also hangs a small leather pouch on his belt, filled with various magic stones engraved with spells. His tall leather boots are made from the fur of a magical beast, the silver wolf. Inside the boots are wind magic runes that automatically absorb wind elements to boost speed. This gift was from his fourth sister. Finally, he wears a necklace from the elven forest, with a small life stone about the size of a fingernail hanging from it. His mother brought this back from the elven forest long ago. After some thought, he felt a bit uneasy and added a flame-shaped headpiece, about 5 inches long, engraved with intermediate magic runes that resist fire rings. This was a gift from his second sister. Done. And he looks at himself in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction. Lily, go find Alec and call 5 apprentice swordsmen to follow. Yes, young master. The castle of Baron Kazako is lively today. Elegant nobles come and go, not only young men, but also young women. Although this is a matchmaking banquet for Heidi, many high-quality men also attract some noble young ladies to attend. After all, Heidi is only choosing one. The young masters and misses of these nobles are usually accompanied by 1 or 2 guards or maids, but it's rare to see someone like an E, who brings a whole team. The banquet is held in the castle's garden. In autumn, various blooming flowers compete for beauty. Delicious dishes are arranged from the garden into the castle. Handsome men and beautiful women chat happily, some even expressing a desire to meet their parents after the banquet. Heidi went to the castle, where she was being dressed up by servants. And E was bored, picking grapes from his plate, while the young maid next to him was happily eating. Young master, these green grapes taste better than the purple ones. Wow, what is this? So sour. Young master, come quickly. There are so many fish here. Different kinds of fish slices. And he was tasting the food the young maid offered when a noble lady approached. Seeing the badge on Yi's chest, her smile grew wider. Hello, my name is Tiana. May I get to know you? Oh, hello? No, you can't. Tiana's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned, and she didn't leave. These fish slices are very tasty. Mr. E, would you like to try some? She gracefully reached for a fish slice, deliberately showing off her posture, bending her body into a charming curve, her fair neck stretched out, revealing a little cleavage. And he looked at her speechlessly, noticing her twisting and writhing like a snake. He turned and walked away to another area. Tiana didn't notice and continued to twist and turn like a snake, which immediately attracted other young noblemen. Hello, beautiful lady. Would you like to get to know me? My name is Sabir. Hearing others' voices, Tiana even felt a rough hand on her waist. She turned around and saw a dark-faced young man. She immediately blushed and snapped. Get lost. She slapped Sabir's hand away and stormed off angrily. What's wrong? She just wanted a man, so what? Why pretend? Sabir muttered with a sneer. Tiana walked away, searching for Yi's figure, then angrily stomped her foot. Oomph. No man can conquer me. Tiana. Not far away, Lily looked curious. Young master, who was that person just now? She can really twist her waist. Lily's waist is even thinner. She pinched a little fat on her waist, a bit dissatisfied. Lily has gained weight. I can't eat so casually anymore. Nonsense. Who said my little wildcat got fat? Here, have a bite. And he picked up a big piece of roasted meat and fed it to his little wildcat. I can't eat anymore. Lily vows to eat only 2 meals a day from now on. I want to lose weight. Haha, okay. Let's see how long you can hold out. Young master, you haven't told me who that person is yet. She's the daughter of a baron, located in the far east of the 7 great baronies. Don't worry about her. Oh, I see. Suddenly, there were exclamations around. And he was curious and looked over. It was Heidi coming out, instantly becoming the center of attention. Her bright red train skirt swayed like flowing blood or falling red leaves on a red cedar tree. The skirt fit her waist perfectly, decorated with many red gemstones. From her small waist down, layers of fabric spread out and blossomed, full of youthful energy. Her golden curls hung down to her waist, tied with a red ribbon at the nape. Even the young maid Lily was stunned, her ears standing up. "Young master, Miss Heidi is so beautiful." "Yes," Annie sighed. "She married so young, and it was an arranged marriage. As a noblewoman, she wouldn't get a good reception at her husband's house. Love among nobles is almost non-existent. Most fairy tales end before marriage. As for his parents, they are an exception. When old Deng and his mother were together, he was just a poor young man, saved by a beautiful woman." At the banquet, as soon as Heidi appeared, 3 young men hurried over. Seeing their family crests, Annie recognized which noble families they belonged to. It seems Heidi's 3 older sisters married into 3 different baron families. TSK, this is probably Kazako trying to strengthen ties, planning to marry into their families. They are rivals against his father. Annie naturally didn't like them. Previously, Kazako and his father were close friends, but now, after his father's promotion, Baron Kazako has become anxious, constantly seeking support. Heidi behaved very gracefully, showing noble manners. She smiled sweetly, acted confidently, and chatted happily with the 3 young men, not seeming unwilling at all, though she kept her back to Annie. Annie shook his head and chuckled. He only saw her as a sister. He didn't expect she had feelings for him, or maybe it wasn't love, but that he might be her best choice. Unfortunately, he refused. It seemed someone was certain about something. The man showed joy on his face, drank a toast with Heidi, and it was settled. They were engaged. Heidi finished drinking in one gulp, then suddenly looked back, and he raised his glass to offer a toast. The party was mostly peaceful, with only some noble young ladies trying to get close to him. Afterward, Heidi invited him to stay as a relative and join the dinner. The table was arranged with the men on one side and the women on the other. At one end of the table sat Baron Kazako. On the opposite end was the father of the groom. It was only then that Annie realized the other was not a viscount's child, but the son of a younger brother of the viscount, who shared the same mother. In fact, this marriage was better than those of Heidi's 3 older sisters, who married less favored children of the viscount, many of whom were not very important. This young man's father was also a 9-star great swordsman, and he himself was the only son. He seemed like a very good match. Baron Kazako exchanged greetings with the groom's family. Then, Baron Kazako reached out his hand to call on someone to introduce themselves. The person called on introduced themselves, helping both sides get to know each other and showing off their background. Annie, sitting next to Heidi, was soon called. Baron Kazako paused slightly, as if trying to skip him, but Annie was ready to support his childhood friend, so he wouldn't miss this chance. He cleared his throat. Ahem. He interrupted Baron Kazako's attempt to skip him. "Hello, everyone. I am Heidi's brother. Well, not by blood, but I am closer to Heidi than some real siblings. Of course, that's not the most important thing. What matters is..." Annie ignored Baron Kazako's changing expression and continued. "Most importantly, as Heidi's brother, I will be her strong support. Oh, I might not be very strong myself, but my dear parents, older brother and sisters are very strong. My father is a 9-star great swordsman. My mother is a 9-star apprentice mage. My eldest sister is the leader of the 13th squad of the King's Golden Eagle Knights. My second brother studies at the Kingdom's Swordsmanship Academy under the 9-star Swordsman Flan. My second sister is a talented student of the Kingdom's Mage Academy under the 7-star Mage Diana." Annie smiled and suddenly remembered something. "Look at me, I almost forgot. My father is now a sword master. My mom just started a beginner magic school, and she invited a formal mage to be the vice dean. Oh, by the way, this vice dean is my aunt." Then Annie patted his chest and said, "If you dare to bully my sister in the future, you're not giving me, her brother, any face. If my little sister is wronged, don't blame me for bringing dad and aunt to visit you. You probably don't have a swordmaster father or a formal mage aunt, right? If not, it seems I am the strongest one here. Sorry for my modest background." And he sat down, leaving everyone silent. The young man across from him looked confused. What Wasn't he supposed to be dating the daughter of a baron? Why is it about a sword master father and a formal mage aunt? Isn't that what a baron should have? The young man's father also looked at Baron Kazako with curiosity, though his gaze was a bit eager. The middle-aged swordsman's heart was pounding. If what they said was true and he had these connections, then his son might have a chance to compete for the next noble title. He hadn't expected that. In the eager gaze of the middle-aged swordsman, Baron Kazako nodded with a grim face. Clearly, he knew about Baron Bobo's breakthrough to become a sword master. As for the beginner magic school, he had known about it for a while. The vice dean being a formal mage was news to him. He had thought she was just a high-level apprentice mage. He didn't expect her to be a formal mage. Baron Kazako suddenly felt a bit discouraged. The gap was too big. He felt very tired. If the other side wanted to take over his territory, he had no chance to fight back. Oh well, Baron Kazako sighed inwardly, then suddenly felt much lighter. Ha ha, the middle-aged swordsman laughed loudly. Good nephew, if you have time, you must come visit my house more often. And he smiled and said, of course. Hetty, standing nearby, clenched her fists tightly under the table. And he reached out and said, don't worry. With your brother here, you will never become one of your 3 older sisters, and you never will. Hetty's 3 older sisters didn't have a good life. Their father was weak, so they had little status in their husband's family. Although the noble family didn't have a sword master, they did have 3 or 4 great swordsmen. Some stronger noble families, like the Viscount family, even have 8 or 9 great swordsmen. Although they don't have a sword master, they are just as powerful as the Count family. Brother, well, Heidi loosened her grip, nodded, and then smiled. Thank you, brother Ani. After the dinner, Ani did not stay at Baron Kazako's castle, but went straight back home. As soon as he returned to the estate, he received some bad news. Auntie, what's going on? In the room, Ani anxiously looked at the 2 small bears on the cushion. These 2 bears were actually the reverse growth bears, Daxiong and Air. But right now, they were in a bad state. 2 earth bears, during their transformation, were attacked by monsters, which broke their stone shells and caused them to be born early. Now, their condition is very unstable, Aunt Grace sighed. The good news is, these 2 earth bears were only half a day away from being born, and their transformation is mostly complete. Their level has also risen to the 2nd stage, 9 stars. The bad news is, this transformation is very unstable and could drop at any time. Of course, their level won't decrease, but their bloodline might. It could revert to its original level. Originally, these 2 earth bears had the potential to reach at least the 5th stage in the future. But now, Aunt Grace shook her head. If their bloodline completely falls back to the original level, their maximum future level would be at the peak of the 3rd stage. Ani was stunned, clenched his teeth, and felt a bit unwilling. The 5th stage, he thought, could have been achieved. But now, Auntie, is there no way to stabilize them? Of course, there is a way, but it's very difficult. Aunt Grace shook her head. What is it? Ani asked eagerly. Find a rare treasure, a heavenly material or earthly treasure, for the earth bears to consume. This treasure must be enough to make the bear's bloodline undergo a 2nd transformation. Originally, the treasures that could cause a monster's bloodline to transform are very rare. The previous transformation wasn't entirely caused by the moon spring water. The moon spring was just a trigger. These 2 earth bears probably consumed some precious treasure when they were cubs. The moon spring water only fully activated the hidden medicinal power of that treasure inside the earth bears. Most of it hadn't been fully digested yet. Plus, your half-year feeding made the energy inside the bears' bodies full and abundant, which caused their bloodlines to undergo a transformation. Now, they have already undergone 1 bloodline transformation. Finding another treasure that can cause both bears to undergo a 2nd bloodline change is almost impossible. Even if they find such a treasure, after using it, most of the blood would stay hidden inside their bodies. To fully digest it, they need a challenging environment. This means that even if they find the treasure, they must return it to their original world, the world of monsters. The closest place is the Bangkok Mountains, where they can face many dangers. These dangers will help activate the hidden power of the treasure, allowing it to be fully refined. This process can stabilize their bloodlines and possibly enable a 2nd transformation. And he froze. Both options seemed very difficult for him. Looking at the affectionate bear in front of him, and he made a decision. Little ant, wait for me. He quickly ran back to his room and entered a white space. Inside the white space, there was a row of red dragons, more than 200 of them, and he asked one of the dragons to take out 2 drops of blood from his heart. The blood, about the size of a fist and bright red, floated in front of him and was sealed inside a silver box. Then he returned downstairs. Little ant, make a magic circle that can hide our presence. Grace looked at the silver box, surprised at first, but then she quickly took action. With a serious expression, she began chanting. A large magic circle appeared, covering the entire wooden house. Soon, the magic circle disappeared again. All right, Annie, what is inside here? I feel a very scary aura. Grace, his little ant, looked serious. As a skilled mage, her mental strength was clearly strong. Annie opened the silver box. The whole room was instantly filled with a bright red glow. A shadow hovered and roared. This is. The necklace on Annie's neck was easily taken off, and at this moment, the vibrant green gemstone of life had disappeared. It split into 2 parts and entered the bodies of Bear Big and Bear Second. Don't worry, little auntie. I will send them away soon. Annie gently touched the 2 little bears. They had been with him for over half a year. The bears had just been born when their mother, the Earth Bear, entrusted them to him. He considered them family. He naturally didn't want the bears, who had the potential to become greater, to become ordinary. Moreover, since they were sealed with dragon blood inside their bodies and entered the Bangkok Mountains, he didn't have to worry about anyone noticing them. Just make sure you think it through. It's best to send them to the Bangkok Mountains within 3 months. Life and death training is the best way to refine the dragon blood. Yes, don't worry. 2 months quickly passed. Today, another guest arrived at the estate. To be precise, it wasn't a guest. It was his sister. Heidi, aren't you about to prepare for your wedding on Christmas Day? In this world, Christmas Day was December 12th, believed to be the birth of the Lord. It was the grandest festival for all nearby kingdoms, regardless of whether they were noble or common people. The celebration lasted until January 1st of the following year. Heidi's eyes showed stubbornness, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Brother Annie, can you take me away? I don't want to get married. And he fell silent. Leaving? Impossible. The golden estate was too special for him. He couldn't leave. After a long silence, Annie understood that Heidi was unwilling. She didn't want to become a victim of marriage, unwilling to marry someone 10 or more years older who knew nothing about her. And he didn't give a promise, but offered Heidi a chance to decide her own fate. If I give you a chance to decide your own destiny, but this chance is very dangerous, would you choose it? Heidi's eyes, which had been dimming, suddenly brightened again. The girl's eyes were full of determination. Brother Annie, just say it. No matter how dangerous it is, as long as I can escape this arranged marriage and this cursed fate, I am willing. She knew very well what life was like for her 3 older sisters after they married the son of the Viscount. At home, they had no say, and even if they secretly returned, they faced their father's coldness. She advised her sisters to go back, but she knew they would suffer harsh treatment if they did. She didn't want that, even though Brother Annie had once supported her, making her life at her husband's house better. But Heidi looked at the young face before her. It was the most familiar face she knew, even more familiar than her parents. She felt unwilling. Annie nodded and gently waved behind him. 2 little children happily ran over. They eagerly threw themselves into Annie's arms. All right, stop fussing. Let me introduce you. This is Heidi. From now on, you 2 must protect her, understand? The 2 little bears, Bear Big and Bear Second, looked a bit confused but nodded seriously. Heidi, let me introduce you. This is Bear Big, and this is Bear Second. I want you to take them to the Bangkok Mountains. Heidi's eyes widened suddenly, and he didn't explain much. He took out a silver bottle. Inside, there's a drop of something that can help you transform. It will also bring you closer to Bear Big and Bear Second. But taking it is very painful and extremely dangerous. If you can't handle it, you might die. If you succeed, you will take Bear Big and Bear Second into the Manga Mountains. Until one day, you feel strong enough to control your own destiny. Then come back. The Manga Mountains are very dangerous. The treasures there are also very dangerous. Are you willing? I am willing. Heidi opened the bottle and drank it all. Late at night, Under the moonlight, on an endless plain, a girl in red rode a unicorn, with two small bears following beside her. The bears occasionally looked back, seeming reluctant. Behind them, a silver-glowing blue-gold city wall gradually turned into a line. And he stood on the city wall, watching her and the two bears leave. "Young master, why did you let Bear Big and Bear Second go to the Manga Mountains? It's so dangerous there, and they're still so young," Lily said, tilting her head and eyes filled with tears. "Don't worry, they'll come back." It was snowing. Just now, and he was lying in the yard, but the sudden heavy snow made him look like a white feathered chicken. Ugh, ugh, got snow all over my face, and he hurried back inside, glancing outside. Wow, I can't think of a good word. Only wow. Such big snow. The trees about 10 meters outside looked like they were about to be wiped away. "Young master, I'll change your clothes." Lily threw the slime she was holding onto the ground and hurried over. She untied Yi's coat, then quickly added some firewood to the fireplace and brought over a cup of hot tea from the wall. And Yi held the cup of hot tea and said, "It's been years since I saw such heavy snow, and I've never heard of snow falling like this before." Lily looked worried. "Young master, Bear Big, Bear Second, and Miss Heidi are probably in the forest now. What should we do with such heavy snow?" "Don't worry. Even the forest monsters are frozen solid. The three of them can still take a hot bath." Huh? Lily looked confused and thought to herself, if they're clean, maybe other monsters will eat better. They're like walking little stoves. Before the snow even falls on their heads, they're already boiling. So, they're taking a hot bath, and he sipped his tea calmly. He wasn't worried about them at all. With two second-tier 9-star dragon-blooded magical beasts and an apprentice swordsman with dragon-blooded fighting spirit, it's not a big deal for them to roam in the Bangkok forest. When they reach the Bangkok mountains, Bear Big and Bear Second will probably be at least at the 3rd tier. As for the extreme cold, the three of them crawl into ice nests, and even the ice nests seem to sigh. "My life is over." Although Heidi had refined the blood of the red dragon, she couldn't control that intense heat, even losing control of her dragon pressure. And he said it was dangerous, but in truth, the real danger was for those unlucky magical beasts. He remembered how Heidi had taken the dragon blood before, and couldn't help but admire her, true tough girl. The scene of her skin splitting open and blood flowing like lava made him give up the idea of drinking dragon blood himself. He hated the pain. Just looking at it made his limbs feel weak and limp. Thinking about it now, he still felt exhausted and powerless. He really couldn't handle that suffering. Even if he had as many ice berries as Heidi, sat in an ice magic circle, and held a life stone, it would still be a life and death gamble. If he died, it would be a huge loss. In his mind, he thought of that young girl and could only silently praise her. Even if it was just a drop of ordinary dragon blood, Heidi was only a 9-star apprentice swordsman before taking it. Fortunately, no matter how dangerous the process was, the outcome was good. In a few years, Heidi would return as a powerful heroine. And he sighed. It's a pity. It would be perfect if there was an old grandfather too. The snow outside grew heavier. Looking out the window, it was like a sheet of white paper, and nothing could be seen clearly except white. Luckily, the estate had 300 houses built early. Some unusable branches were just enough for the farmers to burn as firewood, and he wasn't worried about his servants surviving the winter. As it got colder, and he became lazier, lying comfortably here. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. "Who is it?" Lily went to open the door, muttering to herself. She wasn't deaf. If they knocked so loudly, they might break the door. "Young master, it's me, Caleb the 14th, a hurried voice called from outside. When the door opened, a half-beast man with dog ears stood there, not coming inside, and reported, "Young master, a group of people has come." One of them said he is Baron Kazako, and he thought to himself, as expected, they came. Heidi had left 3 days ago, and with the wedding approaching, Baron Kazako was naturally searching everywhere. Now he found this place, but Heidi had run away secretly, and they didn't know where she went. As for how they wanted to ask him, well, they probably didn't know either. Baron Kazako came alone. After entering, he didn't say a word, and he rolled his eyes. These people are so troublesome. If you have something to say, why don't you just open your mouth? If you don't speak, I won't either. And he continued amusing himself with the slime. Did Heidi come here? Baron Kazako finally asked. Yes, 2 months ago. She asked me to attend a banquet. Heidi is missing. Baron Kazako stared as if trying to force out some truth. Missing? And he was surprised. Heidi was supposed to get married. Now she's gone. Do you really not know? Baron Kazako, what do you mean? Your daughter is missing, and you, as her father, don't know? How should I know? Baron Kazako was silent for a long time, then said only one thing. The wedding has been cancelled. After saying that, he left without looking back. Cancelled? Easily dismissing the other person and leaving like that. I was a bit confused. If he wanted to leave, he could just go, and I didn't need to say anything special. However, I felt that Baron Kazako seemed to have changed somehow compared to before. I couldn't quite explain what was different, but it was as if a young, energetic man suddenly turned into a tired, old person. As for Heidi's situation, I was surprised that Baron Kazako casually brushed it off. I thought he would press further or use his strength to intimidate, since he had a strong suspicion. But that didn't happen. In the heavy snow, a figure stepped outside and disappeared quickly, swallowed by the howling wind and snow. At that moment, inside the manor, in a small house in McKinn village, only 30 square meters, the door and windows were tightly shut. The wind and snow outside howled loudly, and the wooden door creaked and groaned. Outside, it sounded like ghostly screams and wolf howls, as if some evil spirit was shaking the door. Inside, a family sat around a brick fireplace. There was a stove opening on the fireplace, with an iron sheet oven beside it. A clay pot was placed on the stove, bubbling with water. A woman wearing a blue headscarf opened the oven and took out 2 warm pieces of black bread, with a small piece of white bread among them. She also brought out a ceramic bowl covered with broken dishes. When opened, it revealed dried vegetables stewed with fish. The water in the bowl was almost gone, the fish oil had been roasted out, and the vegetables looked oily and shiny. This meal was hard to believe was the lunch of a family of slaves on a manor. Wow, it smells so good. A small boy, not yet tall enough to reach the table, reached out eagerly. The woman glared at him and said, "Say your prayers first. Hee hee, mother's cooking smells so good." "I forgot to say thank you," the boy said, mumbling words of gratitude to the Lord and thanking the young master. "Mother, I've finished praying. I want to eat the big fish." A little girl, the first to open her eyes, said excitedly. The man next to her also opened his eyes, smiling happily. He chuckled and said, "Here, eat the white bread. Half for each of you." The white bread was split into 2, 1 piece for the boy and 1 for the girl. "Father, mother, you eat too." "Good, the black bread is also tasty. Your father and I will eat the black one. Come on, eat more meat. Eat well so you can grow strong. Later, you can work harder for the young master." Yes, yes, I want to eat lots and grow strong. I want to become a swordsman like little Ashu when I grow up. Eat, brother. I'll share mine with you. When I become a swordsman, I can live in a big house. The little girl hands her white bread to her older brother. Little sister can also become a swordsman. Let's eat together. Thud, thud, thud. The man and woman stop eating, looking surprised. Who would come out in such heavy snow? The man asks, suspiciously looking at the door. Maybe Martin's door is broken. You go check, and if it is, help fix it, the woman suggests, thinking maybe a neighbor nearby has a problem. The man is cautious and asks, "Is it Martin?" No response. "Hey, who's outside?" Still no sound. The eyes of the man and woman suddenly look uneasy. The woman feels a sudden fear in her heart. What's going on? Why is there no answer? Could he be frozen to death? Impossible, the man says, his face darkening. The snow outside is heavy, but not enough to freeze someone to death after just a few steps. Their house is on the edge of McKinn village, with another row of houses opposite and only one neighbor nearby. If it's Martin, he would definitely respond. But now, there's no reply. Who is knocking on their door? Thud, thud, thud. The knocking continues. "Peter, should we go see? Maybe it's Martin's kid. It's so cold and snowy outside. We can't just leave them out," the woman suggests, wanting to open the door. But the man stops her with a firm hand. "Don't go. Something's wrong. I have a bad feeling." The man walks to the corner and surprisingly pulls out a machete. It's a sharp tool used for chopping wood and building, very sharp. The woman's face turns pale. "Peter, what are you doing with a machete?" "Everyone stay quiet," the man says firmly, standing in front of his wife and children. The woman tightly presses her lips, feeling a sudden wave of fear. The two children seem scared from the start, clutching their bread and not speaking, just staring with wide eyes at the door. After a long time, there's no more knocking. "Peter, I think they've gone," the woman says nervously. She can't understand. This estate is so nice. Who could be a bad person? The man's face was grim and frightening. When he was a child, before he was captured and enslaved by war, strange things happened in his village every winter when heavy snow fell. Anyone who opened the door would disappear. Not human. The woman's eyes widened with fear. Could it be a monster coming? Seeing that the knocking had stopped for a long time, the man thought carefully and finally decided, "Mara, stay inside and don't open the door. I will go find the young master." "Peter, are you really going out?" The woman grabbed his arm. "Our lives belong to the young master. We are able to live like this because of him. That thing will definitely go to other people's doors. Now I know there's danger. I can't just stay here." The man's face was firm. The woman pursed her lips and let go of his arm. Looking at his face, she opened her mouth to say a few words. "Come back safely. Father, father." Two children hugged the man's legs. "Be good. I will go call the young master. Once he arrives, everything will be fine." The man patted the children's heads. Then, "Father, come back quickly," the little boy said. "Father will be back soon." "Little Peter, you must protect your mother and sister," he said firmly. "I will." The little boy nodded confidently. The man grabbed his machete and went out. The woman closed the door again, feeling weak and helpless. How could this happen? How could it be? Things were good not long ago. "Mother, don't cry. I will protect you. Be good. Go to the inner room and sleep. I will watch over you." Outside the house, the man looked at the large footprints on the ground. Turning his head, he saw the door of Martin's house wide open, with wind and snow rushing inside. His face changed instantly, and he hurried toward the young master's place. He had to be quick. Woo-woo snow was falling heavily, making it impossible to see if the figure 3 meters away was a person or a ghost. Peter heard the crying and his hands and feet turned cold. The sound moved back and forth, left and right. "It's that thing. It's definitely that thing. Young master." Something has happened. The gate was opened, and Alec was supporting a person covered in blood. And who was eating, was startled when he saw the person. "What's going on? What happened to him?" "Quickly, Lily, go get the small green bottle." Seeing the man in such a terrible state, with a patch of skin on his back that looked like it had been torn off by something hard. There were 3 claw marks on his chest, with flesh torn open. This definitely wasn't done by a person. "Young master, the village." "Something has happened," Peter gasped, trembling with fear and nervousness, stammering. "Snow, it's snow. Snow fur." Before he finished, Peter suddenly collapsed, and he stepped forward to check his breath, relieved to find he was still alive. "Young master, the small green bottle." Lily held a jade bottle in her hand, looking at the man with a pale face. She was terrified. Had another beast entered the estate? How did they get past the tall walls? She kept praying silently, hoping her young master would be safe. The small green bottle contained a magic potion. Ordinary people might never have heard of it in their lives. Just this one bottle was worth 80 gold coins. And he didn't hesitate, giving Peter the potion to drink. In the next moment, a powerful life force surged into Peter's body. The torn skin on his back visibly healed, flesh quickly growing back. The bloody wounds on his chest, which showed bones, sprouted new tissue and soon scabbed over. Peter slowly regained consciousness. His eyes were still a bit blank at first, but when he saw the young master, he immediately knelt down with a thud. "Young master, it's terrible. The village has been attacked by snow fur creatures." At the village entrance, an hurriedly arrived with a group of people at Peter's house. Seeing the door tightly shut, his tense heart finally relaxed. "Go home and hide first. I'll take some people to find that beast," and he said. Thank you, young master." Peter knelt and bowed, and he didn't say much. He went to a nearby house, saw the door wide open, and quickly entered. Inside, only bloodstains remained. All 4 people were gone. And he clenched his teeth. "Alec, gather the men and seal off the village first. Young master, what about you? Don't worry. It's just some snow fur creatures. They can't do much to me. All right. Be careful, young master." Alec didn't delay. He immediately ordered 10 apprentice swordsmen to form 10 teams, transforming the 60 bullhorned half-orcs, 30 dog-eared half-orcs, into squads to block the entire McKinn village. And he continued to the next house. No one was there. He moved to the next house. Still no one. He was furious inside. Who dares to kill my young master? Those lowly goblin creatures. Today, even if the mountain is covered in heavy snow, I will still find your hideouts and destroy them. Today, I must eliminate these snow creatures and shame their ancestors. If I don't, my name will be written backwards. He took a ring from his pocket and put it on. In the next moment, the aura of a 2-star apprentice swordsman disappeared, as if the snow-covered boy was just an ordinary person. Suddenly, a whimpering sound came from nearby, and Yi's eyes turned cold. These snow creatures travel in heavy snow, using the snow to sense prey. They are cowardly and fear the strong. Their strength isn't great. They are just ordinary monsters, even weaker than half-beast dogs. But in the snow, their shape is hard to see, and their movements are hard to track, which makes people feel scared. In reality, they are just humanoid beasts with sharp teeth and claws. They have a huge appetite and a long tongue that can tear off pieces of flesh. The snow creatures only dare to approach ordinary people. They don't dare go near horned half-beasts or dog-eared half-beasts, showing how weak they are. Whimpering, a white shadow rushed over. Sharp claws tore through the flying snow, and Yi's right hand grabbed the badge on his chest. In the next moment, a sharp sword shot out. The sword was wide, bright blue all over, not as heavy as a normal swordsman's greatsword, but it was very sharp. The sword light flashed. A white-furred arm fell to the ground. Light blue blood splattered, turning into ice crystals upon hitting the ground. The snow-covered creature, seemingly frightened, saw it was a swordsman. It didn't scream, but quickly tried to run away. A blue magic stone flew out. It hit the creature's back, where the heart would be. But nothing happened. The magic stone also disappeared. At this moment, Ani was still holding a severed arm. The arm looked human but had a paw-like palm, and the whole arm was covered in 3-inch thick white fur. This is a monster, a snow creature, which lives in groups. They only appear during heavy snow. When the snow melts, they gather in a deep underground burrow. Every time it snows heavily, they come out to eat, then return to their burrows to reproduce. Because they live underground and only come out during heavy snow, they are even harder to eliminate than goblins. Clearly, there is a snow creature nest inside or around his estate. It seems there are quite a few. But right now, heavy snow is falling non-stop, and within 3 meters, you can't see clearly, let alone find the snow creature's den. However, once the snow stops, these snow creatures will have already returned, covering their entrances. It will probably be next winter before they are encountered again. But Ani is not in a hurry. A red ring on his finger glows faintly. The next moment, flames burn in his hand, and his arm quickly turns into white ashes, blending into the snow. Footsteps approach from afar, and Yi's sword transforms back into a badge, which he pins to his chest. Just as he finishes, a voice comes from nearby. Alex says, "Young master, the snow creatures in McKinn village have been cleared. There are 21 in total. Leave half to guard. Take the rest and follow me." And he creates a blue magic disc, which has a glowing dot, clearly the snow creatures he just released. The group quickly heads toward the back mountain, stopping at the north side of the Red Cedar Hill. The surroundings are completely white with snow, making it impossible to see any difference. But the blue glow on the magic disc is right in the center. And he points down and says, "Dig here. Not a single one must escape. 1 head, 1 gold coin." The usually relaxed apprentice swordsman's eyes suddenly become very eager. However, the horned half-orc and the dog-eared half-orc show no change. Despite no training, they stand still like statues. Usually gentle, now they radiate a fierce, beastly aura. At Yi's command, the horned half-orc swings his pickaxe and starts digging. Soon, the snow is cleared away. Then several meters of earth are excavated. Suddenly, a hole appears. The hole leads to an underground cave. The cave is about 3 meters high, slanting downward. 5 swordsmen rush in together. For them, each snow creature is worth a gold coin, like picking up money. Alec, along with 20 horned half-orcs and 10 dog-eared half-orcs, follow inside. "You're called Galleon, right?" and he looks at the dog-eared half-orc beside him. Galleon is the surname he gave to his territory's dog-eared half-orcs. The horned half-orcs are called USI. As for their names, they are much simpler. Calal 9 stepped forward and said, "Yes, young master. You go and tell the man who was just following us to find the butler after the snowstorm. Take 10 gold coins, and tell him he can follow Alec to learn for 2 months. Yes, young master." Calal 9 quickly rushed into the snow. Inside the cave, 5 apprentice swordsmen charged like wolves attacking sheep. Each swing of their swords sent a snow-haired creature's head flying. The half-orc with big ears was clumsy, but when he struck with his, the snow-haired creature's bones broke and their muscles tore. Soon, the group reached deeper inside. Some small snow-haired creatures were still biting, but they were cut down immediately. Many of the creatures were still alive and saw people coming to save them. They cheered and cried with joy. Suddenly, an apprentice swordsman shouted in surprise, "Look, it's an ice magic stone." On the surrounding stone walls, blue ice stones emitted a cold aura. The apprentice swordsman's eyes flashed with greed. Seeing no one around, he carefully backed out of the cave entrance, swung his sword, and cut above the entrance. A large amount of earth and rocks collapsed, burying the opening. Suddenly, he felt a cold breeze behind him. Turning around, he saw Alec standing there, looking at him with a cold gaze. "Captain Alec." The apprentice swordsman trembled, confused and unsure what to say next. In the next moment, a heavy sword struck him. He felt dizzy and fainted. "Inside the wooden house, you mean there is an ice magic stone mine below?" "Yes, young master. But this is only a beginner-level ice magic stone mine. From my observation, it's just a small vein," Alec explained. And he smiled and said, "Even if it's small, it could have thousands of pieces worth tens of thousands of gold coins." "Not bad. I didn't expect such a surprise." Alec looked at the kneeling person on the ground. "Young master, what should we do with this person? It's my father's former subordinate." "Naturally, I'll leave him to my father," Annie said coldly. "But first, disable him so he can't run away." The apprentice swordsman kneeling on the ground instantly looked as if he had seen a ghost. Regarding the ice magic stone, Annie quickly informed his mother. "Extracting this stone is very difficult because its hardness is similar to jade. If you hit it too hard, it breaks and becomes useless. Usually, only magicians can extract it quickly using magic. Ordinary people can only dig it slowly, bit by bit." And he didn't want to waste effort. Instead, he decided to exchange some things with his mother. When his mother learned about the ice magic stone mine, she braved the heavy snow and hurriedly rode her griffin to come. "Son, I missed you so much. Stop. Don't try to use feelings to get what you want. The ice magic stone mine isn't free," and he immediately interrupted. "Son, how can you think like that about your dear mom? It really hurts me." Mrs. Mitchell dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, pretending to be sad. And he rolled his eyes and said bluntly, 10 magic trees. Why don't you just steal it?" Mrs. Mitchell gritted her teeth, her magic staff twitching as if ready to strike. And he was sure that if he weren't her son, he would have turned into an ice sculpture by now. He suddenly felt a bit scared. "Come on, Mom. Asking isn't stealing. Others just ask directly. Look, I even brought you a magic stone mine. Who else has such a good son in the world? You're a brat. You haven't even got one magic tree. Stay here and play. I'm going to dig the ice magic stone now." Mrs. Mitchell didn't give her son a chance to bargain. She was right. Stealing from her son isn't really stealing. Mom, wait. I want a magic tree, but it's all for you. You're making me so sad." Mrs. Mitchell paused. She wanted to see what kind of nonsense her son would come up with. And he hesitated for a moment, thinking that his mother couldn't possibly be a bandit. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, come with me. By the lake, this is the spirit of the lake." After a long while, Yi's eyes went blank. He wished he could slap himself. It's all gone. Everything is gone. He didn't get the magic tree. He also lost the spirit of the lake. Wasn't it supposed to be that I am your most loved child? Degree. He swore that from now on, his parents would be buried separately. They must be buried apart. Mrs. Mitchell happily looked at the little fish on her shoulder. "Yes, the spirit of the lake was contracted by my mother. Son, don't worry. Mom will take good care of the lake's spirit for you." Mrs. Mitchell pinched her son's small face. Suddenly, she thought of something and, using a secret technique, made the lake spirit give birth to a small lake spirit and handed it to her son. Good son, don't forget to come home for dinner on Christmas. A blue magic circle appeared under her feet, then exploded into snowflakes and disappeared. As for the ice magic stone mine, it was just a small vein with a few thousand basic ice magic stones. Mrs. Mitchell used 2 high-level magic spells to mine them all. The soil around remained untouched. And he held a small fish, about the size of his palm, and cracked it open. This apprentice-level magic isn't even enough. Bandits, bandits. Mom is stealing her son. Loud screams like pig squeals echoed in the heavy snow. Young master, I have erased the dead and revised the servant registry. How many people are left? 29 farmers are gone. 3 households completely died out. 3 fishermen are missing. 6 beekeepers are gone, with 1 household completely dead. No casualties among the peach farmers. Arrange for the burial of the bodies and give some condolence money to the families. After giving these orders, Xiao Keilu hurriedly left. And he looked over the household register of the estate's servants in his hand. This register was private. Each estate owner or noble had their own servant register. In this fantasy Western world, where private property is sacred and inviolable, the servant register takes precedence over the Lord's register, which in turn takes precedence over the kingdom's register. This means he has absolute authority to decide the fate of his slaves. Just like his father, who has the power to decide the fate of the land's people, even above the kingdom. Of course, slaves also have a contract. It's not a magic contract, just a regular piece of paper. But when combined with a bloodline detection magic crystal ball, it becomes 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than a magic contract. The contract bears the kingdom's seal, the Lord's seal, the guild's seal, and the S own blood handprint. Once someone becomes A, they will never have a chance to turn things around. In the kingdom, everywhere is the same. Slaves can only be slaves and can never become commoners. If they escape, they might end up as poor people living in shacks or wandering refugees. Once caught, they are usually sold directly. To become a commoner, poor people and refugees must apply at the Commoners Guild. Both the Guild and the Commoners Guild have a special magic crystal ball. This is the Bloodline Detection Magic Crystal Ball. When first arriving in this world, and he felt suffocated and scared of this device. When a person's blood is dropped onto it, it automatically forms a string of magical symbols. This string of symbols is like an ID number from their previous life. The difference is, this ID is created directly from their bloodline, without needing prior registration. Just a drop of blood gives you a unique number. For slaves, the magic symbols are black. Slaves who hope to become commoners are caught by the Commoners Guild and then sold back to the guild. Even more frightening is that because this is a blood test, the magic symbols are related to bloodline. As long as someone has blood flowing in them, even if it is very diluted or traced back many generations, the crystal ball will still produce a black symbol string, which is a symbol of despair. Most of these wandering people with blood are unmarried, so they don't have to worry about tracing many generations. Before marriage, all poor and commoner people go to the church, which also has this magic crystal ball. Their parents are mostly white civilians, so they don't worry about the bloodline test. However, some refugees are escaped slaves. Even if they start a family and have children during their escape, they are warned strictly not to touch the bloodline crystal ball. In marriage, if one person fears going to the church, it usually means they carry blood. The other family members might give up on them, or if they are less kind, they might immediately arrest them. A blood test at the guild will reveal blood, and they will be sold. Some refugees who know their background fear being caught. Even if they settle down, they rarely consider marriage and often live lonely lives, cutting themselves off from the world. Of course, not all slaves lack the right to marry and have children. In fact, among noble families, loyal servants and management roles are still highly valued. Apart from the magical symbols based on bloodlines, those without bloodlines have white magical symbols. These, white citizens, also include those with noble bloodlines of swordsmen and magicians. Within 5 generations, if someone has a noble bloodline of swordsmen, their magical symbols are red. Moreover, bloodline magic crystal balls can detect, within 5 generations, the origin of a swordsman bloodline, how far back it goes, and what level of swordsman ancestors appeared. The crystal ball judges based on these factors, ancestral swordsman's levels, family relations, and so on. The shade of red varies accordingly. Beyond 5 generations, if there are no swordsmen, the symbols turn back to white. Those with swordsman bloodlines, but no swordsman in their family, are called fallen nobles. There is also the magician bloodline. Within 5 generations, if someone has a magician noble bloodline, their magical symbols are gold. If not, they are white. The gold can vary in shade, similar to the swordsman symbols. If someone has both swordsman and magician bloodlines within 5 generations, their symbols are gold red. If not, they are white, with shades that can vary. This is why, in this world, nobles pay more attention to bloodlines. Bloodlines can, to some extent, represent talent. For example, his father has a high swordsman talent, and his 8 children are all at least decent swordsmen, with the potential to become great swordsmen. Of course, magical talent is the hardest to pass down. Among his parents' 8 children, only the 2nd and 4th daughters have magical talents higher than swordsmen, and they successfully sensed elemental powers, choosing to become magicians. As for an E himself, better not mention it. Besides that, in the bloodline has the highest priority above all other bloodlines. Even if someone has noble magician blood, as long as they carry blood, they are considered slaves. High-quality slaves. Therefore, many noble children and maidens, no matter how talented, cannot inherit noble status. They cannot become family heads. The best they can hope for is to be a guard or steward, under this terrifying bloodline system. The old caste system from previous lives, with its high and low social classes, is nothing compared to this. Of course, a system is just a system. There is a saying in the old life, to see a top official, look at the person who controls the dog. Like the old Kalu family, they also carry the blood of slaves. But don't forget, even now, when the Kalu family is in the Andre territory, Count Andre still treats them politely. The reason is that old Dang, who is under 40, has become a sword master. Even old Mom has become a full-fledged mage, and they don't hide it. With Count Andre's status, he definitely knows about it. So, anyone who dares to look down on old Kalu or embarrass him is basically challenging a sword master and a mage. Even ordinary counts would think twice. Even if they secretly look down on the bloodline, at most they mock quietly. Some commoners gossip behind their backs, flaunting their white citizen status. It seems like they're showing off, but really they're just jealous of the powerful noble servants. After all, besides being a white citizen, they seem to have nothing else, so they try to find a sense of existence this way. Therefore, a S status isn't about himself, but depends on who his master is. Those who can afford to buy slaves are usually from wealthy common families. Even if ordinary, white citizens look down on or mock them openly, they still have to call them sir when they meet. Even families with many children hope their kids will marry into noble households with status so they can build connections. Maybe, with the help of a powerful family, they can even train a swordsman for their own. Many small noble families serve under larger noble houses, and this is how they come about. In short, slaves can never be at the center of power, they can only survive around it. But the more power they are close to, the higher their own status becomes. Many slaves around them are more anxious than their master's parents. They have to consider how not to make their masters dislike them, find ways to help their masters improve, and make good use of all resources nearby. They try to win over everyone they can, do the work of parents and teachers, and also handle the daily chores. They wish they had more legs and brains to do more, every day feeling like they need to grow extra limbs and heads. Old Karo is a typical example of such a person. He was once regarded as a spiritual leader by thousands of servants, and even had a biography on Xiaohongshu, which was fiercely sought after by noble servants. For these things, and he could only sigh and then continue to relax in his small home, eating, drinking, teasing his little maid, and strolling around the large estate. As for his bloodline, his father, being a baron of the kingdom, certainly did not have blood. Moreover, his father was poor as a child, poorer than most commoners, but he was from a declining noble family. Because 4 generations above his father, there were sword masters, but later the sword master line was cut off for 3 generations, and the family assets were almost completely swallowed by other nobles. Later, the family split into 3 branches, each going their own way. His father was born into one of these branches, but his parents died early, making his childhood even more miserable, until his father sensed the energy of combat, successfully transformed as a commoner, and gained the talent of a sword master, soaring to great heights. This led to the rise of that family branch, but there wasn't much family affection. Still, since he grew up in this family, after he was granted a territory, he gave his relatives from that branch a nice estate. As for the other two branches, they had no relation at all. Last year, some people came to seek refuge, but his father drove them out of the territory, and he was just watching the drama. An old clan elder, who could barely be called a relative, wanted to bribe him with sweets. He really thought he was a child. And he was already 14 last year, and most ordinary families expected their children to marry by then. Thinking of the resentment and hatred in the eyes of those from the other two branches when they left, and he felt they might come back someday. But going back 5 generations, they were still part of the ancestral family. Since his father had just become a lord and was concerned about his reputation, he didn't bother with them much, just gave some money to drive them out. As for these people from the other two branches, and he didn't pay much attention to them. His family didn't even have anyone who could sense combat energy, so what waves could they make? With a distant relative as a lord, if they knew a little about the situation, they might occasionally come to show some respect. But if he made trouble himself, no one could save him. As for his own family line, and he saw them every year. On the first day of Christmas, his entire family would come to visit, so he was quite familiar with them. However, this family's estate was not actually part of the Bobo territory. It was actually his father, who bought a manor near his childhood home. The manor was not in any noble territory, but within the kingdom's land. Since the emperor was far away, there was less trouble and more freedom. This manor was about 200 kilometers from the Bobofo territory, so it wasn't easy to visit. As a result, and he usually didn't see these relatives. Regarding their strength, his father's family had now trained a young swordsman apprentice. The family was considered a local landlord and noble family. They also had 3 young apprentice swordsmen, seen as future talents. The family was quite powerful and influential. And he heard that this year, a young cousin, only 12 years old, had shown signs of fighting spirit and was qualified to become a swordsman. He guessed that his great-grandfather and the others would probably bring him along this year. Should I prepare some gifts too? And he wondered, rubbing his chin. Although they were peers, he now owned his own manor. Having a family and a home meant he was almost a grown-up. He thought he should support his little cousin. The snow kept falling for 7 days straight, and now it was December. The world was covered in white, and he was quite happy about it. Good snow meant a good harvest, even if it caused some trouble. The land would become fertile after the snow melted. Rumors said that the winter god and the spring god were both nearby, and luckily, his friends' statues of these gods were placed together in a church. The land of the Golden Manor had just been cultivated, and now with the snow melting, it would be even more fertile. And he wanted to step outside to get some fresh air. When he opened the door, he took a deep breath. The snow was so thick it blocked the door. "Lily, come quickly. Let's dig out the snow." The snow was too deep. And he made a hole and crawled out from underneath. The snow was over 3 meters deep, thick and compact. Walking on it felt the same as walking on the ground. Phew, so cold, and he rubbed his hands. Looking around, only the rooftops of Makin Village, Niujiao Village, and Shaoquan Village were visible. Fortunately, the buildings in Island Kingdom were designed with skylights. Although it was just dawn, many people had already climbed out of their skylights to start clearing the snow. In recent days, I forgot to regularly clear the skylight, which caused it to become blocked and unable to open. I was able to climb out through the chimney of the fireplace. Usually, the chimney is quite wide, and since the fireplace has been burning continuously, the smoke coming out has not accumulated snow. Little Koro is leading the horned people to clear the snow near the pigsty. The pigsty is a long wooden building, with farmers watching over it. They light fires to prevent the pigs from freezing to death. If it weren't for Little Koro's arrangements, the pigs might have really frozen. "Good morning, young master." "Morning." "Good morning, young master." "Morning." "Good morning, young master." "Morning." "Good morning, young master." "Good morning, young master." "Good morning, young master." Little Koro came over. "Young master, these Lolo pigs are ready to be sold. Should we use a big snow sled to take them to town? Christmas is coming soon, And the pigs should fetch a good price. Sounds good. By the way, our estate doesn't have snow reindeer. You can slide on the snow to my father's castle and bring back 2. Also, bring a dozen winter wolves. And, by the way, bring that person back too, young master. Your loyal servant Koro will definitely complete the task perfectly. Little Koro arranged various tasks. He couldn't find any skis, so he simply carved 2 with his sword. Then he got on the sled and slid toward the estate gate. And he plans to wait for the snow reindeer to arrive, then go to town himself. He also wants to visit his mother's magic academy. He hasn't been there yet. He's looking forward to the day when the Magic Academy recruits students. He imagines a group of little kids shouting, "Hello, young Dean," and "Thank you for your hard work, young Dean." Then he would pretend to be serious and wave his hand, saying, "All right, study hard." But just thinking about his mother makes his teeth itch. Unfortunately, the lake spirit has already been bound by a contract, so he has no way to free it. According to little Koro, the Silver Beginner Magic School is building a river and digging a lake. He can tell they're probably making a home for the lake spirit. He doesn't want to dwell on worries. Thinking about problems only makes him unhappy, and he decides to wander around instead. Now, the estate is barely visible. Even the walls have been lowered by half, making it hard for agile magical beasts to be stopped. His mind just shook off thoughts of Bandit Mother, but then he started worrying about magical beasts again. Being the estate owner isn't easy. With so much snow falling, many monsters inside the Bangkok Mountains will probably come out to find food. Not just the distant ones. Even the monsters and wild animals in the Little Gulen Mountains will come down the mountain to attack villages. Every winter, villages below the Little Gulen Mountains are attacked by monsters and wild animals. But those small villages are my father's concern. I don't need to worry about them. I must take care of my own estate. And he arrived at a watchtower. The tower is shaped like a pillar connecting 2 sides of the city wall. It is wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, used for watching. The top inside space is only about 3 meters across. There are long, narrow arched glass windows on all 8 sides. However, the windows at the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest corners are narrower. Only half a meter wide, but 2 meters tall. These corner windows cannot be opened. The other 4 windows can be pushed open. They are larger, about 1.5 meters wide. Inside, there is a simple single bed, a fireplace with a stove, and a wooden cabinet filled with supplies. A horn hangs on the wall. There is also a ladder that leads to a small upper level. Above this half level, the area is open to the wind. It is used for lighting fires. When monsters attack at night, fires are lit here. That's pretty much everything inside. And he currently has no money to buy weapons. A magic city defense crossbow costs several thousand gold coins, which he cannot afford now. Forget about magic crystal cannons. They are very expensive. When fired, they can cost a fortune. One magic crystal cannon is worth 500 gold coins, and a basic magic crystal cannon can cost 50,000 gold coins. He can only dream of owning such weapons. Even his father's Bobo town has only 2 second-hand magic crystal cannons placed at the city gates. As for Bobo Castle, it only has 3. It shows that in Yi's dream of having a well-equipped watchtower is just that, a dream. Good morning, young master. The half-beast dog-eared guard stands straight, ears perked up. The weather is getting colder. Eat more good food. Meat is plentiful. 2 gene of meat every day. Don't hold back. Yes, young master. The half-beast dog-eared guard replies loudly. Young master, young master. Another half-beast dog-eared guard calls out below, and he opens the window to look down. Young master, some villagers from Eastgate say that Lord Baron's territory in Tarta village needs your help to clear out monsters. All right, note it down. When I return, tell Xiao Koro. The task pays 500 gold coins. Report it to the castle. Complete the task first, then get paid. The half-beast dog-eared orc gal twitched his mouth. He had never heard of a reward set by himself before. Also, Tarta village doesn't seem to have more than 50 households. Truly worthy of our young master. Such a brave young master. And he flipped and jumped down. Bring the people. Follow me, young master. 7 or 8 kilometers south of the Golden Manor is the Little Gulen mountain range. The mountain range is small. Its highest peak is only about 400 to 500 meters. The average height is just 200 to 300 meters. The range is only about 3 or 4 kilometers wide. Rumors say this small mountain range was not formed naturally. As for how it was formed, he doesn't know. Those are stories from hundreds of years ago. Tarta village south of the Golden Manor, across the little Gulen mountain range, at the foot of a mountain, is Tarta village. The whole village has only 48 households. It's a very small village. He estimates that because of the heavy snow blocking the mountains now, going to the town for help is not closer than the Golden Manor. Although they have to cross the little Gulen mountain range, the straight line distance is only about 11 or 12 kilometers. Going to the town, the straight line distance is nearly 30 kilometers, and the route is through forests, which isn't much safer than crossing the mountain range. And he didn't bring Alec. Xiao Koro went to the town from the manor. Since he ran out to play, he needs to leave someone capable to handle things at the manor. He also needs to keep the 4 apprentice swordsmen he left behind in check. This time, he brought 5 apprentice swordsmen with him, plus Xiao Shu. The other cow-horned orcs aren't needed. He did bring 1 dog-eared orc, Gao, 6 apprentice swordsmen, 1 apprentice swordsman, and 1 half-beast. This team can walk through the little Gulen mountain range easily. The mountain range mostly has no monsters, only some low-level monsters and wild animals. Adventure hunters who hunt monsters for a living don't come here. Instead, they go to the Bangkok forest. On the way, a villager was talking about the village's situation. "Young master, our Tarta village has experienced something very terrible in the past 3 days. It even caused 6 children to disappear." The villagers looked scared. "These children disappear at night. We heard that other kids have also seen strange things at night. Some say they hear their mothers calling outside the door. A few children went out and then vanished. Those who are too scared to go out haven't disappeared yet. This is the first time something like this has happened in Tarta village. Usually, we only deal with a few goblins or wild animals. We have a swordsman in the village, so we can handle small threats. But this time, we really don't know what to do. We plan to ask the town guards for help, but it will take another night. If we wait, more children might disappear. So, we are coming to see Lord Little Marquis tonight. We thank Lord Little Marquis for his kindness. May the Lord bless you." The villagers clasped their hands in front of their chests. And he thought to himself, "Uncle, have you had any old sheep that you've kept for many years, maybe over 10 or even longer, that have recently gone missing?" The villager thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. Yes, for days ago, an old stubborn donkey's black mountain goat was snatched by a bear. The wooden shed where the goat was kept was smashed. The old stubborn donkey only saw a dark shadow. It was snowing heavily outside, so he didn't dare go out. He just watched helplessly as his old goat was taken. That goat had been with him for over 20 years. The old stubborn donkey really refused to sell it. Talking about the old stubborn donkey, the villager shook his head and sighed. He's an old bachelor. No one can really say much about him. All right, I think I understand what might be causing all this. But the children who disappeared probably can't be saved now, and he said. The villagers' faces turned pale. They closed their eyes and prayed, "May the Lord protect the children's souls." Although it was only about 11 or 12 kilometers straight ahead, crossing the woods outside the Golden Manor and climbing over a few hills, they finally arrived at Tarta village near dusk. "Uncle, find 6 families with children so we can stay there tonight. I want these swordsmen to stay and be ready. If they encounter that monster, they can deal with it immediately. Also, prepare some iron pots, basins, and a bonfire. If you hear fighting outside, knock loudly and light a fire." And he said, "Thank you, Lord Little Marquis. I'll go arrange that right away." The villager quickly found 6 good families to stay with. And he, along with Little Ashu and Gao, went to one of the villagers' homes. The villager was very hospitable. He brought out some fine flour from his storeroom to serve, and also slaughtered a chicken. The villagers are common people with houses and land. Some villages even support a few apprentice swordsmen to protect them. Strictly speaking, they are part of the minor noble class. Kaler 3, have you smelled any monsters or strange scents? The dog-eared half-elf's nose and ears are very sharp. Although he has a guess, he still wants to be sure. The dog-eared half-elf pinched his ears and then straightened them. "Young master, since we entered the village, I've smelled a faint but sharp fishy smell, like salted fish cooked with lamb eggs. Then it's definitely a sheep demon. Night has just fallen." The villagers quickly turn off all their lights. and the whole Tarta village falls silent. Only 6 households have eyes peeking out from their windows, watching outside. Regarding the sheep demon, and a professional gourmet, knows many monsters and beasts. The sheep demon is a special kind of monster. The sheep demon is not born a monster. It is a sheep raised by humans. After a long time and some special circumstances, it transforms into a monster. It is lustful and cunning, likes to tempt children, can imitate a mother's voice, and moves around at night. It can switch between a goat and a sheep demon automatically, but fears fire. Loud noises can disturb its enchantments. It is quite strong, comparable to a 7 or 8-star apprentice swordsman. Eating children makes it stronger. If it eats 6 children, it might not level up to the 2nd stage, but it's close. Late at night, the sky is gloomy. Suddenly, a shadow rises from an old farmer's sheep pen. It opens the door and heads toward another villager's house. The shadow's voice sounds like a woman. Little Moses, come out, come out. The voice is gentle and tempting, like a mother calling. But it's not a child that comes out. Suddenly, a wooden hut is smashed open with a bang. A burly apprentice swordsman swings a big sword. Monster, how dare you hurt villagers? Take this sword. The sheep demon is startled. Seeing the powerful swordsman's aura, it tries to escape. But the big sword strikes too fast. The sheep demon waves its claws to block. Boom. A gust of wind rolls over. The sheep demon, unprepared, is knocked flying. At this moment, all the villagers' houses suddenly light up. In the village, bonfires were lit one after another. The cold wind blew, flames burned fiercely, and villagers beat drums while hoes and sickles gleamed in the firelight. The sheep demon still wanted to run, but an and his group had already surrounded it. Young master, this sheep demon has advanced to a 2nd-level monster. I know. Don't let it escape. Once it runs into the deep mountains, it'll be hard to catch. And he stepped back behind the villagers. 5 apprentice swordsmen fought the sheep demon together. Although the demon had a big advantage in body strength, facing 5 at once, the recently promoted sheep demon couldn't hold up. Young master, can we kill this monster? Little Ashu nervously held his sword. Don't worry. It's just a 2nd-level sheep demon, and he said. He didn't expect his little companion to help much. He's only a 1-star apprentice swordsman, mainly here to see the world and learn about monsters. And he didn't expect to encounter a 2nd-level monster this time. He asked his father for 500 gold coins, but felt it was a bit too little. It should be 1,000 gold coins. Although the reward for this level of task is only a few dozen gold coins, his father didn't mind spending more. The sheep demon roared, already covered in wounds, but it still protected its belly while facing 5 apprentice swordsmen. And Yi's gaze fixed on the sheep demon's belly. Seeing it slightly bulge, he was shocked. Could there be a little sheep demon inside? Since this was a female sheep demon, it had to be killed. If released, it could reproduce a group of sheep demons, which would be a disaster for the village led by Bobo. He took out a bright red magic stone. No, don't kill her. Please. Let her go. A villager with a full beard suddenly rushed in front of the sheep demon, spreading his arms to protect it. Strangely, the sheep demon hadn't harmed him. Old stubborn donkey, what are you doing? Come back here, the village chief shouted angrily. No, if you're going to kill her, then kill me first, the stubborn old man said defiantly, staring at the surrounding swordsmen. At this moment, an finally understood. This sheep demon was created by the stubborn old man. He even made a baby, but the villagers didn't understand. They thought the sheep demon was raised by the old man, and their eyes turned red with anger as they shouted. Kill him. He dares to raise a monster. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. He is a demon. He is a demon. Burn him to death. The villagers around shouted angrily. If it weren't for the sheep demon, they would have already gone up to tear apart the stubborn old donkey. The old donkey pursed his lips and stared wide-eyed, refusing to give in. 5 swordsmen surrounded him, and the sheep demon had nowhere to escape. The swordsman looked toward an he stepped forward, and the villagers grew quiet, watching him closely. The sheep demon has killed, and so has the child inside his belly. We must not let him go, or when he grows up, he will surely harm the villagers. As he finished speaking, the old donkey was filled with despair. The villagers were also shocked. What? The demon inside the belly has a child? Oh my, Could it be that the old donkey's offspring is inside that demon? Kill him. We must kill him. Little Lord, we support you. This little demon grew by absorbing children. We can't let him live. The old donkey suddenly knelt down. Please, I beg you, the child is innocent. A bright red magic stone suddenly flew out. The sheep demon was alert, but by the time she realized, it was too late. A burst of flames instantly engulfed the sheep demon. A piercing scream came from inside. No, don't. The old donkey rushed into the flames. But no one showed him any sympathy. The villagers clapped and cheered. Good. Burn him well. I thought the young lord would be too merciful and let that little demon go. This is great. Burn him good. Child, did you see? The young lord is avenging you. Families who had lost children knelt and cried. Inside the flames, the sheep demon suddenly slashed at her belly, then raised something high. Soon, the flames disappeared, revealing a sheep-horned skeleton standing there, holding a human skeleton. In the raised claws of the sheep-horned skeleton, there was a baby boy with sheep horns. The villagers immediately grew quiet. Half-demon, Annie frowned but still ordered, "Kill him." One of the swordsmen raised his sword to strike. Some women, seeing that the child was almost the same size as a human baby, turned their heads away and refused to look. Wait, a woman suddenly staggered forward. This child, he is my child. The swordsman stopped. The woman raised her hand, and the child suddenly rolled into her arms. He looks exactly like my child when he was a baby, and he was stunned. No, what is going on? This clearly is a lamb demon's child. What does it have to do with you? Some villagers nearby also gasped in surprise. It's true, it looks just like little Yabo. It's so similar. How can it be the same? Besides the pair of sheep horns, there's almost nothing different. And he looked at the village chief, who had a complicated expression. Young lord, this demon's child, and one of the 6 children that were eaten, little Yabo, who was only 6 years old, look very much alike. Although he's still small now, Yabo's mother says he looks like this. I think when Yabo was born, he probably looked like this too. I also remember that Yabo was quite strong when he was born, with sturdier bones than normal children. I thought he would grow up well if properly raised. But I wonder, why does this child look so much like Yabo? Hearing the village chief's words, and he frowned. If that's true, there's another possibility, that this child's soul isn't the demon's, but Yabo's. He had seen similar cases in books. Sometimes, when a demon devours a human and the human has a child inside, there's a small chance that the human's soul can stay inside the unborn demon's body. Especially since this lamb demon was born from a human and had eaten children, the chance is even higher. If this child really has Yabo's soul inside, and he might not act against him. He approached the child, picked him up, and looked into his clear eyes. Instantly, he felt more certain. Eyes are the window to the soul. Demon eyes are usually murky, foolish, greedy, and bloodthirsty. Clearly, this child's eyes are bright and pure. Most likely, this is Yabo's soul. Is this the mother? And E casually pointed to a village woman. If it's a human soul, it would probably retain some memories. Yabo shook his head, babbling. And this one? Yabo shook his head again. What about this one? And he pointed to the woman who had just held Yabo. Yabo nodded repeatedly, confidently, and he reassured himself and explained the situation again to the villagers. So, I believe this child's soul is probably that of little Abel, but I'm planning to take him to the church to have the priest check it, and he told the surprised woman. The woman nodded repeatedly. Thank you, young lord. Thank you so much. When morning came, and he set out to return home. When he arrived at the Golden Manor, little Koro had just returned. 2 snow camels, each over 3 meters tall, stood in the snow in front of the wooden manor. The snow camels are very large, over 3 meters tall from their feet to their backs. Including their horns, they are more than 5 meters tall. They are big domesticated magical beasts. They are second tier in strength. Despite their size, these snow camels are naturally friendly with ice and snow elements. They carry icy magic within, and when they run, they leave no footprints in the snow. Behind the snow camels, there was a long line of sleds, 4 times larger than a carriage. Besides the 2 snow camels, there were 20 winter wolves. The winter wolves are first-tier domesticated magical beasts. They are not very big, about the size of calves, but they have great endurance. They are essential for winter travel for small noble families. They don't ride the wolves, but use the sleds pulled by them. 2 winter wolves can pull a sled about the size of a carriage. Little Koro, get ready. Bring all the Roro pigs. We're going to the town today, young master. It's almost noon now. Going to the town at this time means we might have to stay overnight on the road. I now have a half-demon, a goat demon, whose soul is likely that of a swallowed child. I plan to go to the town church to see the priest. If the soul is unstable, the priest can help calm it. Also, since the child was just born, I want to use the light curse to baptize him. The sooner we go, the better. A goat demon's child? A human soul? A half-demon? Little Koro was surprised. He knew about this kind of thing. It's not very rare. The number of monsters is large, and in the kingdom of Airland, such children appear every year. Their souls are usually very strong, and they are likely to sense elements and become magicians in the future, especially those with strong physiques. Knowing the young master's plans, Xiao Koro didn't delay and immediately started making arrangements. Soon, 100 Lolo pigs were hitched to sleds, enclosed in 5 large snow wagons. Annie sat in the front sled, with Xiao Yabo and Lily, driven by Xiao Koro, heading toward the town. Young master, why does this child have goat horns? He's also a half-beast person, but his aura feels a bit strange, Lily said, looking at the child in her arms. Annie had just returned and pulled Lily out of the kitchen where she was cooking. He handed her the child to hold as they boarded the sled. No, he's a half-demon with a human child soul. A half-demon? What's that? It's a being with both monster blood and human blood, like Karina, Lily exclaimed, like Sister Karina. Then he might also become a great magician in the future. Not necessarily. The chances are higher than for ordinary people, but as long as he can sense elements and refine magic, once he becomes a magician, his talent won't be bad. His soul is much stronger than normal, Annie explained. A genius magician, Lily said with envy in her eyes. Night fell, but Annie didn't stop. 2 second-tier snow camels led the way, and no wild animals or monsters dared to come close. Near midnight, Annie arrived at Bobo City. The city walls and the Golden Estate were half buried in snow, but the snow inside the city had been mostly cleared. The area outside the city gates was also cleared. Xiao Koro, first take the Lolo pigs to the nearby estate. I'll go find the priest, Annie said. He took Lily and entered the town toward the church. The church belonged to the true God religion. Inside was a bishop who was a 9-star apprentice mage, a priest among mages. Old Matthew. Annie kicked open the door. You little devil. What are you here for again? I've only had half a year of peace. The person opening the door was a thin, small old man, shorter than an E, with a sharp chin, a red nose, and sleepy-looking eyes. His priest robes were loose and somewhat untidy. Little Demon King, I tell you, I have used up all the holy water. Hiccup, there's not a single drop left. You can forget about it. Forget about what? The heart. Old man Matthew's eyes suddenly widened. Heart? Bah. That's a half-demon. Matthew's face changed. Recently, the demons, sheep demon half-demon. Watch as I purify you with holy light flame. Hey, old man Matthew. Look carefully before you purify. Annie shook Matthew hard, as if trying to shake the drunkenness out of him. Old man Matthew's sleepy drunken eyes cleared a bit. He looked up blankly and saw Annie. Little Demon King. Bang. The door slammed shut. Don't even think about stealing my holy water. No, old man Matthew. I have a half-demon here. A half-demon? Matthew suddenly opened a small hole in the door, poked his head out, looked around, and his eyes immediately fixed on little Abel. Sheep demon. It's a demon with sheep traits. Oh my, it's a half-beast of the sheep demon. Look, I am purifying you. Another small hole opened in the door, and Matthew's hand reached out from inside, waving his magic staff. Wait, old man Matthew, this half-demon is actually a human child's soul. The purification fire was thrown elsewhere by Matthew, and the sturdy floor immediately blackened. A human child's soul? Could it be? Inside the church, old man Matthew was rubbing his hands mischievously. Little kid, do you want to join my true church and become a proud priest? Matthew's mind was already imagining a muscular, pure-hearted demon with demonic blood, bathed in the glory of the Lord, wielding a bright magic staff like a big stick to fight monsters and banish evil, fighting bravely everywhere. and he reminded him from the side. Ahem, old man Matthew. This kid was the first I found. Matthew was unconvinced. Just because you found him doesn't mean he's yours. Who can prove you found him first? I said I found him first. I call my second sister. I call my mom. I call my little elf auntie. Matthew puffed his cheeks and glared, finally squeezing out a sentence. The Lord said, I do not bless you. Easily urging. Hurry up and give me a calming spell. This little kid was just born last night, pulled out by that sheep demon from his belly. His soul is still unstable. Oh, and a cleansing spell, plus that holy water you have, old man. Pour a bucket of it for the child's bath. Old man Matthew jumped in surprise. Are you kidding me? Do I sell holy water wholesale here? A whole bucket for a bath? Bathing in holy water doesn't mean it can't be used again. Oh, stop dawdling and hurry up. Old man Matthew was casting a calming spell. He had used this basic magic for decades, almost without needing to recite the spell. During the casting, he also argued with an E. No, holy water after a bath isn't really holy water. You're shameless, but I still have my dignity. Go away, go away. 1 jar of fiery wine, and he said calmly. Matthew's hand trembled, accidentally casting several more calming spells, which directly shut down little Abel, who was staring wide-eyed. 3 jars. Old man Matthew held up 3 fingers. Deal. Matthew's old eyes bulged as he looked at his 3 fingers, suddenly regretting not asking for fewer. By the way, old man Matthew, you just said you want this child to become a priest. Do your main church really accept half-demons? He's said to have demonic blood, the blood of a sheep demon, and he asked curiously. Matthew was casting a purification spell, snorting through his nose. Our main church isn't the Holy Cross. We don't have so many rules. As long as the soul is pure, it doesn't matter what bloodline or race. According to our church's teachings, even demons can be transformed into messengers. A half-demon? No problem. I see. Hee hee. Well, old man Matthew, you're getting pretty old now. What if you die someday? Why not just teach little Abel magic every day at my house? When you're gone, I'll have little Abel inherit the church. What do you think? What? You're inviting a private tutor here? Every day? Do you think I want to live longer? Your estate is far from here. Don't you have any sense? And who do you want to curse to die? I just look old. My real age is only 48. And he looked at Matthew, whose teeth were almost gone, and thought to himself, why doesn't he say he's 18? Come once a month, and each time you'll get a jar of fiery wine. 5 jars. Deal. Easily nodding, he said, all right, then wait until the child is 3 years old for your teaching. After all, considering his original age, he will only be 9 in 3 years. As for before he turns 3, you plan to give him weekly holy water baptisms for 7 days. You can't go back on your word, can you? You are truly a noble and great priest of the Lord. What? Little devil. You. Old Matthew blushed and spat out. The Lord says, I will not bless your family. And he stayed overnight at the church. Little Abel also just received his holy water baptism. Holy water is a special feature of the Catholic Church. The church priests collect morning dew using a special method, then store it in a vessel made of luminous stone placed before the statue. They perform a 12-day purification spell on it, creating magical items. This holy water can be used for exorcisms and for baptizing newborns. Every newborn who comes to the church can receive a free drop of holy water for their baptism. If they want more, they have to pay, except for an E. Each extra drop costs 1 silver coin. This is also a source of income for the church, as they need money for food, shelter, repairs, and resources. Compared to the strict rules of the Holy Cross Church, the Catholic Church is more relaxed. In the Elon Kingdom, there are hardly any Holy Cross churches. They are mainly found in the Novaris Kingdom. At dawn, and he left with Lily and little Abel. Old Matthew, goodbye, bang. Old Matthew looked like he was sending away a plague god, immediately closing the door. Suddenly, a small opening in the door was opened. The Lord says he hates you. Bang. The small opening was closed again. And he, humph, superscript 3. Back at the castle, he checked and found his father was not there. The servant said he received an invitation from a count to attend an important banquet. His mother and little aunt also went, taking his chef, Karina. Old Dang secretly took my mom out to play and didn't take me. I just stayed in the manor, not like I lost my son. Who am I working so hard for? For you all. And he gritted his teeth and angrily kicked the door before leaving. Although he didn't like going out, it was because he was weak. If he had strong people around him, he would love to go out and have fun. In the past, whenever his father attended a banquet, as long as his father's strength was among the top in the event, he would definitely go over to join the fun. Now, while he was away, this old man secretly ran out with his mother. It's really unbelievable. No, I need to set up a spy in the castle. And he looked around for a while and focused on the guard at the castle gate. The guard seemed to notice the young master's gaze and immediately tensed up, standing straight. You, what's your name? And he approached, hands behind his back, looking up at the guard who was about 1.90 meters tall. Replying to young master, my name is Jeff. Oh, Jeff, from now on, you are my person. Help me watch old Dang, my father. If he has any parties or events, tell me immediately. That's all. Work hard. I believe in you. And he tiptoed and patted the guard's shoulder. The guard looked confused as he watched the young master walk away, scratching his head and asking the person opposite, what just happened? The other guard replied seriously, young master said you will be his person from now on. Huh. The guard looked awkward. That's not good, is it? Unaware that he had just spoken a lot of unnecessary words, and he was now happily playing in the snow with a little maid. Poor Lily carried little Abel on her back, his face frozen blue and purple, rubbing his tiny hands and feet. If he were a normal baby, he would have started crying already. But unfortunately, little Abel had the soul of a 6-year-old and was a very sensible big kid in the village. He dared not disturb the young master's playtime and could only helplessly rub his hands and feet. Little Abel thought, Mother said I must listen and behave outside, and I shouldn't cause trouble for the young master. I am the best. Let the snowstorm come even more fiercely. Little Abel thought, boo-hoo, I miss my mother. I want to go home. It's so cold. I'm just a child. Soon, and Lily finally started walking normally again. Little Abel was happy, finally going home. Lily, let's go. We're going to see the Magic Academy on the west side of the town. That's where little Abel will go to school in the future. And casually flagged down a sled pulled by a husky and eagerly headed toward the Magic Academy. Little Abel thought, oh no, the young master is going to the Magic Academy outside the west gate, said a middle-aged man driving the sled, dressed in a padded coat and a fox fur cloak. Okay, young master, sit tight. Sill Junior Magic Academy, and stopped at the gate, which was about 3 or 4 kilometers from the town. Mom will start enrolling students next spring, but Bobo's population should just have broken 10,000. I wonder how many kids with magic talent they can find, and how many will actually become magicians. Young master, I believe Madam will train many excellent magicians for the territory. Lily's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at the Magic Academy. Yeah, when there are more little magicians, I'll come visit often and play with them to pass the time. And he noticed that there was no snow around the Magic Academy. He guessed that his mom was probably inside setting up a big magic circle, so he walked straight toward it. Suddenly, a sharp sound, and he bumped into an invisible wall. He covered his head and kicked it in frustration. What's this? Even I can't get in? Am I not allowed to steal a magic tree, or what? Lily covered her mouth to hide her smile and hurried over to check on him. Young master, are you okay? Let me on it for you. Behind him, little Abel was bouncing along, staring at the Magic Academy with wide eyes. This is where I'll go to school someday. It's so beautiful. The young master said school starts next year. I wonder when I can go too. I want to grow up fast. And he kicked a snowball angrily and turned around. Lily, let's go. Protecting a son is just like guarding a thief. I'm such a naughty kid. If I can't see it, I don't care. I'll build my own someday. Lily, let's go home. Okay, young master. In the future, we'll build our own Magic Academy, even bigger than Madam's, Lily said softly. They praised and boasted about their plans, making an smile as if his own Magic Academy was already built. Little Abel finally got back into the sleigh. It was so warm. Come on, little Adam. The young master will take you to drink the best milk in town. And he suddenly remembered that Lily was carrying a child on her back. He quickly lifted the horn-shaped bag to check. Sure enough, it was a half-demon baby, still alive. Little Abel felt his head tighten, then suddenly spun around. Hearing that they weren't going home, but would be outside in the cold for a long time, he finally started crying. And he suddenly became flustered, awkwardly switching the handle from his left hand to his right hand several times. Then he remembered Lily and asked for help. "What should I do?" Lily thought for a moment and said, "Maybe he heard the young master say drink milk and got hungry, so he cried." "Wow, wow, wow." Little Abel cried even louder. The middle-aged man nearby looked at the cold and blue-faced handled child and silently mourned for this half-beast. Clearing his throat, he reminded, "Young lord, could it be that this child is frozen?" And he blinked and asked, "Half-demons can also get cold." Lily tilted her head and thought, maybe because he was born early and didn't develop properly. That explanation made sense, so he quickly took off his coat and wrapped little Abel in it. Instantly, little Abel felt warmth and cried happily inside. "I am alive. Young master." Degree, sitting in a sled, the three of them. Well, actually two, since Lily and little Abel could be considered one, rushed back to the town and arrived in front of the largest tavern in Bobo Town. Coincidentally, little Koro had also finished selling pigs. He wiped his sweat, ran around anxiously, and finally found the young master, nearly crying with excitement. "Young master, your worried servant little Koro finally found you." And he looked at little Koro, who was sweating profusely in the cold winter, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ahem, ahem. "Come on, today I'll treat you." After the meal, "Boss, put it on my dad's tab." The snow deer trotted through the icy forest. From time to time, they passed by some villages, many of which, 3 months ago, were just sparsely populated forests. Thanks to an E, these 3 months have attracted many people, making them the residents of Bobo Town. In September, an E built a wall, and the treatment of the servants in the Golden Manor spread like wildfire throughout Bobo Town. Following the trend, the manor owners and small to medium nobles, worried that this was the Baron's idea, also changed their servant policies. Some stubborn nobles, unwilling to follow, had no choice but to adapt or be looked down upon by the young lord. Everyone knows that the young lord is the weakest among the Baron's children, with little future prospects. He is destined to inherit the Bobo family estate and spend his life there. In the future, he will be the master of the Bobo estate, and his life and safety are tied to him, so he must be well treated. Not only must he be treated well, but he must be treated very well. Because of this, the treatment of slaves has improved. They are no longer freely beaten or killed, and the estate owners and minor nobles now pay some wages to the slaves. These wages are not for work, but are more like a token of respect for the future Lord Bobo. These changes have caused a big increase in the population of the Bobo estate. In just 3 months, many refugees and even poor people with their families have come here. Some commoners have even sent their young sons to work here. As a result, the population of the estate has exceeded 100,000, reaching over 120,000. Lord Ani and Baron Bobo have built many new villages for this reason. A village is like a small noble estate, but unlike the nobles in towns, villagers farm their own land, build their own houses, and are both landowners and workers. They don't have the strict hierarchy of minor nobles, so they aren't really considered nobles. However, the strength of these villages is not weaker than that of small nobles. Some large villages are even comparable to medium-sized nobles. The reason is that the villagers work together to support swordsmen who defend the village from monsters and wild animals, creating a safer environment and helping the village grow stronger. Most of the new villages in the Bobo estate are small, with fewer than 50 households. The Lord sends 1 or 2 apprentice swordsmen to help them get through the harsh winter, and after winter, he usually doesn't interfere anymore. These new villages are full of energy, and everyone is hopeful about the future. Even during the rare big snowstorm that lasts 10 years, the villagers are not afraid. They are busy shoveling snow everywhere. When they saw Euron walking through the village with a snow camel, their eyes were full of warmth and respect. Ani first went to Tata village. He had something to discuss with the village chief. He told the chief that he wanted Tata village to move to the entrance of the Golden Manor. At first, the chief hesitated, but after Ani made several tempting offers, the temptation was too great. In the end, the elders agreed unanimously to relocate the village. Easy agreed to 5 conditions. First, help villagers build houses for free. Second, outside the wall, there is a piece of land that can be used to grow white wheat. It is over 70 acres and given to the villagers for free. The surrounding farmland can also be cultivated freely. Third, villagers can work at the Golden Manor, earning between 300 and 1,000 copper coins each month. During harvest season, they can also do daily paid work at the manor, such as making golden peach preserves, moving flour, or harvesting wheat. Fourth, each year, villagers have the chance to study at the Magic Academy. Fifth, the Golden Manor will provide protection for the village. With these 5 conditions, the entire Tarta village agreed immediately, even saying they could start building houses and move the village at the same time. The villagers of Tarta village began busy moving to the new location. A few days later, and Lily sat in a circle, looking at something on the ground. Is the slime about to evolve? Master, why is it biting the sword? Lily asked with a puzzled look. Maybe this slime has a warrior's heart, and said casually, holding milk and staring. Suddenly, the yellow slime opened its eyes wide. The sword in its mouth was wrapped in its soft body and moved to its side. The yellow slime looked determined and waved its body in front of it. Milk from Yi's mouth splashed out. Oh my God! The slime is swinging a sword attack. Lily gently held a small yellow creature and whispered, Little Yellow, you must protect the young master in the future. You are the most loyal knight by his side. Protecting his safety is your mission. Your sword will only fight for the young master. Young master, young master, young master, Little Yellow fainted. And he looked at Lily, who was reciting like a prayer, and felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, he was quite capable. He was already a 2-star apprentice swordsman. There was no need to treat a slime so harshly. It was just a small slime after all. Little Yellow, remember this. Little Yellow quickly got back into position, standing straight. Finally, it was almost over. Puff! Little Yellow's eyes looked determined as it waved its small wooden sword, guarding the young master. Lily nodded happily, feeling her efforts were worth it. Lily, how about we have some big buns, small buns, and dumplings today? And he looked at the bouncing little slime, which looked like a steamed bun, and suddenly felt hungry for buns and dumplings. Huh, buns, dumplings? Lily blinked blankly, her cat ears drooping as she thought. The sharpness she had when reciting to the slime was gone. Young master, what is this? Hee, today I'll show you a trick. And he rolled up his sleeves. Let's go make the dough. They went to the kitchen. The kitchen was in a 2-story wooden building next to the wooden house wherein he lived. The wooden house wherein lived wasn't a perfect square. The main door was on a 2-story building, but next to it was a 3.5-story wooden house. Inside the wooden house, after entering the door, there was a hall. The hall on the 2nd floor of the wooden house was connected to the 3rd floor by an open space, separated only by a long counter. The 2-story and 3.5-story wooden houses formed an L shape. The 2nd floor of the wooden house was currently uninhabited. And Yi's room was upstairs in the 3.5-story house, accessible after passing through the hall and going upstairs. It had a balcony, and every morning he could see the sunrise from his window. The kitchen was on the same level as the 3.5-story house and was connected to it. The kitchen had 2 floors. The first floor was for cooking, with 4 magic stoves. The 2nd floor stored many foods, including flour, cured meat, jam, and fruits. There is a small house not far south of the courtyard, where Alec, Koro, and Little Ashu live. Usually, the estate's servants go there to ask Koro for help. When they arrived in the kitchen, Coco and Kiki were already busy. Coco and Kiki both bowed with their hands folded over their stomachs. Good morning, young master. And he licked his lips and said, Stop preparing other dishes for now. Today, we will steam buns and make dumplings. Coco and Kiki didn't know what those were at first, but under Yi's guidance, they quickly learned how to make them. Alec knew that Yi liked these foods, so he bought servants who were good at cooking. Yi ran upstairs, where there was a basket of fresh vegetables. Even though it was winter, he had plenty of fresh vegetables to eat. Some noble estates use magic circles cast by wizards to grow fresh vegetables inside sealed stone houses. Other estates with hot springs can grow fresh fruits and vegetables even in winter, but the prices are about 10 times higher during this season. He chose a vegetable called snow fatty. It looks and tastes similar to Chinese cabbage. Lily, go chop this up and prepare the ingredients. Once the dough is ready, we will make dumplings first. Yes, young master, Lily replied. carrying a basket of snow-fatty vegetables downstairs. And he also took some beef from the vanilla cow and a bunch of fruit jams. He planned to make colorful big buns. Of course, with his top-level alchemy chef skills, he wouldn't try to cook himself. And he usually just shows off his mouth skills, while the maids handle the actual cooking. Back at the castle, he once wanted to make colorful buns, but when he tried, they all turned into charcoal, and the meat filling inside became top-quality pills. Karina was different. Whatever she made, it always tasted better than he imagined. And he brought down some ingredients from the second floor, rummaged through the cabinets, and found an alchemy recipe. A cooking recipe. Coco, Kiki, just follow this recipe. Coco and Kiki quickly took the recipe and said, "Yes, young master." Lily, come with me to the lakeside. Young master, what are we going to do at the lake? You'll find out when we get there. Coco and Kiki, the two maids, felt relieved when the young master left. The sound of chopping meat became lighter and more cheerful. Coco, dressed in a black and white maid outfit with an apron, clumsily peeled garlic while looking out the window with big eyes. She asked, "Kiki, guess what the young master went to do?" Coco is lively and a bit mischievous. She talks a lot, but is somewhat clumsy. She is good at baking bread, grilling meat, and making porridge. Kiki is a quiet maid who works more efficiently than Coco. She is skilled at preparing various meats, making pizza, pancakes, and cakes. She was chopping meat and simply said, "I can't guess. I think the young master went fishing." Coco playfully stuck out her tongue. "Today, he'll probably make fish soup again. The young master loves fish soup." That delicious MUFE fish soup was amazing. Coco seemed to remember something tasty, her eyes sparkling. "I never thought I could make such delicious food myself. I can't believe I made that." Suddenly, she winked at Kiki and tugged on her skirt. "Tell me, do you think I could also join the Gourmet Guild and get a chef badge? If I got one, oh my, I'd be so excited. Kiki, your jam cake is so good. Maybe you should try for a chef badge too. The young master would definitely praise us. Hee hee. Maybe we could even get a raise," Coco said as she peeled garlic. She got distracted and accidentally threw the garlic into the trash. Oh no, what a pity. Coco immediately felt disappointed. Kiki was carefully chopping meat without looking back. She simply said, "Be careful." "Hee hee, got it," Coco replied, finishing peeling the garlic and then rushing to prepare the soup. At the back mountain lake, the small lake, about 200 meters wide, was not covered with snow, but the entire surface was frozen. Looking down through the ice, you could see long strings of trapped bubbles inside. Since it snowed, and after 7 or 8 sunny days, the snow around the lake had melted quite a bit, but it was still over a meter thick. The snow layers had absorbed melted snow water, which then froze inside, making the ice harder than stone. An E was on the lake, using a large sword turned into a badge to chop through the layers of ice with force. "The ice is too thick, probably about a meter deep. Young master, keep going. I've got the fishing rod ready." Lily's cattail wagged excitedly. "Ready? I'm about to break through." And he looked at the shallow hole he had carved and swung his sword with force. Bang! The last 10 centimeters of ice was shattered. Lily immediately cast her fishing line, with a special shrimp bait on the hook. Clearly, Lily was very excited about fishing, her cat ears standing straight up. Near the ice hole, 2 people looked like they were playing a game of statues. Suddenly, the fishing line tightened instantly. Hooked. Big fish. In that moment, Yi's mind flashed with images of delicious fish. He quickly moved to help pull the fishing rod. Even Lily, a half-orc, was struggling. Lily's strength was not less than that of an adult man. It must be a big fish. And he thought, hoping it was a rose-ice fish, but those are rare. It could be a methu fish or just another common big fish. But all of them are tasty. This fish is really strong, and E was surprised. Even he felt a bit of effort. He then increased his strength and shouted, "Come out!" Bang! Water splashed everywhere. "Young master, it's so big," Lily exclaimed. It was a plump green fish, about a meter long, including its tail. The green fish was flung onto the ice and was still struggling. Its pale blue scales reflected a golden shine. And he stepped forward, pierced the fish's head with his sword, and infused his aura, smashing the fish's brain into pieces. The green fish on the ice suddenly stiffened, twitched a few times, and died completely. "Let's go back and stew it. The rest will be fish balls." They placed the fishing rod in a small fishing hut by the shore and hurried back to the wooden house. Phew, it's so warm inside. And he exhaled, rubbing his cold hands. Although a novice swordsman's physique was several times stronger than an ordinary person's, he still couldn't ignore the cold. He put the large green fish into a wooden basin, and Lily skillfully started scaling it. Coco took out a bowl of hot soup. "Young master, have some soup to warm up?" "Yes." And he took a few sips of soup when the kitchen door opened, and a cold wind blew in. "Young master, Tata village has been relocated. Would you like to go see it?" Xiao Kaluo asked. "It's done?" With the help of the horned half-beastmen, the houses were built quickly. "Let's go take a look," Ani said, surprised. Even though the houses were finished, he didn't expect the villagers to move out so smoothly. These villagers are very eager, as if they are afraid other villages will take their place. Before leaving, Ani turned and said, "This grass carp only needs to be partially cut for soup. The remaining meat can be made into fish balls. The recipe for fish balls is on page 17. "Yes, young master." Ani followed Xiao Kaluo to the south gate of the Golden Manor. About 2,600 meters east of the south gate is the new address of Tata Village. This is also the land where white wheat can be grown. Since Tata Village has only 47 households, the Golden Manor quickly gathered hundreds of people to cut wood and build houses. It was normal for the construction to be completed in about a week. They not only built wooden houses, but also used leftover blue goldstone bricks to build a 3-meter-high wall and 2 6-meter-high watchtowers on the east and west sides. Because Tata Village is made up of one extended family, many households are 3 generations or brothers living together. The houses are large, 2-story wooden buildings, each about 80 square meters. The wooden houses are outside the Golden Manor. To prevent wild animals, these houses are raised half a level. The lower part has no walls, but villagers can later add stone bricks to enclose it, which can also be used to raise chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. Tata Village is small, with only 47 households, and the walls enclose an area of about 300 meters in length and width. The houses are about 100 square meters each, and there is plenty of open space. This open space includes the over 70 acres of land that can grow white wheat. It is now surrounded by a wall, making farming safer. In the future, as the village grows, they can expand the walls to other areas. But for now, the remaining land inside Tata Village is enough. Inside the village, some trees remain uncut, such as a wild walnut tree over 20 meters tall, lush and full of branches, growing on a small, slightly raised hill. On a small hill, there is little Yabo's family. The village chief's family lives in the middle of these 47 households. When an E arrived, the villagers were fixing the road with stones. "Here comes the young lord." A child quickly ran to call the adults. A group of villagers gathered around eagerly. "Young lord, are you hungry? I'll ask my grandmother to kill a chicken for you." A child sniffed and wore a wool hat on his head. "Little brat, you want to eat it yourself, right?" And E gently tapped the child's forehead. Hee. The child, feeling caught, stuck out his tongue, made a funny face, and ran away. At this moment, the village chief came over. "Village chief, how are things? Are you comfortable living in these houses?" "Thank you so much, young lord. Our current houses are as good as those of the landlords." The village chief's old face looked as bright as a sunflower, and he seemed 10 years younger. "Getting used to it is good. If you need anything, just tell me. If you're short of food, ask me. I stored a lot before winter," Ani said as he strolled through Tarta Village, with the village chief following beside him. The houses in Tarta Village weren't built perfectly uniform. Instead, villagers chose their own spots, some near big rocks, some under large trees, some among wildflowers, and some on small hills. "Thank you, young lord, for your kindness. But every family in the village still has plenty of food. Also, after we returned the old village to the Baron, he gave us a generous compensation." The old village chief took out a bag, and he pushed the old village chief's hand away. "Village chief, there's no need for that. It's only 500 gold coins. I don't need that much. You can keep it and share it with the villagers. This year will be a good harvest." The old village chief refused. "Young lord, please take it. We have nothing else to give you. The 70 acres of white wheat fields are worth much more than this, and the Magic Academy spots are priceless. You can't buy them with money. If you don't take it, the The villagers will feel bad. Village chief, if you truly want to thank me, you should encourage other villagers to have more children to help build our village. I don't need these gold coins. Next spring, the Magic Academy will start enrolling students for the first time. Although you have one spot, it costs a lot for children to become magicians. You can keep that money. The old village chief hesitated, but then thought about next year's children. All right, I'll accept it. When the children become magicians, I want them to help support the young lord. And he nodded, and then remembered old Matthew. By the way, I've arranged for the town's church priest, old Matthew, to come every month for 7 days to baptize Xiao Yabo. Village chief, you don't need to worry about him. Lord Silo has already told us about this. Don't worry, young lord. The village will treat Father Matthew well. The village chief smiled happily when he thought of Xiao Yabo, clearly not caring about his half-demon status. As an and the village chief talked, suddenly, the sound of a horned eagle echoed in the sky. A huge shadow fell, and from the eagle's wingspan of 10 meters, a familiar voice was heard. Little brother and we meet again, a female voice said. Was it them? And he wondered, how did they come back? It's been more than half a year. Surely they aren't here to investigate the dragon again. 2 kingdom inspectors, Jessica and Linda, descended from the eagle. Incredible. I didn't expect that in just half a year, little brother and has built this estate to such a level, Jessica exclaimed. She had seen the grand city walls from the sky. Smaller towns usually don't have such walls. And inside, hundreds of neat wooden houses. And he didn't answer. He felt a little worried but kept his arms crossed, looking up at them arrogantly. What are you here for? Don't tell me after half a year, you're back to investigate the dragon. The footprints in the mountains are almost gone. Don't expect me to help you dig them up. Jessica and Linda looked at each other, thinking they might have upset him last time. They thought to themselves, this kid is really petty. Linda smiled and said, well, you could say that, or you could say otherwise, and Yi's expression darkened. What does that mean? Linda continued, actually, this trip isn't really related to brother and We were just passing through here, heading to Bangkok Forest. According to some information from the kingdom, there are signs that dragon-blooded beast cubs. Dragon-blooded beast cubs. And he lowered his head, a faint dark killing intent flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He was amazed. The intelligence network of the Erlin Kingdom is truly powerful. Just over 10 days after the 2 Earth Bears left, news about them had already spread. However, with only the strength of a formal swordsman, it's impossible to catch Bear Big and Bear Second. They were probably just investigating. If they die here, he would be the main suspect. He currently has no power to fight a large kingdom, and even the dragons cannot leave his golden estate. His father and the great swordsman potential, his mother with great mage potential, and his older siblings with bright futures. All of them are promising. He should wait. When his family rises to become top nobles in the kingdom, they will have many advantages openly. For example, Bear Big and Bear Second. If either of his parents were a great swordsman or a great mage, he wouldn't have to worry at all. In the future, with his support, his family might even go further and truly become some of the most powerful people in the kingdom. Everything in his family is heading in a good direction now. He must not fall behind. No matter what, he will make the whole family strong and unstoppable. Stay steady. Even if Bear Big, Bear Second, and Heidi are caught, he must stay calm. Heidi, I'll send you a letter later. If things go wrong, I'll even support the Nicholas family's reputation. Dragon-blooded beast cubs? And he pretended to be surprised. How could dragon-blooded beast cubs appear in the Bangkok mountains nearby? Linda's tone was strange, almost whispering. I suspect that the last time the great dragon came, it was probably injured for some unknown reason, causing its dragon blood to spill into the mountains, which allowed some beasts to take advantage. Easy suddenly realized, his eyes showing clear desire, it would be great if I could get a young dragon-blooded beast. A dragon-blooded beast with potential at level 5, and many even have level 6 potential. If I could get a level 6 potential dragon-blooded beast and raise it, my family might have a chance to become top noble figures. The 2 inspectors exchanged a secret look. Jessica smiled and said, haha, Brother Easy, you're so modest. Your father, Baron Bobo, is expected to become a great swordsman, and even your mother, Lady Mitchell, has the potential to become a great mage. Soon, Your family will also be among the top nobles. Of course. My Bobo family will definitely be top nobles in the future. You don't need to tell me. Since we still know each other, maybe I can help you out someday, Easy said proudly, acting like a top noble. Linda secretly chuckled. As expected, he's a spoiled fool. Somewhat clever, but not much. Still, he's pretty naive. Why would anyone build such a city wall at the foot of the Bangkok mountains? Rich nobles are just wasting money. But Linda still played along, thinking he might really have the potential to become a top noble someday and might need their help. Haha, I'll congratulate Brother Easy in advance. When I attend your banquet, I hope I won't be turned away at the door. Easy waved his hand confidently. Just mention my name, and you'll definitely get in. All right, it's a deal, Brother Easy. We have to go now. Yeah, we're leaving. Jessica and Linda ascended into the sky, quickly flying up to over 200 meters high. Jessica looked down at the city wall below and sneered. I really don't understand what he's thinking. Building a city wall here. Are they just playing with monsters? These top nobles are so rich and bored. Linda thought for a moment and asked, Jessica, do you think that giant dragon has anything to do with him? Jessica scoffed. You think he's one of those talented people from the Nicholas family with red dragon blood? Probably the red dragon didn't even bother to breathe fire on him. He's just lucky. Linda nodded in agreement, accepting her words. Easy returned from Tarta village and went to the attic of his wooden house. He called over a small owl, no bigger than a fist. The magic-eyed owl is a second-tier tame magical beast used for communication. Its abilities include mental connection and disguise. After writing a message on paper, you show it to the owl and tell it who to deliver the message to. When the owl finds the person, it automatically uses its magical eye to identify them. Once confirmed, it establishes a mental link through its magical eye to send the message. This process requires that the owl has seen the person before and knows their name. Otherwise, naming alone is not enough. Many noble families with middle or higher status often use this type of magical beast for secret communication, as it is very secure. And he has always kept in contact with Heidi using the magic-eyed owl. Eat well today and go out again tonight. Remember to disguise yourself as a normal bird, he said, gently petting the owl's small head. This owl has been raised by an E since childhood and is very close to him. He opened a box of delicious fish roe canned food for the owl, then went downstairs to eat. The wooden house has a large door leading into a living room with a big sofa. Beyond a long bar connected to the third-floor house is the dining area with a dining table. In the corner of the dining room, there's a C-shaped bar counter, but it holds only a few bottles of alcohol. Most of the drinks are various fruit juices, yogurt, and soft drinks that an E brought from the castle. The bar also has cabinets filled with snacks and pastries, some bought in town and others obtained from the castle at no cost. Usually, the owner and guests eat here, while the servants dine at the kitchen table. The house isn't very large, and there aren't many maids. Only Lily, Coco, and Kiki, who eat in the kitchen. Since renovating the house, Annie has decorated it nicely. There are also lighting fixtures. Ordinary families usually use oil lamps, but nobles use magic stone lamps. A small magic stone, about the size of a fingernail, can light up a large hall of 200 square meters for a year. In Anyi's living room, there's also a large lamp. The living room with the sofa isn't quite 200 square meters, but about 150. It used to belong to a middle noble. If it hadn't been frequently damaged by magical beasts, it might have been built better or even turned into a castle. Unfortunately, because it's at the foot of the Bangkok mountains, the buildings and facilities here are quite simple. When Annie first arrived, many of the magic stone lamps and even some better furniture were already gone. Now, he spent over 100 gold coins to make the place look decent. He decorated the walls with beautiful gold patterns, and the living room and dining room walls were painted in 2 different colors. The living room's colors are bright and cheerful, with combinations of indigo, cream, grass green, and light yellow. The dining room is a calm black and gold, with gold patterns that make it look mysterious and noble. He liked the dining room's color scheme mostly out of habit, because his home dining room has always been like that. Not bad. It seems your cooking skills are still good, Annie said happily. Although his dishes were still far from Karina's, they were definitely quite refined. Hee, as long as young master likes it, Lily said happily. She turned to get yogurt and juice, mixing different fruit juices into a fruit yogurt. Young master, I just figured out this recipe a few days ago. It tastes pretty good. Lily looked at the young master expectantly, like a kitten waiting for praise. Very good. You've improved again. Here, I'll give you a dumpling I made myself. Open your mouth, close your eyes, and woo. Lily closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and her ears turned red instantly. At this moment, the chopsticks secretly pulled back, with a small cherry tomato dipped in vinegar, and put it into the little maid's mouth. Ha, it's gone. Spit, spit, spit. So sour. Young master, I don't like it. Soon, the day before Christmas arrived. And returned to the castle. Little brother, come here for a hug. Zoo. The day before Christmas, the whole family was back. In front of a long dining table 8 meters long. Old Deng sat at the main seat. He looked wise, tall, and strong, but in reality, he was a devoted husband and a bit of a pushover. In front of others, he acted like a big, brave man. But at home, his wife was the one who called the shots. Mom sat next to Dad. She was nearly 40 but acted like a young girl, loving to tease her children. The 8 kids had been teased a lot when they were young. Even when she was pregnant, she liked to run around with a ball. But one thing Annie liked most was that Mom loved to give little gifts. She would give rewards when happy, angry, or sad. Overall, she loved to give gifts. On the left side of the dining table, 5 of Annie's older sisters are sitting. They inherited their parents' excellent genes and are all stunning beauties. The first is elder sister Annie, 21 years old, Audrey, a 9-star knight. Possibly because of her role in the Golden Eagle Knights of the Kingdom, she is serious and rarely speaks, exuding a natural aura of authority. She looks more like a baron than a noblewoman. When she was young, she often helped clean up the messes caused by Annie. She is a little brother's favorite. The second is second sister Eleanor, 20 years old. She is a 4-star apprentice mage, mainly studying light magic and secondarily natural magic. Because of her elemental affinity, she appears very calm and always wears a gentle, approachable smile. She radiates a peaceful vibe. She just graduated this year and now works for the True Lord Church. She is one of the 7 candidate saints and also a little brother's favorite. The third is third sister Hephaestus, 19 years old. She is a twin with elder brother Annie. She is a 5-star knight, practicing fire element combat magic. She has a fiery and lively personality, often wearing light armor that looks like flames. She is currently a student at the Kingdom's Advanced Swordsmanship Academy, nearing graduation. She has formed a team at the Adventurers Guild, with all 7 members being at least 3-star knights with great potential. She is also a little brother's favorite. The fourth is fourth sister Sophie, 18 years old. We haven't seen her for half a year. She is now a 1-star apprentice mage, mainly studying wind magic and secondarily mental magic. She is a lively girl full of energy. Although she calls herself a mage, she prefers to use her long legs to hit people. She believes that hitting is love and scolding is caring. When Annie was young, she often got hit by her, but now she doesn't hit anymore. Instead, she likes to pinch his face. She is also a little brother's favorite. The fifth is fifth sister Nicole, 16 years old. She is a 9-star apprentice swordswoman. She is quite a handful. In front of outsiders, she likes to act cute and fragile, but in reality, she is a mischievous troublemaker, proud, bossy, sharp-tongued, and unpredictable. Known as the Little Witch in the martial world, she once forced Annie to wear girls' clothes. Extremely annoying. She is also a little brother's favorite. On the right side of the dining table, Annie and his 2 brothers are sitting. The first person sitting is the eldest brother, 19 years old, Igor, a 5-star formal swordsman. He is quiet, cold, and reserved. He's not very strong, but anyone who dares to challenge him with 3 strikes would be risking their life. He is like a frozen sesame-filled dumpling, likes to set traps, and enjoys scheming. When Annie was young, he was courted by a baron's son who wanted to forcefully take him away. Annie was honest for 3 days, but now that family's grave is overgrown, and the territory has a new owner. He is the younger brother who likes to control things. The second person sitting is the second brother, 17 years old, Ilya. Like the eldest sister, he is a talented swordsman. Over half a year, he has become a 6-star swordsman. He practices a berserker fighting style, loves battle, and is fierce and ruthless. Whether fighting monsters or humans, he prefers to attack the head, the heart, and to break bodies. He has his own adventurer team and often explores the magical forest in the eastern part of the Elon Kingdom. He also likes to control the younger brother. The last one is an Bobo, 14 years old, 161.09 centimeters tall, rounded to 170 centimeters. He has blue hair mixed with some red, possibly with a little demon charm. He is known as the Little Demon King. He steals chickens, eggs, sneaks around, and causes trouble, breaking tiles, climbing walls, and destroying toilets. Since moving to the manor, he has caused a lot of trouble. He used to be with the fifth sister in their hometown, known as the Demon King's siblings, legendary for scaring chickens and dogs, and even the big geese at the village entrance would bow 3 times when they saw them. Now, he is much better. He feels like he has grown up, maybe because he has nowhere to play anymore. In the manor, he must maintain the owner's dignity and image. Fifth sister, I heard that old man Matthew's family has stored a lot of 7 treasure eggs, and he stretched his neck and whispered. Nico excitedly licked her lips. Tonight, we're going to steal them all. I haven't eaten them in a long time. In the backyard of the church, old man Matthew was feeding the 7 treasure chickens with holy water. Ah, it must be that little beauty thinking about me again. Old man Matthew chuckled lecherously, then carefully took out an egg from inside. Hee, another one stored. It's great that the little demon king has left. Elder brother Ilya, like feeding a hamster, suddenly grabbed his struggling younger brother and stuffed his mouth full. Second brother, I can't eat anymore. I really can't. And he struggled hard, but his small body was indeed as tiny as a bean. At this moment, old Deng suddenly spoke, giving an a chance to escape from second brother's grasp. Next spring, the Kingdom of Airland plans to expand into the magic forest again. After ending the long war with the orcs that lasted over 100 years, they will push forward into the forest once more. It will be even more intense, and probably won't stop for at least 10 years. Besides old Ba, who is already in the Golden Eagle Knights, and the second brother who joined the True God Church, and old 8. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans? Are you interested in earning a baron's land? Your mother and I will support you strongly, Baron Bobo said seriously. And he lazily lay on the dining table. His third sister, Hegs, was the first to speak. Hegs, with a loud voice like a cow, said passionately, I don't plan to get a noble title or land for now. After graduating from the Advanced Swordsman Academy, I plan to go on adventures with my team, travel to different countries, and finally head to the Fire Country, Ekfex, to find the legendary Phoenix Stone. I heard it can improve one's talent, so I want to see if I can find some for my brother. Baron Bobo nodded. That's fine. It's risky, but traveling around the countries is full of opportunities. The countries heading to the Fire Country are quite stable, and Ekfex is a good destination for you. But before you set out, don't forget to ask your mother to prepare some supplies for you. Mrs. Mitchell smiled and said, My sister Grace has a younger sister who also loves traveling. She's a 7-star apprentice mage, majoring in life magic and minoring in nature magic. I believe you'll get along well. Then, the fourth sister, Sophie, couldn't wait to speak up. I want to go to the Wind Country, Levantar, to explore the Wind God's relics. I heard there are flying wings there that let people fly. My little brother always wants to fly, hee. When spring comes, I can fly a kite for him. Fifth sister Nicole's eyes immediately lit up. Little brother flying a kite. And he stared in shock. Are you a devil? Easily said, No, I disagree. The land of wind, Leventhal, is too free. Freedom here is filled with bandits and thieves, so it's not safe at all. I don't want my dear sister to wither away like a beautiful windmill flower there. Baron Bopov thought for a moment. The land of wind, Leventhal, is indeed too chaotic, and it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Unexpectedly, Sophie took out a silver blue badge. Don't worry, I have already obtained the Wind Speaker badge. I have a good friend from the Land of Wind. Her grandfather is the ruler of the Land of Wind, and I plan to go with 3 other friends. My sister knows about this too. Easy looked at the badge, surprised. The Wind Speaker in Leventhal is like a patrol officer in the Forest Kingdom of Airland. It represents the kingdom, and no force dares to attack a Wind Speaker easily. With this badge, my fourth sister's journey will be safer than my third sister's. Plus, she has a friend, and her grandfather is the ruler. Second sister Eleanor nodded with a gentle smile. Yes, the fifth sister does have such a friend. Her name is Amia. They are in the same class and often go on missions together. Amia's grandfather is the ruler of the Land of Wind and a 5-star great mage. Baron Bopov listened and felt reassured. All right, but fifth sister, you must become a 3-star apprentice mage before graduation. Sophie stuck out her tongue. Okay, I want a fiefdom. Fifth sister Nicole excitedly raised her hands. I found a basin in the magic forest. It's very rich, with groups of wind spirits, magic cows, and all kinds of rare fruits. Easy snorted. Are you doing this just to eat? Baron Bopov waved his hand. Let's see if you can become a formal swordsman first. Nicole immediately looked disappointed and laid down as if she was wronged. But Easy knew that this fifth sister was definitely hiding something mischievous inside. Fourth brother, what about you? Baron Bopov asked. The fourth brother is Igor, the youngest in the family, and also Easy's older brother. Igor was silent for a moment before speaking. I plan to establish a merchant guild. It is currently in the preparation stage. We just finished a battle with the orcs, and resources are very scarce now. Transporting supplies alone can bring huge profits. If we seize this opportunity, it's possible that in the future, we could build a large merchant guild across the Elon Kingdom. I also want to acquire a fiefdom. Count Andri's land would be a good choice. Igor's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. But everyone knew he wasn't joking. Baron Popov nodded. If you need help, just ask me. Andri is a swordsman, after all. Igor shook his head slightly. Father, when the time comes, just smoothly take over most of the land to leave a foundation for my younger brother. I only need the southern part to serve as the guild's base. It will also be the export point for Popov's trade. As for the rest, just leave a little for those people. Igor spoke very calmly, as if these were just small, insignificant matters. But he had already arranged the fate of the 200-year-old family of counts. And he was also surprised. When did his older brother become so impressive? A 5-star swordsman, and he's talking about destroying a count family? He knew his brother's personality well. Without full confidence, he wouldn't speak so easily. To wipe out the Andri family, first, Count Andri must die. There was no need for their parents to intervene. How would his older brother deal with a swordsman? And Yi's mind was anxious, like a cat's claws. Baron Popov was clearly very confident in his eldest son. He turned to ask his second son. Sixth, do you still plan to stay in the magic forest? It will become more chaotic and dangerous in the next 10 years. Ilya chuckled coldly. Father, don't worry. The swordsmen sent to explore are only top-level swordsmen. What can they do to me? On the contrary, the more chaotic it gets, the better it is for me. It just depends on how many fools with no brains come at me. Without the orcs, progress has slowed a lot. My blade is already eager and hungry. Mrs. Mitchell snorted softly. It seems your killing instinct has grown even stronger. After the new year, don't worry about whether your sword is hungry or thirsty. First, come with me to the Elven Forest for a 3-month retreat. Upon hearing this, Ilya's face immediately changed. He quickly tried to flatter, saying, Mom, I actually don't feel hungry at all. I'm very alert right now, so maybe we shouldn't go to the Elf Forest. Mrs. Mitchell had already decided. This is not up for discussion. Don't even think about sneaking out. If you dare step outside the castle grounds, your quiet time will be doubled. After saying that, she threatened with her magic staff, tapping on the table. Ilya, the second brother, saw the magic staff and immediately shrank back, showing clear eyes and not daring to speak. Just kidding. That staff is powerful enough to control even Dad. He definitely doesn't want to experience that again. When he was young, he was frozen the most times, an entire day each time. It had become a part of his childhood, and he didn't want to go through it again. Brother 8, what about you? Baron Bobo looked over with a smile. Lazy and E immediately sat up. He cleared his throat twice, ready to give an exciting speech. But unexpectedly, all his older siblings spoke at once. Just focus on eating, drinking, and having fun, little brother. And E. After a dinner party, and E returned to his room inside the castle. His room was in a square tower on one side of the castle. The main castle had 4 floors. Besides the main building, there were 2 square towers, one 6 stories tall and the other 7. For reference only, picture not included. And Yi's room was on the top floor of the 7-story tower. Above that were the corner towers and watchtowers. His room occupied the entire 7th floor, which was 400 square meters. He also ruthlessly claimed some corner rooms on the same floor, turning them into his small kitchen, storage, and secret base. As for his brothers and sisters, some lived in the main castle, some in the secondary castle behind the main one, and others in the small garden. The castle was very large, and everyone chose their favorite place to live. The main castle plus the 2 adjacent towers covered an area of 100 by 80 meters, but this was just the main building. The entire castle was surrounded by a wall, with a paved area of flat tiles, including the secondary castle, 3 gardens, 5 ponds, a beast arena, servant quarters, and guard towers. The total area was about 1,600 by 2,000 meters. The estate where the castle was located was even larger, enclosed by taller, thicker walls, making it look like a small kingdom. Castles are a special feature of this world. Only the middle nobility can afford to build them, and the castle's location is always a private estate. It's not an exaggeration to call it a small kingdom. And he was admiring the castle's night view. The map is just for reference. Most of his father's castle was left by the previous lord. It took a year of repairs to restore it to its current state. The entire estate around the castle is part of the Bobo territory, and the largest land area can grow white wheat. It covers nearly 50 square kilometers, with over 75,000 acres of white wheat farmland. This is the main source of income for the territory, accounting for 49% of its total revenue, aside from taxes from nobles, commoners, and merchants. The territory earns about 450,000 gold coins each year. It sounds like a lot, but paying the soldiers is very expensive. The 3-star official swordsman Alec earns 90 gold coins a month, totaling 1,080 a year. The 4-star swordsman earns 120 coins monthly, and the 5-star swordsman earns 150 coins monthly. Just the 7 official swordsmen under Old Deng's command cost over 20,000 gold coins a year. Plus, there are over 200 trainee swordsmen and 800 apprentice swordsmen. When you add it all up, the yearly salary for the swordsman alone is about 60,000 to 70,000 gold coins. That's just the wages. There are also monthly supplies of food like white wheat flour, pork, and fresh vegetables that help with energy and health. These cost another 50,000 to 60,000 gold coins each month. After all expenses, including maintaining the territory and castle, only about 200,000 gold coins remain. This leftover amount is what they truly have on hand, but it's not entirely theirs because they also need to raise 8 children, 7 kids, and 1 foodie. In the end, less than 100,000 gold coins are left. No wonder Old Deng bought a second-hand magic crystal cannon. A new magic crystal cannon costs 50,000 gold coins, even the most basic model. That's way beyond their means. And he thought to himself that it would be great if he could make and sell magic crystal cannons. It would be incredibly profitable. But unfortunately, that's just a dream. Such things are beyond even ordinary duke families. Only royal princes and princesses, royal relatives, and the founding dukes have the right to do this kind of business. Otherwise, a small baron daring to touch the magic crystal cannon is like an old man hanging himself. It's like if he were to sell dragon blood and dragon scales, selling today, losing it tomorrow, turning into waste the day after, blooming after that, and the whole family laughing happily. In a large room decorated mainly in green, in front of a window wrapped in vines. Outside, the bright moon and stars shine. Inside, green plants glow with a magical, dreamlike light. Next year, the Magic Academy will open. When Xiaoba grows up and the first batch of magicians are ready, even if only 1 in 10 chooses to stay, that will be enough for Xiaoba, Mrs. Mitchell said, organizing the children of suitable age in the territory. Baron Bobo comforted her. Don't worry, Xiaoba's talent is a bit lacking, but he has his older siblings to take care of him. You always worry so much, Mrs. Mitchell sighed. No matter how good the older siblings are, they can't compare to what I have in my hands. The lake spirit now has good talent too. I focus on ice magic, with water magic as a secondary skill. Contracting this lake spirit can help nurture it. Otherwise, if I throw it into that wild lake, when will it break through to become a full magician? When I reach the level of grand magician, I can help this small lake spirit transform again, unlocking more potential. Even if it can't break through with me, it can at least reach the pseudo-grand magician level. In the future, it can better protect Xiao Ba, help manage the Magic Academy, and guard the territory. That way, I can finally rest assured. Baron Bobo looked worried and pained. What exactly happened in the Elven Forest? Do you really have to go? Mrs. Mitchell was silent for a moment, then slowly said, the Tree of Life is about to collapse. I can't ignore it. It is the legacy my mother dedicated her life to, and the same goes for generations of high priests. It flows with the blood of many generations of elves, including my mother's blood, containing the rebirth of all the elves who have passed away. I need to go to the continent where the elves originated to find the spring of life. Baron Bobo's eyes widened in shock. The Tree of Life? She. After a long silence, Baron Bobo held Mrs. Mitchell's hand. I'll go with you. Mrs. Mitchell refused. No, the children still need you. When are you leaving? Baron Bopov asked directly. In 10 years. That's a long time. To elves, 10 years is very short. Only about a year for humans. But for us humans, it's a very long time, enough for children to grow up. But I am the children's father and also your lifelong love. I sleep now. 10 years is a long time. Don't worry too much about the children. Little Ape may look silly, but he has just as many clever ideas as his older brothers and sisters. Baron Bopov closed the book in his wife's hands and hugged her. You're so carefree, Mrs. Mitchell said with a bit of annoyance. Bopov led his people about 20 kilometers south. A team of carriages was heading toward Bopov's territory. The strong white horses trotted, their hooves pounding. The armored guards riding them kept a sharp watch around them. Among the white horses, 3 had impressive horns. On their horns, 3 silver-armored men sat. The people around looked at them with respect and awe. These 3 silver-armored men were swordsmen. One was a 5-star apprentice, another a 6-star apprentice, and the one in front was a middle-aged man just starting as a 3-star trainee swordsman. They released a strong fighting energy, making it impossible for anyone with bad intentions in the woods to come closer. There were 10 carriages in total, mostly carrying beautiful gifts, local fruits, vegetables, dried snacks, meats, and fish. Some carried strong wine made from white wheat and various fruit wines. These were quite valuable. Along with them, only a few ordinary young men and women in full armor and the 3 swordsmen were part of the group. Inside the central carriage sat an old man and 3 children. Great-grandpa, do we really have a noble relative? Young John asked with sparkling blue eyes. He had asked many times during the trip, but still found it hard to believe and was a bit confused. Baron Bopov smiled and patted Little John's head. Tomorrow, our Little John will meet your uncle, Victor Bopov. Be polite then. Oh, and your little cousin. He's only 2 years older than you. I believe you can get along well. You can play with your little cousin. Little cousin? John nodded obediently. Early in the morning, many people gathered at the castle estate gate. They stood crowded at the entrance. Surprisingly, besides distant relatives who had long severed ties, there were actually some relatives connected to his father. They were his father's estranged uncles and aunts. At this moment, they were stopped by guards at the gate because they didn't have invitations. In noble society, when inviting someone over or visiting, people usually send out invitation cards in advance to ensure the host is home and to set a proper time. The Bobo family also had such invitations. They were made of soft gold, with the family crest in the center, surrounded by intricate patterns that had secret anti-counterfeiting marks. Those who received these invitations and came on Christmas Day were important friends and relatives of the family. This included an elder from the second branch of the Bobo family, his father's mentor's family, and a brave childhood friend of his father who was still single. There was also a new guest this year, an elf aunt. But none of these people were outside the gate. Wow, this is the Baron's castle. It's so big. How much do you think it costs? Grandpa, this place is so beautiful. I want to live here forever. Haha, sure. The people here are your grandpa's relatives. I'll tell him to arrange the best room for you. This is the castle of that third sister's son. I never thought he'd be so successful. He's a baron now. Really? He's a baron now and didn't even tell us? My mother is his aunt, after all. It's obvious he's looking down on us poor relatives. When he was born, I even held him in my arms. If I hadn't overheard from others, I wonder if he would have ignored our family altogether. Do they know who we are? How dare they block us? Let us in now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're kicked out of my nephew's house. But the two guards here even dared to show us their faces. I tell you, the owner of this place is my uncle. Step aside, I won't argue with you. Such unhelpful servants. Just wait. When my uncle arrives, I'll have all of you's legs broken. A proud child said, chin raised high. The estate gate was noisy and chaotic, and he watched from the side, enjoying the spectacle, waiting for his father to bring the elders and mentor back so he could see them give those guards a good scolding. These people, and he had heard about from his father before. Although they are his father's uncle and aunt, they haven't been in contact for a long time. Last Christmas, his father was made a baron. Probably these people didn't hear about it, so they didn't come. But this year, it seems they planned it all and came together. Old men and women led the group, each carrying a bunch of things behind them, like bunches of grapes. They brought along many family members, 3 or 4 generations, about 100 people in total. And Yi's father once told him that when he was young, his mother's family had a swordsman who rose from a common merchant to a minor noble. But this didn't make his childhood easier. In fact, they cut ties with his father, fearing association with fallen nobility. Because of this, his father became a swordsman and never contacted them again. If his father hadn't been made a baron, he probably wouldn't even know he had an uncle. Now he remembers, they even came to ask for handouts. They had nothing, not even a single coin, and they couldn't even afford a meal. Earlier, the 2 branches of the Bobo family, after splitting, still shared the same clan. But now what are they? When his mother died, his family didn't even send anyone to see her off. And he never even met his grandmother, and her death was closely related to these uncles and aunts. After his poor grandmother died, his father's uncles and aunts didn't visit for many years, nor did they give him a single loaf of bread. And he doesn't like this family. His father hates them even more. Now they all come with their families, shamelessly showing off, 3 or 4 generations together. They look like beggars, but they are really here to ask for help. If they could just sit at the table and eat, they could get back what they spent. But these people still want to sit at the main table and eat? They want to live in a castle? Dream on. And E is sure his father wouldn't even give them a copper coin. At the door, some old men and women still act like elders, acting important. They really think they are someone special. Haha, you must be my nephew's little son, and E. I heard you're already a trainee swordsman. A noble family is willing to train you? You're so young to be a trainee swordsman. That must have cost a lot of money, an old man said admiringly, eyes shining, constantly looking him over. Child, do you know me? You should call me great-uncle Grandpa. Your poor grandmother was my sister. I'll return your great-uncle to you. Go away. You're blocking my dog from sunbathing. The big guard dog at the door barked twice, clearly alert and attentive. The old man was immediately displeased. Child, how do you speak? You have no manners. Your elders wouldn't talk like that. Let your father come see me. A mischievous kid nearby jumped with excitement. Grandpa, is this the place we'll live in? It's so big. I want to live where it's the tallest. The kid pointed directly at Yi's room. The old man looked inside and saw a luxurious castle. His eyes turned green with envy. He stepped forward, touching his grandson. Haha, don't worry. The owner of this castle is my nephew. We are also the owners here. If you want to live there, you can, and E was stunned. Is there really such shamelessness in the world? He was about to take action to chase them away. Just then, his father, who had gone out this morning to pick up the clan elder and mentor, returned. He frowned at the crowd gathered outside. What's going on? A guard explained the situation. Baron Bobo's eyes immediately showed disgust. Get these people far away from here. Hearing the Baron's order, the guards quickly obeyed and gathered a team. Wait, what are you trying to do? Let me go. Let me go? I tell you, I am the Baron's cousin, smack. A swordsman slapped him 3 times, leaving his face swollen. 12 apprentice swordsmen were sent to these people out. They really showed respect. If you dare to shout at me again, next time it won't be just a slap, but your head will fall off. The 12 apprentice swordsmen radiated authority, and the only one among them, a 9-star apprentice swordsman, looked terrified. Soon, the guards drove these people out of Baron Bobo's territory. One guard approached coldly. If you dare to come back and disturb the Baron again, we will send you to meet the Lord. The middle-aged swordsman trembled with fear. His earlier idea of stealing wool was gone. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He clearly held a lot of respect in this family and quickly led everyone away. 2 hours ago, at the castle gate, a group of people behind my dad finally managed to come in after the relatives blocking the door were driven away. Little cousin, hello. A boy taller than E by half a head approached. Shadows covered E. E slightly looked up and said, "Your cousin E is not doing well right now. Come on, call me big cousin so I can hear." Big cousin. Good boy. Here, big cousin has a gift for you. He carefully took out a box, which jingled inside. John curiously opened it and was immediately dazzled, opening his mouth in shock. Wow, so many coins. Yes, he thought carefully and decided that giving coins was the best and easiest choice. At night, the castle was lively. Besides the little elf aunt's sister and John's younger cousin, he knew everyone else. Great-grandpa brought 3 children, the clan leader who is training to be a swordsman, and 2 other swordsmen. My dad's close friend, a former comrade in life and death, was quite reserved and still single, and my dad invited him every year. There were also 2 forest elf aunts and my family of 10, making 23 people in total. The table was full. He sat with 3 younger cousins and my dad's grandson, proudly at the kids' table. Next to the big table, they specially set up a small table for the 5 of them. While the adults talked, the 5 kids ate loudly. At first, the 4 little ones couldn't stop playing, but eventually, with E leading, they joined the big cleanup. Come on, little cousin Alan, try this green bird egg, a 3rd-level magical beast egg. After eating, you'll definitely become a swordsman tonight. Cousin, I've had enough? Enough? That's not right. Kids should eat more. Look at you, so short. Not even a swordsman. Eat more, and you'll wake up tomorrow a swordsman. Little cousin David, don't just drink soup. Here, my dad hunted a 4th-level magical beast, the Tammy Chicken King. Here's a big drumstick for you. Little cousin John, you can't do it. You're already a swordsman, and you're only eating this much? Be a good example and finish this mountain pig's pork elbow. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Little John looked terrified. He hadn't swallowed the blue bird egg in his mouth yet, and now it was being pulled open to make way for the pork elbow. Grandpa's young grandson, the little brother, didn't need to worry about him. He's only 13, already an apprentice swordsman, with a big appetite, ready to sweep away all enemies. And he nodded happily. Good, you have potential. With this appetite, you'll be a great swordsman in the future. For swordsmen, being able to eat well is a big talent boost. And he watched as his little brother's stomachs were filled, feeling happy as an older brother. Although 3 of them rolled their eyes, he did it all for their good. After all, they only eat like this once a year. The 4 swordsmen from the 2nd grandfather's family were raised this way. Don't be fooled by how small the food looks. It's cooked by a magic chef using special methods, shrinking the essence of magical beasts. The energy contained is incredible but gentle. Even if they eat a lot, their blood won't boil over or burst. The worst that can happen is indigestion, which can be fixed by a simple movement. There are also special magic medicines after meals to help digestion and absorption. If the body can't absorb it, the energy will be expelled. David and Alan have been with the 2nd grandfather for several years. They started at age 10 and have been coming for 3 years now. This is their 4th year. And E estimates that tonight, one of them will definitely become a swordsman. Although becoming a swordsman depends on talent, insight, and luck, it can also be achieved by using rare ingredients or treasures. Alan, who was already rolling his eyes, suddenly showed signs of fluctuation. In the next moment, a wild, restless aura was unintentionally and intentionally swallowed by the confused Alan. His body suddenly heated up. Then, a huge amount of energy inside him quickly tamed this wild aura and guided it to his dantian, forming a swirling vortex. A breath belonging to a swordsman was released. The adults nearby immediately noticed what was happening. Grandpa, stroking his beard, laughed loudly. Haha, good, very good. Alan's high-quality food in his stomach emitted a strong, gentle energy that immediately stabilized his aura and brought him close to becoming a 2-star apprentice swordsman. Every time he advanced to a new level, his body experienced a small transformation. Especially when becoming a swordsman, the energy from fighting spirit is introduced into the body. After reaching a higher realm, the body undergoes a cleansing process that can improve one's talent. However, this process requires large amounts of energy-rich food or treasures for support. Without these, the transformation is very mild. Most people, unless they are truly talented like his father, lack good resources, and will miss this chance. They might remain ordinary swordsmen or even never become apprentice swordsmen in their lives. Among noble families, swordsmen starting out are already far ahead of commoners. Seeing Alan's situation, Annie immediately took out 2 7-treasure chicken eggs from a small leather bag containing magic stones and knocked them against Alan's teeth. "Quick, open your mouth." John and David nearby immediately looked envious. John envied Alan for having so many high-quality foods to boost his energy at this critical moment, making his transformation more complete. Although Alan became a swordsman at 14, he was close to becoming a 2-star apprentice swordsman. Under the influence of the 7-treasure chicken eggs, his talent might even catch up with John. John, sensing fighting spirit within his own clan, didn't have the same conditions. But being able to sense fighting spirit before age 12 meant his bones and muscles were still pure, making his transformation better. So, John was also considered a genius. As for David, he was even more jealous. These people started competing with their clan's children at age 6. Every 4 years, 3 were chosen to visit relatives. Everyone begins at age 10, following their great-grandfather for 4 years. After 4 years, they are 14. Even if they sense fighting spirit, they won't achieve much. David is already in his 4th year. If he doesn't sense fighting spirit this year, he will have no more chances. For an E, Alan and David are just visiting relatives, but for them, this is their biggest chance to change their fate. Becoming a swordsman means being above others, earning the kingdom's swordsman medal, and becoming nobility. Without it, they will remain ordinary people for life. David and Alan were the first to be fed by an E. The previous group had 3 people, and at that time, an E was less than 10 years old. When they first arrived, an E was only 6, still shorter than the table, so he couldn't feed them directly. And he felt a little regretful. There was another person named Karen, but unfortunately, because of John, Karen couldn't come this time. It's likely Karen won't become a swordsman. It must be said that his second great-grandfather is a very principled person. He only brings 3 children each time. Even if this time, because of John, they brought 1 more person, no one would complain. After all, it's just a child, and their family can support them. But it's precisely because of his second great-grandfather's principles that the relationship between him and Inyi's family, which was not very good at first, has remained stable, improved over time, and even slowly repaired the rift between his father and the family. Otherwise, if it had been like the group this morning, it would have been cut off long ago. They weren't there to visit relatives. It was obvious they came to rob. And he finished the 2 7-treasure rooster eggs in his hand. These eggs, nourished by holy water, have the ability to cleanse and purify the body. They are not only precious ingredients, but also a very valuable treasure. After eating the 2 eggs, Alan immediately advanced by 1 star. At this moment, he also opened his eyes. "Hurry, Alan's pores are about to leak waste. Quickly carry him down." And he suddenly sniffed and shouted anxiously. The 2 maids quickly carried Alan away. Alan blushed with embarrassment, ashamed and eager to find a hole to hide in. His second great-grandfather was very happy, and he wasn't in the mood to eat anymore, so he took his 3 little brothers out to play. 3 days later, an E tearfully said goodbye to his 4 little brothers. 2 of them had been raised by him for 4 years, and after the new year, they probably wouldn't see each other for a long time, maybe even longer. "Cousin, big cousin." Nico, the 5th sister, rolled her eyes. "How about a farewell kiss?" "Forget it." And he looked at the eager little cousin Alan and decisively refused. "Alan," "David, if you have time, bring Karen to the Golden Manor to visit me." "Big cousin, I will." Alan happily nodded. David didn't say anything, and he understood their feelings and didn't bother with useless comforting words. After saying goodbye to them, he left. At home, we gradually received some guests, including nobles led by Bobo and some of my father's old friends. Soon, it was the first day of the new year. 15 days passed quickly. My older brother and sister each left, and my mother started preparing for the school opening in March. My father visited a few old friends. I returned to my golden estate, holding a small owl in my hands. The owl's eyes looked into mine. A short message appeared in my mind. "De Xiong and Heir Xiong have advanced to the 3rd level. I also became an apprentice swordsman. Everything is fine. Heidi January 15th since early February last year. Almost a year has passed. Everything in the Golden Estate is thriving. A newborn has been born in the estate. Xiao Shu, the first swordsman born in the estate, has already advanced to a 3-star apprentice swordsman. Another thing is that I previously promised Peter, the person who reported the snow-haired man, to let him learn from Alec for 2 months. Peter didn't choose to go himself, but let his son go instead. Little Peter also successfully became a swordsman. Now, my Golden Estate has produced 2 swordsmen of its own. Tata Village has also selected a child to enter the Magic Academy. This child was specifically found by old Matthew, who tested and found that he has a slight affinity for elements. The other children under 14 do not have element affinity, so they cannot become mages. But having element affinity alone does not guarantee becoming a mage. Perceiving elemental power and successfully guiding it into the mental sea to open a magic vortex is dozens of times harder than guiding aura into the body's energy sea. However, as long as there is some element affinity, even just 1%, with decades of meditation, there is still a chance to become a mage. But such mages are usually without a bright future. If you cannot become a mage before age 20, further progress is unlikely. An E also has elemental affinity, 3.53% for water, 2.19% for ice, and 2.66% for nature. With this level of elemental affinity, besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, he spends his days meditating and focusing only on sensing ice elements. It takes about 30 or 40 years of such practice to have a chance of becoming a mage. But that kind of life is hardly suitable for a person. Because of this, many mages have strange temperaments. They tend to be introverted, dislike socializing, and prefer to be alone or stay in remote places. However, it is undeniable that once someone becomes a mage, they are extremely noble. They are far more respected than ordinary swordsmen. Moreover, making potions, creating magic runes, and forging magic tools are essential skills for every mage. After decades of practice, each mage might have their own special potions, runes, or magic tools. So, every mage is also very wealthy. And he once thought about becoming a mage too. But after a year or 2 with no progress, he gave up and started practicing combat energy instead. He has some talent for combat energy, but only a little. If I had even 30% elemental affinity, I would be willing to work hard to improve, and he sighed. Unfortunately, his talent is just too low. He has already spent half his life trying to become a mage, but in the end, he gained nothing and grew old without any achievement. It would be a waste if all this effort was for nothing. In this world, winter lasts from November to January. As the Golden Manor welcomes its second spring, the snow begins to melt. A few heavy snowfalls even create a small stream flowing through the estate. February 1st. Congratulations, the host has received the New Year gift pack. Would you like to open it? Early in the morning, Annie woke up and was stunned. What the heck? Is the system alive? Since activating the system for the first time and reaching a prosperity level of 1000, the system has been in a lazy, idle state, just clocking in daily. It automatically checks in every day, grants a red dragon, and gives out red dragons and eggs as if they were the same. Open it. Congratulations. The host has opened the New Year gift pack and received an elemental affinity enhancement pill and a bag of 7 colored flower seeds. From today on, the host will check in daily as an adult black dragon, and he didn't pay attention to what the system was rambling about afterward. He was feeling very excited right now. It's like seeing Grandpa buys lucky egg. Element affinity boosting pill. Huh? I am truly destined for greatness. And he suddenly sat up with a jolt, stepped onto the windowsill, and laughed loudly. He automatically understood the purpose of the 2 items in his hands. His laughter suddenly stopped. 7 colored flower, a very beautiful flower. Yes, very beautiful. And then, that was it. And Yi's face darkened. Is this all for the big gift package? Forget it. I won't argue with this lazy system. And he lay back on the bed and turned over. And this element affinity boosting pill, which only increases affinity by 5%. It's meant to make the lazy system shout, but it sounds like 50%. He pouted, then still swallowed it. He chose to increase the water element, which had the highest affinity, to 8.53%. Now, with this level of element affinity, Practicing diligently for over 10 years could still make him a mage. But those 10 years wouldn't be 6 or 10 hours a day. Instead, he would spend almost all his time, except for eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom, meditating, even replacing sleep with meditation. That means at least 20 hours of meditation every day, and over 10 years, successfully guiding water element to form a magic vortex in his spiritual sea, barely enough to become a 1-star apprentice mage. But in this life, he would only be an apprentice mage, maybe not even reaching 9-star apprentice mage. The person he knows best, old Matthew, is a good example. His element affinity is decent, about 11%. After 10 years of diligent practice, he could successfully guide light element and become a mage. But old Matthew was taken into the True Lord Church at age 6, just a child. Of course, he couldn't meditate 20 hours a day, so he only became a mage at 23. Before that, he was just an ordinary person for 17 years. It shows how much perseverance it takes to become a mage. Even a small lapse would mean more time needed to catch up. Becoming a mage is completely different from becoming a swordsman. To become a swordsman, you only need luck, talent, understanding, or resources, any one of these. With a single burst of combat aura, surviving the most dangerous moments of wild aura, and successfully taming it, you can become a swordsman. However, a wizard needs to meditate day and night, capturing scattered elements and storing them in the mental sea. If a day passes without meditation, the magic vortex in the mental sea will not form, and the guiding elements will dissipate. It can take several days or even longer to recover this loss. As time goes on, the rate of dissipation increases rapidly, growing exponentially. If a wizard does not meditate for about a month, their efforts over many years could be lost, turning their hard work into nothing. Many wizards have even taken their own lives because of this. During this process, there is no room for relaxation. Only through continuous effort can the elements fill the mental sea, form a vortex, and blend with mental power to become magic. Once this happens, the wizard can control magic easily and truly begin learning magic skills. Most wizards are born with a natural talent for elements. Without this affinity, no matter how lucky, talented, or resourceful they are, they cannot become a wizard. However, many people with element affinity give up halfway. Most have an affinity below 3%. After more than 10 years of hard work, they see no progress and are often in their 20s or 30s. They are unwilling to waste decades of time and eventually choose to live as ordinary people. Only a few who have a decent element affinity manage to persist. Still, many with less than 3% affinity spend decades, 40 or 50 years, trying without success. By the time they are in their 60s or 70s, they might finally become wizards, but their lives are mostly over, and their best years have passed. In Bobo Town, there are 2 such wizards who are respected but have no children or family, living alone. They didn't avoid marriage or having children out of fear. They simply worried that family life would distract them from their long years of hard training, wasting their efforts and leaving only regret. These people don't have strong desires for family or children, or they wouldn't have spent 40 or 50 years in such intense training. I.e. feels respect for these people from the bottom of his heart. At least, he knows he cannot endure such hardship or have the willpower for it. Actually, if there were a potion to boost element affinity every year, I might still have a chance to become a wizard. After all, magicians have a very low age limit. Before age 20, they haven't become magicians, which means they haven't taken the next step yet. But this doesn't stop those people from becoming magicians. Most people have low elemental affinity. If someone hasn't become a magician before 20, it usually means their elemental affinity is below 10%. Such a person is unlikely to become an apprentice magician in their lifetime. However, if he can increase his water elemental affinity by 5% each year, in 10 years, he could improve by 50%. And he feels a bit excited. With 50% elemental affinity, he might only need 2 or 3 years of hard practice to have a chance to become a magician. Later, he might even have the opportunity to become a formal magician. In fact, he might even become a true magician because, unlike swordsmen, after reaching the apprentice level, each major breakthrough can extend lifespan by about 50 years. Wow! And he suddenly gasps. With this in mind, He realizes he might not only live for a few decades, but could have a real chance to become an old, wise creature. System, will there be a pill every year to improve elemental affinity? Yes, really? And E is suddenly very excited. If he saves for 20 years, he can fully boost his water elemental affinity. Even if he trains after 20 years, his future is full of potential. I knew it. I am a man with a system. How could I only live a few decades and then turn to dust? He chuckles to himself. He laughs happily. On the second day of the second month, a spring rain fell. The winter wheat seedlings, which were only about a foot tall, suddenly grew rapidly as if they had sprouted wings. In just 10 days, they had already started to form heads. This is thanks to the presence of gods in this world. Everything is extraordinary yet reasonable. By mid-February, the wheat heads had already turned yellow. As for reasonableness, winter wheat is different from spring wheat. Spring wheat grows both tall and roots deeply at the same time. Winter wheat, on the other hand, only roots without growing taller. It remains dormant until spring, then suddenly bursts forth after 5 months of accumulation. In just a month, it can go from a seedling to maturity, which seems quite reasonable. The minotaur horns and half-beasts also began to continue clearing the land. By the end of this month, they should be able to reclaim about 30,000 acres. And E brought the seeds of the 7-colored flower and arrived at the foot of red Iron Pine Mountain. Last year's heavy snow fell several times, covering the land with snow. Although most of it melted, some snow on the top and sides of Red Iron Mountain remained untouched. The melted snow gathered at the mountain's base, forming a small stream. The stream winds through the forest at the foot of the mountain and curves toward the wheat fields. Later, call some horned half-orcs to connect this stream with the lake, he said. Then build a few water wheels here, so we won't worry about the stream drying up. A large estate like this feels incomplete without a small river or stream to decorate it. And he opened a cloth bag filled with multicolored flower seeds. His main goal here was to plant these colorful flowers. But he didn't plan to dig and plant them. Instead, he intended to scatter the seeds directly from the upstream of the stream. He wanted the stream to carry these seeds, which are about the size of rapeseed, all the way to the end of the stream. These seeds are very light, similar to rapeseed, and won't sink in water. Eventually, they would be carried by the stream and settle along the banks. Then, colorful flowers would bloom on both sides of the stream. This would add a touch of elegance and beauty to the otherwise plain golden manor. As an E tilted his pocket, the seeds fell like a fine line into the water, spreading out and swirling like tiny ants steering small boats, racing in all directions. The first seeds to fall drifted with the stream, passing through the forest at the foot of the mountain, then through the untouched grasslands before reaching the lush wheat fields. Some seeds floated in a small bay, staying among the grass. Others sank into the muddy banks, quietly buried. Some settled on small sandbars within the stream. By the time all the seeds from Ye's bag had been scattered, the farthest ones had already reached the lush wheat fields. The system's information said that these colorful flowers are very beautiful, blooming and withering each year. Their flowering period lasts from late spring in April to late autumn in October, making for a long blooming season. He wasn't sure how beautiful the system claimed they were, and he called a few horned half-orcs to help connect the stream's source to a small lake. Then he asked Shao Kaluo to arrange for carpenters to build a few water wheels. This task was simple. In just 3 days, the stream's source was turned into a lake. When the mountain snow melted completely, there would be no worries about the stream drying up. Even after connecting to the lake, some small fish and shrimp also came out of the water. The stream is shallow, with the deepest part only over a meter and most areas less than half a meter deep. Both sides are covered with grass, providing plenty of food, so many small fish and shrimp come out. The lake water also has a special spirit. After a winter, with Ye's strong feeding, the lake's spirit has grown to about the level of a 3- or 4-star apprentice mage, which is quite good. Pure lake water and faint water elements make the water plants along the stream grow lushly. Various aquatic plants also grow at the bottom, attracting more small fish and shrimp. Some children even come to catch fish and shrimp. Usually, adults try to stop them, but Ye didn't. He only forbade adults from catching fish and shrimp in the stream, leaving children free to play. Below the mountain, flowers are blooming, and busy bees have returned. Beekeepers are also busy. Golden peaches on the mountain have started to bloom, and peach farmers are pruning and branching the trees all over the mountain. Fishermen are also going into the water to check the growth of gemstone mussels at the bottom of the lake. Now, the lake spirit has become their guardian. As for the most numerous farmers, wheat farmers, they are already sharpening their tools, ready to harvest wheat. And E is considering buying farms now. The Gold Coin Village has already built 650 wooden houses. He plans to fill all of them at once, assuming at least 4 people per house, 2 adults and 2 children. This many people can farm all the land without much trouble. The hardest part, plowing the land, is helped by the horned half-orcs. With over 600 households and horned half-orcs, they can farm all 30,000 acres of land. After removing a month's 30 days, each person only needs to plant about 1.6 acres daily. Threshing and bundling straw can be done by women and children, while plowing is handled by the horned half-orcs. It's perfectly feasible. He has been a very kind lord, even spending a lot of gold to buy a magic threshing machine. This time, to avoid delaying the planting of 30,000 acres, and he plans to skip drying and milling the wheat himself. Instead, he will sell the wheat directly and use the money to buy slaves for planting. At least 8,000 gold coins can be earned from selling 4,000 acres of land, enough to buy slaves and some horses. He can also train his guards and start his new plans. By the end of February, spring was in full swing. The winter wheat, which had been dormant for 5 months, had grown wildly for a month and finally ripened. On the estate, people were harvesting and threshing the wheat. The threshed wheat was directly taken out to sell. Some serfs were transferred from other regions and brought back. There were too many people, so Ani was too lazy to meet them all. He arranged for them to stay in Majin village. The newly purchased serfs were immediately put to work planting crops. The golden estate was once again busy. Finally, Majin village was filled up. They bought 563 households, spending 5,630 gold coins. Beekeepers, fishermen, peach farmers, and others who had lost their livelihoods due to the snow-haired people were also compensated. Children who had lost their parents were sent directly to the training camp, where Alec trained them as guards. Majin village also built 50 wooden houses to reach a total of 700. Most of these new houses were empty. Some were single-story wooden houses, and others were 2-story, meant to host important guests in the future. And he bought another 100 horses. Horses are strategic resources and transportation tools. They are more expensive than a household of serfs. Each horse cost 12 gold coins, totaling 1,200 gold coins. In the end, he spent 8,000 gold coins, including the remaining money from before and the New Year money given by his parents and siblings. After buying 30,000 acres of wheat seeds, he had almost no money left. The Kingdom of Airland also monopolized white wheat seeds. Using harvested white wheat as seeds was possible, but the yield was less than half, only about 200 gene, so it was not cost-effective. The Airland Kingdom's control over white wheat seeds was held not by ordinary forces, but by one of the 8 great founding dukes, the Sporos family, which was as famous as the Nicolaus family. They shared a special bloodline, the spirit of the forest. Even if someone could produce white wheat seeds, no one dared to sell them, as it would be a direct challenge to the authority of the Sporos family. Each of the 8 great founding dukes of the Airland Kingdom had a special bloodline. Almost everyone was a swordsman, and the chances of being born a mage were much higher than normal. Their power was enormous, each excelling in their own field, controlling one or even multiple vital parts of the kingdom's economy. They were true giants. Every head of the family is a sword saint, and each senior elder is a magic master. Over 10 elders are all powerful sword masters and great magicians. If this world has 3 bright moons, then the 8 founding dukes are like the 8 moons of the land. The royal family, however, is like the big sun. In the past, Ani thought that his family reaching the top noble rank was probably the limit. But with the annual element affinity enhancement pills, he began to think that his family might have the potential to become the 9th moon. From now on, I can give the element affinity pills to my mom first, Ani murmured. He didn't know exactly how high his mom's element affinity was, but he was sure her ice element was at least 80%, and her water element wouldn't be below 70%. If her element affinity reaches 100%, it will cause a big change. These people will have a special name. Element Child. Every element child has the potential of a sage mage, with at least the achievement of a great magician. If his mom really becomes a great magician, the Bobo family might truly become the ninth moon. As for himself, he's not worried about training late. With the element affinity pills, he will eventually become a magician, even an apprentice magician. First, he needs to motivate his mom. Go for it. As for the dragons, they are too restricted. If discovered, he might end up destroying himself. Even if he survives, his family, dad, mom, brothers, and sisters, would be ruined. He can't just think about himself. The risk is too high. It's better to play it safe. Besides, what if there really is a dragon god? And he feels there's a high chance there is. If 1 or 2 dragons aren't enough for a family of dukes, even 10 or 20 wouldn't matter before the land of Airland. But hundreds or even more. That would be like urinating in the dragon god's mouth. And he never considered releasing all the dragons. He just doesn't like overthinking, but he's not really foolish. Overcome with worry, he's truly worried about his family. Without him, the family might fall apart. And he crawled back into bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and prepared to rest a little longer. After harvesting the white wheat, they began a new planting cycle. This time, they plan to plant directly on 30,000 acres of land. This harvest will be used to process some wheat into saleable products, meaning he can sell at least 90,000 gold coins. However, he plans to build more cake, bread, steamed bun, and cookie workshops inside the estate to sell processed white wheat products. He won't use all the flour for these. It's just a trial. If there's profit, he will expand further, first saturating the Bobo territory market, then expanding outward. Money must be earned little by little. Relying only on selling wheat to make money. When will he become the richest in the Bobo territory, or even the top among the 7 great barons? He must make money. In March, farmers everywhere in the Golden Manor are planting crops. And he walks happily through the fields. 30,000 acres of land have been cultivated. Currently, white wheat is the main source of income for the Golden Manor, bringing in at least 180,000 gold coins each year. The second biggest is golden peach canned fruit, earning over 30,000 gold coins annually. Together, in just 1 or 2 years, he could become the richest in the Bobo territory. He doesn't need to support many swordsmen or maintain a large estate and castle. And he thinks to himself, maybe someday he can give red envelopes to his older brother, sister, and parents. That sounds pretty good, and he's a bit tempted, even if it feels a little rebellious against the heavens. Bobo, am rising up, Dad, Mom, older brother, and sister, you're awesome. Let me take charge of our family's future. This year, I have money. I should go to Count Andre's territory to see the annual auction. By the way, he wonders how his older brother will dismantle the Andre family, which has over 200 years of history. Count Andre's territory, Count's castle, a group of elders are discussing in a council. Clan leader, we can't go on like this. Last year, our income and expenses were severely out of balance, with a deficit of 1.1 million gold coins. That's over 40% more than the previous year. Yes, clan leader, we must dismiss those who serve us. Now that the Beastman crisis is over, what are those servants still doing? They cost the family over 600,000 gold coins a year. Chief, we can't delay any longer. The waterstone veins at the gemstone pearl production site have been stolen by the third elder, who drained the water stones, causing a sharp drop in output. 2 years ago, 3 Tier 4 magical beasts destroyed the dam, flooding over 200,000 acres of wheat fields, turning them into a vast lake. The 7th elder poisoned the family's talented members and then betrayed us, stealing from one of our treasure vaults. We can no longer support these expenses. Count Andre's face darkened as he shouted, "We can't support it. Even if we can't, you must find a way. Don't you understand the current situation? Viscount Tamira's family has been promoted to Sword Master 10 years ago. They have annexed 2 neighboring Viscounts' territories and now border our land. In the territory, the High Priest of the Church of the True God became a full mage 2 years ago. He was supposed to be transferred last year, but for some unknown reason, he hasn't left yet. Now, his influence is starting to overshadow our family. He even has 5 high-level apprentice mages under him. There are also nearby Viscount families, all with greedy ambitions, hoping to take a bite out of us. How do you suggest we reduce their offerings? With you useless fools, can you even handle it? Now, more talented members of the family are dying one after another. The 3rd and 7th elders, the pillars of our family, are facing problems. Don't you think of ways to fix this? Instead, you keep pushing to weaken the family. Over 200,000 acres of wheat land. 2 years, and you still haven't reclaimed it. The dam is still broken. I told you to cut back on expenses, but you all act like your parents just died. You refuse to give an inch. Those parasites in the family are leeching off us, blood every year. Millions, not just a few. Can't you come up with a plan in a few months? Do you think I'll just sit here and wait? Count Andrei's face turned red with anger as he nearly roared. There's something he hasn't even mentioned. A powerful swordsman is rising nearby. That Bopov family has just been promoted at this time. So strong. If he told these fools about a swordsman under 40, just a baron, they would surely panic. He's almost certain they'd do something reckless. He knows well that these elders secretly embezzle huge sums of family wealth, buying estates and land across the kingdom. Since the outbreak 5 years ago and the final battle with the orcs, these people have been terrified. They almost drained the Earl's territory, which had taken nearly 30 years to recover after the last orc war. Now, the situation around the Earl's land is dangerous. Any mistake could lead to being completely attacked by those wolves and tigers. Yet, these elders still want to remove all offerings to the bad leader. Count Andrei feels like he's going crazy. Finally, he slams the table and says, starting today, all family members' monthly allowances are cut in half. No more useless expenses paid from public funds. The elders are shocked. Leader, you can't do that. Leader, how can the family members practice if their allowances are cut? I disagree with this. Yes, leader, this will shake the foundation of our family. How can you cut allowances? Andrei sneers coldly. Huh, not enough. Let me tell you, a 1-star apprentice swordsman only gets 10 gold coins a month. 10 gold coins, bought with wheat from inside the family, costs 20 copper coins per gene. You could buy 5,000 gene with that. Is he a pig? Inside the family, a gene of pork costs only 50 copper coins. How much pork can you buy with 10 gold coins? About 200 gene. Do you really think they use all that money just for practicing? One elder retorts. These people also have families to support. 10 gold coins is reasonable. Only when they have more money are they willing to have children. That's how our family grows and produces more geniuses. It's our family's tradition. Produce a bunch of useless people. Also, don't talk to me about family tradition. When the first Earl was a 1-star apprentice swordsman, how much was his monthly allowance? Tell me. 1 gold coin. I didn't give him back to his original state, so I've done my part. Leader, you can't do this. Yes, we elders have the right to oppose. Heh. I think you've forgotten who the real leader is. Count Andrei suddenly releases a powerful aura, with a fierce look in his eyes. And don't forget, I am a sword master. Disobey, kill. The elders' faces change. In the end, the meeting ends unhappily. In a tavern in the Earl's territory. Sir, this is the final decision they agreed on, a respectful old man reports. Inside a simple room, a man wearing a silver mask sits at a table. Well, Count Andrei, no wonder he inherited his title from an ordinary nobleman. He really has some skill and intelligence, and he's quite decisive. Since he chose to cut back, we should follow his lead and intensify the conflicts within his family. The man blew on his tea and slowly took a sip. These great noble families, over hundreds of years, try to hold on from the outside. Even if they have enough strength to crush their enemies, it might take 3 or 5 years to completely defeat them. Sometimes, they might even produce some talented individuals who turn the tide and bring them back to life, making things even better, but from within, let them fight and cause chaos. The power struggles at the top, the decadence at the bottom, talented people killed by their own, strong ones driven away by their own. When that happens, they won't need us to act. They'll collapse on their own. Your lordship is truly mighty, easily playing with a noble family like a game of mice. The elder looked at him with admiration. The man shook his head. I just pushed a little. But that's not enough. To truly bring him down, Count Andri must fall. Has the heart of the earth lotus reached the fourth elder? Yes, sir. It has. We also exchanged a lot of gold coins and precious resources. Those things don't matter. What matters is that the heart of the earth lotus is in the fourth elder's hands. The man's eyes were deep, as if waiting for a grand show to unfold. Little brother, do you like the Jewel Pearl Lake and 20,000 acres of land? Golden Manor, and he was wrapped in a quilt, sleeping and muttering in his dreams. Hee ha 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 ha. So much land, so much land. Ha ha ha. Inside Golden Manor, wheat had already been sown. The first batch was sprouting with green shoots. A vast wheat field stretched as far as the eye could see. A stream flowed through the middle, with clear water bubbling along. On both sides, colorful flowers that seemed to come from fairy tales bloomed. Small fish and shrimp leaped out of the water, catching insects flying around the colorful flowers. To the north of the wheat field, between the foot of the mountain and the forest, there was a 700-meter-wide grassland, covered with various wildflowers. This grassy field is about 500 meters wide and is kept as a flower garden. It is used to grow various beautiful flowers with high economic value. Some flowers are directly picked and sold, and the value of 1 acre can be as much as that of white wheat. The petals of these flowers can be used to make perfume, high-quality dyes, spices, and ingredients for cakes, pastries, and jams. They have many uses. Just selling the petals, 1 acre can earn 2 or 3 gold coins, or even more. Not only are they affordable, but they also look nice. Many estates grow these flowers, but they are delicate and can only be planted on land suitable for growing white wheat. Fortunately, most of the estate, except for the forests and 2 mountain peaks, is suitable for planting white wheat. Otherwise, the previous estate owner wouldn't have planted so many trees at the foot of the mountain, as ordinary trees don't have much economic value. After finishing planting, farmers are much freer, but they still stay busy. They create ridges in the fields for easier management. Farm women and children also go to the fields to pull weeds and catch insects. Many insects that survive the winter can eat the white wheat, but the wheat is very hardy. The seeds cultivated by the Sporos family can prevent many pests. However, some insects are not afraid of the sun's energy or the pest-repelling methods left in the seeds by the Sporos family. Before the wheat flowers, its biggest enemy is the golden beetle. These insects are about the size of soybeans, but they eat a lot and reproduce quickly, causing headaches for many estate owners. But these pests are very aggressive. Usually, where there are golden beetles, other pests won't be found, so estate owners both love and hate them. To prevent the golden beetle from spreading, they need to be caught every few days. Otherwise, the wheat yield will drop significantly. Fortunately, golden beetles are easy to catch. A farm woman can catch 1 acre of them in a day, and 3 or 4 children can do the same. Golden beetles are actually very useful. They are also grown from wheat and are not even eaten by piglets. They are a high-quality medicinal ingredient, and many clinics buy them. They sell for about 60 copper coins per gene, a Chinese weight measure, but the healing medicine made from them can sell for 200 copper coins per gene, and 1 gene can make 50 bottles. Regarding selling insects, he didn't care. He could catch and sell the bugs himself, as long as it didn't interfere with his harvest of wheat. Now, the farmland is divided. Xiao Kaluo is responsible for managing each household. There are 600 farmers, each managing 50 acres. If their yield is less than 500 gene, the Golden Manor doesn't run charity halls. They sell the produce directly. People's hearts are prone to change. Some, after eating well, start to think about things they shouldn't. In the fields, a dark-skinned man with a slightly pointed chin is working on the ridges of the land. Not far away, his wife is nearby. Bait works for more than 10 minutes, then sits down to rest. He looks at the endless white wheat fields, a trace of jealousy in his eyes. He makes a nearly growling sound. Why? Why do some people come into the world able to enjoy wealth, with gold coins that never run out? Why do I have to work myself to exhaustion? I can't accept this. Bait stares at the luxurious house in the wheat field, full of anger and envy. He lowers his head and begins to stomp fiercely on the wheat seedlings beside him. Bait's wife, who is catching insects nearby, is carefully searching for golden beetles. Hearing the noise, she looks up and sees her husband acting almost mad. She is immediately frightened. Bait? What are you doing? She quickly runs over. When Bate hears someone calling him, he turns pale with fear. Seeing it's his wife, he relaxes a little. Bate, what are you doing? Oh my God, you've damaged the young master's wheat seedlings, his wife exclaims in panic. Damaged? What does it matter if I damage them? I not only step on them, I also want to pull them out. Bate is completely overwhelmed by jealousy. Seeing her husband pulling out the wheat seedlings, Bate's wife feels her mind go blank. Are you crazy? Bat's wife looked very pale. Bat, what's wrong? Please don't scare me like this. Seeing his wife afraid and begging made Bat feel a bit superior, as if he was better than others. These fields are all yours. If you can't finish, I will punish you when I get home. Bat said this casually and then walked away happily. Bat's wife, who had once been full of hope for life, shrank back in fear. She thought her husband had changed, but now she saw he was the same as before. No, this can't happen. I won't let him ruin my 2 children. She looked at the messy wheat fields and hurriedly tried to put the young wheat seedlings back carefully. When she saw her husband had already left, she clenched her teeth. If she let her husband do as he pleased, she might be sold again, just like in her previous home. The next home she would go to would be just as dark and endless as before. She knew she couldn't find anyone better than the young master. She couldn't let this man ruin her children's future. She turned around and headed toward the small Kororo's place. Half an hour later, Xiao Koro was already beside Ani, telling him what had happened. Xiao Koro sneered. Young master, I think these people need to be taught a lesson. The forest is big, and now everyone thinks they can do whatever they want. They forget who gave them their current life. If they don't want to work, then don't. Gather the slaves and give them a warning. Show them what happens if they don't do their jobs or disrespect the young master. And he was lazily lying in a chair. Handle it yourself. His voice was calm, like clouds drifting in the sky. It seemed all worries were just weeds and stones on the ground. And he showed no emotion about this matter. It was nothing to him. He didn't leave any mark on his heart and didn't deserve to. What to do next? How to handle it? His servants would take care of it. Yes, young master, Xiao Koro bowed, his eyes cold. He would make sure these people saw the consequences of disrespecting the young master. The young master is kind-hearted, and that is their blessing. But if they are ungrateful and disrespectful, he would be the one to deal with them. Little Koro smirked coldly, hearing that the Baron Zakako's territory and the mine had already started construction. Soon after, inside the Golden Manor, little Koro gathered all the slaves from Makin Village. On the open ground in front of Makin Village, a simple wooden platform was set up. Bert wasn't gagged. As he watched more and more people gather, he felt increasingly scared. He shouted in his mind, "This can't be. How is this possible? Did they find out about what happened this morning? No, it can't be." More and more people started to gather below. What's going on? Why is this person? Obviously, he did something wrong. This is the first time in the manor. He must have committed an unforgivable mistake. Otherwise, the kind young master wouldn't have brought us all here. Isn't that Bert? He lives next door. He's lazy and not a good person. He looks like a goblin. I knew he wasn't trustworthy. Our noble and kind young master brought him here. He must have done something terrible. Enough, just showing off with those 2 words. I saw this person before. Last month, he used his monthly pay to buy wine. I even thought he didn't spend enough on his family. I can't believe he bought wine for himself. Oh my. Wine, such a luxury. He went to buy wine, which could have bought a lot of black bread. I knew from the start he wasn't a decent person. If he didn't have some strength, how could he come to the young master's Golden Manor? Last time, the young master bought several hundred slaves. There are always some bad ones. As the first villagers of Makin, we can't let these people ruin our village. If the young master gets upset, it's our fault. Yes, I suggest we keep a close watch. It's best if we manage the village ourselves. The young master is noble and treats us well. We can't cause trouble for him. Soon, more people gathered. Little Koro looked around coldly and spoke. The reason I called you all here is because of this person. This morning, he deliberately damaged the wheat, trampled on, and even pulled up large patches of seedlings. His words showed great disrespect to the young master. This is a serious crime. Little Koro continued. I won't say how the young master feels about you. People who don't understand gratitude or respect should be beaten to death. However, young master is kind-hearted. Our golden manor cannot be stained with such dirty blood, so it was resold. It is impossible to stay in the Bopov territory. Baron Kazako's territory is currently in urgent need of slaves for the mines. It's a good place to go. If any of you want to go, I am happy to send you there. Having followed my father for many years, I understand these people well. Killing them directly doesn't have much impact as a warning. Letting the wrongdoers live in misery is the best way to scare others. The mine is a place filled with countless slaves, almost engraved in their bones as a place of fear. Indeed, when they hear about the mine, all the slaves show fear in their eyes. Some who harbor bad intentions turn pale with fright, but some honest people cheer loudly. Yes, that's how it should be. The young master gave him such mercy, and he dares to destroy the young master's wheat. He should spend his life in the mine. Not killing him was too kind of the young master. I think he should be pierced with iron hooks, hung on a tree, and left for the birds to peck to death. For a moment, everyone below cursed with the most vicious words, condemning such ungrateful. In this situation, Xiao Keluo felt a little satisfied. His 3-day propaganda and glorification of the young master had firmly rooted the idea in these slaves' minds that the young master was inviolable and divine. Then, Xiao Keluo used the preacher's words to cast the young master's noble image into their hearts. Until an hour later, the crowd dispersed. Bait was tied to a post and would be sold to the Kazako territory's mine early tomorrow. As for the slaves in Maijin village, some quickly forgot about this matter and focused on their work. Others were filled with fear and anxiety. One morning, Annie woke early to practice swordsmanship and absorb fighting energy. Lily was preparing a towel nearby. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the horizon. It was just a roar, but it seemed to come from the depths of their bloodline, filling Lily with terror. She instantly collapsed. "Young master, run quickly. There's a powerful beast." Lily's eyes were full of fear. She quickly stood up and blocked in front of her young master. And he shook his head. "It's nothing. It's a high-level magical beast from the Bangkok Mountains, far away from us." Lily's unfocused pupils gradually regained focus, as if she had identified the sound. She worriedly said, "Young master, should we go back to the castle first? If it's a high-level magical beast, staying here might actually be safer." And he quickly climbed onto the roof, took out a magic telescope from the small attic, and looked toward the distant mountains. His pupils suddenly shrank. A dragon. The Bangkok Mountains. There really is a dragon. It wasn't a battle with a high-level magical beast, but a fight between a dragon and a person. Although the tiny dot in the magic telescope was smaller than a strand of hair, and he still judged that it was a person. Next to it, the greenish figure was an adult red dragon. This Bangkok Mountains actually has an adult red dragon, and he was amazed. He didn't know where that person came from, but he was sure it wasn't a member of the Nicholas family. The Nicholas family's red dragon bloodline was obtained through a contract with a red dragon made by their ancestors. So, their family had a good relationship with red dragons, and it was said that the red dragon they made the contract with was still alive today. People from the Nicholas family wouldn't dare fight a red dragon. As for who that person was, it was unknown. Many families were eager to get dragon bloodlines, but refining dragon blood was very difficult. Even if successful, it usually only resulted in dragon blood combat energy or magic. But that was enough to tempt many to take risks. An adult dragon was a treasure trove. Strong fighters who could face a dragon alone would hide carefully, making it hard even for Dragon Island to find them. This person isn't a sword saint. They're a magic tutor. Only a sword saint or a magic tutor could fly in the air and fight. No, wait, this attack style is that of a sword saint. He saw that it wasn't magic, but combat energy attacks. The terrifying sword energy swept across, leaving fierce cracks on the mountain. And E was envious, wondering when old Dang could also break through to become a sword saint. "Young master, that person is actually flying." Lily, who had just come up the stairs, exclaimed, holding the magic telescope. "That's a sword saint. A sword saint. My goodness, they are so powerful. They can fight a dragon." Lily had never encountered these powerful beings before and only knew the general idea of their strength. Yes, the sword saint can fight dragons, but this person is even more impressive. He seems to suppress the dragon slightly. "Young master, do you think they might come here? If they do, we are definitely in danger." Lily watched the fierce battle through the magic telescope, clearly seeing the destruction caused. The dragon's flames burned countless tall trees, and sword energy cracked the ground. If they reached the estate, the young master and Lily would surely not survive. And he stayed silent. If it came to that, he would have to summon a dragon. What eased his mind was that the fight between that person and the dragon was gradually moving away, getting farther from here. Half an hour later, the battle disappeared completely, and even the magic telescope could no longer see it. Lily patted her chest and said, "That was so scary. I thought we were going to die." Suddenly, more strong auras appeared outside the estate. It was Dad and others. "Dad, why are you here?" And he looked surprised as he saw the person coming down from the griffin. "Little 8, do you want to go to the castle and hide? There might be many strong people appearing here soon," Baron Bobo said seriously. "No need. Alec is here, and I also have many magic stones my mom gave me," and he thought, going back to the castle might not be safer than here. "Dad, are you going to find dragon blood?" he asked. Baron Bobo nodded. "We saw the fight just now. The Sword Saint and the dragon fought for so long, so there must be a lot of dragon blood and scales scattered. I have to go." And he immediately understood his father's look. He wanted to gather some dragon blood for himself. Whether he could find it or not, he had to go, to avoid future trouble. "All right, Dad, be careful. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Baron Bobo mounted his griffin and headed toward the Bangkok Mountains. And he saw many other griffins and snake-tailed eagles flying out from nearby barren territories. Even half an hour later, griffins and a large eagle soared over the 7 barren territories, heading toward the Bangkok Mountains. The griffin was a high-level magical beast, at least level 4 when fully grown. This should be the griffin from Count Andre's family. Easily watching the distant griffins, I feel a bit worried about my dad. This time, many strong people are going. Dragon blood is truly something that drives many swordsmen crazy. Just 3 drops of ordinary dragon blood can help Dad break through the limit of a great swordsman and become a sword master. Although this also depends on his talent and years of experience, there's no denying that dragon blood is indeed something that makes many people go mad. Even mages are no exception. The treasure that enhances elemental affinity is rare in the world. Even the blood of a dragon's heart isn't enough, but after a mage obtains dragon blood, they can use it to make potions, allowing them to develop both magic and martial arts. When a swordsman's realm reaches sword master, they will undergo a mental transformation. Using the mental strength of a sword master to meditate and practice is like having mental training comparable to a full-fledged mage. Some apprentice or official mages who have no hope of advancement would go crazy for this. Remember, when a mage breaks through a major realm, they also gain 50 extra years of life. Flying magical beasts are soaring through the sky. Even after an hour, the number of flying beasts hasn't decreased. In fact, it's increasing. Most of these people are just official swordsmen or even apprentice swordsmen. Some are apprentice or beginner mages. They have completely forgotten how terrifying the Bangkok Mountains are. Even though the area is filled with magic beasts, 3rd and 4th rank monsters everywhere, and even 5th and 6th rank beasts, along with many orcs. Despite the fierce competition for dragon blood, they rush forward recklessly, like madmen. This is the temptation of dragon blood. It's so terrifying that all fears vanish, and greed is amplified infinitely, especially for those who see no hope of advancing in their lifetime. Even knowing this is a life-or-death situation, they go all out, abandoning wives and children, with power and wealth turning to smoke in an instant. Remember, even the powerful Nicholas family still faces threats. Strong people often break into their territory, trying to steal dragon blood. And now, the dragon blood is right in front of them, almost within reach. Dragon blood truly is a treasure that drives people mad, I say, looking up at the sky. 2 hours have passed, and the flying magical beasts are still increasing. Just among the griffins alone, I've seen no fewer than 20. That means at least 20 swordsmen or official mages have gone to the Bangkok Mountains. Young master, Lily nervously looked at the sky. Don't worry, these people aren't interested in us. That's right. These people are afraid of missing out on the dragon blood and rushing to get it. Baron Bobo riding a golden eagle was the first to arrive. And he wasn't alone. If an E were here, he would definitely recognize his father's mentor and the uncle who visited his home before Christmas. Both of them are here. His father's mentor, Flanders, 68 years old, a 9-star sword master. His father's comrade, Maxton, 39 years old, nicknamed Blackie, a 9-star great swordsman. Teacher, Blackie, let's split up and search this forest. Before others arrive, gather as much dragon blood, dragon scales, and even dragon meat as possible. Keep the distance within 1 kilometer. After finishing here, we move to the next place, Baron Bobo quickly said. Good, no time to waste. The sooner we gather, the better. With dragon blood, Blackie can definitely break through to become a sword master, Flanders replied. Big brother, I'll go south, Maxton said firmly, his deep eyes shining with a long-lost passion. The three immediately split up. In the forest, many magical beasts were also going crazy. Countless beasts with red eyes devoured dragon blood and dragon meat desperately. Even if they would die instantly afterward, they couldn't stop. Although dragon blood is very dense and hard to dissolve in the land, when beasts eat it and die, their bodies burst, and the dragon blood is diluted and spilled into the ground. It's expected that in the coming years, countless treasures like dragon blood herbs and fruits will continuously grow here. This is a feast, just like a whale's fall giving birth to all things. Among all, the biggest gains went to 2 bears and a girl. Big Bear and Second Bear, after half a year, had fully integrated the blood of the red dragon into themselves and gained the dragon bloodline. Magical beasts focus on their own strength. Unlike humans, once a beast successfully consumes dragon blood, it will definitely inherit a mighty dragon bloodline, though the strength of that bloodline varies. For humans, obtaining such a bloodline is very difficult, especially as their realm and age increase. Right now, Big Bear and Second Bear are 4th-rank magical beasts, but because of their strong red dragon bloodline, their strength is comparable to 5th-rank magical beasts. The creature is now considered a powerful beast within the Bangkok mountain range, able to walk through most areas. Heidi is now a 9-star apprentice swordsman. When she drank the blood of the red dragon, she was not yet an apprentice swordsman and had a rare treasure called the Stone of Life. She was lucky to gain a hint of red dragon bloodline, which is why her hair turned red. At this moment, 2 bears and a girl are frantically eating the flesh of an adult giant dragon. There are many monster corpses around, covering the ground. The presence of these corpses, along with 2 powerful 4th-tier dragon-blooded monsters, makes the outside monsters hold back their desire for dragon meat. As they eat the dragon meat, the bloodlines of the 2 bears become purer, and their dragon horns grow thicker. Their tails, which are behind them, have already turned into dragon tails. Their limbs and claws have become strong and powerful, resembling dragon claws. Because all 3, 2 bears and the girl, possess red dragon bloodline, they digest the meat very quickly. Heidi suddenly shivered, as if fierce fiery energy was raging inside her, igniting the surrounding grass and trees. In the next moment, Heidi's aura stabilized, and she directly broke through to become a formal swordsman. At only 14 years old, she is now a formal swordsman with a red dragon bloodline. A heavy dragon might swept over, causing nearby monsters to tremble and let out submissive roars. If anyone now claimed that Heidi was not part of the Nicholas family, no one would believe it. Even if Heidi went to the Nicholas family to seek kinship, everyone would first think she was a lost, illegitimate child or a descendant of an ancestor from the Nicholas family. It's important to know that newborn babies in the Nicholas family, with their overpowering red dragon bloodline, are unable to withstand it. Usually, their bloodline remains dormant. As they grow older, the dragon blood gradually awakens. Before age 16, the bloodline usually takes shape. The strength of the bloodline depends on the individual. If a person has not awakened the red dragon bloodline by 16, it's unlikely they will ever do so. Therefore, the Nicholas family has a coming-of-age ceremony at 16, which tests the level of their dragon blood, from 1 star to 9 stars. 9 stars is almost only achieved by ancestors, who are human-shaped red dragons with bloodlines nearly identical to true red dragons. At this moment, Heidi keeps eating dragon meat, and her bloodline level continues to rise. The 2 bears are even more terrifying. Xiongda and Xiong'er, let's go find the next piece of dragon meat, Heidi smirked, and her pupils unexpectedly turned bright red. though she didn't notice when it happened. Roar! Xiongda and Xiong-er roared loudly. They swallowed a 5 or 6 meter long piece of dragon meat, transforming it into energy to refine. Their strength suddenly increased to 4 stars, making them 4-star dragon-blooded magical beasts. Suddenly, Heidi sensed sounds of a fight ahead. She hadn't planned to get involved, but then she felt a familiar aura. As a descendant of the red dragon, she was very sensitive to this kind of energy. Is that? Heidi's usually cold and proud face showed a hint of happiness. Xiongda and Xiong-er, let's go. Want a gift? Please give a 5-star review, puppy eyes. Sword energy shot everywhere, breaking the tall trees around them in half. 2 sword masters, one with 1 star and the other with 5 stars, 1 4-star official mage, and 3 great swordsmen surrounded a person in the middle. Haha, I wonder how long you can hold out, said a burly sword master, swinging a heavy sword. The sword rolled like a mountain of rocks, and the air around them exploded with loud booms. Baron Popov's aura suddenly surged. His originally red fighting energy turned into what looked like molten lava, and a dragon's roar faintly sounded. He swung a large sword, which suddenly formed the shadow of a red dragon. The burly sword master's face changed in shock. Dragon blood fighting energy. Impossible. How can you refine dragon blood so quickly? The others were also stunned. But they weren't afraid. They had the numbers, and a 4-star official mage was with them. They had the advantage. The dragon shadow created by the dragon blood fighting energy tore through the burly sword master's sword energy and his fighting energy defenses, knocking him flying. His heavy armor was torn apart, and blood flowed freely. The burly sword master hurriedly took out a magic potion and drank it. He shouted loudly, Master Fama. The old man with a white beard, a 4-star level mage, snorted coldly. It's just dragon blood fighting energy. Today, you won't escape death. There was a piece of dragon meat over a cubic meter in size. No matter what, he wouldn't let the opponent leave. The white-bearded mage chanted, and a high-level magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Apprentice mages learning basic magic. An apprentice mage is learning mid-level magic. A formal mage and a grand mage learn high-level magic. A magic instructor and a grand instructor learn super-level magic. Different levels of magic require strong mental power and abundant magical energy. Thanks to the old man with a white beard becoming a formal mage many years ago, he has already mastered several high-level magic spells perfectly. While 2 swordsmen, 3 great swordsmen, and Baron Bopov were entangled, only about 10 seconds passed before a huge magical wave shook the area. The 2 swordsmen and 3 great swordsmen turned to run. Baron Bopov's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Seizing the moment, he chased after a 9-star great swordsman and pierced his heart with a sword. The intense dragon blood fighting spirit instantly destroyed this person's internal organs. Third brother. The other 4 swordsmen shouted in anger, but none dared to step forward. High-level magic had already appeared above Baron Bopov's head. There were more than 10 fireballs, each about a meter in diameter. Just one of these fireballs was enough to instantly burn a beginner swordsman to ashes. The old man with the white beard mage laughed proudly. Haha, this is a lower-level magic called Firestorm of the City, part of the super-level magic Holy Fire Chain. This was a spell he had practiced systematically from beginner fireballs to intermediate large fireballs, all the way up to high-level Holy Fire Chain. Even if a high-level swordsman was hit directly by these 10 or so fireballs, he would still fall. The other 2 swordsmen and 2 great swordsmen looked on in fear at the huge fireballs, feeling lucky they had run away quickly. Boom. More than 10 fireballs, each about a meter wide, hit the ground. The grass and trees within 10 meters instantly turned to ashes, and the forest within 100 meters burst into fierce flames. The old man with the white beard touched his beard. Later, I want 9/10 of the dragon meat from inside the space ring. The 4 swordsmen's faces changed. They looked at each other, and the tall, thin swordsman spoke. Master Fama, if it weren't for us holding back this person, you wouldn't be able to kill him so easily. We 4 people, you only 1, and we won't ask for much. Just 50% is fine. The white-bearded mage squinted and snorted coldly. For people? Haha, are you threatening me? If you want to fight, all 4 of you come at me. Let's see how many of you survive. The tall, thin swordsman's face darkened. We want 30%, and that's final. A red magic circle appeared beneath the white-bearded mage's feet. The tall, slender sword master took a deep breath, feeling a bit unwilling, but his eyes showed great fear. All right, 30%. Big brother. That person doesn't seem to be dead. Fifth brother exclaimed in fear. Impossible, the old man with a white beard denied. Just a 3-star sword master. There's no way he survived my fire burst chain. But in the next second, the flames suddenly went out. Layers of ice crystals spread out, extinguishing the fire, revealing a blackened figure. The white-bearded mage looked at the broken magic stone in Baron Bobo's hand and frowned. A magic stone containing high-level ice magic. Haha, I underestimated you. A horizontal fire tornado nearly instantaneously formed and swept toward Baron Bobo. This was mid-level magic, and the white-bearded mage had already reached the point where he could cast it at will. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar shook the air. It sounded like a bear's cry, but more like a dragon's roar. The sonic wave tore through the grass and trees, instantly shattering the fire tornado. The remaining force surged toward the white-bearded mage. The mage was startled. A dirt wall suddenly rose around him. This was his secondary magic, earth magic. His earth magic vortex had reached the level of a 7-star apprentice mage. The roar collided with the dirt wall, shattering it, but the sonic wave also disappeared. The white-bearded mage relaxed slightly and shouted, "Who's there?" No one responded. But suddenly, screams came from among the 4 sword masters. The burly sword master had a fierce beast claw protruding from his abdomen, resembling a dragon or a bear. His eyes widened, and the light in them quickly dimmed, filled with unwillingness and disbelief, as if he couldn't believe he had suddenly died. Big Bear swung his body, and the corpse hit a tree trunk, breaking into 2 pieces. Second brother. The remaining 3 sword masters' faces twisted with rage. Ah! One of the great sword masters screamed as flames ignited on his body. Fourth brother, the tall, slender sword master, was terrified. What was happening? How did second brother die so suddenly? And fourth brother was also burned by the flames. Third brother, fifth brother shouted in horror. The tall, slender sword master looked at the beast emerging from the woods, his pupils shrinking. It was a dragon-blooded beast, and an extremely powerful dragon-blooded beast. The terrifying dragon flame burned through the fourth elder in just a few breaths. At this moment, Viktor Bopov, who was badly injured and near death, suddenly seemed full of life. His charred skin faded away as if he had taken a high-quality magic potion. The scene seemed to turn around instantly. Bopov's mentor, the 9-star sword master, Flan, finally arrived, along with the 9-star great swordsman, Marston. 1 old man, 2 men, 2 bears, and 1 girl. They surrounded the white-bearded mage, the tall, thin swordsman, and a great swordsman. The 3 of them looked unhappy, but no one gave them a chance to speak. Marston drew his sword and swung at the 5th elder. Heidi's small sword also stabbed forward. The strong dragon blood battle aura was even more intense than Bopov's, but her aura was not as deep. Meanwhile, the 2 bears charged at the white-bearded mage. The powerful body of the dragonborn beast was enough to tear the mage in half with 1 claw. The white-bearded mage had no time to cast high-level magic, only using mid-level magic to defend himself. While the white-bearded mage struggled against the 2 4th-order dragonborn beasts, suddenly, a sharp sword energy struck and pierced the mage's heart in an instant. "Peak Swordmaster!" The white-bearded mage exclaimed in shock, turning his head to look at the old man behind him. Then his body slowly collapsed. The tall, thin swordsman wanted to run away, but was only able to die unwillingly, cut down by a chaotic flurry of swords. In the woods, everything fell silent. Bopov looked at Heidi. She seemed familiar, but she had changed so much. Her original height of about 1.5 meters was now over 1.7 meters, with emerald eyes and golden hair that had turned bright red. Her once sweet and delicate appearance had become cold and aloof, radiating a domineering and proud aura like a mighty dragon. As for Heidi, Bopov immediately recognized her as Yin-Yi's father. "Uncle Victor, hello," she said. "Who are you?" Bopov hesitated to ask. Heidi, whose face had long been cold from surviving in the Bangkok mountains, suddenly seemed to remember something and a faint smile appeared. I am Yin Yi's friend. After saying this, she left a jar and then took the two bears and left. Bear Big and Bear 2 also sensed their owner's presence on Bobo's body. Being quite clever, they knew this might be a relative of their owner. They greeted warmly and then left. Xiaoba's friends? Bear and Bobo blinked. Are they real friends? This girl looked like a talented young person from the Nicholas family. Could his son really get along with someone like her? Looking at the jar on the ground, Flanders stepped forward and Sirius opened it. Suddenly, a strong dragon pressure swept over. The three people present were all shocked and stunned. Flanders was the first to recover and quickly wrapped the jar with fighting energy. Pure blood. It's dragon heart blood. Flanders' pupils trembled. Baron Bobo recovered and was surprised when he heard this. He looked into the jar. There were 3 large blood beads, about the size of a fist, and more than 20 drops of ordinary dragon blood, about the size of an egg. Wow, this is so impressive. Baron Bobo was stunned. Victor, Maxton, we must leave immediately, Flanders said with a very serious look. Yes, no need for the horned eagle now. If it survives, it will come back on its own. Let's go back through the forest. Maxton woke up at this moment. What just happened? Flanders grabbed Maxton by the back of his collar and quickly left with Baron Bobo. Baron Bobo returned and went straight to the Golden Manor that night. Xiaoba, come on, let's go back to the castle. Your mother and brothers and sisters are already waiting for us. Baron Bobo looked serious. Dad, are you planning for the whole family to take dragon blood to close up? And E asked seriously. Yes, we must digest these quickly or there will be endless problems. But first, your mother needs to refine these into dragon blood magic potions. Otherwise, your strength is too weak to absorb them. Bobo's heart beat faster. He knew he couldn't protect what he had in his hands and needed to refine it into his own strength as soon as possible. Dad, if you trust me, I will seclude myself in my manor. It's definitely safer here than at the castle, and he quickly said. Baron Bopov hesitated for a moment, then looked serious. Little 8, you should know that the castle has several high-level magic arrays and a magic crystal cannon. Even the great swordsmen and powerful mages can't break through easily. Are you sure your estate is safer than the castle? Even the top swordsmen would die if they came here. And he was confident. Baron Bopov was silent for a moment, then said, All right, then we'll stay here. Next to them, Fland and Meston looked surprised. They gazed at the estate, which was clear even at night. They felt that Baron Bopov's decision was a bit hasty. Baron Bopov told the two, Don't worry. Since my son says this place is safe, it is definitely safer than the castle. Fland and Meston thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, Victor, once Mitchell finishes making the dragon blood potion, you and the others should take it first. I'll stay on guard, Fland said. Then he looked at an E, who wanted to speak. Little an E, I don't know what cards you have, but if you believe this place is safer than the castle, it's better to keep some things hidden. With me here, unless someone is a great swordsman or a powerful mage, they won't dare to act recklessly. And he thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Grandpa Fland. Dad, Grandpa Fland, Uncle Meston, come with me. And he led his father and others to the Snow Hare Cave. It had already been cleaned out, and few people knew about it. He had ordered everyone to keep quiet about this place. Breaking through inside the cave could avoid being discovered by outsiders. If someone forced their way in, they would have no choice but to summon a giant dragon. Just one was enough. As for what happened afterward, they would simply deny everything. Soon, his mother, the elf aunt, and his older brother and sister arrived. His mother and elf aunt went straight into making the dragon blood potion. The process mainly involved calming the wild dragon blood to make it easier to absorb. However, once transformed into the dragon blood potion, there was no chance to gain the red dragon bloodline, even a tiny one in a million. But no one cared about gaining the red dragon bloodline. Gaining strength quickly was the most important. Drinking the dragon blood and then retreating for a month or 2 was better. With the chaos outside, danger was easy to encounter. The dragon blood potion, however, could be prepared much faster. With the dragon blood and dragon meat, they were refined into dragon blood magic potions. The first to take them were the 9-star great swordsman Maston and old Koro, who went into seclusion. These magic potions also contain the Stone of Life and Moon Spring Water, making their effects gentler. Later, the older brothers and sisters took them, as did their father. Mom, Auntie, won't you try some? With these dragon blood magic potions, you can transform your magic power, gain dragon attributes, and quickly level up as swordsmen. It's good for both magic and martial arts. Mrs. Mitchell shook her head. This is red dragon blood. It conflicts with my own attributes. Training in fighting energy or dragon magic could be very dangerous. Grace shrugged. I won't try it either. It completely suppresses me. Forest elves can't use it at all. I don't want my body to flow with dirty, foolish dragon blood. Our elf bloodline is just as strong as theirs. All right then. Mom, Auntie, Grandpa Fland, I'll take some first. If anything happens, wake me up immediately. Don't worry. With us here, even the great swordsman or grand mage coming won't be a problem. The underground cave fell silent. Everyone's bodies were changing, improving their talents, and their strength in dragon blood fighting energy, dragon blood magic, and dual cultivation of magic and martial arts was evolving. And he knew this was a rare opportunity. He had prepared many red dragon heart bloods, but Fland, Master, and Grace were outsiders. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he had prepared too many. He had to be cautious. Time slowly passed. 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Above the territories of the 7 great barons, flying monsters like hawk eagles, snake-tailed eagles, griffins, and even higher-level flying beasts occasionally passed by. It showed how many people were going crazy. Deep inside the cave, dozens of meters below the ground, Mom, the elf ant, and others had spent these 3 days building a high-level magic array. This made the underground cave even more secure, with no aura leaking out. Boom. Maston and Old Koro were the first to open their eyes. Swordmaster. Dragon blood fighting energy. Swordmaster. Maston was very excited. He had finally become a sword master, and he had also gained dragon blood fighting energy. Compared to Master Maston, Old Koro remained very calm. He stood quietly near the young master and young lady, like a statue. After breaking through, Maston also got up and left. When passing Mrs. Mitchell, he said, "Sister-in-law, I am going to the ground to watch over the estate with the teacher." "Good. Be careful. Try to avoid conflicts." "Don't worry, sister-in-law." Maston reached the ground and arrived at the small lakeside fishing hut where Old Flandris lived. At this moment, Old Flandris was fishing. "Teacher, congratulations on breaking through," Old Flandris said happily, looking at his student. "Yes, teacher. Like my elder brother, I have finally become a swordsman too." Maston's usually serious face finally showed a smile. Old Flandris was also happy for his student. He had taught many students in his life, but only Victor and Maston made him the most proud. Before turning 40, they had already become swordsmen, with the potential to reach the level of Grand Swordsman. Reaching the Grand Swordsman level also meant breaking the limit of lifespan. Theoretically, they could live up to 150 years. But since swordsmen fight countless battles, most live around 120 or 130 years, which is considered quite good. However, they are much longer lived than ordinary people. The André noble family, for example, has only a 200-year history. In this world, the normal human lifespan is about 120 years. But most commoners are old by their 50s or 60s, and reaching 70 is considered old age. Some noble lords, who eat well and live carefree, can live into their 80s or 90s. As for swordsmen, over 70% do not live to old age. Most who do live to old age are in their 70s or 80s. Some ordinary nobles who are not swordsmen can live longer. But breaking through to a higher level does have benefits. Once a swordsman reaches the level of Grand Swordsman, as long as they are healthy and free of serious illnesses, living to 90 or even 100 years old is possible. Old Flandris, who was nearly 70 and had already passed 60, was beginning to show signs of declining vitality. He was born in an era of intense conflict between the Kingdom of Airland and the Orc Kingdom. Although there was a truce for 20 or 30 years, the final war broke out again and lasted 5 years. He had spent most of his life fighting, and his body carried many hidden injuries. Originally, he thought it was hopeless to break through to Grand Swordsman. However, looking at the magic potion made from the red dragon's heart blood in his hand, his long-suppressed heart seemed to regain some vitality. Teacher, are you planning to break through to become a grand sword master this time? Mason looked at him with anticipation. Old Mr. Flan smiled and said, thanks to Victor, Mitchell specially prepared a life magic potion for me. The previous one helped improve my hidden illness a lot. After taking this one, my body is about 80% recovered. But I am old, so even with the dragon blood magic potion, I think a 40% recovery is good enough. Teacher will definitely break through, Mason said confidently. Flan shook his head and smiled. At this moment, a dragon eagle flew across the sky. Both men's faces changed instantly. Even a magic mentor has come, Flan said with a serious look. A magic mentor is a powerful expert only the top forces of the kingdom can have. In the land of Airland, they are considered a nation-defining level existence. It's from the Nicolaus family. Only they have a dragon eagle, Mason said in a deep voice. A mature dragon eagle is a 6th-level high-level magical beast. It's easy to imagine how strong a family that owns such a flying beast must be. Strong people from the Nicolaus family probably aren't here just for the dragon blood. Otherwise, they wouldn't send a magic mentor, Flan said. If not for the dragon blood, then what are they here for? Mason asked suspiciously. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Bloodline. At this moment, in the underground cave of the Golden Manor, Baron Bopov was the first to wake up. He took a drop of magic potion made from the red dragon's heart blood by himself, which allowed him to break through 2 levels in a row, becoming a 6-star swordsman. The others also woke up one after another. Father, Dad, Old Dung, my third sister, Hegs, originally had a strong fire attribute aura. After taking the red dragon blood magic potion, her aura transformed again, reaching the level of a 9-star official swordsman. My fourth sister, Sophie, advanced from 4 stars to 5 stars, becoming a novice 5-star mage. She specializes in wind magic and also studies mental magic. The wind helps boost her fire magic, causing her wind vortex to evolve. Now, her speed is faster, and her explosive power is even more terrifying. When she uses her wind whirl, it turns into a fiery tornado, with power close to that of high-level magic. My fifth sister, Nicole, successfully broke through from 9-star novice swordsman to official swordsman, and also advanced from 4 stars to 5 stars, becoming a 4-star official swordsman. My older brother, Igor, advanced from 4 stars to 9-star official swordsman, just 1 step away from becoming a grand swordsman. My second brother, Ilya, has the best talent. He went from 6-star official swordsman directly to a 2-star grand swordsman, only 1 level below our eldest sister. As for Ani, he also successfully became a 9-star novice swordsman, just a little away from becoming an official swordsman. Everyone has broken through. The brothers and sisters are very happy. Some laugh out loud, some smile quietly, and others just smile gently, congratulating each other as they leave the cave. Then, Fland entered seclusion. After 7 days, Fland came out of seclusion and had become a grand swordsman. Everyone celebrated happily, holding a grand feast. They even hunted a high-level 5th-rank magical beast to serve as the main dish, enjoying a feast of venison. More than 10 days passed, and the turmoil gradually settled down. Few people still flew across the sky. After a month, most people in the Bangkok mountains had returned home. Fland and Maston left, and Aunt Grace also returned to the Magic Academy to teach young mages. The older brothers and sisters also left one after another. In the end, only our parents stayed. Others might think that our parents are worried about their youngest son and want to stay a little longer. And he took his parents back to the cave. Little 8, what are you doing so secretly? Baron Bobo was curious about what his youngest son was planning and why they had come to the cave again. Mrs. Mitchell also felt curious. More than half a month ago, her son told her he wanted to stay until the very end. That's why she didn't return to the Magic Academy with Grace. And he activated the high-level magic array he had used before. He solemnly took out a large mithril box. He opened the box. Roar. Boom. Bright dragon shadows swirl and roar. The entire cave is stained red. These. Baron Bobov's eyes widen in shock. Mrs. Mitchell stands frozen in place. Son, did you raid a dragon's nest? Baron Bobov trembles, feeling a cold chill down his spine instead of joy at finding treasure. No, these are all mine, and he calmly replies. But this statement makes Baron Bobov and Mrs. Mitchell feel that their son has become a bit mysterious. Little 8, did you find a dragon corpse? Mrs. Mitchell closes her box. Mom, can all these be refined into dragon blood magic potion? And he asks directly. Yes. With so much dragon blood, could it be dangerous for the family? If it's too risky, I have a safe place to refine it into magic potion, and we can take some out little by little. Baron Bobov and Mrs. Mitchell exchange a look. His mother smiles and says, You underestimate your mom too much. 100 drops of red dragon blood. Don't worry, we can handle it. And he feels relieved. That's good. Dad, you can take these dragon bloods to practice first. When you break through to become a sword saint, we'll talk. I still have more. Baron Bobov's hand trembles. Son, these things you... Oh my, what exactly is happening? Using the blood of an adult red dragon to train. He feels like he's dreaming. And how does his son have so much dragon blood? He suddenly remembers the girl. Could it be from her? But even she couldn't give 100 drops of blood. Did she kill a full-grown dragon? Safe. Proper source. As long as Mom and Dad don't tell anyone, no one will find out where this dragon blood came from. Even the Red Dragon clan of this world can't detect it. And he is confident. Mrs. Mitchell isn't worried and directly says, Son, let me handle the rest. Victor, from now on, use these red dragon bloods to practice. Okay. Victor no longer hesitates, his eyes burning with passion. With these red dragon bloods as training resources, his progress will increase dozens of times. Little 8, our father and son won't say thank you. When Dad becomes a sword saint, he'll earn a duke title, and you can be a little noble too. Old dang, you need to work harder. By the way, Mom, get me some too. I want to improve my strength. Mrs. Mitchell chuckled and scolded. So, our little lazybones wants to try harder now? Humph. I've been working hard all along. Okay? Half a month later, Mitchell kept 20 bottles of the dragon blood magic potion out of 100, and his father took the rest back to the castle to close up and practice. One morning, finally broke through to become a formal swordsman. It was midsummer now. The wheat fields were golden and ready for harvest. And he sold 1,000 Lolo pigs that had just been born, earning over 1,500 gold coins. He started building a cake shop, a bread shop, a steam bun shop, and a cookie shop. Luckily, his family had honey and fresh flowers. It looks like I need to spend some money on building a chicken coop and a cow pen, and he thought. He still needed eggs and milk. First, building some workshops wouldn't cost much. And he didn't plan to build many, just a few workshops enough to sell goods in town. Popov's town now has a large population. Since spring, many more people have arrived by midsummer. Many residents have gained houses and land, becoming small property-owning commoners. Currently, the population of Popov town is 49,329. Among them, 5,319 are nobles, 18,366 are commoners, and 25,644 are impoverished residents. The so-called poor live in cramped housing in the town's poor districts. They have houses, but no land. Most survive by doing odd jobs, such as running errands at taverns, selling bread, or working as porters and coachmen. Most of these people earn about 20 to 30 silver coins a year, which is considered good. The common people who own land and houses tend to manage their own farms, growing black wheat, sweet potatoes, and regular fruits and vegetables. Although these are not high-quality products, planting 1 acre of black wheat can produce about 1,200 to 1,300 pounds, if well cared for. With 2 planting seasons per year, 1 acre can generate around 12 to 13 silver coins annually. Most families own about 20 acres of land, so they can earn over 100 silver coins each year, which is a good income. Most shops are controlled by nobles, and only a few common people own their own shops. Nobles are not necessarily swordsmen or magicians. If someone is a swordsman, their family line, spouse, parents, grandparents, children, and grandchildren are all registered as nobles. After the 3rd generation, they automatically become commoners. However, because of bloodline magic crystal tests, these commoners still have the blood of swordsmen or magicians within 5 generations, so they are often called fallen nobles. Besides these residents, Bobo City also has some shanty towns outside the city walls. These areas are dirty, messy, and filled with waste and foul smells. They are where homeless people live. These shantytowns are usually located at the four corners outside the city walls, because building unauthorized shelters near the main gates is not allowed. People living there are not registered officially. They are not tested for bloodline magic crystals. The population is simply recorded, so some escaped slaves live among them. Some may have been wealthy before disasters or wars and fled their homes. Among the homeless, there is a mix of people. Some are content to live this way, while others desperately want to gain official household registration and move into the city. The homeless outside the city number 38,621 people, living in the shanty towns at the four corners outside the city walls. In addition to the city, Bobo territory has 136 villages. Some villages have fewer than 50 households, while others have over 100. The total population of these villages is 61,880 people. The villagers are small landowning commoners. Although the land belongs to the Lord and cannot be freely developed, there are large forests where they can gather wild vegetables and fruits or go hunting. Life is not as convenient or safe as in the city, but their living standards are still decent. Finally, there are the slaves. They are all brought in through the guild. They carry blood and are considered pure goods. The slaves include various half-orcs and humans. Currently, Bobov Town has a total of 39,964 slaves, all purchased and owned by their masters. These do not include the slaves in the market. IE plans to build some workshops, carefully considering the population of Bobov Town, especially those with purchasing power. Otherwise, even if he produces a lot, he won't be able to sell much. His main target is the common people. His estate yields over 500 gene of white wheat per acre. Selling wheat directly, at 40 copper coins per gene, is affordable, but the white wheat flour sold in shops can reach up to 110 copper coins per gene. He plans to open a white bread shop, selling a 1-gene loaf for around 115 copper coins. For steamed buns, 5 buns per gene, with some honey added for flavor, soft and fragrant, at about 25 copper coins each, is reasonable. As for cookies, vanilla and milk ingredients are expensive, making them a luxury item. Since even ordinary swordsmen benefit from such ingredients, using regular milk and honey with various floral flavors, selling a gene of cookies for 200 copper coins is acceptable. During festivals or birthdays, promoting these treats as symbols of family, celebration, or love could boost sales, creating a good market. Poor people probably can't afford these prices. For cakes, IE uses many luxury ingredients like vanilla milk, which are much more expensive. Small cakes cost a few silver coins, large cakes several gold coins, and custom-made giant cakes are also possible. Later, I'll ask Old Dong for some shops. I have so much dragon blood, it's only fair I get some shops in return. The next day, IE happily left the castle and secured some of the best shops in Bobov Town. After leaving the castle, IE took his young maid, Alec, and little Koro directly to the town. The town has many streets, with the widest being the cross street connecting the 4 gates, wide enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side. Indeed, on these 10 lanes, opposite directions are filled with various carriages, creating a lively scene. IE's shop is at a corner, a 5-story building that is his store. The land covers an area of 900 square meters, and directly opposite is a small auction house that just opened earlier this year in the town. As one of the 7 manors of Beidawang, this is the first time an auction has been held here, which is quite rare. And Yi's shop is located right across from the auction house. He thought that maybe in the future, he could work with the auction house to provide snacks and baked goods, which could also bring in some money. He decided to leave these ideas to Xiao Kaluo. When he entered the shop, he found it very spacious and open. Such a big place, but filling it with all kinds of pastries and cookies isn't very practical. These need to be fresh, and if we make too many and can't sell them all, we'll lose money. It's best to make just enough each day to sell out. That way, we can't make too many, but if we make too few, the shop feels empty and wastes space. Selling only pastries and cookies is a bit too wasteful, seeing how large the shop was, and he suddenly had an idea. Why not turn it into a supermarket? His farm could supply many goods, like canned peaches, pork, baked goods, fresh fish, honey, and raising chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. They could also offer various meats, eggs, and dairy products. Although the packaged foods wouldn't be as abundant as in his previous life supermarket, Focusing on natural products, along with some cured meats, sausages, dried fruits, and canned goods, would be fine. He could also make drinks, fruit juices, and yogurt, natural and without additives. Of course, there's no need to add anything extra. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He immediately discussed this idea with Xiao Kaluo, who was very shocked. In the Kingdom of Airland, most shops sell specific items. The idea of a supermarket that sells a wide variety of products was a big shock to Xiao Kaluo. Of course, the reason there isn't a supermarket now is mainly because resources are scarce in this world. There's a lack of various food byproducts, and most residents don't have high incomes. These factors make a large supermarket unfeasible at the moment. But now, the Bobofo territory is thriving, and shops are few and far between. The product variety is limited and not well developed, unlike in the city where Count Andre lives, where shops are diverse and well established. And he decided to seize this opportunity and open a big supermarket, going all in. As the son of Baron Olden, he has enough power and influence to easily overcome obstacles through resource control and interests among various shops. He plans to gather all the goods from different stores into his own supermarket. In the end, high-level resources like shops are mostly taken over by nobles, who manage them with their servants. The money doesn't reach ordinary people, causing their spending ability to decline and the town's economy to stagnate. So, it's better to take control of everything himself. Once he has a large supermarket, he will need many facilities, from sourcing products to processing and transportation. He can cooperate with many villages, creating jobs. Although he's not a good person, he won't exploit slaves like some nobles do. Most nobles run estates, making pure profit from production and sales, with no risk of loss. But this can't last forever. Ordinary people's wealth can be drained. Money in circulation brings continuous wealth. For example, he can run a supermarket to earn coins, then build estates, which puts money back into the hands of common people. He then earns more from the supermarket. The money stays the same, but his estates grow better. And Xiao Keluo discussed this. Xiao Keluo was very excited, his eyes shining. They agreed quickly. The Golden Estate will focus on breeding, farming, and producing high-quality goods. Simple items like eggs and chicken meat from Bobo Chicken, duck eggs and meat from Gada Duck, milk and beef from Moo Moo Cow, and common fruits and vegetables can be ordered from various villages. For further processing, workshops can be built at the estate entrance, hiring workers. Most of these shops belong to nobles. In the Bobofo territory, he is the biggest noble. Come and challenge me if you dare. Little Koro used his connections. Of course, mainly his father's contacts. That is, Old Koro. With the help of the powerful network Old Koro built and information from the territory's steward, Little Koro obtained many diverse products. There are over 10 types of eggs alone. Villages that produce fruits and vegetables are also connected. Even common folk who make cookware, bottles, and jars are involved. With the title of Young Lord and the wealth of the Golden Manor, he easily signed various orders. Chicken, duck, fish, beef, lamb, eggs, milk, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, all connected to producers. It must be said that the steward of Bobofo territory is incredibly capable, and he also bought a large batch of different glass bottles to make drinks, yogurt, and fruit juices. He also built workshops for cakes, cookies, and pastries. Although he had no money, and he used the name of the Golden Manor to get IOUs. The 5-story supermarket is divided into levels. The first floor sells common goods that everyone can afford, like regular fruits and vegetables, black wheat, coarse grain products, simple pots and pans, bottles, jars, and plain linen clothes. The second floor offers high-quality goods, affordable only to the middle class, such as white wheat flour, pork, patterned everyday tableware, daily necessities, drinks, yogurt, tasty wheat cakes, cookies, and simple cotton clothes. The third floor is for the wealthy middle class, merchants, and small nobles, offering premium fruits like golden peaches, vanilla milk cakes, silver or gold-patterned fine tableware, high-quality cotton and silk clothes, and rare seafood. On the fourth floor, most of the goods are related to swordsmen. There are exotic meats from magical beasts, luxurious tableware and household items made from beast horns and bones, high-quality fruits and vegetables like golden peach, magical cow milk drinks, and even clothing and jewelry made from beast skins, scales, and feathers. There are also many fine foods with premium ingredients. On the 5th floor, there are magical items such as magic telescopes, magic pens, enchanted clothing, and magical stoves. There are fruits like snow plum and flame plum, and even potions and magical tools. Each item is displayed in its own crystal showcase. Eventually, the supermarket expands beyond what an E knew. It covers not only food and clothing, but also various fields related to swordsmen and magic. In July, during the busy farming season, an E ground 30,000 acres of white wheat into flour and used it to fulfill previous orders. Thanks to the supermarket's growth, the harvest from those 30,000 acres brought in over 90,000 gold coins. Nothing left. The golden supermarket officially opened. At the same time, the auction across the street also opened. This auction was planned by Xiao Kaluo and the other party to make a big splash for the golden supermarket. The supermarket's doors were closed. Meanwhile, the auction was crowded with people. On the stage, a graceful woman stood. She wore a bright red long dress, like a blooming flame flower, shining brilliantly. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dimapu auction. To celebrate the first auction held by the Dimapu family in Babofo territory, the final bid price will enjoy a 5% discount. Now, to save everyone's time, let's start with the first item. A magical potion made from rose ice fish, used for beauty. Rose ice fish are very popular among women, and this beauty potion is even better. Instead of costing 299 gold coins, or 199, or even 99, it's only 9 gold coins per bottle. 10 bottles make a set, with 3 sets available. Elegant noble ladies, don't miss this rare opportunity. The starting bid for the first set is 90 gold coins. The group of noble women immediately became excited. They had never seen such good things in small towns. Beauty and magic potions. Only 9 gold coins for a bottle. Wow! The normally elegant noble women suddenly turned into a wild crowd. They shouted like market vendors. 100 gold coins. Get lost. That's enough for a beggar. 120 gold coins. Poor thing. I can't believe you added 20 gold coins. I'll bid 150 gold coins. You're not worth much, you scoundrel. 200 gold coins. 250 gold coins. 300 gold coins. 300 gold coins. The Ice Rose Beauty Potion has been auctioned off. But for those ladies and gentlemen who didn't win, don't worry. There's a surprise after the auction ends. Next, we will auction the second item, a pair of Wind Magic Mouse leather boots with intermediate magic runes. This is a rare life-saving magic item that can make you faster and more agile. It's a must-have for swordsmen heading to the Bangkok Mountains. The starting bid is 500 gold coins. The auction was very lively. Every item was a treasure for the nobles of the Boboft territory. After all, in Boboft, magic tools, potions, and even magicians are rare. Most of these items were obtained by an E from his mother and older sister, or they were discarded items he found himself. These items are also sold on the 5th floor of the Golden Supermarket, but in limited quantities. Each month, only a certain amount is available. After the initial few items, more flashy but less useful things appeared, attracting ordinary nobles and wealthy commoners to bid. Finally, a few good items appeared at the end. The auction ended amid excitement. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this auction. If you didn't find what you wanted today, you can visit the Golden Supermarket across the street. It's the biggest sponsor of this event, and inside, you'll find surprises you never expected. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for there. Ina winked and smiled warmly, her lively charm igniting the hearts of many men. Many men immediately wanted to go and explore the so-called Golden Supermarket. Opening a shop should have some ceremony. Although this world doesn't have a tradition of setting off firecrackers, and he still used some Thunderfire magic stones, held a ribbon-cutting ceremony, and scattered some flowers. And he himself didn't appear publicly. He is the behind-the-scenes big boss. The person who appeared was Xiao Keluo. A group of beautiful, charming young girls stood in a row. Xiao Keluo began to speak loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Golden Manor, owned by the heir Bobo, the youngest dean of Silver Magic Academy, a swordsman and a formal mage's son. The Golden Supermarket, founded by an E. Bobo, is now officially open. Inside, you'll find dazzling goods, delicious food, tasty drinks, beautiful clothes, luxurious jewelry, and even magic potions and magic tools. In short, here, there's nothing you can't find or buy. Each floor offers increasingly valuable items. The top floor even has the grand finale items from today's auction. Well, my young master once said, seeing is believing. So, ladies and gentlemen, please come and experience it yourself. Along 2 streets, rows of glass doors opened, and curtains behind large glass windows were drawn back, revealing a wide array of goods. Because there are so many items, the first and second floors were expanded significantly, connecting with surrounding shops, doubling from 30 meters to 60 meters. These items, coming from the auction, are naturally owned by wealthy nobles and merchants. They are very curious about this golden supermarket. Since they just came from the auction and are carrying a lot of money, they are eager to see what it's all about. Most nobles and merchants rushed in. Is this what the young lord created? There are quite a few items, and they are dazzling, but it doesn't seem to be anything special. Don't rush. Didn't you hear? Each floor is more valuable than the last. Look at the signs. White wheat and pig meat are on the second floor. Imagine what the third, fourth, and fifth floors must have. Maybe it's really like Miss Ina said, with many items from this auction. After all, this auction isn't much different from the one in Count Andre's city. That might be true. Have you heard who the big boss here is? It's the young lord. Now everyone knows. Baron has become a swordsman, and Baroness has become a formal mage. Yes, Miss Ina mentioned that many items at this auction are sponsored by the young lord, which has greatly increased the value of the auction items. Go and see what's on display. If there are good things, we must buy them. About 700 or 800 people rushed into the supermarket. By the time they reached the second floor, many were already amazed. Some merchants sensed a threat from the dazzling array of goods, while others saw an opportunity. No matter what, the golden supermarket quickly spread throughout the noble circles. With the support of young Lord Koros secretly stirring things up, news spread rapidly across the town. Here, everyone, rich or poor, can receive good service. The young women here always wear sweet smiles, making people feel warm and happy. The products here are cheaper than many small shops. Shopping here doesn't require worrying about others' opinions, and the quality is more reliable. The golden supermarket became very popular. However, many other shops started to lose customers and became quiet. The taverns and inns, on the other hand, were unaffected and even busier, as people from the 6 nearby barren territories came to visit. Some shops declined, but many restaurants and lodging businesses nearby flourished. The existence of the golden supermarket didn't hurt the town's economy. It made the town more prosperous. There are over 100 young female sales assistants, and behind each one are families that now have steady income. Besides, some artisans sell their handmade items to the supermarket. Full-time housewives and elderly folks also earn money, selling embroidery, bamboo baskets, wood carvings, and stone sculptures, all accepted by the supermarket. The supermarket also employs buyers who go to the countryside to purchase goods. This not only reduces the danger villagers face when traveling to the town, but also cuts out middlemen's profits. 20 teams of buyers, each with 9 young men and women plus an apprentice swordsman, support 200 families. The earnings of these buyers are definitely higher than those of the sales assistants, because going into the wild is riskier. In addition, the supermarket has signed purchase agreements with many farms and estates, buying their products at prices higher than what they sell for, which both sides are very happy about. However, the rapid and impressive earning speed of the golden supermarket makes people very envious. But what can envy do? The owner behind it is the young lord of the entire territory. Who dares to offend him? In August, although it is already the end of August, the golden supermarket remains busy with many visitors. Not only people from the Bobo family's territory, but also 6 other barren territories, and even the northern part of Count Andre's territory, all have various visitors. This has even created some new jobs, like purchasing agents. The town's rickshaw drivers and guides are also welcoming spring, with many newcomers arriving every day. At the same time, more manors and villages are actively signing contracts with the golden supermarket. However, an E is quite happy, because old Deng gave him a big surprise. Paying taxes. It's very reasonable. But for his father and himself, an E, the income from the golden supermarket is gradually stabilizing. According to Xiao Kaluo's estimates, it is expected to bring a steady net profit of 20,000 gold coins each month. Not 200, not 2,000, but 20,000. And that's just the net profit. The golden supermarket, occupying only 0.0036 square kilometers, is comparable to a manor of over 50 square kilometers. The only regret is that, under the fierce competition between him and old Deng, he ended up paying 35% in taxes, leaving him with a monthly profit of over 20,000 gold coins. Besides the golden supermarket's success, there is also good news. After harvesting 30,000 acres of wheat, the manor's prosperity level broke through the 10,000 mark. He received a new reward. This reward is much better than a yearly contract. Reward 1. The dragon's activity range can be expanded to 100 square kilometers, with the panels centered on the wooden tower, automatically filling the manor in a circular area. Reward 2. A bountiful tree is obtained. Within a 1,000-meter radius, land can be transformed into land suitable for growing white wheat, covering about 4,700 acres. Reward 3. An additional slot to establish a subordinate manor, which cannot exceed 30 square kilometers. This place can also summon a dragon. Choosing Count Andri's territory, a manor near the main city, was an easy decision. This manor is located just a few hundred meters outside Count Andri's city, on a hill over 500 meters tall. At the top of the hill, the adult red dragon, although not far from the manor, can cover the entire Count's city with its attacks from this position. Now, the Andri family is in a very dangerous situation. Several top swordsmen from the Baron and Viscount families have found the blood of the red dragon and successfully advanced to become sword masters. In April, there was also an internal fight within the Andri family. The fourth elder unexpectedly became a sword master and fought a fierce power struggle with the Count. They had been enemies for many years. Originally, the Count was just an ordinary family member. If not for the current Count, the fourth elder would have inherited the title. Now that the fourth elder has advanced, old and new grudges combined, he managed to seriously injure the Count and imprison him. The once proud fourth elder suddenly died from poisoning in his room without warning. The injured Count returned and launched a big purge within the family. Many people died in the process. Coincidentally, at this time, a red dragon appeared in the Bangkok Mountains, fighting a sword saint. A lot of red dragon blood and meat spilled everywhere. Many Baron and Viscount family members nearby managed to get some of the red dragon's blood and meat. Some suffered backlash, losing power, or even dying instantly, but 5 of them lucked out and broke through to become sword masters. Originally, the Andri family, the only Baron family in the northern wilderness of the Iron Kingdom, owning about 30% of the land, suddenly became the biggest target. For a while, the northern part of the Iron Kingdom was full of unrest, like a powder keg ready to explode. Besides the 7 Baron territories on the border, there are 8 more Baron territories, 4 Viscount territories, and 1 Count territory. The Andri Count territory, although located in the barren northern wilderness, is very large, many times richer than the southern Count territory. It stretches over 400 kilometers east to west and more than 100 kilometers north to south. Originally, only the Andri family had sword masters. But now, many sword masters and full-fledged mages have suddenly appeared. Including Baron Popov, there are officially 6 sword masters with dragon blood fighting energy. Including Lady Mitchell, there are 3 official mages. The other 2 are a bishop within the Count's territory and a senior elder of a Viscount family. Because of the dragon blood, the strength of the entire northern wilderness has instantly increased several levels. The gap between strength and resources is serious. If not careful, a war could break out. Also, because of the red dragon in the Bangkok Mountains, and Yi's father's dragon blood fighting energy remains unnoticed. The recent battle between the red dragon and the sword saint in the Bangkok Mountains caused a big impact. Even months later, news still occasionally comes of people becoming dragon blood sword masters. Because of this, Yi felt safe to give his father dragon blood as training resources. When something becomes common, it no longer attracts attention. However, due to the red dragon battle, the 7 Baron territories on the border of the northern wilderness have become prosperous. Many adventurers come here and then head to the Bangkok Mountains. Although dragon blood is now hard to find, there are many treasures like dragon blood grass, dragon blood fruit, and dragon blood flowers. Even though eating them gives a lower chance of gaining dragon blood fighting energy than actual dragon blood, they can still improve the strength of swordsmen below great swordsmen by 1 or several star levels. Some good dragon blood medicines can even help peak formal swordsmen break through to great swordsmen. Furthermore, the large number of outsiders temporarily suppresses the ambitions of the various noble lords in the northern wilderness. Although they haven't directly gone to war, small conflicts are growing more intense. Count Andre's territory is gradually being taken over, and he only hears about these from Alec as entertainment after meals. Anyway, no matter how things change, it won't affect Baron Popov's territory. Because Baron Popov's territory is the biggest predator, but it is also a small and wild land. On the surface, Baron Popov has 1 sword master and 1 official mage. To be precise, 2 official mages. Old Caro is not publicly recognized, but they are only hiding at a baron's domain at the foot of the Bangkok Mountains. So, the ones who can't sleep are others. No matter what happens outside, Ani spends his days farming, collecting gold coins, and living day by day. Although Count Andre's territory is now surrounded by wolves and on the verge of collapse, it doesn't stop the Dimapoo auction. The Dimapoo auction is part of the Dimapoo family's power. Every decent town in the Iron Kingdom has their auction. The Dimapoo family is one of the 8 founding Duke families. They have the Gem Dragon bloodline. Every family member is a skilled treasure appraiser with extraordinary insight into valuable items. As one of the 8 founding Duke families, no one dares to cause trouble at their auction. Even if Count Andre's territory is divided, the auction is always held in a safe place nearby. This year, on September 15th, the auction went ahead as usual, even bigger than before. Because this auction featured dragon blood, there were also herbs, fruits related to dragon blood, and magical defense tools made from dragon scales. Unfortunately, Ian sighed. He had no money again this year. The money from selling wheat and golden peach cans was not enough to save. As for the money made from the supermarket, he was using it to build workshops outside the Golden Manor. Ian was still inside the manor, building pig pens, vanilla cow pastures, white-feathered chicken coops, red-winged duck enclosures, and fluffy sheep pens. These are all rare poultry. After all that, he had little money left. And with the chaos outside, he didn't want to go out. Although he had recently trained a little and possessed 20 bottles of dragon blood refined into magic potions, he was only a level 3 swordsman. These dragon blood magic potions are very high level. He can't absorb much each day, and it takes about a month to refine 1 bottle. 20 bottles are enough for him to train for 1 or 2 years. He's not worried about dragon blood fighting energy anymore. Now, many swordsmen have dragon blood fighting energy. Ian feels grateful to the giant dragon. He hopes that if he survives, he can be rewarded with some handsome male dragons if he's a female, or some beautiful female dragons if he's a male. Young master, the official earth element mage you wanted has been found, Xiao Koro said flatteringly. Recently, he also became a dragon blood swordsman. Ian spent a lot of money to buy dragon blood from other adventurers. Just take your people and go. I won't leave the manor, Ian said, lying in the sun. Yes, young master. Your loyal servant is happy to serve you. Xiao Kilo left. The earth element mage he found was hired to build the road. That's right. He spent 10,000 gold coins to hire him. He wasn't building a road to the Golden Manor or between the many workshops outside it. Instead, he was opening a path through the Little Garland Mountains to connect Bobo Village directly to the Golden Manor. Fortunately, the Little Garland Mountains are just a small range, only about 3 or 4 kilometers wide. That's why it only cost 10,000 gold coins. If he built a road from Bobo Village straight to the Golden Manor, which is over 30 kilometers, the actual distance might be 40 or 50 kilometers, costing at least 100,000 gold coins. He couldn't afford that right now, so he decided to just build through the Little Garland Mountains for now. His mind entered the white space. He arrived in front of a 20 to 30 meter tall tree. Should I plant the tree of plenty in the Golden Manor or outside the Count City? Which is better, buying a barren estate or planting it here? And he hesitated. Naturally, he wanted to plant it in the Golden Manor, as it was his main territory. but planting it outside the Count's city might be more profitable. He might even get the Count's city someday, and then he could open a supermarket there. If he had a nearby estate producing white wheat, it would reduce costs a lot. His golden manor was over 150 kilometers from Andre Count's city. Plus, there weren't large fields of white wheat around the city, only scattered patches. So, in the future, if he opened a supermarket there, he would have to transport from far away or buy from small local nobles one by one. Clearly, planting the tree of plenty in the secondary estate would be more cost-effective. After some thought, he made his decision. When his family takes over Andre Count's city, he will plant the tree of plenty there. While Ani was resting and feeling a bit dizzy from the sun, suddenly a huge shadow covered him. He felt a terrifying gaze fixed on him, scaring him into jumping up quickly. He looked up at the sky. Dragon eagle, and he was very nervous inside. How can there be a dragon eagle here? This is supposed to be the exclusive mount of the Nicholas family. An adult has a 6th rank advanced dragon-blooded beast. Could it be here to pick a fight? Should I summon a few giant dragons to deal with it? Brother Ani, a familiar yet strange voice comes from the fallen dragon eagle. Heidi, and he looks in surprise at the person coming down, along with 2 bears. But these 2 bears have a more terrifying aura than old Deng at home. It's me, Brother Ani. Heidi smiles, like a bright flame flower, beautiful and radiant. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to change so much, Ani says, glancing at the old man with a white beard behind the dragon eagle. He quietly thinks, knowing this must be a mage from the Nicholas family. Thanks to you, Brother Ani, Heidi says firmly, as if she has something to say but hesitates. Finally, she says, Brother Ani, I plan to leave here. Ani raises an eyebrow. I know. Keep going, Heidi. When you become a sword saint, you must come back and support me. Heidi suddenly gathers her courage. Brother Ani, will you leave with me? I can help you get a better training environment and more resources. You know I'm lazy and don't like training. Ani shrugs. I'm the kind of person who prefers to lie around here, plant some crops, and earn a little gold. Really, can't you come with me? Ani shakes his head. Heidi's aura suddenly becomes chaotic, then quickly returns to normal. Her voice turns cold, like she's sulking, and she throws out a sentence. Then you can stay here for the rest of your life. The mage on the dragon eagle never looks down, but he kindly looks at Heidi returning, saying, Heidi, is there anywhere else you want to go? This time, you're visiting the family, and you probably won't come back here for a long time. Teacher, no more. Let's go. Okay. And he looks at the distant dragon eagle and shakes his head. Silly girl, I'm going to the Nicholas family. Today I arrive, and tomorrow you'll burn incense for me. Although he doesn't know how strong Heidi's red dragon bloodline is, the fact that a mage can be so kind-hearted shows she's truly excellent. Roar, roar. Heavy footsteps approached. Big Bear and Second Bear excitedly rushed over. It seemed they still wanted to be hugged by their owner, just like when they were little. Zuini immediately looked worried. Big Bear, Second Bear. Stop right there. Rip the suit. Roar. Roar. The 2 bears, as tall as small mountains, about 4 or 5 meters high, suddenly stopped and looked sad as they crouched down. Hey, give me a hug. Be gentle. Don't squeeze me too hard. Big Bear. The Second Bear. Do the 2 bears, speaking of which, hadn't seen an E for just a year. Now they are only a year and a half old. To an E, who has taken care of them since they were little, they are like family. Moreover, an E is also the person entrusted to him by Bear Mother before she passed away. An E's lounge chair was replaced by Big Bear's belly. Second Bear was teasing a small slime. They used to be rivals. The yellow slime, proud of its sword skills, often bullied Second Bear. Now Second Bear is here to get revenge. The event of 2 5th-rank magical beasts appearing suddenly in Golden Manor was not widely known. People only knew that after a flying magical beast arrived, 2 big bears appeared in the manor. Although Big Bear and Second Bear couldn't shrink much, as 5th-rank magical beasts, they could slightly control their bodies, transforming into 2 3-meter-tall bears. They also retracted their dragon tails, claws, and their horns were now just a short, clumsy stub. A few days later, small Gulen Mountains, a carriage was traveling along a wide road. Half a month ago, Count Andre, have you decided? The silver-faced man was playing with a bracelet, which, if a traveler saw, would look like a string of baby dragons with different expressions. An old man sat in the darkness behind him. After a long silence, "Yes, Grandpa Della, will he agree?" In a luxurious carriage, a 14-year-old girl looked sad. She wore a sky-blue combat outfit, radiating bravery, yet also carrying the dignity of a noble daughter. But her sad eyes suddenly showed more tenderness, making people feel heartbroken. "Miss, you've really suffered." Grandpa Della's eyes were filled with cloudy tears. He had taken care of her since she was very young, from when she was tiny to now being so grown up. But Lumia looked lost and then suddenly became firm. "Grandpa Della, I will stay, even if I have to become a servant." She thought to herself that only by doing this could she save her family and her grandfather. Grandpa Della felt deep sadness inside. Suddenly, he remembered the past. 70 years ago, his family was very glorious. They had 2 great swordsmen, 3 sword masters, and 1 official mage, comparable to the noble families in the south. At that time, they had been fighting orcs for decades. Despite the heavy external pressure, the family's talented children kept emerging. Even though the 7 border baronies had already been broken apart, and the family's territory faced orcs directly, they never gave up. But 40 years ago, just before peace talks, there was a surprise attack. The last sword master patriarch, the 2nd and 3rd elders who were sword masters, and the senior mage, everyone was killed. The family's land was badly damaged, and many promising young sword masters and talented disciples died. Yet, the kingdom only cared about peace for 30 years. They ignored the family's suffering and the sacrifices they made, and they turned a blind eye to the family's efforts to resist the orcs for decades. Most of the top leaders of the family died, the backbone was shattered, and the talented young warriors were lost. If not for the last-minute effort to produce 2 sword masters using many resources, the Andre family might have disappeared then. Because of this, over the next 30 years, only 1 sword master was trained. Even so, 3 years ago, in the final battle, 2 more sword elders died. The family, which had trained for 30 years, was again severely wounded. Why doesn't Della hate? He hates those baron and viscount families who once protected his family. If not for their protection, those families would have already vanished. But now, they forget kindness and turn into wolves that bite the hand that feeds them. He hates the kingdom even more. The Andre family has done nothing wrong to anyone, but they could never have wronged the kingdom. Over 100 years, fighting on the front lines against orcs. How many members of the Andre family have died? 70 years ago, a promising sword saint and family head fell. 60 years ago, the last senior sword master died. 40 years ago, all sword masters and official mages were killed. Now, the situation is even worse. Old Della clenched his fists, feeling heartache whenever he remembered these events. Thinking about the current state of the family made him feel even more powerless. True geniuses, those proud family prodigies, are all gone. The survivors are a bunch of useless people. Not only is their talent gone, but they are also weak and selfish, caring only for themselves and having no regard for the family. He remembered his uncles and older brothers and hated himself for being so useless. His life's achievement is only a 3-star great swordsman. He feels he shouldn't be alive. If he had died, he wouldn't have seen what's happening now. The once strongest family in the Northern Kingdom, the Andre family, which was hopeful of reaching the 9th moon, has fallen so low that they have to sacrifice their best children to seek protection. Child, if he really dares to go too far, even if I have to give up my life, I will make him pay the price. Old Della's cloudy eyes suddenly turned sharp and fierce. "No, Grandpa Della, for the family," Lumia said calmly. Old Della turned his head, tears suddenly pouring out like a spring. "Young master, someone is looking for you outside," a half-beast dog-eared person reported. "Tell them to find little Koro." "Don't bother me," Annie said, rolling on the big bear's belly. "Young master, it's someone from the Andre family. They brought a letter for the eldest son," the servant explained respectfully. Annie peeled off the cucumber slice from his eyes and saw the half-beast holding a letter. The envelope was indeed from the Bopov family, with the family crest in the center. The envelope was not plain white, but decorated with intricate gold, silver, and purple patterns. Annie took it and gently touched the corner, where a small mark hidden in the pattern appeared. Could it really be from my older brother? Strange. Why would the Andre family come to my estate? Who are they sending? And he asked. Young master, there's a coachman, an old man with white hair and a beard, and a girl around 14 or 15, Jail respectfully reported. Old man, young girl, and he hesitated, thinking hard. What is this all about? All right, let them come in first. Yes, young master. Lily, go call Alec too. Lily's ears twitched as she nodded. Understood, young master. Alec now also has dragon blood fighting energy, but it was gained from eating a dragon blood fruit. It's not as pure as Xiao Koro's. But now Alec is already a 7-star official swordsman. Xiao Koro is a 4-star official swordsman. At this moment, he opened the letter, but his face suddenly looked strange after reading it. Wow, all of you are not having children, and you're forcing me to carry on the family line. I don't agree. Soon, the girl arrived, and he fell silent. Actually, it's not impossible. An old man and a young girl entered. The old man kept staring at an E, as if examining or judging him, with a hint of hostility. And he already knew who they were from the letter and didn't bother to respond. The girl looked expressionless, calm, and without any emotion. But her brave swordsmanship and noble grace, perfectly combined, immediately caught Yi's attention. She wore a sky-blue combat outfit, with silver feather-patterned shoulder armor, ice magic stone silver wristbands, a sapphire-inlaid silver sword at her waist, and silver-gray wolf fur boots. Her hair was simply tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon, and the flowing red ribbon made her look even more heroic. Your name is Lamia, right? Yes. Good. I believe you also know that once you come here, your fate belongs to me. But I'll give you a chance. You can leave now, but if you stay, your life will no longer be yours. Old Della's eyes widened with anger, and he reached for his sword, but Lamia stopped him. Seeing her calm eyes, Della trembled inside, but was unable to draw his sword again. I understand. From now on, my life is yours. Very well. From now on, you will be my personal bodyguard. And he nodded with satisfaction. Lamia was momentarily stunned. Is she a female guard or a maid? Suddenly, a big weight lifted from her heart. Although her final fate seemed not very different, guards are not the same as maids. Guards don't have to be so humble. Even Elder Della's tense body relaxed a little. Although they are both servants, guards are still different from maids. What's your current strength? And he felt that this girl from the Andre family seemed quite powerful. 7-star formal swordsman, Lamia replied calmly. And 0, 7-star formal swordsman? Yes. Looks like you're not yet 15, just turned 14. Have you taken dragon blood? No, I haven't taken any treasures. I practiced the family inheritance of silver fighting aura. Impressive, and he exclaimed, feeling that she is truly a genius. A real genius. If she had 20 more years, no, even 15, she could rely solely on talent to become a sword master through training. By the way, in the letter, it said your family is willing to cede all northern lands, including Count City, right? Lamia pursed her lips, silent for a few breaths, then said one word. Yes. And he immediately clapped his big belly happily. Great, the second supermarket can now open. In the northern part of the Kingdom of Island, the territory of the North Wilderness, the sudden change in the situation caught everyone off guard. Baron Bobo and Count Andre joined forces, and there are 6 other border barons led by Baron Bobo. For a moment, the explosive situation was suddenly suppressed, and the tense situation stabilized strangely. But in the same month, a Viscount family, with lightning speed, wiped out 3 baron families, and a Viscount family took over their territories, exchanging their ancestors' merits for a count title. The royal decree was issued, approved. This Viscount family originally had only 1 swordsman on the surface, but now they have 3 swordsmen and 1 formal mage. Now, in the northern part of the kingdom, there are 2 count territories, but in reality, 3 forces are vying for control. The forces formed by Count Andre, Baron Bobo, and 6 newly emerged border barons officially have 3 swordsmen and 2 formal mages. The newly risen Count family, the Simmons family, is a powerful force with 3 sword masters and 1 official mage. Behind this family, there is a suspicion of a prince consort as their supporter. The old noble Viscount Tamira family, along with another ancient Viscount family and 5 Baron families, form a strong alliance. They have 4 sword masters and 1 official mage. Behind the Tamira family, there is a marquis. On the surface, the force led by Baron Bobo is considered the strongest. However, nobles who know the background understand that the Bobo family is actually the weakest. But only the Bobo family members know they are not weaker than anyone else. They secretly have a great sword master, 2 sword masters, and 2 5th-tier dragon-blooded magical beasts. The Fran family has already moved to what was once the Count City, now called Saint City. Maston is hiding in Bobo Town. Old Koro remains low-key and unassuming. As for the 2 5th-tier dragon-blooded magical beasts, only Annie knows about them. Even Lily only knows that the bears, Big Bear and Second Bear, have returned, but not their strength level. A feast of dragon blood has turned the northern frontier of the kingdom from a single dominant power into a 3-way competition. This marks the beginning of a new era of order. Just a small part of the kingdom, and the forces are already so complex. And he looks at the 3 maps in his hands, amazed. Dad, keep going. It is November 2nd, just beginning winter. Snow is falling heavily again. The Golden Manor is dressed in silver. Outside the south gate of the Golden Manor, dozens of workshops are still billowing smoke. People in cotton clothes come and go. Having just received their monthly wages, their smiles still linger on their faces. Because of these dozens of workshops and the gathering of nearby residents, a small town is beginning to take shape. I need to consider training my own sword guards, and he sits in a fortress, holding yogurt in both hands, gazing from the workshops toward the distant Bangkok mountains. Call Bear too. Alec, Lily, and Rumia. Let's go to the Bangkok mountains. This is Yi's first time visiting the Bangkok mountains. He has been in Bobo's territory for 3 years now, but he has never been to the Bangkok mountains, not even to the Bangkok forest at the foot of the mountains, or the Bangkok grassland outside the forest. This time, Yi came because Bear Big and Bear Second became level 5 magical beasts, so he dared to come to the Bangkok mountains. Level 5 magical beasts are already the top creatures in the Bangkok mountains, and Bear Big and Bear Second are dragon-blooded beasts, even stronger than many level 6 magical beasts. Level 6 magical beasts are the most powerful in the Bangkok mountains, at the top of the pyramid. As for even stronger ones, they are said to live deep beyond thousands of kilometers outside the mountains, where ancient beasts more powerful than the Sword Saint are said to dwell. Even dragon clans do not dare to go there easily. That place is no longer called the Bangkok Mountains. According to the records of the Kingdom of Airland, it is called the Land of Ancient Times. From entering the Bangkok Mountains and heading north for over 6,000 kilometers, suddenly, countless peaks appeared around, towering 10 or even dozens of times higher. That is the Land of Ancient Times. Legend says ancient beasts and titans from ancient times still live there. In his free time, he likes to read books about the history, geography, and legends of this fantasy world, so he knows quite a bit about these topics. For many people, the Land of Ancient Times is undoubtedly very far away, and crossing the Bangkok Mountains is dangerous, even for great swordsmen and powerful mages. It's not just risking life, but facing many dangers. Only magic tutors and sword saints have the strength to reach the Land of Ancient Times. Moreover, the energy there is mixed with battle aura and is several times more violent than battle aura alone. It is called the Wild Aura, and only sword saints and magic tutors can suppress and refine it to absorb its elements and battle aura to strengthen themselves. Otherwise, anyone else who goes there would die. And he has read some legendary biographies, and some even contain illustrations of the Land of Ancient Times. The most shocking thing is the boundary between the Bangkok Mountains and the Land of Ancient Times. The Bangkok Mountains, with countless peaks thousands of meters high, look like tiny cats and dogs crawling at the feet of the mighty land in front of the Land of Ancient Times. And he cannot imagine how magnificent that place must be. Young master, should we prepare the carriage? No need. We'll ride the horned horses. A group of people left the estate on horned horses. The affairs inside the Golden Estate can be left to little Koro, and Bear Big is watching over the house. Bear Big is more steady, so Annie feels at ease. The snow falling from the sky is not as heavy as last year, just a continuous light snowfall. However, The dry grass on the plains has already been covered. This time, Ani came with a purpose. He wanted to go to a hidden valley, where he learned from Bear Big and Bear Second that there is a hot spring. The spring is warm all year round, and long ago, a giant dragon dropped a lot of dragon blood and even essence into it. This caused many treasures like dragon blood grass, dragon blood flowers, and dragon blood fruits to grow there. But these things are useless to Heidi, Bear Big, and Bear Second. When they returned, Heidi told Bear Big and Bear Second to tell Ani. Although Bear Big and Bear Second can't speak yet, their intelligence is not much lower than that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. They can easily communicate by gestures. Ani decided to take advantage of the winter, when heavy snow blocks the mountains and fewer adventurers come, to go and see. He also collected some of these dragon blood herbs, which he could use to train his sword guards. Now, in the Golden Manor, 20 adult men and 50 older children have been selected from the slaves and are being trained in the estate. Once he gathers these dragon blood herbs, he can directly turn these people into swordsmen, or even dragon blood swordsmen. Traveling in the snow is difficult, and by evening, Ani had just crossed over 30 kilometers of grassland and arrived at Mango Forest. Alec went to find prey, Lily lit a fire, and Rumia guarded nearby. Ani took out 3 small round balls from his backpack and threw them onto the flat snow. Suddenly, 3 magic tents landed, and their corners were tightly secured to the ground. These were made by an E for his aunt. They even had small intermediate magic arrays to defend against attacks from formal swordsmen. If not for material limitations and their small size, he would have used advanced magic arrays. The magic tents were in Yi's clever idea. Originally, such things didn't exist in this world. And Yi proposed the idea, and his aunt and sisters made them happen. Eventually, his aunt successfully created them. Now, they are sold in the Golden Supermarket. Most are small beginner magic tents with basic magic arrays, but among noble children, they are very popular. Tonight, we will stay here. I will sleep alone, Rumia and Lily will share one, and Alec will have one too. Rumia, Alec, you take turns on night watch, and he ordered. Okay, Rumia nodded, but her eyes showed curiosity as she looked at the magic tent. Young master, this is a magic tent. It's so amazing. Just toss a small ball onto the ground, and it turns into a tent. Lily exclaimed in wonder. Of course, just look at who invented it, and he said proudly. This magic tent is made from the gel skin of an adult slime. An adult slime can grow up to 2 meters tall. When its skin is peeled off, it makes natural tent material. Unfortunately, the material is quite ordinary. It can only hold basic magic symbols and form a simple magic circle. It can't support many magic symbols. And Yi's 3 tents are made from the Slime King, a 3rd-level magical creature. He can carve mid-level magic symbols into them, creating a small mid-level magic circle. Although called tents, they are more like small houses. The Slime King is over 4 meters tall. After processing, it shrank to about 3 meters. And he looked at the corner, which was packed with bags and supplies, and sighed. It's a pity no mage is with us. If we had 10 or 20 space rings, carrying all this would be much easier. He really wanted to bring over the magic stove, but conditions didn't allow. Lumia slightly twitched her mouth, knowing that you came to the Bangkok Mountains for treasure hunting and adventure. It looked more like a casual outing or vacation. Alec quickly brought over 2 fat rabbits and 3 wild chickens, even finding some rare ingredients, snow mushrooms. A rare ingredient is a level of food that an E has studied and classified. The levels are inferior, normal, fine, rare, exotic, silver, gold, and sacred. Inferior ingredients can harm the body if eaten too much, damaging health. They are only for filling the stomach, like black wheat, wild potatoes, and earth yams. Normal ingredients are safe to eat and help the body grow healthy, but don't aid in becoming a swordsman. Examples include common chicken, duck, fish, and vegetables. Fine ingredients are high-quality, ordinary foods. They don't help with swordsmanship, but taste excellent. Rare ingredients, such as white wheat, pig meat, low-level monster meat, and vanilla milk, help improve a swordsman's strength, build bones, and support energy cultivation. They contain few impurities and are considered small treasures. Valuable ingredients include mid-level monster meat, magic milk, flaming plum, and icy plum. These are very helpful for many swordsmen and magicians and are classified as rare ingredients. As for the higher-end ingredients that an E eats, they are mostly for show, like fancy dishes made with special ingredients. He defines top-quality ingredients as things like dragon eggs. This world has many delicious foods, but most are limited to rare ingredients or common foods for ordinary people. High-level ingredients require magicians to cook well. Since magicians are very noble, they usually don't spend time on cooking. In the future, Ani hopes to open a large restaurant run by magician chefs. Unfortunately, he has no staff, and many magicians probably wouldn't want to do it. Karina, inside the castle, became a magician chef because she truly loved it. She was originally a maid taken in by an E since childhood. She isn't a real magician and has no magical pride, so she focused on cooking high-level dishes. Karina's cooking can sometimes make someone improve after just one meal. For example, she helped someone become a swordsman before age 14 during a Christmas banquet. After just a few meals, that person became a swordsman before age 14, which is a big difference. Other chefs who aren't magicians or lack good cooking skills can't prepare such powerful dishes. Even if they use high-level ingredients, their food could be dangerous, releasing energy that might harm ordinary people. But Karina can do it well and is very talented. She has kept a steady team of 300 apprentice swordsmen and 800 trainee swordsmen, and her contributions are the most important. That's why Lord Dong doesn't want an E to take Karina away. Karina, the magician, has incredible talent, almost as good as my second sister. The amazing part is that her talent seems to grow on its own. No one knows if her silver hair, icy blue eyes, and cyan pupils are due to bloodline mutation or some special heritage. Easy casually tore off a chicken leg and decided to forget about these things. At worst, he could pick up another one later. If he could pick up one, he could pick up two. If he couldn't, he could just have a baby. The baby would be small, so it would still count as a catch. I'm so clever. Nighttime, 4 people sat around a campfire. A tripod was set over the fire, holding a pot with chicken and mushrooms, seasoned with various spices that Easy had brought. Next to the fire, 2 rabbits were skewered on sticks, roasting. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the jungle. Everyone immediately became alert. Who's there? Alec used a sharp fighting aura to threaten. From behind the bushes, 2 trembling little ears appeared. Can you give me some food? Easy stopped eating his chicken leg and looked over. A beast person? A fox-eared half-beast person joined them, sitting by the campfire, like a fierce wolf, holding half a chicken and nibbling on it. Even before asking, Easy roughly guessed where the other person came from. Most likely, they escaped from a beast tribe. Beast people like to capture human women as tools for reproduction. Although half-beast people are not as strong as full beasts, they are still very good workers. In beast tribes, the status of half-beast people is similar to that in human kingdoms. They are the lowest slaves. Beast people do not see these half-beast people as their own, just like nobles don't see human slaves as equals. Besides being laborers, another purpose of these tribes is that they secretly trade with some human nobles. What do they trade? Of course, half-beast women. Beast tribes trade beautiful half-beast women to nobles in exchange for luxury items, salt, iron, cloth, and even glass, which is more precious than gold in beast tribes. The fox-eared half-beast person in front of them was clearly caught during a trade and somehow ran away. Easy accepted her without hesitation, just in time to keep Lily company. What's your name? I'm Aaron. The little fox was less timid than the kitten was at first. From now on, follow me and call yourself Lon Lon. Can I eat enough? If I don't eat enough, I might run away again. Lon Lon raised her pink eyes. Easily, he chuckled and gave a confident answer. Yes, then I will follow you. But on that day, you won't be fed, and I will run away. Lanlin's young face showed a bit of stubbornness and honesty. Of course, if I can't feed you that day, I will personally see you off. You said it. I remember. Lon Lon was eating the chicken in her hand, seeming completely unconcerned about her future days. And he took out a bottle of yogurt from his backpack and happily drank it. He truly has a natural talent for taking care of kids. What are you drinking? Lon Lon sniffed and asked directly. Yogurt. Can I have some? Lily glared at her, feeling that this little sister was so rude, talking to her master like that. She quickly reached out and pulled Lon Lon back. Lon Lon turned her head, frowned, and asked, Why are you pulling my clothes? I only have this one. Lily. Family members, who understands? The young master found a wild girl. Haha, you can have some. And he took out another bottle from his backpack and handed it to Lon Lon. Lily pouted, suddenly unhappy about having a half-beast sister. Here, everyone has some, and he sighed. Little wildcats are hard to please. If they're unhappy, they show it on their faces. Sigh, I'll just spoil my little cat. Lily immediately cheered up again. Thank you, young master. Lon Lon and Lily both had theirs, but Rumia still needed one. When Rumia got hers, only Alec was left. And he took out another bottle. Wow, he really won't be so cheeky anymore. After dinner, everyone started to rest. Rumia was on night duty before, Alec on the late shift. The forest after a snowy winter night was very quiet. This place wasn't the monster-filled mountains of Bangkok. Most of Bangkok's forests were still full of wild animals, following natural laws. And he crawled into his tent, not taking off any of his charms. His magic bracelet, ankle chain, necklace, earrings, and rings all stayed on. Especially now, sleeping outdoors, he wouldn't take them off. But with Bear Air here, and he slept very peacefully. Bear Air lay beside the tent, and no monster dared come close within a kilometer. Sunrise. The forest was filled with golden rays. 4 horned horses, with one more person. Lily, with a small face flushed, sat in front of the young master. The young master's embrace was warm, his arms strong, and he smelled nice. Lily's mind was a bit fuzzy. The snowy forest was hard to walk through, and everyone moved slowly. Suddenly, they heard shouts of fighting and calling for help. Quick, don't let him escape, Jiro. Hand over the dragon blood fruit. We might let you go, stupid goblin brew. Huh, want me to give up the dragon blood fruit? Lick a goblin's big root instead. Kill him. Tear his mouth apart. There was the sound of swords clashing, energy surging, and snow flying everywhere. Suddenly, the person saw an E and his group running straight toward them. Young master, they're coming this way, Lily shouted. It's okay, they won't catch us, and he said calmly. Before he could give an order, Alec and Rumia jumped down from their horses, drawing their big swords in midair. Sharp sword energy swept out. High-level formal swordsman. Wait, brother, wait. It's all a misunderstanding. At the front, the young swordsman who was leading the others faced Alec's dragon blood energy and Rumia's silver energy. Jiro quickly turned around, his body seeming to have no bones. 2 sword energies avoided him instantly, then turned around to attack the people chasing behind. The bald leader of the followers was shocked. He fought with all his might and swung his sword. The sword energy and silver energy collided and tore apart instantly. The sharp silver energy and the hot red dragon blood energy clashed. They hit the bald leader of the adventurers. He was knocked back 10 meters and hit a big tree before stopping. His armor was cracked by the silver energy, spiderweb cracks spreading across it. The hot red dragon blood energy burned away his only hair, leaving him blackened all over. Seeing that he was running out of breath, the group behind seemed to hit a pause button, stopping in their tracks. The followers quickly poured some medicine into the leader, and he felt better. Brother, Gulu, brothers, it was all a misunderstanding. Jiro swallowed hard, looking at the fierce scene in front of him. He immediately felt deep regret. These people looked so young, but were so powerful. Now he had caused trouble, and it was a big problem. The leader of the adventurer team behind him, a young man with a crew cut, supported himself and spoke with fear in his eyes. Friends in front, we mean no harm. We will take this little one with us. How about that? Not good enough? And he replied lazily. His gaze fell on the tense group of people, finally resting on Jiro. Hand over the dragon blood fruit. Consider it a gift to make up for your offense this time. Okay. Jiro immediately threw the dragon blood fruit without hesitation. He didn't give it to the people behind him earlier because he knew he would die if he did. Now that he had survived, he felt he had gained something. Brother, can I leave now? Jiro looked at the young man traveling with 2 beast-eared girls and a strong young swordwoman. He felt bitter. This was a young noble from a wealthy family, here in Bangkok Forest on a vacation with his sister. Yes, go ahead. The young man nodded. Thanks, brother. My name is Jiro. See you again if fate allows. Jiro bowed slightly and left quietly. The adventurer team that had been chasing Jiro looked at each other in surprise. They had been after him because he had the dragon blood fruit. Now it seemed pointless. They didn't dare to think about stealing from the others in front. The leader of the adventurers clasped his hands together. The dragon blood fruit belongs to the strong. We respect that. Brothers, let's go. And he looked at the fruit in his hand and then at the departing adventurers. He didn't ask Alex to chase after them. Instead, he patted Xiong'er. Both sides are cleaned up now. Xiong'er understood immediately and quietly slipped away. Let's go ahead first, and he said, putting away the dragon blood fruit. It was a good fruit, enough to help a swordsman break through 1 or 2 stars. No wonder those people fought so hard for it. Not far ahead, Xiong'er caught up, carrying a faint smell of blood. People always have to pay the price for their choices. And he didn't care much about the small characters, whether they were good or bad. He believed the cost was already set. Whether they hated him or were grateful, it didn't matter. These were minor things, not even worth a joke. Even Alex, who was worried about his young master being too kind, finally relaxed. After 8 days, Yi finally reached the valley. The valley was truly remarkable, far beyond Yi's expectations. Its location was extremely well hidden. At first, it looked like an ordinary black bear cave hidden deep in the forest. But after entering the cave and lifting the thick layers of vines covering the stone wall, a 2-meter-high entrance appeared. Following the passage for more than 300 meters, one would reach a vast valley. Strictly speaking, it was more like a huge cavern inside the mountain. The top of the valley was over 3,000 meters above, with only a narrow opening about 20 to 30 meters wide. In the center of the valley was a hot spring, about 3 to 4 meters deep, clear enough to see the bottom. Several large bones could be seen lying within, undoubtedly the dragon bones left behind by Heidi and the 2 bears. The spring even contained traces of life energy, an extremely rare element that almost never existed in nature. Only a few special places in the world held such power. No wonder the plants here grew so lushly. At a glance, Yi could recognize more than 20 kinds of medicinal herbs. Around the hot spring grew many dragon-related plants: dragon blood grass, dragon blood fruit, dragon blood flower, dragon bone grass, dragon saliva herb, and dragon breath mushroom. We've struck gold, Yi exclaimed excitedly. No wonder Heidi hadn't told him directly before. She had arranged with Bear 1 to wait until the powerful member of the Nicholas family left before revealing this place. It was truly a treasure land. After calming himself, Yi looked at a black bear obediently following behind Bear 2. It was a Tier 4, 3-star magical beast, a split gold black bear, a metal-type bear known for its fierce attacks. This one had even begun to show signs of dragon transformation, making it a dragon-blooded beast, though its bloodline was not very strong. Because of that, it was easily controlled by Bear 1 and Bear 2. With this bear guarding the entrance, there was no need to worry. Even with its thin dragon blood, a 3-star could easily handle a 7-star opponent. Alex, start by picking the dragon blood fruits. Choose the smaller ones first and leave the big ones for later. As for the dragon blood grass, let it keep growing. The longer it grows, the stronger its effect. Lily, go pick those berries. Empty all the pots and bowls in your backpack and fill them up. Lon Lon, go pour out my yogurt. Never mind, I'll finish it myself. And he gulped down more than 10 bottles of yogurt, holding a glass bottle. Lon Lon, go fill some spring water. We'll take it back. Lumia, go pick that dragon bone grass. Remember not to pull it out. Leave the roots so it can grow again, and Yi assigned tasks to everyone. He took Bear 2 to a distant corner, secretly taking 5 drops of red dragon blood and 5 drops of black dragon blood from the white space. Bear 2's eyes immediately widened. Go away, these aren't for you to eat. You eat enough already. He drinks 1 drop a day at home. Now, besides looking like a bear, neither Bear 1 nor Bear 2 is suspected of being a young dragon. And Yi mixed the dragon blood into the hot spring. The blood slowly diluted in the water. But the 2 types of dragon blood didn't mix well. Gradually, the hot spring turned into 2 colors, each occupying one side. He wanted the dragon blood herbs here to keep producing. Just don't know what the black dragon's blood herb does. The red dragon is like a blazing fire, while the black dragon's fire is cold, like hellfire. One causes physical destruction, terrifyingly powerful. The other can burn the soul directly. And Yi is curious if the black dragon's blood fruit can bring him surprises. Black dragons are usually mysterious. They appear less often in human kingdoms compared to red dragons. Currently, in the Airland Kingdom, knowledge about black dragons is very limited. Even with red dragons, the understanding is thanks to the Nicholas family, which has made the kingdom know a bit about these mighty creatures. Roar! A black bear growled restlessly. Bear 2 slapped it. The black bear immediately calmed down. The black bear next to it, which an E took the dragon blood from, had been restless. If it weren't for Bear 2, it might have pounced already. And he thought for a moment. As a younger brother, he needs to watch over his followers. Without strength, how can that work? He opened the black bear's mouth and dropped a drop of black dragon blood inside. Here, I reward you with a drop. From now on, follow me, and I promise you'll tear apart dragons and stomp on titans. Remember to keep this valley safe. Got it. Easy patted the black bear's head gently. The bear was not afraid at all. Bear Air, whose bloodline is comparable to a giant dragon, is much more powerful than ordinary dragon-blooded monsters. His suppression of normal dragon-blooded beasts is even scarier than holding 7 wolves. The black bear is already a 4th-tier monster. Very smart. When it saw the boss's boss, it immediately offered a drop of giant dragon blood, which is as easy to give as dropping waste. It then showed a small, shy smile. Roar! Bear Air glared and slapped the black bear. What's this? Trying to go from little brother to third brother? Dream on. The black bear immediately started to flatter Bear Air with a series of growls. Easy didn't care about the 2 bears barking nonsense. Seeing that everyone had gathered enough, he didn't delay. With the reluctant black bear watching, he left the Manga Mountain range. When the black bear saw that the boss and the boss's boss had left, it tidied up the vines in the cave and began to refine the black dragon blood. After several days, Easy returned to the manor. Little Kororo, give these ordinary dragon blood fruits to the guards. 1 each. They should be fine to become swordsmen. Take 10 of the rest and put them in the gold supermarket to sell. Keep the rest. These dragon blood fruits are only cherry-sized. And these dragon bone herbs. Go find my aunt and have her make magic potions for the children to help them strengthen their bodies first. Little Kororo looked at the small basket of dragon blood fruits that looked like cherries and the bunches of dragon bone herbs tied like chives. He was stunned. Is this right? Yes, young master. How much do you plan to set the price for these dragon blood fruits? Price them 2 or 3 times above market value. Anyway, these are rare items with no market. Nobles are eager to get one so their children can become swordsmen early. They won't mind paying. Although these small dragon blood fruits are not as effective as the high-quality large dragon blood fruits that can boost even a seasoned swordsman's level by 1 or 2 stars, their value is not low. These small fruits can be eaten by children as young as 12. They don't need a strong physique to support them. It's like creating a little genius directly. The earlier they become swordsmen, the better. So, the value of small dragon blood fruits is just as high as large ones. The Nicholas family keeps selling them steadily. One costs 10,000 gold coins. With a 2 or 3 times markup, he has no trouble selling them. Although there are many dragon blood fruits on the market now, most are large, about the size of an apricot. Ordinary people can't handle them, and their prices are even lower than cherry-sized small dragon blood fruits. This was also the reason he urged Alec to pick the small dragon blood fruit. No matter what treasure it was, if it could be used by children under 14, its value would skyrocket. If it could be used by children under 12, the value would increase even more. If it could be used by children under 10, the value would continue to rise. If it could directly help children cultivate fighting energy and become swordsmen, the value would soar even higher. In any world, items that help children grow or extend life are always extremely valuable. Ani didn't sell much. He just earned a few 100,000 gold coins to fill his pockets first. The rest he planned to use to build his own power. There were fewer than 100 of these items in total. The day after he returned to the estate, Ani rode a horned horse toward the Magic Academy. Currently, there aren't many mages under Baron Bobo. Most of them are at his mother's magic school. In the castle, among Baron Bobo's subordinates, there is only one apprentice mage, Karina. There are 7 apprentice mages in the castle, 5 women and 2 men, and the youngest is over 30 years old. In the town, there are 5 mages, but they are all old men and women with little hope of advancing, all apprentice mages. The bishop of the Holy Church, Matthew, is a 9-star apprentice mage. Hawk, the head of Hawk Medical Hall, is also a 9-star apprentice mage. Besides these, there are 2 elderly women and 1 old man, all below 5-star apprentice mages. This shows how rare mages are. Among these mages, only 4 are local mages from Bobo's territory. However, because of the Silver Basic Magic School, Bobo's territory has gained some additional mages. The Silver Basic Magic School isn't considered a formal magic school. It includes the mother and aunt who aren't yet official mages. There are also 4 trainee mage teachers and 9 apprentice mage teachers, making it far superior to all the magic schools in Bobo's territory. Moreover, these apprentice mage teachers are all high-level apprentices above 6 stars. Now, getting into the Silver Basic Magic School is a dream for all children. Unfortunately, the admission threshold for the Silver Basic Magic School is quite low, only requiring an element affinity above 5%. Most magic schools require an affinity above 10%, and the top magic school in the kingdom demands over 50%. The junior, intermediate, and senior magic academies are not just different levels of school. They are based on the strength of the academy itself. An academy with officially recognized magicians is a junior magic academy. An academy with grand magicians is a middle-level academy. An academy with magic mentors is a senior magic academy. My mother's Silver Magic Academy is a proper junior magic academy. Currently, even though the admission requirements have been lowered to an element affinity of 5% and the age ranges from 6 to 16, there are only about 30 students. Most of these students probably won't last long because having only 5% element affinity is very difficult to endure. Fortunately, there are 3 students with more than 10% element affinity. One of them has 36% earth element affinity, which makes him a genius. He has a good chance of becoming a magician within 3 or 4 years and might even break through to apprentice magician in 10 years. The only sad thing is that this boy is not much younger than an E. The carriage stopped at the school gate. 2 apprentice sword guards bowed and said, "Young Dean." Ding dong, a new identity was unlocked. Is my mom and aunt here? The dean and vice dean are teaching students meditation in the back mountain. An E nodded and led Lily and Alec inside. Lily carried a small backpack filled with about a dozen bottles of water. Silver Magic Academy is quite large, even bigger than the Golden Manor, with over 1,000 acres of scattered wheat fields used to grow low-level magical plants for students to learn with. At the front yard of the academy, it looked quite ordinary, just some typical magic school buildings. The small magic houses where young magicians live are 1 story with an attic, each housing 4 people in bunk beds. Each house has its own small yard. There are also magic wooden houses for teachers, some 2 stories, some 3, with small yards that also contain wheat fields where low-level magical plants are cultivated. Besides that, there is a 4-story teaching building with a pointed roof like a cathedral, a large magic clock, a cafeteria on the 2nd floor, a station that looks like an arena, as well as storage rooms and a library. It can be considered small but complete, like a sparrow with all its organs. Of course, small is relative compared to those middle and high-level magic schools. The 3 high-level magic schools in the kingdom each occupy an entire forest, mountain range, or large lake. Their size is almost as big as half of the territory now owned by Count Andre. At this moment, the front yard is very quiet. An E went to the back mountain, automatically entering the area protected by a high-level magic array. These magic arrays, covering 5 small hills, are set up using magic trees as the core. They gather and generate magical elements, which can continuously support the operation of this large magic array. Each of the 5 hills is different. The high-level magic array gathers and sorts the magical elements produced by the magic trees, dividing them into different types: fire, ice, water, wood, wind, earth, metal, and remaining elements are all concentrated on the 5 hills. When an E arrived, it was already afternoon. In the morning, only 2 hours of classes were needed, and the rest of the time was spent with teachers guiding meditation and training. Mom, oh, my son actually came to see me willingly. That's so rare. Mrs. Mitchell sat in a small forest cabin, looking surprised. Cough, cough. I just missed you, Mom. And he rubbed his nose. Stop pretending. Tell me, what do you want from your mom this time? Mrs. Mitchell's ring appeared with a bunch of delicious food. It's this? Mom, Look at these spring waters. And he put some items from the table into his pocket with one hand and handed a backpack to his mom with the other. Mrs. Mitchell was curious. She opened the backpack and took out a glass bottle filled with yogurt containing clear water. Her eyes immediately widened. There is life element here. The life element does not naturally exist in the world. It only appears in special places, such as the ancient trees of forest spirits. Yes, I found it in a valley in the Bangkok mountains. There is a spring there that contains a faint life element. I don't know if it will be useful to you, Mom. Easily sensing, and he knew that the situation with the forest elves was not looking good. It's too thin, Mrs. Mitchell sighed. But the water used for potion making is good. There should be many herbs in that valley, right? Yes, but mostly low-level herbs. Only some dragon blood herbs are considered rare. That's not very useful. Keep them for yourself. By the way, since you're here, I should tell you, some kingdom forces have recently interfered with us. The situation is chaotic. Don't go out wandering too much. Don't worry, Mom. You don't know me, and Yi's eyes flickered. Mom, are those people involved because of the dragon blood herbs in the Bangkok mountains for the next 10 years? That doesn't make sense. They're just low-level herbs. Why would princes or marquis families get involved? Mrs. Mitchell spoke softly. If it was just those herbs, it wouldn't be worth top noble's trouble. But what if that dragon is dead? And Yi's face suddenly stiffened. That adult red dragon is dead. Yes, it's confirmed. It's dead. The Sword Saint is a legendary swordsman who killed that adult red dragon and took its dragon crystal. But the dragon's body might not be valuable to him. He didn't take anything else, Mrs. Mitchell sighed. When they find out, only the dragon's skeleton will remain, but the blood soaked into the land. For the next 20 years, or even longer, that place will be a true treasure land. Not to mention, many magical beasts probably ate the dragon meat. That was a 100-meter-long adult red dragon. In the future, many dragon-blooded monsters will be born in that area. Their young and eggs are very attractive to many people. Mrs. Mitchell shook her head. This opportunity also contains great danger. Many nobles and guilds are trying to get involved. Our northern wilderness is now a hot spot. And he thought for a moment. There must be forces secretly looking for us, right? Of course. It's mainly the Marquis family. They originally approached Count Andre's family. Otherwise, do you think Andre would so easily give us such a large piece of land? There's pressure from outsiders too. They can't hold it. Even if they exhaust their resources, Count Andre is quite brave, giving up half his territory so easily, and he admired silently. Mrs. Mitchell snorted softly. Humph. That old guy is sneaky. As for Lumia, you think he really just sent her over to be your maid? Actually, he's just trying to use our family's protection. After all, he gave us his talented granddaughter, who's still under his watch. If the southern nobles find out, they'll definitely take her away. Then, thousands of kilometers apart, his granddaughter will be gone. And E was stunned. He hadn't thought of this before and secretly admired that the Count had been in his position for decades. Considering this, Lumia might still return to her family someday, even inherit the Count's title, and he thought, rubbing his chin. Mrs. Mitchell rolled her eyes. That depends on your ability. If you do well, you might marry a countess. But I know your personality. At least you could make some friends. When you inherit the land, if your strength isn't enough, you can just give it back. That way, you'll get some support. If you're strong, you won't have to worry about anything. Look at you, Mom. I still have my mom, and he said playfully. Mrs. Mitchell sighed. You really are something. After having a meal at his mother's place, and he hurried back. But on the way, he was worried. His mother seemed off since last year. Did something happen? What's really going on? And he sighed, feeling helpless. He couldn't change anything, but at least his mother would stay for a few more years. Next year, he planned to give her the Element Affinity Enhancement Pill. When they reached the gate of the Golden Manor, someone hurried over. Young master, it's not good. Someone is trying to seize the Golden Manor. Are you the owner of the Golden Manor? A curly-haired boy with brown hair looked at him with disdain. Who are you? And Yi's gaze fell on the badge on his chest. I'm just a minor baron's son. I don't need to tell you who I am. Oh, sorry, but this manor is mine now. You can leave. The curly-haired boy sneered. Huh, now it's mine. Your family is pretty impressive. What do you mean? The boy frowned. Ha ha, the curly-haired, brown-haired boy sneered. Does your family have a formal mage? My mother is a formal mage. Humph. The boy's eyes narrowed slightly, and he remained calm and confident. How many sword masters and formal mages does your family have? My family has 2 sword masters and 2 formal mages. The brown-haired boy's hand trembled slightly, and he fixed his gaze. Foolish talk. Just because you're a small barren family, you think you can have sword masters and formal mages? And he relaxed and laughed loudly. Haha, just this little bit is enough to scare you? I thought you were some big shot. You're just a small trash, and you think you can take my estate. You're asking for trouble, the boy shouted angrily. The old servant beside the boy kept a close eye on an E, ready to act at any sign of trouble. And he waved his hand boredly, thinking this was just a powerful family. Turns out, they're only a count's family at most. Xiongda, burn it. Xiongda, a 3-meter-tall beast, came over silently, without even a roar. The servant looked at the small creature with disdain and casually slashed with his sword. Xiongda opened his mouth, and a burst of flame shot out. The flames engulfed the sword energy and the servant. The servant was gone. The brown-haired boy's sword fell to the ground, and he kneeled weakly. Dad? And he waved his hand. Xiongda opened his mouth again. The boy was so frightened he lost his soul. Dad, Dad, I have gold coins. Lots of gold coins. And estates. Many estates. I'm willing to exchange my life for them, the boy shouted in terror. Gold coins, and he silently turned back. Ahem, son, I think we should talk. Half an hour later, a dazed, trembling boy with brown hair followed behind Annie, and he looked satisfied. A ransom of 200,000 gold coins. 3 estates near the royal cities. 2 taverns in the royal cities. Although they were small estates of only 3 or 4 square kilometers, they were all land for growing white wheat. Most importantly, he now had a foothold in the royal city, especially the estate. Regarding the curly-haired boy with brown hair, he already knew the other person's background. He is from an aristocratic family, but they do not have a land estate. Of course, not having a land estate doesn't mean they are weaker than those who do. In fact, some families without estates live even better. For example, this boy's family controls several farms that grow white wheat in the kingdom. The total area is even larger than the white wheat fields in Count Andre's territory. They also have many shops in the royal city, each earning a lot of money daily. They live more comfortably than Count Andre's family, and some secretly manage the city's economy. Many of these noble families choose not to have land estates voluntarily, because estates are usually on the edge of the kingdom, serving as the first line of defense. That's why the Andre family was not badly attacked by monsters. Even the 8 founding dukes' lands are like barriers for the kingdom, though the southern lands are richer than the northern ones. So, having or not having a land estate isn't always important. It depends on strength and background. How many sword masters and official mages does your family have? 1 sword master and 1 official mage. That's not very impressive. The boy's mouth twitched. That's quite good. His family is already very strong. You were so impressive just now that I thought your family had a sword saint. Just stay here for now. When the land and shop deeds are ready, you can leave. As for gold coins, and he looked at the black crystal card in his hand. It's a gold card that can withdraw money from the bank. Currently, their 7 barren territories don't have banks, but Count Andre's territory does. It's in his city, Saint-Da. The gold card now has 200,000 gold coins, plus the income from selling dragon blood fruit and the golden supermarket in Bobo Town, which totals about 400,000 gold coins. The golden supermarket in Saint-Da should be prepared soon. Right now, Saint-Da's golden supermarket only has 1 store, and it's empty. All kinds of supplies are being prepared and transported to his estate outside the city. With this large sum of money, he can open the supermarket quickly. The golden supermarket in Saint-Da City is more than 10 times larger than the one in Popov Town. It measures 150 meters by 300 meters, with 5 floors, and is currently under renovation. Unfortunately, we haven't had enough gold coins, and our supplies are not fully prepared. The building is also not finished yet. Now, we have enough gold coins to complete everything at once. Just give these to little Koro. As for the remaining gold coins, I need to think. I can start by building a city wall around my own town. This year, there isn't much snow. Yeni waves his hand and drops countless gold coins. Suddenly, a small town begins to rise from the ground. The town's walls are the same size as those of the Golden Manor. made of blue gold bricks and with watchtowers. Everything is in place. However, the walls are a bit smaller than those of the Golden Manor. It's a square shape, with a side length of 5,000 meters, totaling a length of 20,000 meters. It only costs a little over 20,000 gold coins. But building a town isn't just about the walls. For convenience, Yeni has planned everything inside carefully: sewers, smooth stone brick roads, and all other facilities. He doesn't want a town filled mostly with unpleasant smells. After a detailed calculation by Little Koro, excluding houses, just the walls, roads, sewers, and water systems would cost 100,000 gold coins, equivalent to 1 billion copper coins. As the richest person in the Popov territory, Yeni says this is no problem. The Golden Town begins construction. To make building easier, they start right on the Bingdu grassland north of the Golden Manor. This is truly the most remote town in the kingdom. No doubt about it. Yeni isn't worried about monsters. With Bear Big and Bear Second around, once they release their aura, any monster will steer clear. Only some stubborn goblins and similar creatures might foolishly rush toward the city. Inside the Golden Manor, a group of castle mages gather. Study this and use magic arrays to turn this water tower into a magical water tower, Yeni says, pointing at the town model on the table. A female castle mage in her 40s asks, "Young lord, what exactly is this water tower you're talking about?" "Young lord, we have no idea what this water tower is, or what a magical water tower would be. If you can explain the detailed function, we can give the young lord a satisfactory answer," said a woman in her 30s with a look of doubt. "Yes, young lord, these structures that look like small fortresses, are they meant for protection? But why build them inside the town and call them water towers? Are they for setting up water magic defenses?" An old man stroked his beard. "Water towers don't exist in this world. Usually, towns are built near rivers or have water channels leading into them. Every household fetches water, and the wealthy might build a well in their yard. Nobles, of course, spend 10 gold coins to buy a small magic stone for water, about the size of an egg, and place it in their water storage. This can supply a small noble family with water for 3 or 5 years. And he wants to build a clean, tidy town where no corner smells of waste. A proper water supply system is very important. Building a water tower with a basic purification magic array inside can also prevent most diseases and even some poisonings by monsters. Although this world has no technology, it has magic, which is full of potential to explore. Unfortunately, most magic runes are used by nobles. For example, magic mills are just for better flour production on estates, and magic telescopes are mainly toys for the wealthy. For ordinary people, magic technology is rare, like muggles, simple and humble. How can common folks deserve noble magic? But Yi's town will be built with magic to create a modern European-style old town. It will have not only water but also electricity. However, the electricity part can wait until the town is finished. First, we must eliminate the smell of waste. And he shook his head. Water towers are not related to attack or defense. They are for supplying water. The 7 magicians in the castle looked at each other. Even as experienced magic users, they couldn't see the connection between the towers and water supply. "Young lord, could you explain the water tower in more detail?" "Of course," and he smiled. Although he isn't a magician, he understands magic well. He knows that for them, the water tower is an easy thing. Just something they haven't seen before, so they don't understand it right now. The purpose of this water tower. "Oh, I see. The young lord is truly a kind ruler. Under your leadership, the territory will surely shake off its backwardness and poverty, becoming incredibly prosperous. Even the towns in the south can't compare to your small town." The old man suddenly realized and smoothly flattered him. A white-haired female mage nearby praised, "With a kind ruler like the young lord leading the way, the development of the land is a blessing for all the residents." And he only kept a gentle smile on his face, but inside, he was proud and high-headed. Of course, I don't need your praise. How about it, everyone? Can you build a water tower like this?" A female mage in her 30s smiled and said, "Don't worry, young lord. We will definitely complete your task perfectly. It's not really a difficult task. We just need a basic water-collecting magic circle to fill the tower. Using the natural flow of water from high to low, it can automatically supply water to thousands of households, the old man said, stroking his beard. Another old man, a light element mage, added, yes, and with a purification magic circle, we can solve the water source problem. It can prevent contamination from monsters, which often pollute water sources in many towns. Now, with just 2 basic magic circles on a water tower, this problem can be easily solved. The young lord is truly wise, and he stroked his chin. Besides the cold water tower, I plan to build a hot water tower. Do you have any suggestions on what kind of magic circle to use? An elderly fire mage woman thought for a moment and said, building a hot water tower isn't too hard. We just need to create a space below the water tower and set up a basic fire magic circle. The water from the water collecting circle can be heated to boiling. The fire magic circle doesn't need to stay on all the time. We can assign a regular apprentice swordsman to operate a timer switch. However, doing so might damage the other 2 magic circles. The old water mage spoke. I have a good idea to avoid this problem. We can build 2 water towers as twin towers. The water magic array and purification array can be built inside one tower, while the fiery magic array is in a separate tower. These towers can be connected. When the water in the water collection tower is full, it will naturally flow into the hot water tower. Then, we can control the fiery magic array to activate when needed. Good idea, and Yi's eyes lit up. As expected of a mage who has practiced for decades, Jiang is indeed very experienced. First, everyone, list the materials needed. I will send Xiao Koro to buy them. The main mage in charge of the magic array will receive 500 gold coins as a reward, and assisting mages will get 100 gold coins. How can that be? Serving the young lord is our duty, said one mage. Yes, we haven't had much to do anyway. We've been enjoying the support from the young lord's family for many years, and we feel guilty about it. We shouldn't accept gold from him, another added. That's right. Don't worry, young lord. We will do our best to build the magic arrays. As for the gold, there's no need to mention it, the 7 mages said firmly. How can I let you all work for free? It's settled, and he decided. When it was time to spend money, he didn't hesitate at all. The 7 castle mages began making a list, and he arranged for Xiao Koro to go to Saint City to buy the materials. Currently, Bobo Town doesn't have many magic materials, as there aren't many mages here. Gold Town has already started construction. For the residents of Bobo County, the 3-month work period and the rewards are enough for many to have a stable winter, especially the homeless in the shanty town. The project is even larger than the city wall of the Gold Manor. Not only are they building the city wall, but also sewage and drainage systems. The main sewer is dug very deep, about 10 meters underground, creating a tunnel 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. On the ground of this underground tunnel, a 3-meter-wide sewage channel is also excavated. Everyday wastewater, feces, and other sewage from residents flow through pipes into a secondary sewer, which then directly feeds into the main sewage channel. Regarding the underground sewer system, it doesn't require as much work as the main sewer. It can be built into half-human height circular tunnels. The pipes will need to be made of iron, and in the future, dedicated workers might be assigned to maintain them. These preparations will be done gradually. There will also be rainwater drainage wells, built directly above the main sewer. Every 50 meters, a well will be dug and constructed. As for the main sewer, it will be arranged in a grid of 9 vertical and 9 horizontal lines, with a pipe laid underground every 500 meters. The smaller side sewers connecting to it will also add to the total work, but the overall effort is still manageable. In addition, the town's roads will all be paved with stone bricks. Only the areas where houses will be built are temporarily left empty. Once the other infrastructure is completed, houses can be constructed there. The main roads will connect the 4 city gates, just like in a normal town. However, the main roads in Bobo Town are designed for small carts, about 20 meters wide. In the Golden Town, the roads are designed for medium-sized carts and are 30 meters wide. Besides the central crossroad, all the roads above the tunnels will be built in a grid pattern, 9 vertical and 9 horizontal roads, each 10 meters wide. The Golden Town will also be divided into different residential districts. And he doesn't plan to build a slum area. He's joking. He worked hard to build the sewer system, and if people want to live here, they need jobs in the industrial workshops. Workers in the industrial workshops earn at least 300 copper coins per month, which adds up to about 36 silver coins a year. This makes them relatively well off among the poor. People working in the workshops will be assigned houses within the town, and priority will be given to town residents. These workers will likely marry and settle down here. With both spouses working, they can earn nearly 100 silver coins a year. And he has a clear plan. In the future, this will be the entire industrial zone of the Bobo province. After the Count André acquired half of the territory, the size of Bobo province grew significantly. The industrial zone will continue to expand, ensuring that every household in Golden Town has work. This is absolutely feasible. Moreover, Golden Town is near the Bangkok forest. Although the forest is dangerous, with the Golden Manor nearby, there's no need to worry. Once the residents of Golden Town become wealthy, more swordsmen will be born. Relying on Golden Town, they can draw wealth not only from the entire Bobo province, but also from the Bangkok forest. Easy's ambitions are simple and bold. Who says remote places must be backward? Look, his Golden Town will surely become the richest town in the kingdom. Thinking of his mother's words, Easy knows many swordsmen and magicians from inland kingdoms will come to the Bangkok mountains in the future. But they won't just bring swords and magic. They'll bring gold coins too. They need food, drink, shelter, and supplies. The best place for all this is definitely the Golden Town. There's no town closer to the Bangkok mountains than the one he built on the plains. Now is the time to train a group of swordsmen quickly. With his powerful family background, his friends Bear Big and Bear Second, and now dragon-blooded monsters becoming common. No one questions where the dragon blood of these monsters comes from. Anyone would guess it's from the Bangkok mountains. With his charm, he managed to bring in 2 fifth-rank dragon-blooded monsters. Quite reasonable, right? Very impressive. Standing on the city wall, Easy watches the bustling construction of the Golden Town, which is gradually turning into a huge treasure chest in his eyes. Hee, little money. Young master, all 20 guards have become swordsmen, Alec reports. Good. Increase training. Use plenty of dragon bone forging potions. White wheat. Eat as much as you want. Unlimited pork. Within 3 months, I want all of them to reach 4-star apprentice swordsmen. Yes, young master. Alec is shocked by his young master's big plans. These 20 people are already in their 20s and only became swordsmen after taking dragon blood fruit. They have little potential, yet the young master invests so many resources. Even with the abundant dragon blood herbs from the valley, it's quite luxurious. By the way, those 50 10-year-old children, train them well, especially in loyalty. Little Koro is best at this. Let him train these kids and brainwash them. In a month, give them small dragon blood fruits, and they'll all become swordsmen. Easy arranges. Young master, isn't that too noticeable? Alec worries. Using dragon bone forging potions and small dragon blood fruits to train 10-year-old swordsmen. 1 or 2, or even 10 or 20, might be fine, but 50 is a lot. Don't worry, no need to be concerned. Easy waves his hand. At this point, he finally doesn't have to worry too much. The power of family alone is already very strong. According to Yi's guess, his father's current strength is probably like riding a rocket. Next year, he might break through to become a great swordsman. Then, Frand and Old Deng, both dragon-blooded sword masters, will be no match for him. Whoever is afraid is the real loser. He also has a feeling that his mother, who suddenly went to the elf forest last year and came back, might not just be an ordinary mage. He used to not know that his mother had a connection with forest elves. Now, she has brought back a forest elf aunt who is the vice dean of the Magic Academy, and even a magic tree. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Having a strong background is great. The stronger the background, the tougher he is. Super tough. Moreover, he himself has 2 dragon-blooded magical beasts at the peak of the 5th stage. When the time comes, he can show his strength, and even great swordsmen will be scared stiff. Heaven didn't give me a tough body, but I will be strong forever. Young master, your yogurt was stolen again by mice, Lily shouted from below the city wall. What? Hearing about mice, and Yi's face twisted. He jumped down from the wall immediately. Catch them. He grabbed his badge and drew a long sword. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, an owl flew over and landed on Yi's shoulder. Hey, is that Heidi Sao? And he stopped, surprised to see the owl. How did Heidi Sao come here? Gurgle, gurgle. The owl pecked at its feathers and took out a silver ring. Space ring, is this for me? Gurgle, gurgle. And he was surprised. Did Heidi send him something? He took the space ring, and the owl turned into a chubby little bird and flew away again. What did Heidi give me? Thinking for a moment, and he put away his sword and headed to the Magic Academy to see his mother. After all, he is not a swordsman or a mage, so he can't use mental power to open the space ring. Riding his horned horse, he quickly arrived at the Magic Academy. Mom, come help me see what's inside this ring. Space ring? Did you kill a mage? Burn the body? Scatter the ashes? Kill everyone around. Mom, this is a gift from Heidi, and he said with a look of helplessness. Oh, Heidi sent it? That girl is pretty good. You should talk more with her in the future, Mrs. Mitchell said with a knowing smile. Why don't you also give her a gift? Our family isn't short of money, Mrs. Mitchell added sincerely. Mom, I have 5 older sisters and 2 brothers above me. And he protested. They have good talent and focus on training early. Their future children will be even better. You're different, she replied. How am I different? Your talent is poor. It doesn't matter whether it's inherited or not, she said bluntly. And Mom, you're really hitting the mark. Mom, stop talking. Just look at what Heidi sent me, and he urged. Mrs. Mitchell finally stopped and entered her space ring. Her pupils suddenly dilated in shock as she looked at her son. Son, are you being kept? And No, Mom, what are you talking about? Your son is now a wealthy man. How could I be kept? And he said with dissatisfaction. Just look at what it is first. Mrs. Mitchell suppressed her shock and took out a potion from her space ring. And he was stunned instantly. The potion bottle was made of purple magic crystal. Just this large piece of purple crystal was worth at least thousands of gold coins. As for the potion inside, it was even more. Terrifyingly rare. It's a type that very few can afford. Of course, very few people could pay that much, because this single bottle of potion costs over 1 million gold coins. This is a holy awakening potion. The word, holy, revealed how precious this potion truly was. Holy awakening, divine awakening, an object that countless mages dream of. To be precise, this is something that all those with elemental affinity go crazy for before they become mages. It has only one purpose: to pass the elemental capture stage and directly open the magic vortex, instantly becoming a mage. And the minimum age requirement is only 6 years old. The most terrifying part is, no matter how many elements you are affiliated with, as long as you have that element, you can directly condense a magic vortex. Now, when an E takes the potion, water, ice, and natural elements can all come together to form a swirling vortex of magic. How did Heidi give me this thing? And he swallowed hard, staring intently at the holy consciousness magic potion. Didn't Heidi go to the Nicholas family? Her red dragon bloodline must be quite special, Mrs. Mitchell exclaimed. After all, she herself couldn't obtain this holy consciousness magic potion. Although this potion is only used for people who haven't even become apprentice mages, it takes months of effort for a magic master to craft just one bottle. Giving it to her son would be a huge waste. Heidi, that little girl, managed to get it. That's no ordinary feat. This thing is too valuable. Maybe we should return it. And he said, taking a deep breath. Return it? Your little owl. He can't even get past the gates of the Nicholas family's estate. Where would you send it? Mrs. Mitchell rolled her eyes and tossed the potion to her child. It's food right in front of you. Why not eat it? You're being spoiled by rich folks, yet you still care about face. Just like your dad, huh? And Yi's eyes widened. Did he just hear something strange? Just drink it quickly. Okay. And Yi immediately drank it all in one gulp. Holding on to this treasure made him feel uncomfortable all over, as if the grass on the ground was staring at him. With his mother nearby, and Yi sat cross-legged and began to meditate. He had practiced meditation for a year or 2 before, so he naturally knew how to do it. Suddenly, in his mental sea, 3 points of light appeared in different colors. Countless tiny blue, icy blue, and greenish light points gathered rapidly. They formed 3 swirling vortices of elements. When these vortices reached a critical point, he felt a force pulling his mind, merging with the 3 elemental whirlpools. In the next moment, the 3 vortices, described in just 2 words, they came alive. Like nebulae, the magic whirlpools slowly spun in his mental sea. They emitted a dreamy, dazzling glow. Immediately after forming, the magic vortices caused his mental sea to expand, making his mental strength stronger. And he slowly opened his eyes, filled with excitement he couldn't hide. He had become a mage. He never thought he would become a mage at 15. Even after getting the system and the element affinity pills, he never imagined he could become a mage before 20. He tried to draw out magic from the swirling vortex of magic. This magic, combined with his spirit, could be easily controlled by a mage. Water magic gathered in his hand. The light blue water magic shimmered with a charming glow. It was a power that many people found fascinating. He slowly outlined a simple beginner-level water spell with his magic. Water ball technique. A small water ball the size of a fist gathered in his palm. As he released his magic, the water ball shot toward the wall in front of him. Bang! When the water ball exploded, the wooden wall immediately cracked open. Even the simplest water ball technique was not as weak as it looked. It had strong attack power. Magic energy is a higher form of power than combat aura. The respect for mages is not just empty praise. It is earned through strength. Just with this water ball technique, a novice swordsman who was hit directly would not survive, and might even be paralyzed. And he was only just a beginner mage, a one-star apprentice mage. This simple water ball technique used very little magic energy. Some powerful magical nobles and family legacy magic skills can use even less magic while producing greater power. The water ball magic he just used is a common version, available in any magic bookstore. How does it feel to be a mage? Mrs. Mitchell asked with a smile, looking at her son. It feels amazing. This magic book is for you. It contains some beginner water magic, ice magic, and nature magic. Take it and learn. Even if your magic talent isn't great, learning more magic is never a bad thing. Thank you, Mom. After saying goodbye to his mother, he took 10 space rings, put on leather gloves, and happily left. Heidi not only gave him a holy perception magic potion, but also a high-level space ring, which was 10 meters long, wide, and tall, totaling 1,000 cubic meters. There are many basic water, ice, and nature element magic stones inside. No wonder Mom said he was being supported by a wealthy woman. Not to mention the Saint Perception Potion and so many magic stones. But he can't afford this space ring now. A normal 1 cubic meter space ring costs 1,000 gold coins, and the larger the space, the higher the value per cubic meter, exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Many apprentice mages buy several 1 cubic meter space rings separately because it's more cost-effective. A 5 cubic meter space ring has a value of 1,200 gold coins per cubic meter, so the extra money could buy another space ring. As for what an E is carrying, besides what Heidi gave him, all are 1 cubic meter rings. Although he is now the richest in the Bobo family, he can only afford this size. Many apprentice mages couldn't afford even this in the early days. They say good things come in pairs, and luck is unstoppable. Just after returning to the estate, he heard 2 good news. Lily, the little wildcat, became a swordsman. The little fox, Lon Lon, is actually a magic element mage. According to the status of the half-orc tribe, she is a priest. But when he learned the details, he was stunned. Did the little wildcat awaken a hint of red dragon bloodline? What's her status now? A dragon cat, begging for food, has arrived. Lily awakening her red dragon bloodline was a bit unexpected for an E. Lily, did you really awaken the red dragon bloodline? An E examined her carefully and found that her original golden hair only had a few strands of red and some red patterns on her ears, with no other changes. Lily didn't look happy, but felt very guilty. Young master, the dragon blood fruit you gave me, I ate it a few days ago. I only feel hot inside, eating one a day. Now I've become a swordsman, but I wasted a lot. Am I not talented enough? How could that be? Awakening the red dragon bloodline makes you very talented, Lily, E exclaimed. He hadn't seen many half-orcs with dragon bloodlines, but he had heard of a distant southern orc kingdom where the royal family had golden dragon bloodlines, making them dragon half-orcs. By the way, is Lily a cat person now? Or a dragon person? Or a dragon cat person? Cat dragon person? You can't grow cat ears and also develop a pair of dragon horns in the future. It's a bit exciting. Really? Is Lily really that amazing? Lily cheers happily. If she is very talented, she can become a great swordsman someday and protect the young master. Of course, Lily is a little cat with dragon blood. How could she not be strong? Hee hee. Then, young master, Lily will protect you in the future. Is dragon blood very powerful? Lon Lon chews and makes a muffled sound, holding cheese and fruit jam in one hand and a sandwich with ham in the other. Of course, but Lon Lon, your illusion element is also very strong. It's a rare element, and Yi's eyes light up. Now he finally understands how this weak-looking little fox escaped from the orcs. Illusion elements are very good at confusing others, especially since Lon Lon is a fox person. Lon Lon, when did you form the magic whirlpool and become a mage? Or a priest? Lon Lon stretches her neck, swallows what's in her mouth, and looks confused. Huh? The magic whirlpool? The whirlpool? Is it that beautiful nebula inside my head? I've had it since I was born, right? And Yi's pupils dilate in disbelief. Since you were born? Yes, I had it inside my head when I was born. It's very pretty. I like to play with it. It can even get bigger. Lon Lon bites another piece of jam and cheese. And E is stunned, stammering. Then, how big is that nebula whirlpool now? No, isn't the child's body so amazing? It seems I need to go out more often. How big? Lon Lon stretches her arms, draws a line, but feels it's not enough. She opens her arms wider, still feeling it's not enough. She looks around and suddenly spots the yard below her feet. It seems to be about a circle larger than this yard. Strange, such a big thing. I don't know how it ended up inside my head. And E is stunned. He silently looks at the yard below, 30 meters wide and 40 meters long. So, officially, a mage now, and E feels his legs trembling. Is this really an old monster pretending to be young? Is he joking? Maybe he should chase her away. Lon Lon. Look, my manor is remote and small. How about I give you some gold coins, and you go home? Lon Lon immediately stopped what she was doing and frowned. You don't have anything to eat at home? Yes. And he quickly nodded. Then I'll go steal some. When I bring it back, your servant can make it for me. No. Do you really have to be so confident? That's my servant, not yours. And E was so angry, he almost froze with frustration. But he didn't dare do anything about it. The magic vortex in his yard was even bigger than hers. Definitely a high-level, official magician. Forget it. For now, it seemed like Lon Lon wasn't really in danger, and she didn't seem to fully understand her own power. Otherwise, why would she be kept as a pet by the orcs? So, is she a wild, official magician? And he suddenly felt a bit tempted. Maybe he should keep her and train her himself? If he succeeded, he'd have a personal maid at the level of an official magician. And he clenched his teeth. Who cares if she's an old monster or a little monster? Arrange it. In the end, and he couldn't resist the temptation of a wild, official magician and decided to keep Lon Lon by his side. He even specially used a crystal ball to test her elemental affinity and age. Her elemental affinity was only for illusion elements, but unsurprisingly, it was very high, reaching 91.96%. What reassured and shocked E even more was that Lon Lon was really only in her teens, just 2 months shy of 14. An official magician at that age? Compared to a genius, and E believed she was more likely an old monster. After all, this world has many ways to regain youth. Rare treasures, forbidden magic, divine blessings, ancient ruins, and even methods he had encountered before, like being swallowed by a magical creature and having a spiritual embryo transferred in the. Some crazy people try these things. This world is far more incredible than he imagined. But regardless, he decided to keep Lon Lon close and teach her himself. What he didn't expect was that Lon Lon was even more wild than he thought. Completely a wild magician who couldn't even cast a spell. The only thing she could do was gather magic in her eyes, using her innate racial traits and the nature of magic to influence others. Unfortunately, he does not have a magic book about illusion elements. These are very rare attributes, and since Bobo Village is remote and poor, it is impossible to buy one. Yenny can only send a message to his second sister, asking her to help him buy some books in the royal city. However, on the market, the most he can buy are intermediate-level magic books. Advanced magic books are either secret family knowledge or only available at magic academies. As a half-beast person, Lon Lon cannot enter the kingdom's magic academy. The magic academies run by the local lords are for training their own people, so they naturally won't let Lon Lon in. Most magic academies teach only basic and intermediate magic, which students learn during a 15-year study. Few students become apprentice magicians, let alone learn advanced magic. Some of these basic and intermediate magic academies do teach advanced magic, but only if the full-fledged magicians without access to advanced magic sign a soul contract to become lifelong mentors at the academy. Advanced magic is not easy to learn. Even the 3 top magic academies in the Island Kingdom require students to sign a soul contract to prevent the magic from being leaked. Some unique basic and intermediate magic spells of certain academies also require signing a contract. Most of the basic and intermediate magic spells available on the market do not have confidentiality agreements. Yinny was surprised that Lon Lon couldn't use magic, but considering her living environment, he wasn't too shocked. The royal city is over 1,000 kilometers from Bobo Village. It takes nearly a month for the magic-eyed owl to make the round trip. By then, his second sister should also return for the new year. Yinny, now a magician, eagerly began studying magic. Although his elemental affinity is very low, his understanding is quite good. Before Christmas, he mastered 3 basic magic spells: healing magic of the natural element, called Natural Flower; defensive water magic, called Water Shield; speed-enhancing ice magic, called Ice Extreme. On Christmas Day, family members gathered again at home with Great-Grandpa, Flan, Little Aunt, and Maxton. However, the third sister had already set out on her journey to the Fire Nation, Ekfexi. After Christmas, the fourth sister would also begin her trip to the Wind Nation, Levantar. The third sister's journey was mainly to gain experience, find the Phoenix Stone, and learn about fire magic combat techniques from the Fire Nation. She wasn't worried about her inheritance because their father had already saved a special swordsmanship legacy. But the fourth sister had to go to the Wind Nation. She had improved her magic level by 1 star in a year and was close to becoming a full mage. She needed to prepare for advanced wind magic because the Bobo family didn't have a high-level wind magic inheritance. The fourth sister loved freedom and didn't like restrictions. She wouldn't join the academy or the kingdom willingly. Since the second sister joined the True Lord Church, she didn't need to worry about inheritance issues for high-level magic. So, the fourth sister's journey was unavoidable. After the Christmas dinner, and fourth sister Sophie stood on a castle rooftop, enjoying the breeze. Fourth sister, when do you plan to leave for the Wind Nation? The day after tomorrow. I'll go to the academy first, meet with friends, and then return with her to the Wind Nation. And he paused. Here, this is for fourth sister. He took a space ring from his hand. Sophie took it, surprised. So many gold coins. Of course. I'm now the richest in the Bobo family. Do you understand what being the richest means? Just 100,000 gold coins. And he waved his hand. Too bad third sister left early. Otherwise, I'd prepare a gift for her too. I won't be polite then, Sophie said, putting away the 100,000 gold coins. Even for a full mage, that was a lot of money. They both looked at the starry sky in silence. Big sister. Be careful. Don't worry. I'm a 6-star apprentice mage. 2 days later, before the fourth sister left, and took Bear Big and Bear Second to find her. Fourth sister, take these 2 magical beasts with you. Little brother, don't worry. Your big sister is very strong, Sophie said helplessly. And he didn't reply. He just silently patted Bear Big and Bear Second. Suddenly, the 2-meter-tall bears revealed their true forms. It is over 5 meters tall. Its claws are like a dragon's, with a thick, red tail that looks like flowing lava. The dragon horns on its head are fierce, and its eyes are like those of a real red dragon, radiating a terrifying aura. Little brother, what is this? Sophie looked at the 2 bears in disbelief. Then, the 2 bears, Bear Big and Bear Second, shrank back to about 3 meters tall, and then continued to get smaller. Over the past month, after gaining their bloodline talent, they had finally become small, cute, red-brown bears about 1 meter tall, with adorable little horns. Fourth sister, this one is called Bear Big, and this one is Bear Second. They are quite strong, since they are dragon-blooded magical beasts. I'll lend Bear Big to you first. When you return, you have to give him back. Also, the Fire Country is next to the Wind Country. When you arrive in the Wind Country, contact third sister and give Bear Second to her. Sophie shook her head and refused. No, the family situation is unstable now. Having these 2 bears can help a lot. I won't take them away. Although she didn't know where her brother had found such powerful magical beasts, she knew that their family situation was more dangerous than her journey to the Wind Country. Many forces were secretly watching their territory. Don't worry, fourth sister. If I can bring out Bear Big and Bear Second, I can definitely get even stronger things, her brother said confidently. Sophie clearly didn't believe him. Anyway, I won't take them. And he ignored his sister and told the bears, Bear Big, protect my fourth sister. Bear Second, follow her and protect third sister when you find her. Got it. The two bears nodded, then affectionately rubbed against Yi's leg before following Sophie. Sophie looked at the two 1-meter-tall bears following her and felt helpless. She knew she couldn't shake them off with such powerful magical beasts by her side. Brother, what's the strength of these two bears? They are at the peak of the 4th rank. Since they are dragon-blooded, they can also fight against 5th-rank magical beasts. Don't worry about the family. These two 4th-rank magical beasts aren't very helpful on their own, especially with Grandpa Flanders and the top forces like the Golden Eagle Knights and the True Lord Church supporting us. No one will really harm us. Sophie thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed. All right then. Then, a bright smile appeared on her face. When I return, I'll bring you wind wings. Yeah. The family watched as the 4th sister rode her griffin into the sky, leaving the castle behind. Baron Bobo was feeling a bit sad. Sigh, he thought, kids really do grow up. They always have to go their own way. Just like we did long ago. Mrs. Mitchell looked at her departing children, her mind lost in thought. She had once gained advanced ice magic, which she achieved with Victor. They traveled a great distance to the frozen land and faced many dangers before finally obtaining 3 high-level ice magic inheritances from the ice god's ruins. Her natural affinity for elements was not very high. She might never have been able to reach high-level natural magic if not for her efforts. If that had been the case, she wouldn't have left the elf forest or met her lifelong partner. High-level magic is a secret that few can learn. To do so, one must either sell themselves to top noble families, magic academies, or powerful groups. And even then, they wouldn't learn the most advanced magic. Or they must go on a journey, following legends to find it. Even using other high-level magic, exchanging it with families who possess such magic is impossible. If their weaknesses are discovered, it could be deadly for the entire family. So, sharing is not an option. Every high-level magic is extremely precious, worth a lifetime of dedication from a true mage. Old Third, why can't you just spend Christmas with us before leaving? Baron Bobo sounded like a jealous wife, full of longing. Old Third has always been like that, impulsive and free to come and go as she pleases, Mrs. Mitchell said calmly. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. 3rd and 5th sisters are very smart. Nothing will happen, the 2nd sister comforted. Yeah, I just gave our older sister 2 4th-tier peak magical beasts. Don't worry, Dad and Mom. The younger sister added confidently. Baron Bobo turned his head, frowning with a stern look. His gaze was not friendly. You little brat, where did you get those 4th-tier beasts? Did you sneak off to the Manga Mountain Range again? Do you know how dangerous it is there? And Yi's eyes flickered as he chuckled. Dad, don't worry. I'm now a formal swordsman. Mom isn't worried, so you shouldn't be either. Is being a formal swordsman really that impressive? Let me see if you've improved, Baron Bobo said grimly, pulling out his belt. There are so many people. You better not embarrass me. Otherwise what? Baron Boboff grinned wickedly. Otherwise, I won't pay my taxes. Smack. Ow. Old Deng, you really hit me. Old Deng. Just wait and see. After a loud commotion, the castle returned to a peaceful night. And he lay on his bed, rubbing his sore backside, grimacing. It's just going into the Bangkok mountains. What's so exaggerated about it? Besides, I am someone who can leave easily. I think old Deng is just going through menopause. His daughter doesn't want him anymore, so he's taking it out on me. Humph. He didn't mention that Bear Big and Bear Second, who were at the peak of their 5th stage, were with him. If 4th sister found out, she would definitely come back no matter what, and she wouldn't be willing to leave. With Bear Big and Bear Second around, and he felt at ease. As long as no magic guides or sword saints showed up, their strength was enough to protect 3rd sister and 4th sister. 3rd sister is quite carefree and hot-tempered, but she used to adventure with her team often. She's experienced and capable of handling dangers outside. And E decided to send 4th sister to the Wind Country, connect her with 3rd sister, and give her bear second. Fourth sister has been at the Magic Academy. She does some missions, but she's not as experienced in survival as third sister. Bear Big is only 2 years old, but is steady and attentive, always watching over fourth sister. With the two bears, E felt assured that nothing serious would happen easily. I hope my sisters return soon from their journey, he thought. He knew it probably wouldn't be within the next 3 or 5 years. But the family was getting better and better. This year, his eldest brother had established a trading guild, which was quite successful. His second brother continued exploring the magic forest. Though dangerous, with his great swordsmanship, he could avoid serious trouble as long as he didn't go too deep. Now, defeating monsters could earn contribution points from the kingdom, which was expanding its territory into the magic forest. No one knew how far or when the expansion would stop. At the beginning of January, E returned to the Golden Manor. Outside, the Golden Town was mostly built. The city walls and sewer system were completed. Only the ground paving remains, and just a small part is left. He no longer has any gold coins. He still owes quite a bit in wages, but once the monthly earnings are received, he can pay everything off. Because the Golden Supermarket in Shungda City officially opened at the end of December, and now it is generating income. According to Xiao Keluo's estimates, it will earn about 40,000 gold coins each month. Adding the income from Bobo City, the total is over 60,000 gold coins. He is now considered the richest person in Bobo City, and that's no exaggeration. The Golden Supermarket in Bobo City benefits from the steady influx of swordsmen and mages from other places, and the sale of potions is very high. Its monthly income has stabilized at over 20,000 gold coins. Without these visitors, the ordinary people and small nobles in Bobo City wouldn't generate such high earnings. The Golden Supermarket in Shungda City earns over 40,000 gold coins each month. This is mainly due to Shungda City's large size, with a smaller proportion coming from external visitors. Most of the supermarket's income comes from white wheat flour. Besides the products sold directly in the supermarkets, half of the white wheat flour from the Golden Manor is sold through my brother's merchant guild within the kingdom, earning about 90,000 gold coins annually. The canned golden peaches are mostly sold inland, with only a small amount remaining in the 2 supermarkets in Bobo City. Most of the rest is also sold inland through my brother's merchant guild, and the income from these sales is over 20,000 gold coins per year. The ransom for that young man was also delivered before the new year. The 2 taverns combined earn over 1,000 gold coins each month. The 3 manors all grow white wheat, covering a total area of 10 square kilometers. Inland white wheat is more expensive, bringing in about 90,000 gold coins annually. In addition, E has some undeveloped hidden assets. There is a large flower field about to be planted in the Golden Manor. Outside Shungda City, the Tree of Abundance has been planted. E plans to grow some herbs here to sell to clinics or turn into finished medicines for sale. Many swordsmen from other places now come to Bobo City and go to the Manga Mountain Range to trade. Not everyone can afford healing potions. Ordinary swordsmen can only buy basic wound medicines from clinics, which can quickly stop bleeding, promote healing, or treat common poisons. Most swordsmen cannot afford the magic potion that fully restores health with just 1 bottle. Therefore, outside Saint City, the estate where the Tree of Abundance is planted is used to grow herbs commonly used in medical clinics. These herbs can be harvested and sold this year, bringing in profit. There is also the Golden Town. This is truly a treasure trove. However, once the Golden Town starts operating, the profits from the Gold Supermarket in Bobo Town probably won't be so high anymore. But that doesn't matter much, since it's all just exchanging hands. In the end, the gold still ends up in our own pockets. Still, completing the Golden Town will take some more time. We need to wait until an E sells the winter wheat and collects gold from 2 supermarkets before he can use the money to build the town's houses. A town that is 5 kilometers long and wide can't be built all at once. So, he plans to first build shops near the crossroad, opening taverns, inns, and small restaurants, while the residential areas are built gradually. But the shops on the crossroad will be built with at least 3 floors, some even up to 10 floors. And they must be built solidly, without shortcuts. This will cost over 100,000 gold coins. In short, even though he is now a rich man, he still has a lot of financial needs. Otherwise, he wouldn't owe so many workers wages. He previously generously gave his sister 100,000 gold coins, which left him without enough money to pay workers. I've always wanted to build a castle, but I don't know when I can start. And he turns over in bed, holding his magic book and reading. He is trying to work harder. In the northern part of the Fire Nation, Eek Fushi country, beyond the border, over 400 kilometers away, is the Scorching Flame Mine Group. Outside a mine, 3 men and 3 women stand guard at the entrance, watching the 5 people across the way with caution. The 5 are in their 30s or 40s. The men are shirtless, wearing only chest armor, and the women are dressed revealingly, in the standard attire of the Fire Nation. Move aside. The burly team leader's eyes flash with a strange light. If it weren't for the fact that their outfits don't look like ordinary adventurers, he would have already attacked with his sword. Come on. If you have the guts, come on. Stop bothering us here. At the entrance of the mine, a young man with red hair, in his early 20s, held a large sword that shimmered with a red glow. I give you one last chance. Will you let us go or not? Captain Firebear released his aura. High-level great swordsman. The man with golden red hair in the middle of the 6 at the mine entrance looked unhappy. Step aside now, and I won't bother you. I can let you leave, but if we fight later, I doubt many of you will survive. Captain Firebear sneered. I told you, there are no treasures inside. The man with golden red hair spoke in a low voice. Captain, he's lying. I heard clearly earlier. Inside, there's a dragon's roar. It must be a dragon-type beast. Maybe even a young one. A small, thin man behind Captain Firebear looked greedy. I'll give you one last chance. Will you let us go or not? Captain Firebear's patience was running out. He worried that the others might be from noble families, but these 6 were just regular swordsmen. With some effort, he believed he could defeat them all. How many times do I have to say it? There are no dragon-type monsters inside. A girl with blue hair, about 17 or 18, said angrily. Captain, there definitely is. Look at my shiny-haired fire mouse. It's trembling. There must be a dragon beast cub inside. The small member of Captain Firebear's team was very excited. I already said, there's nothing there. The blue-haired girl was anxious. The man with golden red hair reached out to calm her. Get ready. The red-haired man spoke loudly. Stop wasting time with these people. Just kill them. Humph. You gave us a chance but didn't take it. Looks like you don't want to leave. Well, then don't. Captain Firebear lost all patience. He swung his large sword, unleashing a blazing sword energy that swept forward. Seeing the other draw his sword, the red-haired man also unleashed his own. 2 powerful sword energies clashed. In the next moment, the red-haired man's sword energy shattered. Captain Firebear's sword energy kept its momentum. But then, the golden red-haired man followed up, releasing a burst of golden red fighting spirit that transformed into a wolf. The golden red wolf tore through the sword energy and lunged at Captain Firebear. However, the man with golden red hair was only a 1-star great swordsman, far weaker than Captain Firebear. His face darkened. Shape-shifting combat technique. He guessed correctly. These people definitely came from a wealthy noble family. The transformed fighting technique belongs to the mid-level category, but it is far beyond ordinary mid-level techniques. It has already reached the threshold of high-level fighting skills, even being a weakened version of a high-level technique. Having such a powerful technique usually means the user is either a very strong swordsman or has a strong background. Captain Firebear's eyes were filled with killing intent. He swung his great sword to attack. Since they had made enemies, he had to eliminate them completely. The other 4 members of the Firebear team were all great swordsmen and suddenly attacked as well. The short man looked down on them with disdain. They were far from the Fire Nation, Ekfex. Killing them wouldn't matter much. Only their leader was always worried about everything. The blue-haired girl was anxious. She was about to cast a spell when she suddenly shouted happily, Heg's sister, you're finally awake. The other 5 people also showed happy expressions. The 6 of them, who had been tense, suddenly looked relaxed. But Captain Firebear felt his heart tighten suddenly, as if a fierce beast was staring at him inside the mine. Not good. Run. He had been in the blazing mountain for decades and knew exactly what was happening. The creature inside the cave wasn't a dragon-born beastling. It was a stronger swordsman. Captain Firebear turned and ran. The other four hadn't reacted yet. Run. Since you're here, don't leave, a cold, commanding female voice rang out, like a dragon's roar exploding in everyone's mind. In the next moment, 5 fiery flying dragons shot out from the mine. These were just beginner-level fire dragons created by 4 Fire Bear team members with first and second Star Sword skills. Before they could react, the fiery dragons pierced through their chests. Dragon blood, fighting spirit. Captain Fire Bear quickly snapped out of his shock. Seeing the fiery dragons rushing toward him, he was a bit panicked. The powerful dragon aura made his back sweat cold. At this moment, he cursed his teammate and all his ancestors. Flaming triple slash. He shouted loudly, swinging 3 fiery slashes. The fiery dragons were exhausted, and Captain Fire Bear felt relieved. It seemed the other swordsman's realm was far below his. He felt a bit lucky, but also greedy. Could the other's dragon blood fighting spirit come from eating the dragonborn beastling inside the mine? Maybe there was still some beast flesh left. If he also gains dragon blood fighting energy, he won't be afraid of becoming a sword master in the future. Maybe he can even advance to sword master. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his chest. Next, a disdainful voice sounded in his ear. You're such a waste. Even during battle, you get distracted. I really don't know how you've survived this long. Captain Fire Bear looked down at his empty chest, eyes wide with disbelief. How? How is this possible? So fast. Bang. Captain Fire Bear fell to the ground. Hegs, you're amazing. The blue-haired girl excitedly ran up and hugged Hegs. The golden red-haired man also smiled as he approached. So, did you get the inheritance? Hegs nodded confidently. Of course. Since the inheritance recognized me, I will definitely get it. It contains a moon-level technique and some fighting skills. I can't pass the techniques to you, but I can teach you the fighting skills. There are a few really good ones. The red-haired man, excited, came over. Hey, I want to learn that fighting skill. When I used it, a dragon shadow appeared under my feet. It was so cool. Hegs quickly burned the body. She was in a very good mood now. All right, Ram, but you need to be prepared. With your intelligence, which is almost like a slime's, it will probably take 3 or 5 years to fully master it. Ram touched his head. It's so hard. Maybe I should forget it. I've already killed many monsters over the years. The man with red hair was named William. William frowned and said, Your moon-level technique seems a bit incomplete. Hegs brushed aside a few messy strands of hair and didn't hide the fact. You're right. The fighting energy technique I switched to is only half complete, she said regretfully. You're quite perceptive. The fighting energy technique I switched to is only half finished, Hegs admitted. William's handsome face slightly furrowed his brows. Then why did you switch so casually? Hegs shrugged. Although it's only half, it's much better suited to me than my family's original technique. This technique is called Flame Dragon Technique. Although it's moon level, it can absorb the flames of 5 different fire-type dragon-blooded monsters. Fusing the 5 fires creates a power comparable to Dragon Flame. It can rival a sun-level technique. Heg's beautiful yet heroic face showed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, it's only the first half. But after absorbing the flames of 3 different dragon-blooded monsters, it's not much worse than my family's original technique. William felt reassured and nodded. I'll send a message to my family later to help gather information about this technique. Never mind, I have my own plans. I won't trouble you anymore, said his teammate nearby. Captain, Vice Captain, should we go to the Fire Nation first or continue to the Burning Flame Mine? They asked. Let's go to the Fire Nation first, Hegs and William said together. Starshine Trading Guild, President, these 3 rivers are guarded by 3 groups of water bandits. If we try to transport so much white wheat through here, they'll definitely block us. President, we can't go this way. If we try to pass through here, there's only about a 20 to 30% chance of success, someone warned. Yes, these water bandits are very clever. They dig holes and hide in the mountains on both sides. The whole mountain is full of their mouse holes. We can't do anything about them, another added. President, we absolutely can't go through here. We'd rather take a 100-kilometer detour by land than risk passing through. Otherwise, these bandits will eat all our goods, someone insisted. Here it is, Igor said calmly. President, Mount Sankan 3 rivers 3 peaks over 1,000 meters tall form a rough triangle. with the base at the foot of the mountains where the three great rivers flow. The rivers are vast and mighty. The mountains stretch endlessly, blocking the way into the interior of Count Andri's territory and the kingdom. To reach the kingdom's interior, you can either risk sailing through here or detour around the mountains, adding over 100 kilometers by traveling east or west of Count Andri's territory. A band of mountain and water bandits patrols Mount Sin, Kansas. They are both mountain and water bandits, very powerful, each with several expert swordsmen leading their groups. Despite the bandits, many merchant ships pass by each year. Water routes can carry goods worth hundreds of carts, and even if they are robbed of some, as long as they carry more, they still make a profit. Most ships carry large quantities of less valuable goods, like black wheat or land. Small merchant groups pay tolls to pass, making a good profit. Losing a few layers of profit is common, but if they're lucky, they might keep 3 parts of their earnings. Large merchant fleets, even with expert swordsmen, are not safe from these bandits. If they provoke them, ships can be destroyed and people killed. In the end, you have to pay the tolls, whether you want to or not. Since land transportation is too costly, this area has a wide, gentle river that makes a perfect waterway. Merchants seek profit, so they just load more ships with goods. Every year, many merchant ships from the inland kingdom come here to sell cheap products like black wheat flour, sweet potatoes, and other low-cost items in high demand. At night, 3 large ships, each 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, are full of cargo. Stop right there. A ship flying a tiger head flag, 30 meters long, blocks the way. People on the big ship of the Starshine Merchant Guild become nervous. The ships connect, and a fierce-looking man dressed in mismatched armor boards the ship. What are all these goods? An old man, smiling politely, steps forward. Sir, these are just some cheap herbs. This is for your team money. He hands over a bag of heavy gold coins to the fierce man. Nearby, some bandits with headscarves run over. Munger, inside are just herbs, not worth much. They look disappointed, saying, these 3 ships are all full of herbs. What a waste. Sir, do you think we can leave now? The old man asks, smiling nervously. The fierce man squints. All herbs? Think carefully. If you deceive us, there will be consequences. Really, they are just herbs, the old man says, his face turning pale in the dark. Haha, is that so? The fierce man walks to a pile of herb bags stacked high. The bags are packed tightly in burlap sacks, tied with thick ropes. He cuts the ropes with a knife. The bags fall to the ground. Sir, the old man looks worried. The sacks land, but the ship is big enough, and nothing slips into the river. The fierce man cuts a few more bags of herbs. Some are tightly packed, and inside, they are indeed herbs. The old man looks distressed. Sir, these are really herbs. We would never cheat you. A few small bandits nearby also speak up. Munger, we check carefully. There's no problem. Yes, Munger. We need to get more ships soon. It's hard enough to be on duty, and we don't want good stuff stolen by others. The fierce man puts away his knife. The old man's eyes show a hint of relief. The next moment, the long sword was fully plunged into the burlap sack. The old man stiffened completely. Attack! The old man shouted loudly. In the next second, everyone drew their swords and charged at the dozen or so bandits. A group of people fought fiercely with the invading bandits. The fierce man sneered and drew his sword, which was covered with pure white flour. You're asking for trouble, hiding things right under our noses. A fireworks display lit up the sky. In the blink of an eye, sounds of rustling came from the trees on both sides, and figures quickly gathered toward the big ship. Red magic fireworks. A big fish. On the river, several bandit ships also approached. The old man cut down some small bandits with his swords, then looked at the countless bandits, who seemed like wolves smelling blood, with hatred in his eyes. Jump into the water. Let's go. Humph, my master won't let you go. Before leaving, he deliberately released a burst of sword energy, causing over 10 bags of white wheat flour to explode, covering the entire ship in white dust. The fierce man greedily licked his blade. Haha, I didn't expect such a big catch. The people who jumped into the water suddenly ran into the bushes on the shore, disguising themselves as 3 different bandit groups. The old man also blended in, changing his appearance from before, with a sneer in his eyes. This time, the 3 rivers are under my master's control. Spread the word that we found 300-meter ships filled with white wheat flour, worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Of course, ships truly filled with white wheat flour was impossible. Under the vanilla layer, it was indeed white wheat flour, but beneath that, it was just bags of white stone powder. The 3 big ships, supposedly filled with white wheat flour, spread quickly like the wind. Some bandits exaggerated, claiming the ships were 120 meters, 150 meters, even 200 meters long. From 3 ships to 4, 5, 7, or even 8 ships. But all the bandits knew they had encountered a big haul. Those who didn't believe ran over to see the full ships of white flour. The entire ship, even the white color from the flour, made their eyes turn red instantly. Fireworks soared into the sky. The 3 groups of bandits frantically called for reinforcements. The white wheat flour on the 3 big ships. Each ship contained at least thousands of tons. Some bandits rushed onto the ships trying to steal, and chaos broke out immediately. Later, the fighting spread into the river, across both banks, with 3 groups of bandits battling each other. No one knew who started first. Everyone claimed it was their own side. They all thought the other 2 groups were cheating and breaking the rules. The 3 groups of bandits avoided the big ships, and the fighting grew more intense. Some bandits even arrived halfway and were ambushed. Soon, the fighting expanded even more. Everyone became so angry that they lost control. Even those who came later didn't know why they were fighting. They were just told there was a big shipment, and the other 2 groups wanted to steal it. There was a rumor that the leader promised everyone 10 gold coins if they went to fight. This made the bandits even more eager. Just for 10 coins, they would fight for a huge shipment. Some people secretly spread false rumors, making the situation worse, until the fighting among the 3 groups became unstoppable. The area turned into a slaughterhouse. The 3 ships, covered in white flour, were not lying. They were carrying valuable goods. These goods were truly tempting and impressive. Finally, the leaders of the bandit camps took action, and swords clashed fiercely in the forest. After someone secretly attacked and killed a major swordsman leader, the bandit chiefs, who had been holding back, suddenly lost their temper. The 3 big ships were left alone, floating in the river. The water around them was blood-red. The shores were filled with corpses. Each bandit group had hundreds of swordsmen, plus countless ordinary fighters. In the end, the bandits turned against their own people and even their friends and family. The fighting lasted from night into day, then from day back into night. Some hidden enemies disguised as bandits targeted the real swordsmen and major fighters, attacking them ruthlessly. Second brother, third brother, fifth brother, dad, son, the cries of grief echoed everywhere. In the end, what started as a fight over supplies turned into a deep blood feud. On a mountaintop of Sankin Mountain. Congratulations, guild leader. Congratulations, guild leader. Ha! The guild leader is truly as wise as a saint. Ha! From now on, these 3 rivers will belong to our Starshine Guild. This is like a treasure dragon full of jewels, just lying there collecting money. Exactly. Look, even the 3 bandit groups can each support hundreds of swordsmen and thousands of strong fighters. A group of people on the mountaintop were laughing nonstop. Igor also had a smile on his face as he looked at the 3 rivers below. This would be the first step for his Starshine Commerce Guild to expand across the entire kingdom. Day 3, did you hear? The bandits in the 3 rivers area have been wiped out. Are you joking? Those bandits are like mice running all over the mountains. Who could possibly defeat them? Exactly. And each of those 3 bandit groups has hundreds of swordsmen, more than some local lords. How could they be defeated? I don't know. I only heard that from now on, a force called the Starshine Commerce Guild controls the area. Starshine Commerce Guild? The Starshine Commerce Guild quickly became famous. But no one knew who the leader of the guild really was. Even the top officials were unclear. All they knew was that the guild was very powerful. When a swordsman tried to threaten them, the next morning, his body was hung at the entrance of the 3 rivers. Many people felt a chill in their hearts, realizing this force was even more terrifying than the original 3 bandit groups combined. At the same time, the Starshine Commerce Guild announced plans to build 3 large docks and 3 small towns at the 3 river mouths of the 3 rivers. Everyone was welcome to invest. Investors could choose the best locations in the towns first, and they would pay only a quarter of the usual taxes on goods, instead of a third. As soon as the news spread, many nobles and wealthy merchants on both sides of the three mountains were excited. The three rivers were known for their wealth, capable of supporting 3 bandit hideouts with over 1,000 swordsmen and more than 10 great swordsmen, all just from this area. Building towns at the river entrances, opening shops, and making money was easy. Everyone thought they could get a share of the profits, much better than dealing with bandits. Soon, many nobles and wealthy merchants approached the Starshine Commerce Guild. Using the money they raised and the spoils from the 3 bandit hideouts, the guild quickly built 3 towns. Over 10,000 workers worked together, completing the docks in 5 days so ships could dock. In 10 days, they built a row of houses at the docks. Many nobles and merchants rushed to claim land. Within 20 days, they connected the houses into a T-shaped street with shops lining both sides. In just a month, the small town was taking shape. In February, when the warm spring sun shines over the land, it is the harvest season for various crops like black wheat, white wheat, land, sweet potatoes, white rice, and yellow rice. Trade ships frequently travel back and forth between the two regions. The inland areas of the kingdom are rich in supplies. Large quantities of black wheat, yellow rice, land, and sweet potatoes are being sold to the northern wilderness, where food is scarce. The estate owners in the northern wilderness want to sell their white wheat, fruits, vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat at higher prices. Now that the waterways are open, they are shipping these goods to the inland areas of the kingdom. When the tolls on the 3 rivers are reduced to a 5% fee, many merchants are tempted. The Starshine Merchant Guild, known for its trustworthiness, also begins to sell precious items in the northern wilderness. No longer just basic farm products like rice, flour, grass, fish, eggs, and milk are traded. There are also various treasures, fine furs, silk fabrics, clothing, and furniture that are very popular among the distant nobles of the northern wilderness. Traveling by water is much cheaper than land transport. The operation of the 3 rivers greatly reduces land transportation on both sides. Unfortunately, both regions are under Count Andre's domain. It is speculated that the forces behind the Starshine Merchant Guild are connected to Count Andre, who seems to have taken a small loss in this deal. However, it's not really a loss. The opening of the 3 rivers has revitalized the economy of Count Andre's territory, even doubling its income. This prosperity has led to the emergence of a new sword master in the family. After a month of busy activity, the Starshine Merchant Guild is back on track and has begun to expand into the inland areas of the kingdom. The inland of the kingdom is vast and fertile, all belonging to the royal family, with no feudal domains. Instead, there are many towns and small cities of star, moon, and sun levels standing across the land. The so-called Sacred Virtue City is actually just a 3-star small city. But even as a 3-star city, it has a population of over 700,000 and is home to thousands of minor nobles, bustling and prosperous. Originally, Count Andre's domain only had 3-star level cities: Sacred Virtue City, a 3-star city with over 700,000 people, and 2 2-star cities, one with over 300,000 people and the other with over 400,000. The larger 2-star city is currently the Count's main city. February 20th, Sandow River now. Here, big ships and small boats come and go. There are merchant ships and passenger ships. The passenger ships are part of the Starshine Trading Company. From the dock, you must take their ships. Besides that, there are private noble houseboats, which only require paying a toll. At this moment, on a luxurious houseboat, several young noble children are playing. Haha. Cuddy, I heard last year you were kidnapped by locals here and had to pay a lot of deposits to get back. Is that true? I also heard about it. Cuddy, did you have to mortgage your estate? Haha. And not just that, 2 taverns too. Haha. Cuddy, you're a young lord from a noble family, and you got kidnapped by locals. That's really embarrassing. A red-haired, curly-haired boy blushes and says, "Nonsense. I didn't. I was just injured, and I gave my estate and taverns to a benefactor who saved my life." Oh wow. Repaying a life-saving favor. Haha. You're panicking. Look, Cuddy is panicking now, haha. A group of boys tease Cuddy. On the other side, a noble girl steps forward. All right, stop teasing Cuddy. Humph. Judging by how you act, I bet none of you could come back alive. By the way, is Cuddy's family very powerful? They seem willing to do so much. That's not like our Cuddy, a noble girl asks curiously. Cuddy shrugs and says, are they not powerful? But they are twice as strong as my family. 2 sword masters and 2 official magic users. The group of girls gasps in surprise. No way. How can there be such a strong family in the North Wilderness? Exactly. Since the Andre family fell, the North Wilderness has been in trouble. How could there still be such a powerful family? Maybe that kid is lying to you. The young noble boys also express disbelief. Cuddy crosses his arms and snorts. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves. I'm not stupid. That family owns a level 1 magic academy. A magic academy here. A girl in a purple princess dress exclaims. If there really is a magic school, it must have official magicians. Usually, a basic magic school has a head and vice head who are both official magicians. It seems there are indeed 2 official magicians now, thought a girl in a black feathered skirt. Wow, I didn't expect that a powerful family has appeared again in Beidawan. You're too slow to get the news. There's more than just this one strong family now. There's also the Counts of Simmons, who have 3 sword masters and 1 official magician. And the Viscount family of Tamira, though only a Viscount, has 2 sword masters. Yes, I heard that Beidawing is very lively now. Even the family of Count Andre has 2 sword masters. Unbelievable. Beidawing has risen again and is even stronger, said a young boy wearing a silver feather crown. A boy dressed in blue and white clothes snorted. It's all because of that giant dragon. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many sword masters and official magicians in this remote place. The boy's tone was a bit bitter. He was also the young master of a count's family, but his family only had an old grandfather who was a sword master. If no new sword masters appear in 10 years, his family will lose their sword master. If none appear in 20 years, the count title will automatically drop by 1 rank. He was very anxious. In 10 years, he would be in his prime. Without a sword master in his family, he would be looked down upon and even mocked by his peers. Almost at the Sandow River dock, the boat was 50 meters long. They paid 500 gold coins and continued to sail without stopping. At this moment, Golden Manor, the fields were shining with gold. Stacks of wheat straw were piled up. These wheat stalks were excellent feed, good for pigs and cows. Young master, there are so many people in Golden Town now, Lily exclaimed. From the fortress, she looked out at the busy street, where the main street was crowded with people, and many shops had already opened. People coming and going included desperate commoners, lone swordsmen, various adventure groups, and groups of magicians. It was very lively. Yes, I heard that the 3 rivers opening in the Andre Count territory has brought more people to Beidawan. Naturally, more people want to come to the Manga Mountain Range for shopping. Easy to feel surprised. He didn't expect that in just 3 years, Beidawan would change so much. Young master, when will we build the castle? Lily looked at the tall building in the Golden Town and marveled. It was a modern building with glass windows all around. It was also the location of the Golden Supermarket in the town. This year, we will build it, and Yi's eyes showed excitement. Although he now had many gold coins each month, and he hadn't saved much money. Because besides the Golden Town, which constantly consumes gold, there were also flower fields, lush mulberry forests, and the medicinal fields outside Saint City. At this moment, a group of farmers was planting flower seeds in the flower fields. Emma, your little daughter has become a mage at the Magic Academy. A farmer ran over happily. What? Emma's little daughter is a student at the Magic Academy. Oh my, Emma's daughter is so amazing. She will become a great mage in the future. Emma, you finally don't have to struggle so hard. Your little daughter has become a mage. A group of farmers gathered to congratulate her. A woman with a bag of seeds tied around her waist, wearing a worn-out blue and white maid dress, trembling with excitement as she held a small shovel, stammered speechless. Look at you, Emma. You're so excited you can't speak. Sister Emma, I'm truly happy for you. In the future, you won't have to work so hard, and you might even live in a big house. Really, is it true? Emma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Has her daughter really become a student at the Magic Academy? Can I lie to you? The noble magicians of the Magic Academy were invited by the young master to the estate to test the children. Usually, we slaves wouldn't have the chance to become magicians. We should thank the young master for his kindness, giving the children this opportunity. The sturdy farmer looked grateful and respectful. Even if her child didn't become a magician, it was just because she didn't have that fate. She was still young and could have more children. Yes, yes. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. Emma was so excited she didn't know what to say. From now on, I will pray more for the young master before meals, asking the true God to bless the young master with safety. This was the only way she could think of. Mom, I was accepted into the Magic Academy. I've been accepted into the magic school. A 6-year-old girl happily jumped up from the grass. So, this must be the future great magician. Wow, I can't believe Leah will become a noble magician. Leah here. Annie has some candy for you. It's really tasty. This is my neighbor. Leah often plays in the mud with my kids. I never thought she would become a magician. Emma, I'll make a new dress for Leah later. You can't dislike it. By the way, does Leah have any old clothes? I want to give them to my daughter. Maybe she'll get some of the magic master's luck? I want one too. The little bed Leah sleeps in. I bought it for her. You said you bought it, so you bought it. Hey, everyone, give way. You're blocking Miss Leah. Mom. Little Leah. Emma excitedly hugged her daughter. Mom, look. This is the reward money the young master gave me, plus some living expenses. There's so much. Mom, keep it. Buy some flour for my brother, so he can become a swordsman too someday. Leah excitedly opened her bag. There were many shiny silver coins, and even some gold coins. The crowd around gasped in surprise. Wow, so many silver coins. And gold coins too. This must be hundreds of silver coins, plus gold. The young master is so kind, giving so much money. I heard becoming a magician costs a lot. The magic school is free, and they give free food every day, even fresh bread and vegetables, Leah said happily. So, I don't need to spend any money. I get to eat white bread and fresh fruits and vegetables every day. Mom, you can keep this money for my little brother. Really? It's so good. Becoming a student at the magic school doesn't cost anything. Unbelievable. Free white bread to eat. An old farmer, looking like she knew everything, spoke up. You don't know this, but only those who lack talent need to pay a lot of gold coins to join the magic school. I heard it's very expensive. Only nobles can afford it. Our little Leah doesn't have to pay, so she must be a genius. Yes. Our Leah is a genius. Leah, you must study hard so that one day, our McKin village will have a great magician. You might not know this, but even the visiting magicians say Leah has a lot of talent. Emma lovingly patted little Leah's head. Keep this money for yourself. Although you don't need to pay for magic school, becoming a magician still costs money. I can't help you financially, and I feel guilty enough already. I can't take your money. But Mom, we don't have to pay for food at magic school. And we get free magician robes too, Leah said eagerly. She wanted to make things easier for her mom. Her dad was killed by snow creatures, and her mom has been taking care of her and her brother alone. She knew her mom worked very hard. With this money, her mom wouldn't have to work so hard. Don't worry, Mom has money. You don't need to worry about me. You can buy some pretty clothes with this. You can't wear a magician robe all the time, and when you go out with friends, you'll need to spend money. These are from the young master. Be good and keep the money. Leah, your mom is right. Becoming a magician is tough, and I've heard that magic gear can be very expensive. You should keep this money. Yes, becoming a magician costs a lot. I heard you need magic stones too, and they are very expensive. Leah, wait a moment. Auntie will get you some silver coins. You're now a noble magician, so you shouldn't be so frugal. Otherwise, other magicians might look down on you. Looking down on you means looking down on our McKin village. You're our village's first magician. Yes. We can't let other magicians look down on Leah or our village. We don't have much, but at least we have money. Egg, go get all the silver coins from under my bed. That's right. Those people are common folk. Even though we carry the blood of slaves and our bodies are humble, our spirit must not be humble. We must not let them look down on us. Leah, here, take this. Your uncle saved these silver coins over a year. Keep them and buy some pretty clothes. Dress up beautifully. Our Leah is already beautiful. When she wears pretty dresses and perfume, she'll be a true beauty. Here, Annie will buy you some perfume with her money. Little Leah stared blankly at her pocket. She hadn't given any silver coins, so why were there so many now? Auntie, she stammered. Oh, our little Leia dropped her little bean. Leia is a great mage, and how can a great mage cry? The noble tears of a mage shouldn't fall in front of us servants. We are born with low status, so we can't let the great mage Leia shed tears. Quickly put it away. Yes, yes, Leia can't cry. Leia is a mage. Leia, you must work hard. In the future, when you become a great mage, see who dares to speak badly of McKin Village. Leia, you must stay loyal to the young master. Without the young master, we wouldn't know what would happen in that estate. Leia can't become a mage, so she should be grateful to the kind young master. That's right. No slaves are allowed into the Magic Academy. Our young master is definitely the best in the world. Leia, when you become a great mage, you must protect the young master. Even if McKin Village is bullied, we can't let the young master be hurt. Yes, yes. Leia will do it. Protect McKin Village and the young master. Leia wiped her tears and smiled, thinking, yes, how can a mage cry? She is a strong mage. She will become a very powerful mage in the future. Half an hour later, and watched Leia leave and sighed. It started as a whim, but I didn't expect there really to be a magical genius. Congratulations, young master. Soon, there will be a powerful mage in the estate. Lily also cheered. That's right. More than 70% of her affinity with light elements is even better than my second sister. His second sister is actually a candidate for the saintess of the main church. A month ago, Mom, this is for you. What is this? Mom, you'll find out if you eat it. Boy, if you dare to play tricks on me, I'll hang you on the clock tower of the academy as a pin. Mrs. Mitchell swallowed it in one gulp. And then, until a month later, in a small wooden house in the middle of the lake, suddenly a powerful aura shot up into the sky. But in the next moment, the entire small lake was covered with dense magical runes, forming a large magic circle that concealed the strange phenomenon. However, inside the lake, the water was surging wildly, with waves over 10 meters high, layered upon each other. It seemed the next moment would drown the small island in the middle of the lake. Suddenly, a sharp coldness erupted fiercely. From the small wooden house, a terrifying freeze spread out. First, the wooden house was frozen, then the small island in the middle of the lake, and it continued to spread across the entire small lake. The layered waves of water were frozen solid. Outside, Forest Elf Grace was startled and rushed toward the lake, only to see a rising magic circle. What is this? Mitchell, this is the aura of a great mage. How is that possible? Mitchell, so fast. Grace looked at this with disbelief, but her subordinates acted without hesitation, controlling the magic circle to keep this strange phenomenon confined within the lake. Several days passed. Suddenly, a clear, crisp sound came from the lake, and in the next moment, the cold air reversed, and the ice layer melted. From the edge of the lake, everything frozen began to dissolve, including the small wooden house. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, this small lake of 200 or 300 meters returned to a warm, spring-like season. A woman with long, icy blue hair stepped out of the wooden house. Grace immediately activated the magic circle to come in. Mitchell, you've advanced to a great mage, Grace exclaimed, carefully observing her close sister. Mitchell looked back thoughtfully at the pill she had taken earlier. She still found it hard to believe, but she didn't tell Grace, even though she was her most trusted sister. Yes, I completely absorbed the heart of ice and snow. She was right. Now, as an ice element mage, she had, in just a month, fully refined the heart of ice and snow, which would normally take 5 or 6 years to master. This made her strength leap forward, and she became a great mage. So fast, Grace exclaimed, then suddenly looked a bit regretful. If only you and your mother shared the same natural affinity for elements, that would be perfect. You would definitely be a saintly maiden. It's such a pity that you're an ice element mage, so unfortunate. Mrs. Mitchell smiled, recalling that she once thought if she had a 96% affinity with natural elements, she might not have faced so many hardships. She would have stayed happily in the elf forest, becoming a saint and a high priestess. Unfortunately, although element affinity can be inherited, no one can guarantee that the awakened element will be the same as the parents. For example, her 2 daughters have the highest affinity for light and wind elements, respectively. But she has long accepted this and even feels grateful. This experience made her youth more colorful. Despite many dangers, she has overcome them all and now has a happy family. Although she is about to leave, she has already become a grand mage in just 2 years. After becoming a child of the ice element, she fully embraced the inheritance from the ice god's relic. She is more confident about her travels, and her partner has also become stronger. Still, she is always a step ahead of Victor. He is forever just behind her. Thinking of these things, Mitchell smiled. The ice element did not erase her gentle expression, but made her look like a water lily blooming in the snow, soft and tender like water, yet as enchanting as moonlight. Grace was captivated. She always felt that her sister seemed different somehow, but also not changed at all. Humph. Serves Victor right, that little brat. Grace said angrily. By the way, Mitchell, now that you've become a grand mage, do you plan to visit the elf forest again? Mitchell shook her head. It would take more than half a year, maybe longer, to go back. I won't go now. Anyway, I'll return in 8 years. For you elves, that's less than a year. True. Do as you like, Grace shrugged. I also need to teach a young mage. This time, we recruited a genius, 76.97% element affinity with light. Almost as high as your second daughter. Really? Mrs. Mitchell was surprised. Of course, I could be lying. Maybe she'll become a mage this year. Anyway, I'll go now. Being with you makes me feel like a supporting character. Humph. Grace left. Mrs. Mitchell sighed, thinking, does Xiaoba seem a bit like a legendary auspicious sign? Maybe I should take her to the elf forest to see if she's really special. Suddenly, there was another ripple in the lake. Mitchell snapped back to awareness, waved his hand, and immediately suppressed all the strange phenomena. Not long after, a long, slender, light blue fish about 10 meters long appeared. Its graceful form looked almost like a woman. In the next moment, the upper half of the big fish transformed, truly becoming a woman. She bore a striking resemblance to Mitchell. Madam, with waist-length light blue hair and shimmering scales on her tail, a beautiful mermaid appeared on the lake island. Water magic master, impressive, Mitchell's wife nodded with satisfaction.